Chapter 1. The Task System. When misfortune befalls a person, even drinking cold water can lead to choking. Su-hao initially thought this was merely an exaggerated expression, but reality proved that ancient wisdom holds true. Just moments ago, while casually sipping water during a document review, his screen suddenly erupted into a full-screen horrifying visage, startling him so much that he choked. Spraying water all over the company's antiquated monitor. With a crackle, the antique all-in-one machine went completely black. Damn it. My business report. Su-hao's eyes widened in shock. He barely had time to consider the water on the screen as he hastily reached for the power button. His dismay. The power button malfunctioned due to the moisture. The aged device flickered with erratic electrical discharges, sending shocks up his arm, causing him to convulse uncontrollably, nearly foaming at the mouth. Fortunately, a colleague nearby noticed in time, swinging a plastic folder to bring him down to the floor. "Are you okay? Should I call an ambulance?" His colleague inquired. "I'm fine." Lying on the floor, Su-hao rubbed his head, only to realize he was unharmed. The hand that pressed the power button showed no signs of being electrocuted, as if nothing had transpired. "What's going on?" "I can hear the commotion from the office." "Su-hao, what kind of nonsense are you up to?" The office door swung open, revealing a stout man in a suit, in his 30s, frowning as he approached, his gaze falling upon the black screen and the prone figure of Su-hao. "Supervisor Liu, the monitor short-circuited and zapped." "Su-hao," his colleague explained. "Short-circuit? He looks more alert than I do." Supervisor Liu scoffed. "Now what about the water?" "Su-hao, you broke the company's computer, didn't you?" "It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. Don't make baseless accusations." Su-hao scrambled to his feet and insisted, "I was working on the report when suddenly a ghostly face appeared on the screen. Someone must have tampered with my computer. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sprayed water all over the monitor." "I don't have time for your excuses. The repair costs will be deducted from your salary this month. You'd better finish the report before you leave," Liu ordered coldly. "But the report data is still on the all-in-one. Figure it out yourself. If the report isn't finished, you won't be going home." Liu offered no sympathy, smirking as he turned on his heel and departed. "Damn you, Liu." Once the office door closed, Su-hao slammed his hands on the desk in frustration. "This old computer should have been scrapped ages ago. And now, I'm stuck paying for the repairs. Maybe that ghost face virus was something he secretly installed." Having worked at this company for over a year, Su-hao generally maintained good relationships with his colleagues, but Supervisor Liu often maliciously targeted him, and today was not the first time he had been singled out. Not only did Liu routinely assign him the dirtiest and most tedious tasks, but he also made excuses to deny Su-hao requests for sick leave. If there was even the slightest mistake in his work, Liu would immediately threaten to dock his bonuses and performance pay to Su-hao. Had been perplexed, as he had never knowingly offended Liu. It was only after some inquiries that he learned Liu had a crush on a receptionist who, unbeknownst to Su-hao, favored him instead and had thus rejected Liu's advances. Consequently, he had become a target of Liu's resentment. Isn't it infuriating to be caught in someone else's vendetta? Enough is enough. I can't stay at this company any longer. I'm going to resign. His colleague attempted to soothe him. "Calm down, it's almost the end of the month. If you leave now, Liu won't pay you. Let's just endure a little longer, switch to another computer, and finish the report. There's only an hour left until we can clock out." Ding! Side quest activated. Compile the report. Quest requirements. Complete the report before 6 p.m. Quest rewards. 1 experience point, 1 training point. Do you accept this quest? If no choice is made within 20 seconds, the system will automatically accept. A mechanical voice resonated in his ears, leaving Su-hao momentarily bewildered. He turned to his colleague. "Did someone turn on a speaker to play games?" "Our company's old computer doesn't even have speakers," his colleague retorted. "Then where did that sound come from?" Su-hao felt a bit dazed. "Could it be that I'm hearing things from the shock? Is this considered a workplace injury?" "You must have misheard." His colleague shot him a strange glance before returning to work. 20 seconds have elapsed. Automatic acceptance of the quest. The mechanical voice echoed again, and Su-hao plopped back into his chair, taking a sip of water to steady his nerves. He waited silently for a few minutes, yet the earlier mechanical hallucination did not reoccur. Why has it gone silent again? Was I really just imagining things? Though puzzled, he dismissed the thought and quickly focused on the unpaid salary for the month, switching to another computer to continue the arduous task of redoing the report. An hour passed. Through Su-hao's relentless efforts, a brand new report was finally completed. Side quest completed. Rewards distributed. 1 experience point, 1 training point. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 1. Gain, 4 distributable attribute points. Another 1. Su Hao, seated before the computer, stared in disbelief. Experience points? Level up. This auditory illusion is something else. Could it be that I've truly been possessed by a system? But why is there no system interface? How am I supposed to allocate my attributes? Just as he pondered this, a radiant blue system interface suddenly materialized before him. Character: Su Hao level 1. Constitution: 9 points strength, 10 points agility, 10 points spirit, 11 points. Distributable attributes: 4 points the average. Attributes for an ordinary person are 10 points. Experience points needed for next level, 10 points. Holy cow, it's really a system? Su Hao blinked in astonishment at the interface, shaking his head vehemently. No, I can't celebrate just yet. I can't be sure this is real. What if it's just a hallucination following the auditory illusion? He had always been a calm and collected individual, resolutely refraining from drawing conclusions until all evidence was in. Just so happens I have 4 points to allocate. Let me see if this system is truly an illusion. Su Hao's gaze flitted across the interface. Among the 4 attributes, I find my constitution slightly inferior to that of the average person, so I shall enhance it first. Let's not overdo it. I'll assign just 2 points. With a couple of taps on the screen, a flash of white light enveloped him, and his constitution increased to 11 points. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming wave of relief wash over him, banishing the fatigue from work, and even the chronic stiffness in his neck from years of staring at a computer. Screen vanished entirely. Ecstatic, he stood up to stretch his limbs, hearing the satisfying crack of his joints, a sensation of ease that is difficult to articulate. The system is real. Allocating attribute points genuinely enhances physical capabilities. Su Hao clenched his fists in excitement after years of hardship. It seemed fortune was finally turning in his favor. What are you standing there for, lost in thought? Have you completed the report? Director Liu had emerged from his office at some point, a derisive expression on his face. If it's not finished, you'd better stay and work overtime. Because that is your responsibility, don't even think about overtime pay. I've completed it. Snapping back to reality from his euphoric reverie, Su Hao pointed casually at the display and began to gather his belongings, preparing to leave for the day. He intended to thoroughly explore this suddenly revealed system once he returned home and to meticulously plan for a promising future. For instance, how to leverage this system to amass wealth and achieve great success. To bid farewell to his impoverished existence, to purchase luxury cars and reside in grand villas, to ascend to the position of CEO, and to marry a wealthy and beautiful woman. Thus embarking on the pinnacle of life, the mere thought sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Chapter 2. A vicious beating for Liu the scoundrel. Not so fast, you can't leave yet. Just as Su Hao was preparing to clock out, Liu the scoundrel called him to a halt. What now? Su Hao retorted irritably. I've completed the reports, my salary has already been docked. What more do you want? With a cold snort, Supervisor Liu turned and retreated into his office, emerging with a pile of documents. These are the projects left by Xiao Wang, who departed last month. You were quite friendly with him, weren't you? Now, these are entirely your responsibility. All mine. Su Hao raised an eyebrow, struggling to suppress his fury. Typically, the projects of departing colleagues are handed to newcomers, or at the very least, shared among all team members. Why should I bear the brunt of this burden? Why? Because I am your superior. Liu the scoundrel sneered. If you have the guts, quit right now. Don't even think about getting your salary this month. How dare you bully me so? Su Hao could no longer contain his rage, stepping forward. Even a clay statue has its limits, let alone Liu the scoundrel, whose face was a blatant invitation for a beating. The mere sight of his despicable visage ignited Su Hao's fury, compelling him to deliver a thrashing to quell his indignation. A few colleagues, who were on good terms with Su Hao, quickly intervened. An older colleague whispered, Xiao Su, why bother with someone like Liu the scoundrel? His uncle is the company's vice president. We can't afford to provoke him. Another colleague chimed in. Indeed, we can divvy up Xiao Wang's work privately. Let us not get riled up. With their encouragement, Su Hao managed to calm down slightly. Thank you, everyone. Humph, coward. Initially, Supervisor Liu appeared somewhat intimidated by Su Hao's aggressive approach. However, upon seeing his colleagues restraining Su Hao, he regained his bravado. You spineless fool. I'm right here. If you dare, come and hit me. If you so much as touch me, I assure you, you won't survive in this city. What did you say? The anger that Su Hao had just managed to suppress flared up once more. Ding. Side quest triggered. Beat Liu the scoundrel. Quest requirement. Strike him harder within a range of minor injuries for higher rewards. Quest rewards. 15 experience points. 13 training points. Ding. Main quest triggered. The eve of the meteor shower. Quest requirement. A great change is upon us. The tide of awakened abilities is approaching. Please reach level 5 within 48 hours. Quitting your job is recommended. System tasks? Suhao was momentarily taken aback. After a cursory glance at the information, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Just what I needed. Lu the scoundrel continued to hurl insults. But Suhao stepped forward and delivered a powerful right hook to his pudgy face. Lu the scoundrel, who had been so arrogant moments ago, was suddenly knocked dazed. Collapsing onto the ground, clutching his swollen right cheek, staring at Suhao in disbelief as he realized this young man truly dared to strike him in front of everyone. You actually hit me. So what if I did? I'm just getting started. Without hesitation, Suhao lifted his foot and kicked Lu in the stomach, unleashing a flurry of punches to his face and ribs, targeting those areas that hurt significantly but wouldn't cause serious injury. Stop, please. Lu the scoundrel, blood streaming from his nose, curled up in a ball and yelled to his colleagues, "What are you all doing? Hurry and stop him. Don't you want your performance bonuses this month?" Suhao's sudden outburst caught his colleagues off guard, and they rushed to intervene, a few attempting to restrain him from behind. Suhao, that's enough. Yeah, Lu scoundrel is about to become a punching bag. Let us stop before security arrives. Stop? Are you joking? I've barely gotten started. Silently. Suhao opened his system interface, allocating his remaining 2 attribute points to strength. Instantly, a surge of power coursed through him. At that moment, he felt capable of wrestling a bull. Of course, this was merely an illusion. Adding 2 points to strength would only enhance his power by a mere 20%. However, it was sufficient to break free from his colleague's timid grasp. With a vigorous shake, he flung off those who clung to his arms, seized Lu the scoundrel by his collar, and slapped him twice. Lu the scoundrel, you wanted me to quit, right? Fine, I'm resigning. But before I go, we must settle the score. Please, don't hit me. Lu the scoundrel pleaded in a daze, tears and snot streaming down his face, barely able to stand as he was hoisted off the ground. Had he not been suspended, he would have likely knelt and begged. I just want to give you a good beating. Suhao scoffed, delivering a few more slaps to Lu's pudgy face before tossing him back onto the chair. If he weren't concerned about losing control of his strength, he would have certainly delivered a few more punches and kicks. Not giving you a proper beating would be a waste of that punchable face of yours. Side quest completed. Rewards granted. 5 experience points, 3 training points. Listening to the melodious sound of the system's notification and under the astonished gazes of his colleagues, Suhao nonchalantly exited, leaving without a single penny of his salary. He descended in the elevator to the ground floor. At the reception, a charming and broad-minded receptionist, Wen Xinglu, greeted him with a hint of innocence. Suhao, you're off work? There's a new restaurant nearby that serves delightful food. Would you like to join me later? I've resigned. What? Why? Nothing in particular. Suhao shrugged, offering no further explanation as he turned and left the company. Wen Xinglu was the receptionist who secretly harbored feelings for him. Yet Suhao had no intention of taking out his frustration on this innocent girl. She had done nothing wrong. The true culprit was Lu the scoundrel, who maliciously used his position to target him. However, being caught in the crossfire was still quite disheartening, and Suhao found himself lacking the enthusiasm to engage her in light-hearted banter. Strolling down the bustling street, Suhao felt a profound sense of relief after venting his emotions. He was unperturbed by the prospect of being summoned by the authorities for his actions against Lu the scoundrel. While his assault was indeed exaggerated, it had only resulted in minor injuries, which could hardly be classified as a criminal offense. At worst, it might lead to a civil dispute, resulting in a fine of a few hundred yuan, and even detention could be easily resolved with bail. Moreover, he could confidently assert that Supervisor Lu would never dare to escalate the matter. The man already had a poor reputation within the company. If news were to surface about him coercing employees into resigning and then receiving a beating, the company would undoubtedly feel compelled to take action. Even if his uncle was the deputy general manager, it was utterly impossible for him to retain his position. Alas, there went my salary for this month. Suhao scratched his head, yet he was not overly concerned. After all, he was now a man accompanied by a system. A mere few thousand yuan was inconsequential. Furthermore, the system advised him to resign swiftly, as he needed to reach level 5 before that meteor shower occurred. The main quest seemed to conceal a wealth of information, and he needed to devote time to contemplate it thoroughly. Chapter 3. Heroic Deeds. Upon arriving at the bus stop, he prepared to return home. Grasping the handrail, Suhao's gaze wandered across the system interface, repeatedly scrutinizing the few terse lines of the main quest, his thoughts swirling. Quest requirement. A great upheaval is imminent, and the wave of supernatural abilities is approaching. Please reach level 5 within 48 hours. Resignation is highly recommended. A wave of supernatural abilities? It seemed that something significant was about to transpire. Could it be that, akin to the novels, a multitude of individuals across the globe would suddenly awaken extraordinary powers and become what are referred to as supernatural beings? The system's urging for him to attain level 5 was likely intended to safeguard his well-being. By calculating that each level granted 4 points to allocate to attributes, reaching level 5 would endow him with 20 attribute points. Even if distributed evenly across 4 attributes, his physical prowess would surpass that of the average individual by half. Should he allocate all points to strength or agility, he would gain extraordinary speed and power, nearly qualifying him as a minor superhero. In such a scenario, even if a worldwide awakening of supernatural abilities truly occurred, he would certainly not be considered weak. Moreover, he could continue to undertake various tasks to level up, earn attribute points, and enhance his physical capabilities. He had an inkling that this system offered more than mere physical enhancement. After all, aside from experience, there existed something called training value, though its purpose remained a mystery to him. With 5 experience points needed to reach level 2, he pondered where to find a task. Just as he was at a loss, his peripheral vision caught sight of a young thug with dyed yellow hair crouched behind a woman in a red dress, stealthily slipping a clip into her bag amidst the crowding of the bus. Ding! Side quest triggered. Acts of valor. Shout to stop him. 3 experience points. 1 training value. Prevent the thief and report to the police. 10 experience points. 3 training value. Ignore. Abandon the task. What serendipity! A thief appears just as I need a task. 3 options presented themselves, and naturally, Su Hao chose the one with the highest rewards. He stepped forward, firmly grasped the wrist of the yellow-haired thief, and gently tapped the shoulder of the woman in the red dress, saying, "Miss, be careful while using your phone. Look, you have a thief in your bag." Upon realizing he had been caught, the thief desperately attempted to pull away, only to find that the young man's grip was as strong as a vice. After several futile attempts to escape, the woman turned to see the thief and hastily removed her bag, gratefully thanking Su Hao. "Thank you. I'll be more cautious next time." Su Hao smiled and said nothing. Calling out to the bus driver, "Driver, there's a thief here. Please take us to the nearest police station." The commotion drew the attention of all the passengers, and under their collective gaze, the yellow-haired thug was completely rattled. "Brother, you shouldn't be so harsh. I'm just trying to get by." Realizing the disparity in strength between himself and Su Hao, the thug attempted to intimidate him with a threatening remark. "Save your breath. If we have something to discuss, let us do it at the station." Su Hao shrugged indifferently. "Even if I were to let you go, all these people wouldn't turn a blind eye. Right, everyone?" "Yes. Well said. Acts of valor. Well done, young man. He shouldn't be let go. A thief belongs in the police station." The passengers voiced their agreement, pulling out their phones to report the incident, praising Su Hao in the process. Many on the bus had been victims of theft themselves and harbored a deep disdain for thieves. Having finally caught one, they were unwilling to let him escape. The bus driver, without hesitation, turned the vehicle toward the police station. "How despicable! You forced my hand." The thug, realizing there was no escape, became desperate and, with a grim determination, brandished a gleaming folding knife. "Let me off this bus, or my knife won't discriminate." The crowd instinctively retreated, creating a space in the previously cramped bus. Seeing the knife, Su Hao felt a surge of panic. He had no combat training, and the system had only just reached level 1, granting him a strength slightly above that of an average person. Engaging in a struggle with a knife-wielding criminal in such a confined space could easily lead to dire consequences. Most onlookers, upon seeing the knife, were unlikely to intervene. "Don't panic. I'll pull over right away. Young man, don't stoop to his level. Safety is paramount." The bus driver, witnessing the scene through the surveillance cameras, promptly stopped the bus and opened the doors, fearful that Su Hao might impulsively confront the thug. Hearing the driver's words, the surrounding passengers chimed in to comfort him, offering him an out. Seizing the moment of hesitation, the yellow-haired thug forcefully broke free from Su Hao's grasp and dashed off the bus into the crowd. How unfortunate! As the thug vanished into the throng, Su Hao furrowed his brow, concerned that he had failed to deliver the thief to the police. Would the task fail? Side quest completed. Reward granted. 10 experience points. 3 training value. Ding. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 2 and received 4 attribute points to allocate. Oh, the task is complete? Su Hao was taken aback, realizing that the quest did not require him to deliver the thief to the police. Merely stopping him and reporting was sufficient. Regardless, he had finally reached level 2, one step closer to completing the main quest. Following this brief interlude, the bus resumed its normal course. Thank you for your help earlier. Had it not been for you, my wallet might have been stolen. Although it didn't contain much money, it held many important documents, and replacing them would be quite troublesome. The woman in the red dress graciously expressed her gratitude, examining Su Hao with a playful blink, suggesting, "To show my appreciation, how about I treat you to a meal sometime?" The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with an oval face adorned with light makeup, complemented by shoulder-length black hair, radiating a charming allure. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with a peculiar and lively essence. It was no trouble at all, but since you're offering a meal, I shall gladly accept, Su Hao replied with a smile, extending his hand. I'm Su Hao, the Su from Su Sure, and Hao meaning vast. I look forward to your guidance. With a soft giggle, the woman extended her delicate hand, shaking Su Hao's. I'm Qiu Miao An, the Qiu from autumn, Miao meaning wonderful, and Han representing grace. Please take care of me. Her gentle touch left a favorable impression on Su Hao, who released her hand after a brief shake. Curiously, Qiu Miaohan remarked, "You possess remarkable strength. You seem rather slim, yet you managed to subdue the thief with just one hand. I watched him struggle to escape in vain." "Oh, it's nothing extraordinary," Su Hao said, flexing his biceps subtly from beneath his sleeve. "I tend to appear lean in clothing, but I regularly engage in exercise." As they continued their light-hearted conversation, they exchanged contact information. Suddenly, Qiu Miaohan's phone chimed. "I have some matters to attend to this afternoon, so I may not be able to treat you today. When are you free in the next couple of days?" "I'm quite free lately. I have ample time." Su Hao shrugged, having recently resigned and finding himself with an abundance of leisure. "How about tomorrow afternoon?" "That works." "Great. I'll call you tomorrow. I need to get off at this station." "What a coincidence. I'm getting off here too." "Really? You don't happen to live in the Zhuke community, do you?" Su Hao chuckled softly. "I've resided in the Zhuke community for over a year." After conversing with Qiu Miaohan, Su Hao learned that she had recently moved to the Zhuke community, and even more remarkably, they lived in the same building, he on the 5th floor and she on the 18th. Upon exiting the station, they chatted amicably until the elevator reached their respective floors. Feeling fortunate today, Su Hao hummed a tune as he returned home, his mood buoyant. His rented apartment was merely 40 square meters, small, yet cozy and well-equipped with a living room, bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen. Graciously, his landlord charged only 700 yuan in rent per month. Ordering takeout on his phone, Su Hao lay in bed, delving into the system. The floating interface before him shimmered in deep blue, displaying his current attributes and the requirement of 25 experience points to advance to the next level. Removing the 5 points gained upon reaching level 2, he realized that leveling from 2 to 3 required 30 points, 3 times more than the previous transition from 1 to 2. As is common in games, ascending levels became increasingly challenging, demanding greater experience. Su Hao was not surprised and accepted this system design with composure. He also noticed a faint new interface appearing in the top left corner of the screen, seemingly awaiting his interaction. He reached out and gently tapped it. A system prompt emerged, specialization module unlocked. Following this, a brand new interface unfolded before him. Current specializations available for unlock: combat, not yet entered; music, not yet entered; culinary arts, beginner; driving, beginner; language, beginner; calligraphy, not yet entered; computer operation, beginner. Upgrading specializations requires practice points. Current practice points: 7. A specialization module? Such functionality exists? Su Hao mused, momentarily taken aback, before clicking on the combat option. Would you like to consume 3 practice points to upgrade combat to beginner level? Yes. Su Hao thought to himself that 3 points were not too significant, so he decided to explore this new function. As combat upgraded to the beginner level, a momentary pain shot through his mind, prompting him to cradle his forehead. It felt as if something had been forcefully inserted into his consciousness, a fleeting sensation. Upon reflection, he realized that a considerable amount of knowledge and experience in combat had indeed been acquired. Leaping from the bed with vigor, he tested a series of combat moves, executing them with remarkable skill, as if he had practiced tirelessly for a year. His body had instinctively developed muscle memory. The effect was truly astounding. Su Hao rejoiced, realizing that this system was not merely about enhancing physical attributes. It enabled all aspects of life to be upgraded. Having only reached level 2, he had already unlocked the specialization module, Who knows what other wondrous functionalities the system might reveal with further ascension in levels. The next level in combat required 10 practice points to advance, a clear indication that the demands would only increase. Glancing at his remaining practice points, Su Hao noted he had only 4 left, insufficient for the next level. He resolved to complete tasks promptly to enhance both his attributes and specializations. After finishing his meal, evening had fallen, yet Su Hao had no intention of idling at home. Instead, he ventured out in search of system tasks, walking through the dimly lit streets. He reflected on how seldom he had ventured out at night since starting work. Typically, he spent his time indoors, engrossed in his computer or phone, as he lived alone nearby, finding little reason to go out. As the saying goes, 2 people going out constitutes shopping. 1 person going out is merely walking a dog. He was indeed walking himself, a solitary dog. Based on previous experiences, he surmised that task triggers either related to personal matters or spontaneous events. Su Hao scanned the streets, feeling that discovering tasks would prove challenging. His life had always been rather mundane, and having just resigned, his opportunities were even fewer. As for spontaneous events, such occurrences were not abundant, especially in a city far from the rustic charm of Gotham. Hey, isn't that the guy from the bus? A sound, akin to flowing liquid, reached Su Hao's ears. He turned towards the source, and was taken aback to find that the approaching man was none other than the yellow-haired thief he had encountered on the bus. What a twist of fate it was for them to cross paths twice in a single day amidst the vast sea of humanity. Perhaps there truly exists a notion of destiny, albeit a cursed one, for the yellow-haired scoundrel was accompanied by 3 of his cohorts. Brothers, seize him. This brat has ruined my plans today. Let us drag him into an alley and teach him a lesson. The yellow-haired crook bellowed, as his 3 henchmen closed in with malevolent expressions, intent on restraining Su Hao. Ding. Side quest activated. Justifiable defense. Quest requirements. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. Be the only one standing on the scene. Quest rewards. 25 experience points, 8 skill points. A formidable challenge. 1 against 4. Yet, despite the daunting task at hand, Su Hao's expression remained unchanged. He sidestepped to the left, evading one of the thugs' assault, and instinctively delivered a horizontal kick that sent the assailant crashing to the ground. Fortunately, his combat proficiency had reached the novice level. As the ancients wisely stated, a hero finds it difficult to contend with 4 hands, let alone in a street brawl of 1 against 4. Had he merely possessed strength without skill, he would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed and beaten mercilessly by the group. Watch out. This kid has training. Grab a weapon and take him down. The fallen thug cried out in agony, clutching his abdomen as he struggled to rise. The remaining 3 thugs exchanged wary glances, and 2 of them produced collapsible batons from their pockets, swiftly transforming them into menacing black clubs, advancing towards Su Hao with intent to strike. Seriously? They're bringing weapons? Su Hao thought, hurriedly attempting to block the blows from the batons. However, being unarmed and outnumbered, he suffered several painful strikes on his arms, causing him considerable discomfort. And the situation took a turn for the worse. System, allocate all points to agility. The interface flashed momentarily, and his agility surged to 14 points. Su Hao felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his body, moving with the grace of a swan, as the thug's movements appeared to slow before his eyes. With a swift motion, he propelled himself towards the nearest thug, seizing the baton and delivering a forceful elbow strike to the assailant's chin. The thug screamed in agony, relinquishing his grip on the baton and collapsing to the ground, clutching his jaw. Seizing the moment, Su Hao wasted no time, swinging the stolen baton at another thug, and while he instinctively dodged, Su Hao closed the distance and landed a solid punch to his face, knocking him down as well. Now faced with the final 2 adversaries, Su Hao aimed for their midsections, delivering rapid punches that left them pale and curled up on the ground, writhing in pain. In less than 3 seconds, all 4 were left incapacitated on the ground. Side quest completed. Quest rewards, 25 experience points, 8 skill points. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 3. You have gained 4 attribute points to distribute. Well, aren't you all quite the tough guys? Su Hao squatted down, coldly observing the yellow-haired thief who was groaning on the ground, gently tapping his face. Who was it that wanted to drag me into an alley for a beating just now? Big brother, it was my mistake. Please, have mercy and spare me. The yellow-haired thug managed a pained smile, deep regret swelling within him. Had he known Su Hao was this formidable, he would have scurried away with his tail between his legs rather than provoke him. Today, He had certainly bitten off more than he could chew. This fellow dispatched all four of them with seemingly effortless ease, revealing himself to be a skilled fighter. If apologies were effective, we wouldn't need the law, Suhao remarked, retrieving a small knife from the yellow-haired thug's pocket and twisting both of his arms behind his back. He then pulled out his phone, preparing to call the police. Since fate had brought them together so fortuitously, he might as well deliver this rascal to the station for a bit of re-education. As for the fact that he had retaliated against the four thugs, nonsense. This was self-defense. Besides, he hadn't inflicted any serious harm. Despite the sight of the four writhing on the ground, they had only sustained minor injuries, and with his upgraded combat expertise, he had become increasingly precise in his strikes. Wait, don't. Big brother, please don't call the police. I've been incarcerated before. If I go in again, I'll be charged with multiple thefts. Big brother, I'll pay you. Oh, Suhao's interest piqued. He was indeed in need of some cash. How much are you willing to offer? The yellow-haired thug's gaze darted nervously. I have only 200 left on me. I'll give it all to you. Suhao shrugged nonchalantly. Forget it. I'll just call the police. What a joke. 200 is hardly enough to cover a meal. Seeing Suhao begin to dial the number, the yellow-haired thug panicked. I must have misremembered. I actually have 800 in my pocket. I swear that's all I have. Suhao reached into his pocket and indeed found 800 in cash. Very well, I'll let you off this time, but don't let it happen again. With a subtle motion, he pocketed the money, released the yellow-haired thug's arms, and gestured for him and his companions to leave hastily. Consider the batons and the knife a keepsake from me. Don't let me see you again. He was not concerned about the possibility of being accused of extortion. After all, a police report required a minimum threshold of 1,000 yuan, and he had confidence in his knowledge of the law. The thugs, feeling a weight lifted from their shoulders, scrambled to their feet, helping one another as they hurriedly retreated. Suhao watched them depart, a genuine smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he waved goodbye. If you're not satisfied, remember to bring more friends next time. I live nearby and am always at your service. The four thugs shivered at his words, hastening their pace until they vanished from sight. Suhao's earlier remark was not mere bravado. He genuinely hoped for another encounter with the yellow-haired thief, as each confrontation would present him with further opportunities to complete system tasks and potentially elevate himself to level 4. This thief was, indeed, a peculiar benefactor, providing him with both experience and money. Perhaps next time, he would go a little easier on him. Speaking of which, he now had just enough experience points to level up his combat skills once more. Through this experience, Suhao profoundly recognized the significance of mastering combat skills. Upgrading early was undoubtedly a wise choice. Do you wish to consume 10 training points to elevate your combat proficiency to the proficient level? Without hesitation, Suhao confirmed his decision. In the next moment, an abundance of theoretical knowledge regarding various martial arts such as Sanda, Taekwondo, and Karate coalesced in his mind, transforming into a novel and effective system of combat techniques. As he practiced a few punches, Suhao discovered that his strikes had become remarkably precise, allowing him to execute an array of techniques with ease. Indeed, at the proficient level, all combat skills were seamlessly integrated, transcending mere techniques. It was likely that most professional fighters might not attain such a standard. Filled with exhilaration, Suhao contemplated that with these combat skills, coupled with his extraordinary physical attributes, participating in a free-fighting competition might yield a commendable ranking. While the championship was uncertain, securing a place among the top 3 seemed entirely plausible. He glanced at the next tier of combat specialization, which was the elite level, requiring 30 training points. Furthermore, after reaching level 3, he had gained an additional 4 attribute points to allocate. His current attributes were Physique 11, Strength 12, Agility 14, and Spirit 11. Increasing agility appeared to enhance not only his speed, but also significantly improved his reaction time and dynamic vision. It seemed prudent to further explore the implications of these 4 attributes before making any adjustments. Deciding to close the interface, Suhao resolved to run a few laps to gauge the extent of his current physical capabilities. He opted for a slow jog, which, due to his heightened agility, appeared to others as a sprint. Under the astonished gazes of passers-by, he sprinted 3 blocks without feeling particularly fatigued, suggesting that the initial 2 points he had invested in physique had paid off, elevating his endurance above that of an average person. He pondered the importance of physique, strength, and agility, recognizing their interdependence. Without sufficient physique to support them, neither strength nor agility would be sustainable, he mused. He decided to allocate 2 points to physique. He could not allow his stamina to become a weakness. With a couple of beeps, his physique increased to 13 points. Turning his attention to the spirit attribute, he noted that it was the only one he had augmented, and he remained uncertain of its implications. With an initial spirit of 11 points, the highest among his attributes, he wondered what this attribute truly represented: intelligence, mental fortitude, or perhaps something more ethereal. Chapter 6. The Little Neighbor Girl. Never mind. It seems I won't be needing the spirit attribute for now. I shall reserve the remaining 2 points for future use. Su Hao also glanced at the experience points required to advance to level 4, an astounding 100 points, more than tripling the previous requirement. It appeared he had a considerable amount of work ahead within the next 48 hours. With a wry smile, he realized that reaching level 4 would necessitate 100 points, and level 5 would likely require 200 or 300. The main quest mandated that he achieve level 5 within 48 hours. And although he was unaware of any penalties or rewards for this task, since the system had not provided any notifications, he had no intention of taking chances. With so many tasks at hand, this one main quest was undoubtedly of great significance. After checking the time on his phone, he decided to return home, reasoning that any issues could be addressed tomorrow. After all, he still had nearly 2 days remaining. If he truly struggled to find tasks, he could always provoke a few troublemakers for a fight. After a restful night's sleep, the next morning, the doorbell rang. Su Hao groggily climbed from his bed to open the door, only to find a charming little girl standing outside in a pristine white dress. With a doll-like face and petite stature, her head barely reached his chest, and she appeared to be no older than 13 or 14. "Good morning, Brother Su Hao," the little girl exclaimed cheerfully, waving as she bounced inside and settled on the sofa. "Oh, it's Littly. Is no one home today?" Su Hao asked, accustomed to her visits, as he retrieved a beverage from the refrigerator to offer her. This little girl was the neighbor's child, named Mengjun. Despite her youthful appearance, she was actually a second-year high school student approaching adulthood, standing at a height of 1.5 meters. "My parents had to step out for a while, so I came over to scrounge a meal. Today as provisions are on you," she declared. For breakfast, they had fried eggs and bread, and for lunch, she suggested a fish-flavored shredded pork rice dish. Su Hao glanced at the ingredients in the fridge, gathering eggs and asparagus to prepare in the kitchen. As a single man living independently, cooking was an essential skill he had not neglected. His driving and culinary skills were at the entry level. While his dishes were not particularly gourmet, they sufficed as homestyle meals. The reason he and T cooked the previous day was purely due to laziness. Little E.'s parents seemed to have demanding jobs, frequently traveling for work. Since about 6 months ago, she had become well acquainted with him and often came over to share meals on weekends. Preparing an extra portion was no burden, and he had never turned her away. The neighbors often brought him local specialties in return, fostering a mutually beneficial and amicable relationship. After preparing 2 servings of fried eggs, he retrieved whole grain bread and milk from the fridge. Once they finished breakfast, the little girl's gaze frequently darted toward the television, and she eagerly proposed. "Brother Su Hao, let us play King of Fighters. Today, I'm sure I can win." Typically, Su Hao would agree. But today he had yet to complete his main quest, and he couldn't afford to waste time playing games with her. "I can't today," he began to refuse. But then he heard the system's notification sound. Ding. Side quest triggered. King of Fighters Expert. Quest requirements. Achieve victory with health above half in 30 matches. The more victories, the greater the rewards. Quest rewards. 130 experience points, 110 training points. Could playing games also trigger quests? Surprised and delighted, Su Hao quickly reversed his decision. "All right, let us play King of Fighters. The loser of the first round will wash the dishes at lunch." Deal. Little Lee was filled with joy as she bounced over to connect the game controller, handing one to Su Hao. Su Hao summoned the King of Fighters game, casually selected a character, and calmly awaited the match to commence. He felt no apprehension about the task at hand. After all, the two often played multiplayer games on this console, and in the realm of King of Fighters, the little girl had never triumphed over him, always being defeated without a chance to retaliate. "Don't underestimate me, Su Hao. I practiced for a long time at the arcade last week, and this time, I will definitely win," Little E declared, swinging her legs from the sofa as she chose Yagami Iori. As the battle commenced, Su Hao noticed that the girl had indeed improved her control over the moves compared to before, managing to execute some counterattacks, making it a bit challenging to defeat her while she had half her health remaining. However, that was the extent of her progress. With his agility boosted to 14 points, Su Hao's reflexes were nearly twice as fast as an average person's. Coupled with his extraordinary dynamic vision, he navigated fighting games with remarkable ease, effortlessly countering little E's attempts and executing a series of combos. Initially, she tried to mount an offense, but soon resorted solely to defense. Unable to withstand Su Hao's relentless assault, with most matches concluding within a minute or two. Watching the characters on the screen suffer defeat once more, little Yi's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, nearly on the brink of crying. Losing 5 or 6 times was understandable, but being trounced repeatedly without any chance of retaliation was not merely about winning or losing. It was a profound psychological blow. Under normal circumstances, Su Hao would occasionally let her win a few rounds to boost her spirits, but for the sake of the task's rewards, he had to allow little E to endure a bit of hardship this time, promising to compensate her later. In less than an hour, they swiftly completed 30 matches. And unsurprisingly, Su Hao emerged victorious in each, dominating the game. Side quest completed. Quest reward: 30 experience points, 10 practice points. With the task completed, Su Hao finally exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at the pouting little E. During the last match, he had deliberately let a few weaknesses slip, and the little girl quickly seized the opportunity to triumph. "I won," she exclaimed, bouncing up from the sofa with glee. Seeing her finally smile again, Su Hao affectionately patted her head. "Let us not play this anymore. Let us try something else." "Sure." Little E eagerly nodded, not wanting to continue being overwhelmed by Su Hao. Su Hao's thoughts turned to whether playing different games might trigger new tasks. After just an hour of King of Fighters, he had earned 30 experience points, a considerable reward indeed. If he could trigger 2 or 3 more high-reward tasks like this, he would surely reach level 4. Dreams may be grand, but reality can be harsh. They attempted several different games, such as Sekiro, The Legend of Zelda, Dark Souls, and even co-op Mario, yet none triggered any new system tasks. Chapter 7. Elite Culinary Skills. Indeed, experience points were not so easily acquired, and triggering a gaming task was a rare occurrence. Before long, it was noon. Reluctantly, Su Hao passed the controller to little E as the words "you died" flashed on the Sekiro screen, rising to prepare lunch. "Su Hao, don't put carrots in my portion." "No way, you can't be picky," he retorted, dismissing her request. "The carrots are specifically added for you. We must maintain a balanced diet." "But carrots are really hard to eat," little E pouted. Although she didn't throw a tantrum about eating them, she expressed her displeasure by mashing buttons, venting her frustrations on the game's innocent monsters. Ding. Side quest triggered. Sumptuous lunch. Quest requirement: prepare a lunch that little E will rave about, including carrots. Quest reward: 15 experience points, 3 practice points. Huh. Making lunch counts as a task? Su Hao was taken aback. The range of system tasks was indeed extensive. However, this task seemed somewhat daunting. Little E already disliked carrots, and given his culinary skills were far from remarkable, crafting a meal she would praise seemed nearly impossible. Wait, he almost forgot. He was a man capable of leveling up. A mere lunch was nothing. Su Hao smacked his forehead, summoned the system interface, and selected culinary expertise. "Would you like to consume 2 practice points to upgrade culinary skills to proficient level?" Oh, the cost to upgrade culinary skills is so low? If he recalled correctly, he had spent 3 practice points to elevate his fighting skills to novice level yesterday, and 10 points to reach proficient level. Yet now, upgrading culinary skills to proficient level required only 2 points? Could it be? A hypothesis formed in Su Hao's mind as he promptly upgraded his culinary skills to proficient level, then proceeded to upgrade again. "Would you like to consume 6 practice points to upgrade culinary skills to elite level?" Indeed, the required practice points for upgrading different specialties varied. For instance, upgrading culinary skills demanded significantly less than fighting skills. To confirm his suspicion, Su Hao checked driving skills, discovering that upgrading to proficient level required just 1 point. It seemed that the simpler the specialty, the fewer practice points were needed for an upgrade. Since it only required 6 practice points, he decided to go all out and elevate his culinary skills to elite level, ensuring that he would make little E crave a delicious meal. A smile crept across Su Hao's face as he leveled up his culinary skills, a wealth of recipes and knowledge flooding into his mind. The next moment, he snapped back to reality. Gripping the knife deftly, he swiftly placed a carrot on the cutting board, slicing it into thin pieces in mere seconds, then expertly julienned each slice. Cooking rice, heating the pan, and preparing ingredients all flowed seamlessly. Countless flavor combinations raced through his mind, and he had at least dozens of techniques at his disposal to eliminate the carrot's peculiar taste. In no time, a steaming plate of fish-fragrant shredded pork emerged from the stove. Wow, today's dish smells so good. Little E, engrossed in her game, caught a whiff of the enticing aroma and couldn't resist putting down her controller, rushing to peek into the kitchen. Suhao smiled silently as he divided the freshly steamed rice into 2 plates, ladling a few spoonfuls of vegetables atop. The fragrant aroma mingling with the rice's scent and wafting through the air, enticing and delectable, making one's mouth water. He placed the dishes on the dining table and retrieved 2 cans of cold drinks from the refrigerator. Delicious. The dishes today are simply exquisite. Even the carrots taste remarkably fragrant. It's nothing short of astonishing. Xiaoyi buried herself in her meal, occasionally sipping her drink, her eyes crescent-shaped with happiness. Eat slowly, don't choke. Side quest completed. Quest reward: 15 experience points, 3 practice points. Suhao also sampled his own cooking and found it indeed delightful, a feast for the senses, rivaling the gourmet dishes prepared by top chefs in upscale restaurants, despite using the most ordinary ingredients and seasonings. Even without a culinary certification, his astonishing culinary skills would surely earn him a high-paying chef position in any grand establishment. Brother Suhao, have you secretly enrolled in a culinary school for special training? Your cooking today is a stark contrast to before. It's explosively delicious. Xiaoyi quickly finished her plate and gazed at Suhao with admiration. Is the difference really that great? I used to cook quite well too. Suhao stubbornly retorted, though he couldn't deny that, compared to today's dishes, his previous culinary skills were indeed lacking. Xiaoyi sipped her drink. Is it because you have a girlfriend, and that's why you're working so hard to improve your cooking? Girlfriend? What is that? Is it really that fun? Suhao rolled his eyes. I haven't even earned enough money yet. How could I afford the luxury of dating? Such extravagant indulgences are beyond my means. His previous monthly salary barely exceeded 4,000, and after deducting daily expenses like rent, utilities, and food, he hardly had anything left. If he were to date someone, he would certainly be living on scraps. However, with the system now in place, financial woes may soon be a thing of the past. Perhaps he might even find love. He recalled the charming lady in the red dress he encountered on the bus yesterday. She had even invited him to dinner this afternoon. Maybe there was potential there. While Suhao was lost in thought, Xiaoyi flashed him a playful smile, obediently clearing away the bowls and chopsticks, humming a tune as she headed to the kitchen to wash the dishes, a consequence of their wager during their morning gaming session. You stay home and play. I have some errands to run. While Xiaoyi washed the dishes, Suhao donned his clothes and shoes in preparation to head out. He felt certain he wouldn't trigger any new quests here. He couldn't waste time lingering at home. Xiaoyi blinked. Huh? Then I'll go with you. I was planning to go out too. Well, Suhao hesitated. What I need to do isn't really suitable for you to be around. He intended to seek various tasks, and if he couldn't find any, he might even have to confront some street thugs, whether it was dangerous or not. It was certainly not appropriate for a child. What could possibly be unsuitable for me? Xiaoyi questioned, her eyes narrowing. It wouldn't be a date, would it? Of course not, just some trivial matters. Suhao thought for a moment and added, but yes, a girl did invite me to dinner this afternoon. Your girlfriend? I already told you I don't have a girlfriend. That girl wants to thank me for helping her. Suhao recounted the incident from the bus ride yesterday. I helped her chase away a pickpocket, so she plans to treat me to a meal. It's as simple as that. By the way, she seems to live in this building too, on the 18th floor. Really? What a coincidence. You help someone and then discover they live in the same building. Xiaoyi's eyes twinkled as she pondered something, suddenly suggesting, can I join you for dinner this afternoon? Chapter 8, Supernatural Phenomena? Suhao hesitated. That might not be appropriate. There's nothing inappropriate about it. It's just one more person at dinner. We could even share a dish. Xiaoyi leaned closer, her big eyes pleading. Otherwise, I'd be all alone eating leftovers at home. How pitiful would that be? Right? All right. Ultimately, Suhao could not resist Xiaoyi's adorable entreaty. He figured it was just a meal with his sister, and he trusted that Qi Miaoan wouldn't mind. Hee. You're the best, brother Suhao. Xiaoyi beamed, throwing her arms around him. Just a moment. Let me change into something else. Hey, I only agreed to take you to dinner this afternoon. I never said you could tag along. As Xiaoyi dashed back to her home, Suhao sighed, covering his forehead. This little girl was becoming increasingly hard to manage, almost like having a clingy little sister. His plans to confront street thugs had yet to be realized, now thwarted before they even began. Are there any tasks that align with the coarse socialist values waiting for me? Suhao felt his brain cells rapidly depleting. He could only proceed step by step. For now, he decided to take a stroll around the nearby Qingfeng Park. About a quarter of an hour later, Xiao Yi emerged wearing a pink spaghetti strap dress and a coffee-colored felt hat, looking exceptionally pure and adorable. "Brother Su Hao, where are we going?" "To the park," he replied, not knowing why they were going there himself. They boarded the bus to Qingfeng Park, purchasing 2 ice cream cones at the entrance, leisurely eating as they strolled. The spring blossoms adorned the park, which was quite beautiful, albeit crowded with visitors. At the park's center lay a large lake, surrounded by several middle-aged and elderly individuals fishing, while small rented boats floated on the water, occasionally revealing a swan gliding by. "Ah, it's very tranquil here, not a hint of any unexpected events." Su Hao was not in the mood to appreciate the scenery. He actually hoped for chaos. More trouble meant more opportunities. "Hey, brother Su Hao, there's a child over there crying. Do you think he has lost?" Xiao Yi pointed toward the woods beside the path, where indeed a little boy of about 6 or 7 sat on the grass, sobbing. If not for a closer look, one might not have noticed him. Overjoyed at finally finding a task, Su Hao approached, asking, "Little one, what's wrong? Did you get separated from your family?" "Wah, my daddy. My daddy was taken away by bad people." The boy wailed, tears and snot streaming down his face, his words muffled by sobs. "Your daddy was taken by bad people? When did this happen?" Su Hao furrowed his brow, initially believing it to be a mere case of a lost child. To his surprise, the situation bore deeper implications. Could it be the work of a criminal gang? The audacity to abduct an adult in such a public setting was astonishing. The young boy wiped his tears, saying it had happened just moments ago. Moments ago? Su Hao scanned the vicinity, but found no signs of a struggle. "Which direction did they head?" he inquired. The boy pointed, and as Su Hao followed his gaze, he noticed only a single set of adult male footprints trailing off for nearly 10 meters before abruptly vanishing. At the spot where the prints disappeared, there lay a rather concealed hole, roughly the size of a human head, shrouded in darkness and mystery. Why was there only one set of footprints? Why did they vanish? What lay beyond that gaping hole? Before Su Hao could ponder further, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Side quest triggered. Lost child. Quest requirement. Leave the park promptly and escort the boy to the police station. Quest reward. 20 experience points, 5 training points. Friendly reminder. Avoid investigating any supernatural phenomena before level 5. Cherish your life and act within your means. Supernatural phenomena. Gazing at the ominous hole in the distance, Su Hao felt a chill creep over him, as if several eyes were peering at him from within. Quickly, he grasped the boy's hand and called out to Xiao Yi, urging them to return to the path and hasten their exit from the park. "What's wrong, brother Su Hao?" Xiao Yi asked, puzzled. "I thought I saw something over there. You must have been mistaken. Let's first take the boy to the police station." Su Hao interrupted, explaining, if his father has been abducted, remaining here would be perilous. The proper course of action is to involve the authorities. Xiao Yi nodded, somewhat understanding, and followed Su Hao out of the park to the nearest mobile police station, where they entrusted the boy to the officers. The officers inquired about the boy's situation, but he reiterated the same few sentences, leaving them incredulous. They promptly summoned personnel to investigate the park and commended Su Hao and Xiao Yi for their actions, assuring them that they would handle the matter from there. With the system notification present, Su Hao had no intention of lingering, so he quickly led Xiao Yi away. Side quest completed. Quest reward. 20 experience points, 5 training points. Despite the unsettling experience, they had resolved a task, leaving Su Hao just 15 experience points shy of leveling up to 4. He dared not return to Qingfeng Park for the time being, and instead wandered with Xiao Yi through more populated attractions nearby, where they indulged in candied hawthorn skewers, enjoying the outing as if it were a day of play. When Su Hao spotted a ring toss booth on the street, an idea struck him. "Xiao Yi, are there any prizes over there that you desire?" Xiao Yi blinked and pointed to the largest plush bear in the prize area. "I want that one. Or this one would be fine," she added, hesitating before indicating a slightly easier toy. Ding. Side quest triggered. Plush bear. Quest requirement. Use no more than 3 rings to win the plush bear. Quest reward. 10 experience points, 3 training points. "Leave it to me," he replied confidently. With the quest activated, Su Hao purchased 3 rings from the booth owner. Although he rarely played such carnival games, he felt assured of his dexterity due to his enhanced agility attributes, giving him a marked advantage in this game of skill. Standing behind the yellow line, he steadied his breath and released the first ring. It grazed the plush bear's head but veered slightly off course, bouncing back to ensnare a metallic spinning top instead. Having gauged the distance, he swiftly tossed the second ring. This time, it arced perfectly and landed on the bear's ear, wobbling slightly but remaining intact. Chapter 9. Hot Pot Restaurant. Witnessing this, the onlookers erupted in astonishment, and even the booth owner cast a disbelieving glance at Su Hao. The plush bear was the most valuable and challenging prize at the booth, costing upwards of 400 to 500 yuan. Its head was larger than the plastic ring, and given its distance, it was exceedingly difficult to encircle. Since opening, few had managed to win it, let alone someone like Su Hao, who succeeded on his second attempt. "Brother Su Hao, you're amazing," Xiao Yi cheered, receiving the plush bear, which towered over her. Her eyes sparkled with joy, forming crescent shapes. Side quest completed. Quest reward: 10 experience points, 3 training points. Just a small feat, Su Hao chuckled, acknowledging the system notification with a light touch to his nose. He then tossed the remaining ring toward the panda toy Xiao he had pointed out earlier. The ring spun elegantly through the air and struck true. Consequently, Xiao Yi now held yet another plush toy, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. Su Hao considered purchasing a few more rings for fun, but noticed the booth owner staring at him in disbelief. With an awkward smile, he led Xiao Yi away, clutching their 3 prizes. Playing games was meant for enjoyment, and he recognized that the booth owner was simply trying to make a living. Before they knew it, it was already 4 o'clock. Time flew by while they were out. By the way, what did Brother Su Hao come out to do? Xiao Yi wondered, hugging the plush bear and casting a sly glance at him. While Su Hao hesitated, just then his phone rang. "Hello? It's me, Chiu Miaohan." A melodious voice chimed from the other end. "I've made a reservation at the Donglai Hot Pot restaurant near the community. Are you free at 5? "Yes, I am." "I'll be there at 5, Su Hao replied. "Oh, by the way, my sister wants to join. Is that all right?" "Of course. I actually quite like children." "Is she your biological sister?" Chiu Miaohan giggled. "She's the little girl from the neighbor's house." Su Hao glanced at the little beside him, who was clutching a plush toy, and teased, "This little girl usually comes to my house for a free meal on weekends. Since I didn't cook this afternoon, she'll have to go hungry." "You can cook?" Chiu Miaohan remarked, somewhat surprised. "I can manage a bit," Su Hao modestly replied. With his elite culinary skills, if he claimed to only know a little, most restaurant chefs would surely seem utterly incompetent. Chiu Miaohan joked, "Next time, I should come to your house for a meal and sample your cooking." "You're always welcome," he replied. After a light-hearted conversation, the call ended, and Su Hao noticed Little pouting at him. "Did you really call me a freeloader?" she protested unhappily. "I was joking, don't mind the details," Su Hao chuckled, shifting the topic. "All right, let's head home first and prepare to have hot pot." Bringing such a large plush toy on the bus would be cumbersome, and since he wasn't short on money, he decided to take a taxi back to the community. After placing the 2 toys at Little Yi's home and resting briefly, he set off again for Donglai Hot Pot restaurant. Donglai Hot Pot is quite a reputable establishment nearby. Su Hao had previously dined there with colleagues and was somewhat familiar with the environment. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Chiu Miaohan waving at him and leading Little E to their table. "What a cute child. Come here, dear. Are you in elementary or middle school?" Chiu Miaohan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Little E in her woolen hat. She reached out affectionately to tousle the girl's hair, but Little E deftly evaded her touch. "Don't treat me like a child. I'm a high school student." Little E protested indignantly. "A high school student?" Chiu Miaohan turned to Su Hao in surprise. The girl before them, with her chubby-cheeked, adorable face partially hidden beneath a brown hat, was petite and barely 1.5 meters tall, looking more like someone just entering their early teens, even younger than most middle schoolers. Indeed, her name is Yi Mingxuan, and she is in her 2nd year of high school, Su Hao explained, playfully removing her hat and adding, "Though, in terms of maturity, she still seems to be stuck in her middle school years." "Brother Su Hao, what nonsense are you spouting?" Little E puffed her cheeks and lightly punched his arm, causing no real pain. Chiu Miaohan chuckled, covering her mouth. "I envy you both. I always wanted a little sister when I was young, but my family didn't allow it." The waiter soon brought the hot pot base and ingredients, and after Chiu Miaohan expressed her gratitude to Su Hao once more, the 3 of them chatted casually while dining. During their conversation, Su Hao learned that Chiu Miaohan had recently graduated from university, was 2 years younger than him at just 22, and worked as an accountant at a nearby small firm, currently single. Cough, cough. This girl is quite attractive, and with a close proximity. Perhaps there is an opportunity to explore something further? As they enjoyed their meal, Su Hao noticed that Chiu Miaohan was quite fond of Little E, enthusiastically serving her slices of lamb. Yet Little E seemed oddly indifferent towards Chiu Miaohan. Could it be that she was displeased with being treated like a child? Just as they were halfway through their meal, a sudden commotion erupted from behind them. Curiosity piqued, Su Hao turned to see a drunken man at the next table. standing on the table with a broken bottle in hand, flailing about, clearly inebriated. Several waitstaff and security personnel were frantically attempting to subdue him, but they hesitated to approach due to the broken bottle he wielded. As restaurant staff, they understood all too well the unpredictable nature of intoxicated individuals who could behave aggressively, sometimes resembling individuals with mental health issues. The drunken man appeared to be alone, venting his frustrations with slurred insults. After finishing a bottle of beer, he carelessly tossed the bottle to the ground, scattering shards everywhere. The tables were quite close, and some of the fragments even splattered near the three of them. Qiu Miaohan frowned and suggested, "Should we change tables?" Su Hao was about to agree when he suddenly heard a clear chime. Ding! Side quest triggered. The shame of drunkenness. Quest requirements. Subdue the drunken individual and hand him over to security. Quest rewards. 15 experience points, 6 training points. Another quest? Cheers to you, drunken fellow. Su Hao laughed. No need to change positions. You two stay put for a moment. Both Qiu Miaohan and Little E looked on in astonishment as he stood up and walked toward the rowdy table. The waitstaff, seeing him approach, assumed he was going to request a table change and quickly apologized. "We sincerely apologize for the disturbance. We will promptly assist you in relocating. No need to change." Su Hao waved his hand, looking up at the drunken man. "Come down, buddy. Aren't you afraid of falling from up there?" "Fall? What would I fall for? My stocks are crashing. I'm already trapped. Why would I fear anything?" To his surprise, this guy was into stock trading. It seemed he had suffered significant losses, which explained his need to drown his sorrows. "Who are you?" The drunken man slurred, eyeing Su Hao with disdain. "Just some pretty boy. Get lost and don't interrupt my drinking, or I'll smash you with this bottle." "Oh, I'd like to see how you plan to do that." A smile crept across Su Hao's lips as he stepped onto the table, activating his mastery of combat. He swiftly launched a feint with his right fist toward the drunken man's face. In the split second that the man instinctively covered his face, Su Hao's left hand struck his wrist with precision, knocking the broken bottle from his grasp. Before the bottle could hit the ground, Su Hao transitioned his right fist into a palm grip, seizing the man's shoulder while his left hand grasped the drunken man's wrist, forcefully twisting it behind him, rendering him immobile. Such a fundamental maneuver in apprehension, often seen in crime dramas, proved to be remarkably effective. Su Hao executed the entire sequence of movements in less than a second, like a flash of lightning, leaving the drunken man no time to resist. Nor did the surrounding spectators or the security staff have a moment to react. By the time they regained their senses, Su Hao had already subdued the drunken individual. "You little punk. How dare you ambush me? Let go of me if you have the guts. Let us fight fair." "Ouch, that hurts." "All right, I concede. Just let me go." The inebriated man initially hurled insults, but as Su Hao tightened his grip on the man's arm, he was soon reduced to pleading for mercy. "Here, I leave him in your capable hands. Please help this fellow sober up," he said, escorting the drunken man from the table and handing him over to 2 nearby security guards. The guards expressed their gratitude and promptly began leading the inebriated individual toward the security office. The diners who had gathered to witness the disturbance were left in awe of Su Hao's skill. Several even captured the entire episode on their phones, speculating that Su Hao might soon appear in viral videos online. However, Su Hao remained indifferent to their admiration, his attention wholly absorbed by the system interface. Side quest completed. Quest reward: 15 experience points, 6 training points. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level: 4, with 4 points to allocate to attributes. To reach the next level, 200 experience points are required. Phew. Thankfully this time it was merely a doubling, slightly better than anticipated. Su Hao glanced at the interface, exhaling a silent sigh of relief. He had feared subsequent upgrades would require triple the experience points, but it seemed that the calculations for the next level were based on a different formula, or perhaps they were entirely variable. Excluding the additional 10 points from this task, he still needed 190 experience points, with a generous 24 hours remaining to complete the quest, which should not be too arduous. Returning to his seat, he found Xiao Yi and Qiu Miaohan gazing at him in disbelief. Xiao Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Su Hao, you were incredible. You subdued that man with just one move. I never realized you were so skilled. Did you train in martial arts or something? Is it really that impressive?" Su Hao laughed. "I merely self-studied some combat techniques in the past and applied them in the moment. Truly impressive." "You needn't be modest," Qiu Miaohan remarked seriously. "The fluidity of your movements was astonishing. I could hardly comprehend what was happening before that drunken man was apprehended. That was beyond ordinary martial arts." Let's set this aside and continue enjoying our meal. Su Hao chuckled awkwardly, wishing to avoid further discussion on the topic. His combat expertise was a product of the system upgrade, distinct from his foundational culinary skills. Boasting about it made him feel somewhat uneasy. Curiosity is a woman's nature, and the two girls were relentless in their inquiries about where he had learned such combat skills. Reluctantly, Su Hao concocted a story, claiming that he had been enamored with martial arts since childhood, often mimicking the moves he saw in movies and books, eventually mastering them through self-discipline. Although the tale felt somewhat contrived, it was unassailable. If he had claimed to study at a specific dojo, it would eventually be exposed. However, self-taught mastery allowed for broad interpretation and was nearly impossible to debunk. After this brief interlude, the trio resumed their hot pot feast. Shortly thereafter, the manager of the restaurant arrived, having heard of the incident. Understanding the potential repercussions, he respectfully thanked Su Hao and announced that their meal would be on the house. Wait a moment, Xiao Miaohan suddenly realized, bewildered. I was supposed to treat you. How did it turn into you treating us? The three exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Su Hao replied, let us call this meal even, and you can treat us next time. Sounds good. What do you all want to eat? How about a seafood buffet? I heard a new one open nearby, Xiao Yi suggested tentatively. Su Hao shrugged. I don't have any particular preferences. You decide. Then it's settled, seafood buffet. As they discussed their next dining destination, a young man in a white shirt approached Su Hao. May I help you? Su Hao noticed that the young man had been observing him intently for some time. This individual stood nearly 6 feet tall, towering over Su Hao by half a head, with a neatly cropped hairstyle and a chiseled face that suggested a robust physique, exuding an aura of intimidation. Yet, Su Hao was unfazed. After all, what could a muscular man do against him? He still had 6 points to allocate. The young man locked eyes with Su Hao, pausing momentarily as if weighing his words. Hello, I am a disciple of the Hongfeng Martial Arts School. May I inquire which school you hail from? I would like to learn from you. Martial arts school? Su Hao raised an eyebrow. I have not trained in such places. My combat skills are merely a hobby I practice for fun. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Self-taught? The young man's face was a canvas of astonishment. How is that possible? The fluidity of your movements earlier could only have been achieved through the integration of techniques. You executed multiple transitions in mere seconds. No ordinary person could manage that, let alone most elite practitioners from martial arts schools. There was something he refrained from saying. He felt that the level of skill displayed earlier was merely the tip of the iceberg of Su Hao's capabilities. Chapter 11. Give me a reason to hit you first? Could it be that the young man was concocting some wild fantasies? He nodded knowingly. You must be reluctant to disclose your martial arts lineage. Many schools have such customs, and I can respect that. Let us not discuss it further. Think what you will. Su Hao shrugged, unfazed. If there is nothing else, we'd like to continue our meal. Please see yourself out. Wait, the young man interjected, straightforwardly. Let us get to the point. May I challenge you to a sparring match? A sparring match? You mean you want to fight me? Su Hao regarded him with an expression of bemusement. In a harmonious society, why resort to violence? As the saying goes, a gentleman speaks rather than acts. Could you provide me with a reason to hit you first? System alert. Side quest triggered. Yang Hongwu's challenge. Quest requirements. Defeat him and subdue him to demonstrate your prowess. Quest rewards. 60 experience points, 20 training points. Well then, before the young man could voice his challenge, the system had already provided a compelling reason. Such generous rewards were indeed a first. Even if he wished to avoid a beating, Su Hao was resolute in his agreement. A bounty of 60 experience points. If he could engage in a few more matches, he could ascend to level 5. With an additional 20 training points, coupled with his previously accumulated score, he might even elevate his combat specialization to elite status. A fervent determination ignited within him. For the sake of experience, for the sake of training, what would it take for you to accept a match with me? The young man, Yang Hongwu, was still pondering how to incite Su Hao's competitive spirit, completely unaware that Su Hao's resolve had already surged to its peak. Just as Su Hao was poised to agree, the youth suddenly had a brilliant idea. How about this? If you defeat me, I'll reward you with 10,000 yuan. If you lose, you owe me nothing. What do you say? Are you willing to compete with me now? Oh, you truly are a clever little fox. Upon hearing this, Su Hao felt elated, finding the earnestness of this naive youth increasingly agreeable. Not only was he offering experience, but also money. What a good person. Even more delightful than that previous fellow with the yellow hair. So you agree? The young man was equally thrilled. Indeed, I am willing to compete. But I have one condition. Su Hao raised a finger and waved it. If I lose, I will also give you 10,000 yuan. I am not one to take advantage of others. Agreed, it's a deal. A hint of admiration flickered in Yang Hongwu's gaze. I am Yang Hongwu, a disciple of the 8 Extremes martial arts school. May I have the honor of knowing your name? He remained oblivious to the fact that Su Hao's boldness stemmed solely from the belief that losing was simply not an option. Su Hao replied, I am Su Hao. Su as in Su sure, and Hao as in vastness. Ah, so it is Brother Su, a pleasure to meet you. Yang Hongwu smiled and extended his hand. Out of courtesy, Su Hao reciprocated, but as he prepared to withdraw his hand, he realized Yang Hongwu had firmly grasped it, gradually tightening his grip. He looked up to meet Yang Hongwu's gaze, only to find the robust man sporting a knowing smile. Good heavens, I'm not interested in that sort of thing. Let go of me. A shiver ran down Su Hao's spine as he suppressed a wave of unease. He knew well what Yang Hongwu intended. He merely sought to test his grip strength ahead of time. Was he jesting? Did he think he could toy with someone boasting a strength of 12? Unwilling to be outdone, Su Hao slowly increased his grip in response. From the perspectives of Qiu Miaohan and Xiao Yi, the two appeared to be smiling and gazing at each other amiably, harmonious and tranquil. In reality, however, they were secretly engaged in a fierce contest, each squeezing the other's wrist painfully, neither willing to be the first to relent. This fellow possesses formidable strength. His might must exceed 12 points. As their grip intensified, Su Hao began to struggle. He had assumed his strength, elevated by a modest margin, was considerable, yet it became evident that numerous fitness enthusiasts possessed formidable power, and this man was certainly among them. Perhaps sensing Su Hao's grip faltering, Yang Hongwu flashed a smile and further increased his hand strength, casting Su Hao a triumphant glance. Oh, this fellow is flaunting his prowess. Fine, I concede. Your grip is indeed impressive, but do you think I'll lose? Not a chance. Summoning the system interface, Su Hao added an extra 2 points to his strength. A surge of overwhelming power welled up from deep within him, and he returned Yang Hongwu's smile with a brilliant one of his own, abruptly amplifying his grip. The smile on Yang Hongwu's face instantly froze. Initially, the disparity in strength had been minimal, but once Su Hao's power surged to 16 points, the balance shifted dramatically. I concede. Yang Hongwu quickly withdrew his hand. Glancing at the bluish imprint left behind, his expression slightly pained. Thank you, Brother Su, for holding back. I was too presumptuous. He had assumed Su Hao had been going easy on him, and a hint of shame flickered in his eyes, his apology sincere. Nearby, Qiu Miaohan and Xiao Yi exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend why. After merely shaking hands, Yang Hongwu suddenly appeared defeated, declaring his loss. What transpired? Su Hao remarked. Let us postpone the match until after we finish our meal. Certainly, no problem. Yang Hongwu nodded, gesturing towards the private dining area. I am also here for hot pot with friends from the martial arts school. I happened to catch a glimpse of your skills earlier and was inspired to challenge you. After you finish dining, feel free to find me in room 103. With that, he turned to leave. Qiu Miaohan commented. That person is quite strange. His manner of speaking was reminiscent of a martial arts film, speaking of masters and challenges. Yet he didn't seem to be joking. Are there martial arts schools around here? It seems so. The notion of a martial arts school inevitably conjures images of period dramas or action films. Perhaps in the last century, many places had martial arts schools. However, in modern times, this profession has largely declined, gradually supplanted by foreign cultures such as taekwondo, karate, sanda, and fitness centers. Even if there are occasionally training classes under the guise of martial arts, they seldom impart any genuine skills, merely presenting a facade, offering only basic fighting techniques. Xiao Yi expressed her concern. Su Hao, are you truly going to compete with him? Of course, I've already agreed to it. Su Hao took a sip of his drink, smiling nonchalantly. It's 10,000 yuan being handed to me on a silver platter. I would be foolish not to accept. Su Hao, are you really that confident? Xiao Yi still harbored some worry. She knew he excelled in fighting games, but in terms of real-life combat, she had never witnessed Su Hao in action. He always appeared gentle and refined, hardly the type one would associate with fighting prowess. Moreover, that robust, muscle-bound youth seemed formidable and claimed to be a disciple of a martial arts school, which was understandably concerning. Qiu Miaohan, however, regarded Su Hao with curiosity, remaining silent. After all, unlike Xiao Yi, she was not familiar with Su Hao, having only met him twice, and felt hesitant to voice any objections. Chapter 12. 8 Extremes Martial Arts School. Rest assured. Su Hao ruffled Xiao Yi's hair. It's merely a match, not a street brawl. Both parties will exercise restraint. So there is nothing to worry about. Once I secure that 10,000 yuan, I'll treat you to a large tub of Haagen-Dazs. Very well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi felt reassured and cheerfully declared, I want strawberry flavor. Qiu Miaohan added with a smile, may I join as an observer? Certainly. After more than 10 minutes, the hot pot meal finally came to a conclusion after various twists and turns. Su Hao wiped his mouth and rose to approach the private room 103. As indicated by Yang Hongwu, pushing open the door, he was greeted by a lively scene within. Over 10 burly men, bare-chested and drenched in sweat, were heartily enjoying their hot pot and beer, creating an atmosphere of raucous revelry. Most of these individuals were in their 20s or 30s, with a few adolescents among them. Regardless of age, their physiques were remarkably robust, each boasting well-defined muscles. The sight of so many muscular men cramped into a small room resembled a chaotic gathering of muscle-bound brothers, almost unbearable to witness. Apologies, I've entered the wrong place. Without a second thought, Su Hao closed the door and turned to leave. Hey, Su brother, wait. Yang Hongwu, with keen eyes, spotted Su Hao and promptly stood up. I'm right here, you haven't made a mistake. Reluctantly, Su Hao clicked his tongue, truly disinclined to enter, and stood at the doorway, saying, do you have a moment? Why not we head to the martial arts school for a spar? Absolutely. Yang Hongwu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm at the mention of a challenge, resembling a martial arts fanatic. Let us go to the martial arts school right away. Upon hearing their conversation, the group of muscular men at the table turned their gaze towards Su Hao, murmuring amongst themselves, is this the expert that Wu mentioned? He doesn't seem that impressive. They exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Wu thought so highly of him. Although his physique was stronger than average, it paled in comparison to theirs. But we shouldn't be too quick to judge. Didn't Wu say his techniques have reached a profound level, at least on par with his? What does exceptional technique matter if one lacks a strong foundation? As the master said, without strength, no amount of technique is of use. True, techniques without foundation are mere window dressing. Much like those martial arts films where they dance like women, haha. Unanimously, the muscular men were disciples of the 8 Extremes Martial Arts School, with Yang Hongwu holding a status akin to the elder brother among them, unmatched in martial arts combat, and regarded as the strongest presence after their master. Thus, when Yang Hongwu suddenly claimed he encountered an expert who might surpass him, the initial reactions of the group were astonishment and skepticism, especially upon seeing Su Hao's appearance, which only heightened their disbelief. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes of the muscular men, along with their occasional ambiguous laughter, Su Hao felt a chill run down his spine. He promptly turned away from the door and returned to the side of Qiu Miaohan and Xiao Yi, who would wish to stand there while a band of burly men observed. As for their chatter, he couldn't be bothered to eavesdrop. Quiet down. As the discussion swirled in the private room, Yang Hongwu raised his hand to silence the crowd. Do not judge by appearances. Su brother's strength is no less than mine. In fact, when it comes to grip strength, I can attest that I am inferior. How is that possible? The disciples of the martial arts school were taken aback. Yang Hongwu's grip strength was among the highest, capable of crushing unopened cans of beverages. How could he possibly be weaker than someone who appeared less robust? Continue your meal. I will accompany Su brother to the martial arts school. As Yang Hongwu stepped out of the room, the others exchanged glances, abandoning their hot pot to follow, eager to witness the bout. Outside the hot pot restaurant, Su Hao and the 2 girls awaited when suddenly they noticed a throng of imposing muscular men following Yang Hongwu, their expressions peculiar. Qiu Miaohan whispered, why are so many people suddenly emerging? Is it dangerous? Should we call the police? Brother Su, they look quite intimidating. Xiao Yi shrank back slightly. Fear not. I am here, Su Hao reassured them, maintaining his composure. He inquired of Yang Hongwu, what does this mean? Are we to engage in a duel where I face your entire group? Yang Hongwu glanced back awkwardly, scratching his head. Su brother is jesting. These brothers are disciples of our martial arts school and are merely interested in watching our match. No need to mind them. Oh, I see. Su Hao nodded and suggested to Xiao Yi and Qiu Miaohan, perhaps you two should return? The 2 girls exchanged hesitant glances, but ultimately shook their heads. Our martial arts school is just across the street. Yang Hongwu pointed to a building directly opposite, which indeed bore a vintage sign of the 8 Extremes Martial Arts School. The structure was sizable, about 3 to 4 stories tall, far larger than most training centers or gyms, indicating a legitimate establishment. With the system by his side, Su Hao felt undaunted. He still had 4 points of attributes to allocate. In the event of any danger, boosting his agility to 18, and acquiring a weapon would enable him to handle even a dozen muscular men with ease. Thus, the group strode confidently across the street. Upon entering the building, Suhao was impressed by the martial arts school's decor, which exceeded his expectations. The floor was laid with marble, with all necessary elevator facilities, and the interior housed a small playground, an archery range, and a fully equipped gym with an array of traditional martial arts equipment, such as wooden dummies, plum blossom poles, and stone locks. Upon reaching the second floor, he was greeted by a spacious hall of approximately 100 square meters. Apart from a rack displaying cold weapons, there was little else. The floor was covered with tatami mats reminiscent of Japanese design, and the walls were padded with rubber cushions. Dominating the space was a striking calligraphy inscription that read "Martial." "Is this the venue for the match?" Suhao glanced at the tatami and asked. "Is it necessary to remove shoes to enter?" "No need. The mats are changed weekly, so any dirt is inconsequential." Yang Hongwu gestured for him to proceed. "Are you ready?" "Su, brother?" "Yes, let us begin." Suhao nodded and stepped into the center of the mat, observing Yang Hongwu bow respectfully, to which he mirrored the gesture. In secret, he summoned the system interface, silently allocating his remaining 4 points, 2 to physique and 2 to agility. He immediately felt lighter, almost ethereal, as his attributes soared to an astonishing physique 13, strength 16, agility 16. In terms of strength and agility, he surpassed the average person by a significant margin. Suhao, brimming with confidence, believed that his physical prowess would at least allow him to suppress Yang Hongwu, alleviating any concerns about being outmatched in fundamentals. In the very center of the martial arts hall, the two stood about 2 meters apart. Observing Suhao's stillness, Yang Hongwu took the initiative, stepping forward to launch a probing right straight punch aimed at Suhao's chest, while his left hand remained poised defensively, wary of any potential counterattack from Suhao. The direct line between 2 points is the shortest. The straight punch is the simplest in combat, a technique nearly everyone can execute. Yet it is often the fastest and most effective choice for both aggressive and exploratory maneuvers. Chapter 13. Allow me to show you Suhao is already on guard. His extraordinary dynamic vision instantly capturing the trajectory of the punch, recognizing it as merely a test. His specialization in combat techniques conjured a myriad of responses in his mind. Almost instinctively, he sidestepped to avoid the blow. Just a second before Yang Hongwu could retract his fist, Suhao advanced, his right hand forming a knife-hand strike directed at the inner elbow of Yang Hongwu's arm, effectively dissipating the force behind the punch. Simultaneously, his left hand seized Yang Hongwu's wrist. In a seamless transition, Suhao's right arm morphed into an elbow strike, surging forward with all his might towards Yang Hongwu's chest. The series of movements flowed together fluidly, swift as lightning. Choke! Yang Hongwu's heart raced in shock as he hurriedly raised his left hand to defend. Yet, caught off guard, relying solely on his left hand, how could he possibly withstand the full force of Suhao's elbow strike? Although he barely managed to grasp Suhao's right elbow, he could not dissipate much power. The impact of the strike collided with his chest, producing a dull thud. Yang Hongwu felt a sudden pressure in his chest, gasping for breath as darkness clouded his vision, struggling to catch his breath. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. Could it be? One exchange? Surely. Wu Guo isn't intentionally holding back. No, Wu Ji's punches are already fast. He simply did not anticipate that the opponent's reaction would be even quicker. To effortlessly seize such a close-range punch, his reaction speed seemed almost superhuman. His combat experience is formidable. That elbow strike had sealed off all avenues of retreat, leaving no room for evasion. If it were me, I doubt I could even manage to block it. The disciples of the martial hall whispered in shock about the previous exchange, their gazes towards Suhao transforming from initial skepticism to awe and respect. Deeply aware that this individual, in terms of both physical capabilities and martial skills, was undoubtedly superior to any of them, perhaps even rivaling their master. In stark contrast to the muscular brethren, Xiao Yi and Xiao Miaoan were entirely absorbed in the spectacle, feeling an inexplicable admiration for Suhao, who had effortlessly bewildered the much bulkier opponent in an instant. "Are you all right?" Noticing Yang Hongwu's near-breathless state, Suhao released his grip on the left hand, opting not to press the advantage but instead taking a step back, patiently allowing him to regain his composure. It was merely a friendly match. There were no deep-seated enmities at play. Being overly aggressive could lead to unnecessary complications. Even if victorious, it would only earn him a hollow sense of triumph. One must not rush, Patience is key. Only among equals does the spirit of competition truly flourish. We must cultivate an air of nonchalance and grace, striking with a tranquil mindset that earns genuine respect. By granting the opponent several opportunities and showcasing a few more techniques, he would truly come to understand the essence of despair. Thank you. Yang Hongwu took several deep breaths, barely regaining his composure. Noticing that Su Hao had refrained from ruthlessly capitalizing on his earlier advantage, allowing him to save face, he could not help but feel a flicker of gratitude and respect. In that fleeting moment, Su Hao not only intercepted his punch and effortlessly neutralized its power, but also executed an elbow strike that left him breathless and weak. Had this been a real confrontation, he would have been reduced to a mere punching bag. Are you specializing in Jeet Kune Do, Brother Su? Yang Hongwu inquired curiously, not rushing to attack again. Jeet Kune Do? Su Hao glanced at the onlookers, Xiao Yi and Xiao Miaohan, and shook his head. I have merely practiced haphazardly, learning whatever techniques I could from books. I can only claim a passing familiarity with Jeet Kune Do. I dabble in a few other styles as well. Yang Hongwu's eyes twitched in disbelief, clearly unconvinced by Su Hao's humble claims. If your practice is so erratic, what does that make us, who have trained for over a decade, merely floundering about? Believe it or not, there's little I can do about that. How about I demonstrate a few techniques from other combat styles? With that, Su Hao assumed a taekwondo stance, slightly nodding to indicate Yang Hongwu to come forth. Yang Hongwu exhaled slowly. Though skeptical of Su Hao's extensive knowledge, he dared not underestimate him. Learning from his prior experience, he refrained from recklessly throwing punches and instead adopted the stance of their martial hall's Bejiquan, stepping forward with deliberate, steady strides towards Su Hao. Bejiquan, meaning 8 extremes, derives its essence from the Han text Huainanzi. It emphasizes the ability to strike in all directions, a hallmark of their martial tradition. This style is characterized by short-range strikes, pursuing a style that is robust, unembellished, yet explosively forceful. Its core techniques revolve around 6 principles: pressing, aiding, squeezing, leaning, collapsing, and shaking. With each step Yang Hongwu took, his heel struck the ground first, with power coiling through his taut frame, revealing his latent explosive potential. As he closed the distance to within a meter of Su Hao, he ceased advancing, instead observing Su Hao's movements, waiting for the opportune moment. Are you hesitant to attack? Su Hao scanned the scene, discerning that Yang Hongwu was searching for a flaw, akin to a poised tiger ready to pounce from any angle. Very well, I shall make the first move. Su Hao pivoted, lifting his leg to deliver a swift kick aimed at Yang Hongwu's midsection. The kick was executed with such ferocity that even someone as trained as Yang Hongwu would find it challenging to recover if struck. Yet, as the kick approached, Yang Hongwu's expression shifted from surprise to delight. He drove his heel into the ground, maneuvering his body to the side, and deftly seized Su Hao's kicking ankle. An expression of triumph dawning on his face. He must believe he has finally found an opening. Su Hao smiled in response. In an instant, his left foot propelled off the ground, his body soaring as he executed a spinning kick aimed at Yang Hongwu's face. Yang Hongwu had yet to launch his attack when he suddenly saw another foot hurtling towards his face with alarming speed. Startled, he quickly released Su Hao's right ankle, crossing his arms in front of him to block the spinning sidekick. A dull thud echoed as his arms absorbed the impact, causing him to lean backward and stagger a few steps before losing his balance and collapsing onto the ground. He hurriedly got back on his feet, only to feel a tingling numbness in his arms, which trembled uncontrollably. Although he could still move, the lack of strength suggested he would need at least an hour of rest to recover. Respectfully acknowledged, Su Hao said, springing up like a fish leaping from water. His legs had been in midair when he kicked Yang Hongwu back, and he too had inevitably fallen, a consequence of executing the spinning kick. Had he failed to repel his opponent, he would have found himself at a disadvantage. I have learned much, Yang Hongwu replied, cupping his hands in a gesture of humility. Your techniques are indeed remarkable, and you have shown restraint during our match. I am not one to be ungrateful. I accept my defeat. He realized that with Su Hao's unpredictable moves and astonishing reaction speed, he had no real chance of victory, not even a chance to utilize his own Bejiquan techniques. Once close, defeat was inevitable. The two were simply not on the same level. Chapter 14. Do you want me to be a coach? Side quest completed. Quest reward: 60 experience points, 20 training points. Hearing the system notification, Su Hao understood that Yang Hongwu was genuinely impressed with him. Your martial skills are commendable as well, he replied, humbly acknowledging Yang Hongwu's unreserved praise. I only know a few techniques. Had I reacted even slightly slower, I might not have fared as well. Haha, you are too modest, Su brother. Yang Hongwu chuckled before turning serious and respectful. Might I ask if you would consider taking up the role of a coach at our martial arts school? I am willing to offer a substantial salary. You may set your own terms, as long as you can teach us a few techniques. You want to hire me as a coach? Suhao was taken aback and quickly shook his head. No, I really can't. I only possess a limited understanding of martial arts. Besides, don't you already have a master? You are training in the traditional Chinese martial art of Bajikwan. What need is there for me? His expertise in combat primarily revolved around modern fighting techniques, with only a smattering of knowledge in basic Chinese martial arts. For instance, Jeet Kune Do, which integrates Wing Chun principles. In terms of finesse and techniques, Bajikwan undoubtedly surpassed his own, but Yang Hongwu had not mastered the art, coupled with the speed disparity, which led to his easy defeat. In the realm of traditional martial arts, it is often said that with the tranquility of Tai Chi, the world can be at peace, while Bajikwan can stabilize the universe, indicating the significant standing Bajikwan holds in the martial arts community. Given the opportunity, Suhao would prefer to delve deeper into Bajikwan techniques rather than solely focus on modern combat. If only there were an upgrade option for martial arts within his specialization module, but perhaps due to his lack of exposure, such options did not exist in the system. No, combat skills are also vital, Yang Hongwu interjected. I must admit, mastering Bajikwan is exceedingly difficult. Without over a decade of dedication, one cannot hope to achieve proficiency. In contrast, many modern fighting techniques are more readily learned, and studying various combat styles can enhance one's martial experience. That is indeed true. Suhao nodded in agreement. Yang Hongwu continued earnestly. I observe that your knowledge spans a wide array of disciplines. It would be wonderful if you could join our martial arts school as a coach. The monthly salary is at least 50,000, with full benefits, including room and board. If you find the compensation insufficient, we can certainly negotiate. His gaze was filled with sincerity. 50,000 a month, room and board included? Suhao was instantly intrigued. Previously, as a struggling salesperson, his earnings, even with bonuses, barely reached 4,000 or 5,000 a month, leaving him with little savings. His bank account remained stagnant in the 4-digit range. However, after a moment of hesitation, he still opted to decline. I truly cannot take on the role of a coach. Suhao shook his head. But if you don't mind, I could occasionally come to the school to spar with everyone and offer some guidance. Frankly, I am quite interested in the Bajikwan you practice. The idea of coaching had never crossed Suhao's mind. While his combat specialization had endowed him with a wealth of knowledge and experience, the thought of teaching others was somewhat daunting. Nevertheless, he was genuinely interested in learning Bajikwan techniques. He pondered whether he could attempt to learn a few moves to see if the system might offer a Bajikwan specialization. Although he could not persuade Suhao to become a coach, Yang Hongwu felt a bit disheartened. However, upon hearing the latter part of Suhao's statement, his spirits lifted. Who would ever refuse? Our martial arts school warmly welcomes you, Su brother. Please come by whenever you can. Certainly, Suhao nodded slowly. Let us exchange contact information. I have a few matters to attend to and must take my leave. With that, he opened WeChat and displayed his QR code. Yang Hongwu pulled out his phone and scanned it, puzzled. Oh, Su brother, is that a payment code? How forgetful of me. A few taps on his phone later, Suhao received a notification of 10,000 yuan deposited into his account. Apologies, I clicked the wrong button, Yang Hongwu said, smiling knowingly. Suhao then leisurely switched to his business card code, adding Yang Hongwu as a friend. After exchanging pleasantries, he bid farewell to Yang Hongwu and left the martial arts school with Qiu Miaohan and Xiao Yi. As dusk fell, Suhao decided to take a taxi back to their community. Under normal circumstances, he would not indulge in such luxury, but having earned 10,000 easily today, spending a few dozen yuan felt trivial. Upon returning to the community, Suhao and Xiao Yi exited the elevator on the 5th floor and said their goodbyes to Qiu Miaohan. Brother Su, you were absolutely amazing just now. You dispatched your opponent with just one move, like a master from a television drama. Once at home, Xiao Yi could hardly contain her excitement, mimicking Suhao's movements as she playfully threw punches. What do you mean like? I am a master. He chuckled. In the presence of familiar faces, Suhao did not feel the need to feign modesty. He lifted the petite Xiao Yi and spun her around, feeling elated. I earned 10,000 today. Isn't that fantastic, Xiao Yi? This 10,000 yuan is merely a beginning. As long as he continues to complete tasks, elevate his level, and enhance himself, he is bound to experience a continuous influx of income in the future. This is what excites Suhao the most. Suddenly lifted high into the air, Xiao Yi was startled. Her cheeks flushed. Put me down quickly. Don't spin me around. I'm afraid I might get dizzy. Su Hao calmed his exhilaration and gently set her down, offering an awkward smile. Apologies, I was just too thrilled. Tomorrow, I shall treat you to strawberry Haagen-Dazs. Shall we? It's getting late. Perhaps you should head home now? At present. He possessed over 40 practice points and needed to carefully consider how to allocate these points to maximize their value. Xiaoyi blinked and said, It's only a little past 9. Can't we play a while longer? Oh, have you finished your homework? Today is Sunday, Su Hao remarked, pulling out his trump card. Instantly, Xiaoyi lost her temper and sulkily trudged home to tackle her assignments. She had spent the entire day playing, and her homework had gone untouched. Initially, she had intended to sneakily catch up during tomorrow's early class, but since Su Hao brought it up, she felt compelled to tell the truth. After bidding farewell to Xiaoyi, Su Hao returned to his bed, lazily sprawling out. So much had transpired today. Completing around 7 or 8 system tasks from dawn till dusk, the pace so relentless that he barely found a moment to relax, leaving him quite fatigued. Oh, one cannot see the rainbow without enduring the storm. Hold on. He took a deep breath and sprang up from the bed like a fish leaping from the water, summoning the system interface. Character, Su Hao, level 4. Physique, 13 points. Strength, 16 points. Aggression, 16 points. Mentality, 11 points. Distributable attributes, 0 points. Practice points, 41. Experience points required for next level, 130 points. Chapter 15. Pretending to be a boyfriend, only 130 experience points left? Just a few tasks away. Su Hao's mood lightened considerably. He was so close to completing the main quest, with ample time remaining, 20 hours to be exact. Shifting his focus to the specialization interface, Su Hao hesitated. Upgrading his combat skill to elite level required 30 practice points, which he currently possessed. Should he proceed with the upgrade? Had he not encountered the group at the martial arts school, he might have readily elevated his combat specialization to mastery level. However, after engaging with the Bejiquan school, he suddenly realized that combat was merely a common specialization. Although its techniques were straightforward and effective in the early stages, it likely lacked long-term value appreciation. If he could learn Bejiquan, unlocking a martial arts specialization, wouldn't it be splendid to utilize these practice points to upgrade such a specialization? Besides combat, there were numerous other specializations that appeared equally valuable. Su Hao's gaze shifted towards music, language, calligraphy, and computer operations. While music, language, and calligraphy were purely artistic pursuits, computer operations piqued his interest. His computer operations were at the beginner level, which was quite normal. As a modern individual, one inevitably possesses some computer skills, especially since he was a businessperson reliant on computers for report writing. Routine tasks like browsing the internet and creating spreadsheets fell under basic operations. Yet, what operations could elevate this specialization to mastery or even elite levels? Coding? Deciphering? Hacking? This specialization in computer operations was clearly tantamount to hacking expertise. Upon discerning the true value of this specialization, Su Hao felt intrigued and tentatively considered upgrading it. Do you wish to consume 25 practice points to upgrade computer operations to mastery level? Such a hefty price? It's more than double that of the combat specialization. Su Hao was taken aback. Could it be that the knowledge required for this upgrade was extensive? This seemed plausible. Even basic coding necessitated a solid foundation of knowledge, such as various programming languages. Most likely, the consumption of practice points correlated with the strength of the specialization. Keeping this hypothesis in mind, Su Hao closed the interface, deciding to hold off on using the practice points until necessary. A night passed in the blink of an eye. On Monday morning, Su Hao rose early, washed up, donned his clothes, and set out in search of tasks. At the entrance of his residential complex, he fortuitously encountered Qiu Miaohan, who appeared to be preparing for work as well, standing beside a Weiji while awkwardly conversing with someone. Upon noticing Su Hao, her eyes brightened as if she had seen a savior, and she quickly approached him. Manager Feng, you may leave now. My boyfriend has come to see me off to work, Qiu Miaohan said, linking her arms around Su Hao's, adopting a demure demeanor. Su Hao was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Leaning closer to his ear, Qiu Miaohan whispered, Please do me a favor and pretend to be my boyfriend. Oh, all right. Recognizing that Qiu Miaohan's intention was to evade Manager Feng, he remained silent and stood there, waiting for the Weiji to drive away. The window of the car rolled down, revealing a slightly overweight man nearing 30, who frowned at Su Hao, his gaze laced with hostility. Upon realizing Su Hao was a mere pauper, a hint of derision crept into his smile. Manager Feng remarked, Xiao Qiu, I hesitate to say it, but your choice in boyfriends leaves much to be desired. Just look at his attire, all thrift store finds, and he doesn't even own a car. Is he planning to take the bus to work with you? Or perhaps you prefer to ride with me? Manager Feng, what do you mean by that? Hearing this, Qiu Miaohan became quite angry and cast a guilty glance at Su Hao. Su Hao, however, was unfazed. His pride would not be bruised by such trivial remarks. After all, being poor was a fact, and his previous reluctance to pursue a girlfriend stemmed from this reality. Moreover, with the system, he was destined to escape poverty. He had no interest in competing with Manager Feng, as their paths would likely never cross again. Noting Su Hao's silence, Manager Feng smirked and continued his verbal assault. Young man, if you have any self-awareness, you should leave Xiao Qiu before it's too late. How can someone as impoverished as you provide her with happiness? Can you even afford the things she desires? Mind your own business. Su Hao shot a sideways glance at Manager Feng. The latter's expression stiffened, his anger flaring. How dare you insult me? I am merely offering good advice. Mind your own business? Su Hao could hardly be bothered to engage further with this individual. Shouldn't you be on your way by now? As he spoke, he took a step forward and, with a swift motion, struck the nearby phoenix tree with a punch. A thunderous sound echoed as the nearly half-meter-thick trunk trembled, its leaves rustling, and several chunks of bark flew off. Manager Feng, startled, turned pale and dared not overstep, fleeing back to the car. Seated in the driver's seat, he seemed to regain his courage, leaning out to say, Xiao Qiu, why not get into my car? It's already 8:30, and I'm worried you might be late if you take the bus. Qiu Miaohan awkwardly declined, thinking that had it not been for his incessant pestering, she would have taken the bus long ago. No need for your concern. I'll call a taxi for her. Su Hao shrugged, confident he could cover the fare for a taxi. Just as he reached the roadside to hail a cab, a Land Rover inexplicably stopped in front of him. The three of them were puzzled, but when the window rolled down, they were surprised to see Yang Hongwu behind the wheel. Why are you here? Su Hao asked, bewildered. Su brother, I need to ask you for a favor, Yang Hongwu said, scratching his head sheepishly. I initially planned to message you on WeChat, but after much contemplation, I felt that wouldn't convey enough sincerity, so I came to find you in person. What are you doing here? He glanced at Su Hao and Qiu Miaohan standing by the roadside. Su Hao, confused, asked, you need me for something? What is it? It's a long story. Yang Hongwu sighed. This morning, a few martial artists from a neighboring city came to our dojo claiming they wanted to learn from us, but in reality, they intend to challenge our school. My master has been absent lately, and I'm usually in charge. I'm afraid we might not be able to handle them. So, you want to ask me for help? Yes. Yang Hongwu got straight to the point, respectfully stating, though it may seem abrupt, I would like to request you to temporarily act as a coach at our dojo for a day to help deal with those challengers. We can negotiate compensation. I wonder if you are available? Notification. Side quest activated. Group fight against challengers. Quest requirements. With such limited skills, you dare to challenge? Bring it on. I will take on 5 at once. Quest rewards. 200 experience points, 50 training points. Upon hearing the quest prompt, Su Hao froze. What on earth? A group fight against challengers, yet I'm expected to take on 5? Does this imply that they intend to gang up on me? However, the rewards were indeed generous. 200 experience points. Completing this task would surely enable him to level up significantly, making the risk worthwhile. Chapter 16. Challenging the dojo? Very well. I accept this task. Su Hao glanced at Manager Feng and Qiu Miaohan, saying, but I still need to take a taxi to send my girlfriend to her company. I can only head to the dojo afterward. Taxi. Leave that trivial matter to me, Yang Hongwu said with a hearty slap on his chest, opening the car door. Sister-in-law? Hop in, and I promise to get you to your company as quickly as possible. Hearing the term sister-in-law, Qiu Miaohan's face flushed slightly. She hesitated to look at Su Hao, only to find him already seated in the passenger seat, gesturing for her to get in. Manager Feng, sitting in his luxurious car, was utterly dumbfounded. What is going on? This seemingly impoverished fellow knows such a wealthy person, and that person is respectfully asking him for a favor? What a strange world. After Qiu Miaohan got in, Yang Hongwu resumed the driver's seat, pressed the accelerator, and the Land Rover sped off. Throughout, Su Hao did not even spare a glance at Manager Feng, leaving him alone in his car, bewildered. Where is your company located? Yang Hongwu inquired. At the North Xiaojie intersection, Qiu Miaohan replied, her face still slightly red. She turned to Su Hao and expressed her gratitude, saying, I'm truly sorry for pretending to be your girlfriend earlier. Manager Feng from our company has been pestering me and even followed me to the entrance of my apartment complex today, which is why I resorted to that tactic. I greatly appreciate your help. It's nothing. It was just a small favor, Su Hao replied calmly. Such people can indeed be quite bothersome. I completely understand. Upon seeing Manager Feng, Su Hao was reminded of Liu Bapi from their company, and feelings of disdain surged within him, making him reluctant to even glance in that direction. Hearing their conversation, Yang Hongwu turned his head in surprise to look at Su Hao, his expression seemingly asking, "So, Su brother, you haven't won over your sister-in-law yet?" Su Hao shot a glance at Yang Hongwu, thinking, we only met 2 days ago. Even if our relationship were progressing rapidly, it wouldn't be that fast. Now, please tell me specifically what you need me to assist with. Well, here's the situation, Yang Hongwu said, his expression becoming serious. This morning, a master of Tongbei Quan from a neighboring city brought along 5 students to our dojo, claiming they intended to open a dojo nearby and wanted to pay a visit to learn from us. However, their true intention was clearly to challenge us. The rules in our industry dictate that a new dojo must challenge an established one to gain recognition in the city. If it were just a casual visit, it would be fine, but I can see they intend to assert dominance while my master is away. I see. Su Hao understood Yang Hongwu's words. Someone wanted to challenge the Bajiquan dojo to establish their reputation, likely targeting the dojo during his master's absence, which is why Yang Hongwu sought his assistance. Su Hao feigned ignorance, asking, how many of them are there? The system quest indicated he must face 5, so it was highly likely there were indeed 5 challengers. Yang Hongwu replied, 1 master and 5 students, a total of 6. Oh, 6 people? Su Hao expressed mild surprise, then quickly came to terms with it. It appeared the system's directive for him to take on 5 was merely referring to the challenger's students, as their master would likely refrain from participating, perhaps out of a sense of decorum. Yang Hongwu scratched his head. Our dojo has not been established for long, and while we have many disciples, most have only trained for 2 to 3 years. They are unlikely to be a match for the challengers, which is why I had to seek your help. I apologize for imposing. Not at all, Su Hao said sincerely. Please feel free to reach out whenever your dojo is in need. I'm always eager to spar with others. His words were utterly sincere. With the system by his side, he welcomed challenges, viewing each as a stepping stone to level up. Moreover, this situation promised both financial gain and experience. The more, the better. Su brother, I acknowledge you as my comrade. Yang Hongwu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The Land Rover sped down the road, covering a bus ride that would typically take half an hour in under 10 minutes. After dropping Qiu Miaohan off at her company, they quickly arrived at the dojo. Upon arriving at the entrance of the martial arts school, a disciple rushed over and inquired, Brother Wu, where have you been? That old man brought a few fellows, and we fought 7 or 8 matches already. Their strikes are treacherous, targeting vital points. The brothers simply cannot stand against them. Isn't that the individual from yesterday? Yang Hongwu responded. I have invited Brother Su to act as a temporary coach. With the 2 of us overseeing, we need not fear even if they engage in a rotation of fighters, right, Brother Su? All is well, Su Hao replied ambiguously. Where are the challengers? The disciple led 2 others into the elevator, ascending to the 3rd floor of the martial arts school, arriving at a traditional wooden tea pavilion. 5 men clad in garments bearing the characters for Tongbei were seated at an octagonal table, the eldest appearing to be in his 30s, alongside a youth of about 16 or 17. At the center sat an elderly man in a tang suit, his hair gray, likely in his 60s or 70s. Upon seeing Yang Hongwu enter, the old man sipped his tea and remarked, Your school's decor is indeed commendable. My disciples have warmed up with your students. I wonder when we shall commence our contest. We can begin now, Yang Hongwu replied. However, my master is currently away, so he may not return in time. Oh, no matter, the old man chuckled. I have come to allow my disciples to gain experience in the arena. A mutual exchange among the younger generation will suffice. By the way, this young brother seems unfamiliar. I have not seen him before, he said, glancing at Su Hao. Oh, I forgot to introduce him. This is our martial arts school's newly appointed coach, Su Hao, Yang Hongwu stated. Su Hao greeted. It is a pleasure to meet Master Liu. Do not call me a master. Simply refer to me as Teacher Liu, the old man replied, waving his hand with a smile. This young coach has taken on the role of instructing the disciples of your esteemed school at such a young age. His martial arts must be quite impressive, yes? Moderately skilled, Su Hao replied vaguely. His expertise did not primarily lie in traditional martial arts. His combat specialization encompassed a diverse range of techniques. While he possessed numerous striking and kicking skills, they bore little relation to the disciplines of martial arts and could only be classified as combat techniques. Such humility from Coach Su. Teacher Lu remarked, stroking his beard thoughtfully. How about you spar with my eldest disciple shortly? I am keen to witness the caliber of your school's coach. I trust it will not disappoint. Very well, Su Hao chuckled softly. The old man's words were laden with implication. First, he praised Su Hao's martial skill. Then he linked him to the school's reputation. And finally proposed a match with his eldest disciple, clearly intending to bolster his own fame by defeating Su Hao. If Su Hao emerged victorious, it would be deemed normal for a coach to triumph over a disciple. If the contest ended in a draw, they could claim equivalency between their coach and their disciple, thus gaining an advantage. Should Su Hao lose, the opposing side would revel in the victory, proclaiming that their disciple outmatched the coach of the rival school. Regardless of the outcome, the old man had cleverly maneuvered the situation to his advantage. With a cold smile, Su Hao thought, "You dare to set your sights on me? Rest assured, I shall not let you down." In the tea pavilion, Yang Hongwu and Teacher Lu exchanged pleasantries until the conversation finally turned to the main topic. A group of them made their way to the training area on the second floor. As per tradition, the contest would consist of 5 matches, with the best of 3 wins. Shall your esteemed school send forth that promising disciple to commence the battle? Teacher Lu inquired, seated comfortably in his chair, eyeing Yang Hongwu. I shall take the first match, Yang Hongwu declared, but Su Hao interjected, allow me to step forward. Exchanging a glance, Yang Hongwu retreated, confident in Su Hao's capabilities. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Su Hao strolled leisurely to the center of the hall, surveying the crowd before finally resting his gaze upon Teacher Lu and his disciples. Since Coach Su is so inclined, let my eldest disciple take the stage first. Teacher Lu proposed, a smile gracing his face as he gestured to the oldest middle-aged man beside him. No need, Su Hao interjected. As puzzled eyes turned toward him, he glanced at his watch. It's already past 11. Teacher Lu should allow your disciples to compete together, so we can conclude swiftly and perhaps catch a meal afterward. The moment his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the room, quickly followed by an uproar. What? The challengers exclaimed. Did he just say that? Does he look down on us? A youth scoffed. He dares to suggest we all fight at once? Has he lost his mind? The eldest disciple snorted. Perhaps he is aware of his own ineptitude and wishes to lose with some semblance of dignity. After all, losing 5-1 is nothing to be ashamed of. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Bejiquan school could no longer contain themselves. Although they did not grasp Su Hao's intent, their allegiance compelled them to stand firm. What nonsense are you spouting? Brother Su possesses formidable combat skills. Indeed, if he dares to challenge you all, then rise to the occasion. Let actions speak louder than words. Why all this chatter? In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense, the martial arts school resonating with the clamor of insults akin to a bustling market. Silence, Yang Hongwu commanded, gesturing for the Bejiquan disciples to quiet down. You too, cease your bickering. Teacher Lu admonished his disciples, his expression calm as he turned to Su Hao. Coach Su is merely jesting. Let us commence the contest without further ado. Su Hao shook his head. No, I truly wish to fight 5 at once. Contests are inherently one-on-one. How could it be right to overwhelm with numbers? That would disrupt the rules. Teacher Lu maintained his composure. If Coach Su is indeed intent on this, it would be prudent to first face my eldest disciple. Oh, that is acceptable. It won't take much time. Su Hao replied nonchalantly, his demeanor suggesting he held little regard for the challengers. You certainly have an air of arrogance. I am eager to see the source of your confidence, the burly eldest disciple growled, stepping forward with a fierce expression. He raised his leg and arm, assuming the starting stance of Tongbei. I am Lu Qinghua. I welcome your guidance, he declared. I am Su Hao. Su Hao nodded in return. In truth, prior to taking the stage, he had discreetly accessed the system interface, expending 30 experience points to elevate his combat specialization to an elite level. His expression of indifference did not stem from a disdain for Master Lu's disciples, but rather from the intense effort to assimilate an overwhelming influx of combat experience that had suddenly materialized in his mind. Such a detached demeanor is a normal manifestation of deep contemplation. After exchanging the customary formalities of combat, Lu Qinghua, the eldest disciple, eagerly charged forward. The 20 essential principles of Tongbei boxing: cold, explosive, swift, hard, deep, long, flexible, agile, powerful, fierce, light, nimble, encompassing, adhering, and following. The sight of this robust man executing simultaneous punches and kicks, with his limbs aligned, was striking. He feigned a kick to distract Su Hao's vision, and in an instant, His fist surged from an unexpected angle towards Su Hao's abdomen, the movement swift and the techniques dazzling. This speed and these maneuvers were indeed a notch above Yang Hongwu. However, before Su Hao, a master of advanced combat, they appeared as feeble as a child's wild flailing. Unfazed by Lu Qinghua's deceptive kick, Su Hao remained steadfast, delivering a simple yet effective left palm strike that met Lu Qinghua's advancing fist head-on, firmly grasping it as he countered force with force, unwavering. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Qinghua's eyes as he attempted to retract his fist, only to discover it ensnared by Su Hao's grip, immovable. What immense strength! Realizing he was at a disadvantage, he hastily withdrew his leg and transformed his attack, aiming a kick at Su Hao's lower body. Little did he anticipate that Su Hao was even quicker. With a swift retaliatory kick, he sent Lu Qinghua's leg away, and in that fleeting moment of imbalance, his right fist struck forth, magnifying before Lu Qinghua's eyes. "You have lost." Just as Lu Qinghua shut his eyes in anticipation of punishment, Su Hao's fist halted gracefully in front of him. "I concede." Lu Qinghua sighed, his body relaxing. The disparity in strength was evident to all, and given that Su Hao had shown restraint, further struggle would only serve to humiliate him. Witnessing Su Hao's decisive victory, the disciples of the Bejiquan school erupted in cheers, praising Coach Su's prowess. The challengers, however, were filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend Lu Qinghua's swift defeat. Master Lu's expression darkened, clearly taken aback that his most skilled disciple had failed to land even a single blow against Su Hao. "Now, may I take on 5 at once?" Su Hao looked toward Master Lu, uttering the most audacious words in the calmest tone. "Is Coach Su serious? Combat is unpredictable. Do be cautious." Master Lu, infuriated by Su Hao's arrogance, felt a surge of indignation. "Indeed," Su Hao urged, "let us proceed. This time, I shall not hold back, and it will be fair." "Very well, I shall indulge Coach Su." Master Lu huffed coldly, signaling to several disciples behind him to teach this young man a harsh lesson. The 4 disciples, already inflamed by Su Hao's taunts, eagerly surrounded him, sealing off any avenue of retreat, their glares menacing. The Bejiquan disciples, witnessing this, turned their eyes toward Yang Hongwu, silently inquiring if assistance was warranted. "No need. Since Su brother dares to make such a claim, he must have his reasons. We must trust him." Yang Hongwu, initially hesitant, felt reassured by the confident glance Su Hao cast in his direction. In the hall, standing before Su Hao, Lu Qinghua frowned and said, "While you are indeed formidable, 5 against 1 is rather presumptuous. You ought to reconsider, lest you invite misfortune. Let them come. Spare me your superfluous words." Su Hao shrugged, casting his gaze over the 5 individuals, and seizing the moment before they fully encircled him, he lunged toward the youngest among them. In a heartbeat, before anyone could react, he delivered a decisive strike to the left side of the boy's neck, rendering him unconscious. The remaining 4 were taken aback, clearly unprepared for Su Hao's astonishing speed. They rushed forward, neglecting even to assume the starting stance of Tongbei boxing. The one closest to Su Hao attempted to seize him. "Seize me? How naive. Do you think my agility is merely for show?" With a smirk, Su Hao raised his foot just before being caught, delivering a powerful side kick to the assailant's ribs. The violent impact sent the man sprawling to the ground, howling in agony. At that moment, another attacker swung a fist towards Su Hao from behind, but Su Hao, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, ducked just in time, rising swiftly to land an elbow strike into the assailant's abdomen. The struck man doubled over in pain, curling like a shrimp, writhing on the ground. Witnessing 3 comrades incapacitated in an instant, the remaining assailant stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, forgetting even to attack. Su Hao, unwilling to spare him, dashed forward, executing a feint that sent the already panicked disciple crashing into unconsciousness as well. In mere seconds, the 4 disciples who had once entered with fierce intent now lay sprawled on the ground, either groaning or unconscious, leaving only 2 standing. Lu Qinghua, as the eldest disciple, had yet to utter a word when a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing toward him, forcing him to clumsily evade. "What do you mean? We are still in the midst of a contest." Su Hao remained composed, feigning a strike before delivering a spinning kick that knocked Lu Qinghua off balance, following it up with a punch that he could not evade, sending him crashing to the floor. Now, only one person remained standing in the hall. The atmosphere fell silent. All present were rendered speechless. They struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. A 5-on-1 match had concluded in a flash. What is true domination? This is true domination. Su Gu is magnificent. It was unclear who initiated the cheer, but the entire dojo erupted in jubilant applause. Master Lu, seated, could no longer maintain his composure. His aged face darkening with fury, gripping the armrests of his chair tightly, glaring at Su Hao in the center of the hall. Yet Su Hao, having achieved a flawless victory, had no time to acknowledge the crowd. He was engrossed in the exquisite melody of the system notification. Side quest completed. Quest rewards, 200 experience points, 50 training points. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up, current level 5, awarded 4 attribute points to allocate. Congratulations on completing the main quest ahead of schedule. Ability module unlocked. Earned 1 ability point. An ability module? Su Hao was elated. Could it be the dazzling abilities from the game? This system truly expands its features with every upgrade. How splendid. If only there were powers akin to the 10,000 swords returning to 1. Before Su Hao could delve into the abilities module, Master Lu rose from his seat and walked towards his unconscious disciples, delivering a firm slap to their foreheads. Instantly, the 2 dazed disciples regained consciousness, while the remaining 3, enduring their pain, stood up hastily. Master Lu squinted his eyes. Indeed, Coach Su possesses remarkable skills. I have troubled you today. It is time for this old man to lead my inferior disciples away. Perhaps on another occasion, I may seek your guidance. With that, he turned and departed with his disciples towards the elevator. Puzzled, Su Hao asked, "Aren't you going to challenge me to a match?" Master Lu stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance, and coughed twice. At my advanced age, my strength has waned. How could I possibly compare with the youth? Were I 20 years younger, perhaps I could still put up a fight. While Master Lu might entertain a match with others, he recognized Su Hao's profound foundation. Relying solely on technique would prove futile, for strength overcomes skill. Even if he entered the fray, he would only find himself on the receiving end of a beating. Oh, take care. And I want to see you off. Su Hao waved his hand, feeling a tinge of regret. If only he could have bested Master Lu. He wondered how much experience points he would have gained. Once the challengers departed in defeat, the disciples of the 8 Extremes Martial Arts Academy could no longer contain their excitement, surrounding Su Hao and bombarding him with questions about how he had achieved such feats, or whether he had truly become the Academy's coach, showering him with unreserved praise and exhilaration. Feeling slightly awkward amidst a throng of muscular men, Su Hao thought, "Come on. You're not a bunch of cute girls. Why are you all surrounding me, faces flushed with excitement, shouting how incredible I am?" To celebrate Brother Su's remarkable feat of taking on 5 opponents single-handedly, I invite everyone to a feast at the Honghu Grand Restaurant. Yang Hongwu proclaimed, his excitement palpable, inciting cheers from several disciples of the academy. Huh, dinner? No need. I have other matters. Su Hao initially intended to return home to study the abilities module, but he was engulfed by the crowd as they insisted he was the guest of honor at this celebratory banquet, leaving him no opportunity to escape. Since it was already lunchtime, he reluctantly agreed to join them. Yang Hongwu's choice of venue was no ordinary restaurant. It was a renowned 3-star hotel, where a casual meal could easily cost tens of thousands, offering a lavish array of delicacies. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the group toasted to Su Hao. Perhaps due to his superior physical attributes, he managed to withstand numerous rounds of drinks, leaving those who toasted him inebriated while he remained merely tipsy. The meal stretching on for 2 to 3 hours. Brother Su, we owe this to you. Yang Hongwu slurred, clearly intoxicated. The earlier competition was absolutely exhilarating. 5 against 1. And the opponents were all seasoned fighters. In my lifetime, aside from television dramas, you are the only one capable of such a feat. Su Hao remained composed. I merely caught them off guard. If they were to truly surround me, I would undoubtedly be the one to lose. Winning is winning. Why so humble, Brother Su? Come, let us drink. Yang Hongwu poured 2 more glasses, his joy mingled with concern. Yesterday, in our match, I didn't even force out your true abilities. I feel so ashamed. Clearly, my martial arts journey has a long way to go. Unbeknownst to him, Su Hao not only possessed expertise in combat, but also exceeded ordinary individuals in various attributes, rendering him an incomparable reference. Martial arts, you say? Su Hao seized the opportunity to inquire, might I learn some of your academy's boxing techniques? Of course. Yang Hongwu replied, visibly elated. If you wish to practice, I can teach you some introductory boxing techniques and footwork at any time, but certain essentials will have to wait until the master returns. He was eager to draw Su Hao closer, and his willingness to teach was evident. Thank you. In a few days, when I have some free time, I will certainly come to the academy to learn boxing. Su Hao smiled and raised another glass, contemplating the need to accumulate more experience points during this period. Chapter 19. An invitation to watch the meteor shower after thoroughly inebriating the crowd at the martial arts academy. Su Hao stepped out of the hotel and glanced at his fitness tracker. It was already 4 in the afternoon, leaving about 2 hours until the meteor shower mentioned in the main quest would occur. What transformations would this grand cosmic event bring forth? As Su Hao pondered this, a notification pinged on his WeChat. Upon checking his phone, he discovered that Yang Hongwu had transferred him 50,000, with a note stating that the total gratitude amounted to 100,000, but due to daily transfer limits, he could only send 50,000 today, with another 50,000 forthcoming tomorrow, including the 10,000 from yesterday. That amounted to a substantial 110,000. This sum, neither trivial nor significant, felt like a windfall to Su Hao, who typically had little savings. Indeed, with the system at his disposal, acquiring wealth was no longer a concern. In high spirits, Su Hao casually scrolled through other messages on his phone, having neglected WeChat for several days, resulting in a backlog of unread notifications. As he scrolled down, he noticed several messages from Wenqing Lu, the receptionist who had a crush on him, totaling dozens of unread messages. From the night before last, I am truly sorry. I learned the whole story from your colleague. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been forced to resign. I genuinely apologize for the trouble I caused you. From yesterday morning. Su Hao, are you there? Hello? I didn't mean to. Perhaps I should resign too. From yesterday noon. Could I treat you to a meal? Please don't be angry anymore. Messages like these continued until this morning. What should I say in response? Su Hao felt speechless looking at the multitude of messages. How should he reply? Flipping to the latest message, his eyes flickered as he noted one of Wenqing Liu's messages warning him to be cautious of Liu Bapi's retaliation. Rumors circulated in the company that Liu Bapi had a cousin in the underworld who threatened to teach Su Hao a harsh lesson. Teach me a lesson? TSK. I would welcome that. Just a few days ago, Su Hao might have found this daunting, but now he could only chuckle at the thought. A mere band of ruffians believes they can teach him a lesson, even if they were to gather a dozen comrades armed with weapons. With his current combat skills and physical prowess, he is confident he could take them all down. In fact, Su Hao finds himself even more eager to see how much experience points the mission will reward him. He types a message on his phone, expressing gratitude to Wenqing Lu for her concern, assuring her not to worry, and clarifying that he is not upset. He simply hasn't logged into WeChat for a few days. He dismisses the idea of a dinner invitation, thinking it unnecessary. That should suffice, as he has resigned from his job, and it seems unlikely he will have further interactions with this girl, although he finds her rather endearing and charming. He has no intentions of pursuing anything further with Wenqing Lu. Just as he sends the message, he is taken aback by an immediate reply. I heard there's a meteor shower around 8 tonight. Do you have time? Let us go watch it. A meteor shower? Su Hao is momentarily stunned, recalling the main quest regarding the meteor shower's eve. Could it be that he is not the only one aware of this celestial event? He messages Wenqing Lu, inquiring about the meaning behind her mention of the meteor shower. She responds, haven't you seen the news? It's all over the headlines discussing the meteor shower. She follows up with a detailed message. Apparently, the space agency observed it this morning. A small cluster of meteoroids is expected to streak through the atmosphere around 8 in the evening. These meteoroids are quite small and pose no danger, and they will be widely dispersed, allowing a large portion of the Earth to witness a splendid meteor shower. It's a rare occurrence, particularly romantic. A cluster of meteoroids? Su Hao ponders this, opening his browser to discover a plethora of articles discussing the evening's meteor shower. However, the general focus is on how romantic this meteor shower will be, akin to the past spectacle of the blue moon. No one considers that this minor astronomical phenomenon could impact their lives. It is merely a fleeting topic of interest. Yet, armed with knowledge from the system about the impending upheaval, Su Hao understands that these meteoroids are anything but ordinary. Ding! Another message from Wenqing Lu pops up, asking if he has time to watch the meteor shower together. Su Hao contemplates that he is rather idle and perhaps should accompany this girl to witness the meteor shower. Just as he hesitates, another contact messages him. Upon checking, it is Xiao Yi. Brother Su Hao, there's a meteor shower tonight. I managed to sneak a key for the rooftop gate while the property management wasn't watching. Hee, let us go watch the meteor shower from the rooftop. Their apartment complex typically restricts access to the rooftop for residents. To his surprise, the clever Xiao Yi has secretly duplicated the rooftop key. Brilliant. Watching the meteor shower from over 30 stories high must be breathtaking. A smile crosses Su Hao's face as he realizes it's an easy choice between the charming neighbor girl he has known for over a year and the less familiar front desk attendant. He sends Xiao Yi a cat emoji and informs Wenqing Lu that he has other matters to attend to. After resolving his WeChat messages, Su Hao puts his phone away and hails a taxi home. Naturally, he does not forget to stop by the supermarket to buy a tub of Haagen-Dazs for Xiao Yi. Upon arriving home, he places the ice cream in the freezer, takes a sip of a cold beverage, and collapses onto his comfortable bed. He opens the system interface, ready to explore the newly unlocked ability module. The system interface presents 3 small squares labeled Status, Specialization, and Abilities. Su Hao clicks on the Abilities square, revealing a complex tree diagram filled with numerous ability icons. At the top are elemental abilities such as wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder. The right side features special abilities like X-ray vision, swordsmanship, illusions, and cloning. The left side lists passive abilities such as absolute balance, weakness insight, and limb regeneration. Overwhelmed with the abundance of abilities, Su Hao feels exhilarated. Could it be true? Elemental abilities, cloning, and swordsmanship. Even the legendary technique of gathering a myriad of swords exists. His excitement causes him to leap from his bed, fists clenched in delight. He envisions himself wielding the 5 elemental forces, soaring through the air with countless flying swords at his command, shouting a battle cry that would be utterly magnificent. Calm down. Calm down. Su Hao forces himself to temper his excitement. Such a grand vision is still far from his reach. He must first consider where to allocate his solitary ability point. Although the tree diagram showcases a plethora of abilities, most remain in a dimmed state, locked until he learns a higher-level ability or meets undefined conditions. Furthermore, some special abilities come at a steep price. For instance, the cloning ability, while currently unlocked, requires a substantial 10 ability points to acquire, leaving Su Hao uncertain about how long it will take to accumulate such points. Chapter 20, Mastery of Basic Thunder Element. After much deliberation, he realizes only 9 abilities are available for point allocation. He examines the top options in the tree diagram, X-ray vision and invisibility as special abilities, the basic mastery of the 5 elemental forces, and 2 passive abilities, absolute balance and near-death survival. Each of these 9 abilities requires just 1 ability point to activate, and their effects appear promising, leaving Su Hao in a quandary over which to prioritize. The elemental abilities require no explanation. Adding points would grant him control over their respective powers, allowing him to wield fireballs or command thunder, exuding sheer magnificence and formidable strength. The special abilities of X-ray vision and invisibility are equally impressive. Possessing X-ray vision would render one invincible in gambling scenarios, leading to a cascade of wealth. Not to mention, it could be used for more personal inquiries, cough cough. Invisibility allows for stealthy escapes or ambushes, presenting excellent advantages for both evasion and combat. Moreover, being invisible would enable him to sneak back to the company to confront Lu, and this time he could strike even harder. Absolute balance may sound less impressive, yet it enables him to maintain an unwavering sense of equilibrium, allowing for rapid adjustments even in moments of imbalance, making it a perfect complement to combat techniques. With numerous special applications, near-death suspension is an ability that is indispensable, allowing me to linger on the brink of death for 3 minutes when sustaining fatal injuries. For instance, if my heart is pierced or a significant portion of my body is obliterated, as long as my head remains intact, I can endure for an additional 3 minutes. Su Hao meticulously examined all 9 of these extraordinary abilities. He felt a tinge of confusion regarding the near-death suspension. What would become of him once its effect waned? Would he still meet his demise? After all, if his heart were gone, a trip to the hospital would be futile, wouldn't it? He suddenly recalled the ability of limb regeneration he had previously encountered and realized. Perhaps this near-death suspension needed to be paired with other abilities or treasures to unleash its full potential, primarily to safeguard oneself from instant annihilation. In the short term, the most valuable abilities would still be the 5 elemental powers. The thought of the various dazzling powers in the game stirred a yearning within him, prompting him to initially choose one elemental ability from wind, fire, water, earth, or lightning. Among these 5 elements, which power held the greatest might? Undoubtedly, it was lightning. In the modern urban landscape, what is most indispensable? Without a doubt, electricity. Thus, without hesitation, Su Hao opted for the basic mastery of the lightning element. A jolt coursed through his body, akin to an electric shock, as a current surged from the crown of his head, traversing through his limbs and meridians. The entire process enduring for over 10 minutes. His body felt both numb and tingling, an uncomfortable sensation mixed with a hint of pleasure, as the current ultimately settled in his chest. With a sigh, Su Hao exhaled a cloud of smoke. He was astonished to see it. Rushing to the mirror, he beheld a reflection resembling someone struck by lightning. His hair was frizzed, and his entire form was charred. Was this truly the consequence of acquiring an ability? If he were to learn the fire element, wouldn't he risk being roasted alive? Muttering to himself, he decided to take a refreshing shower to wash away the soot from his skin. Afterward, he noticed his complexion had inexplicably improved, appearing several shades lighter and incredibly smooth. Akin to freshly sprouted skin, his already handsome visage became even more striking. Could being struck by lightning have such benefits? As he touched his face, he mused. It was as if he had undergone a whitening treatment. However, being excessively pale could lead to accusations of being a pretty boy. After all, he was a man of substantial talent. Now, where was the lightning element? He raised his hands, and an unfamiliar sensation enveloped his mind. Opening his palms in a grasping motion, he exerted a slight force, and crackling sounds filled the air as strands of azure lightning flickered between his fingers, illuminating the dim room. He truly could unleash thunder. Su Hao felt an exhilarating rush as he focused intently, every muscle in his body taut. Threads of lightning manifested on his skin. Although each bolt was weak, thinner than a hair, the visual impact was undeniable. Accompanied by crackling sounds, he radiated a faint glow. This sensation was utterly magnificent. Gazing at his lightning-clad reflection in the mirror, Su Hao's excitement bubbled to the surface, and he felt an overwhelming urge to cheer aloud. Possessing such mysterious power was an entirely different concept from merely enhancing one's physical abilities. Everyone dreams of one day awakening special powers, capable of conquering all, and now, this path lay before him. Such joy was indescribable. However, the fleeting moment of euphoria was short-lived. Barely 10 seconds after the lightning coursed through his body, an overwhelming wave of weakness surged from deep within. The luminescence dissipated, and Su Hao's legs buckled, barely preventing himself from collapsing by gripping the sink. Feeling as though he had just run a marathon, the exertion of releasing thunder was astonishingly draining. After only a few seconds, he felt utterly depleted. Supporting himself against the wall, he staggered back to his bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily. The energy expended in releasing lightning was evidently taxing. Did it not involve some form of mystical energy? A thought struck him, prompting Su Hao to open the ability tree diagram for a thorough examination. There it was. An ability named Mana Spring, requiring 3 ability points to coalesce the first elemental vortex within. 3 ability points? He pondered how to acquire these points, making a mental note to prioritize this ability once he obtained them. Since utilizing his powers consumed stamina to prevent the awkward predicament of sudden exhaustion during combat, he decided to allocate points to enhance his physical condition. Su Hao directed all 4 attribute points gained from leveling up into his constitution. Instantly, his constitution surged to 17 points. Exceeding his agility and strength attributes, it surpassed that of an ordinary person by a considerable margin. The feeling of weakness dissipated rapidly, and soon his vitality surged, overflowing with boundless energy. Aside from a slight sensation of hunger, he had never felt so invigorated in his life. Grabbing breakfast bread from the cupboard, Su Hao devoured 10 slices in one sitting before feeling satiated, his digestive capacity seemingly enhanced. Rejuvenated, he couldn't resist attempting to control the lightning element once more. This time, he was cautious not to unleash a full display of thunder, instead opting to extend his right hand, attempting to condense a small bolt of lightning in his palm. A lightning spark, about the thickness of a hair, danced between his fingers, reminiscent of the arcs produced by an electric rod, crackling and intertwining, weaving into a net of azure brilliance that illuminated his face. Chapter 21. Rooftop. It looked promising, but he wondered about its actual potency. Su Hao glanced around, his gaze landing on the kitchen, deciding it would be the perfect target. He approached the cutting board. Raising his hand, glowing with lightning, he dramatically shouted "Spiral Sphere," before slamming his palm down onto the unsuspecting board. With a resounding bang, the cutting board emitted a sharp crack, a wisp of smoke rising from between his fingers. However, when he lifted his hand to inspect the damage, he discovered only a small charred circle on the wood, shallow and seemingly lacking in lethality. Was his technique flawed? Puzzled, he scratched his head, and with a flick of his thumb and index finger, he created an arc of electricity and playfully zapped his own arm. Instantly, His entire body convulsed as if he had touched a live wire, nearly causing him to collapse again. Goodness, the power was genuinely exhilarating. The destructive power of the lightning element against living beings is indeed terrifying. However, its impact on non-conductive objects is relatively weak, at least in the initial stages. Su Hao, having experienced the effects of lightning firsthand, arrived at this conclusion. Despite enduring considerable electric shocks, he remains fervently engaged in mastering the control of lightning. Much like a child who has just acquired a new toy, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Through his repeated experiments, Su Hao obtained the following data. With my current physique of 17 points, I can approximately unleash lightning 9 times, enough to render an ordinary person unconscious. As for causing death, the energy required remains uncertain, perhaps 2 or 3 times. Furthermore, the easiest way to release lightning is through the hands, followed closely by the legs. Attempting to discharge it from other parts of the body proves significantly more challenging, not to mention less precise. The lightning can currently only be emitted from the surface of the body, limited to the thickness of a hair, and cannot penetrate the air or be projected as in games. Perhaps this limitation is due to my insufficient ability? After summarizing these 3 points, Su Hao opened the power tree diagram once more. He discovered that the control over the lightning element could indeed be upgraded further. By spending 3 ability points, he could elevate it to an intermediate level, gaining enhancements in power, reduced consumption, and increased precision. Moreover, numerous lightning-based skills awaited unlocking within the branches, such as lightning spear, lightning thorns, elemental transformation, and lightning teleportation, each requiring varying amounts of ability points. The elemental transformation skill, in particular, necessitates 10 skill points and the advancement of lightning control to an advanced level before it can be unlocked, indicating its formidable potential. Su Hao had previously witnessed elemental transformation abilities in anime, which allowed individuals to transform their entire bodies into elemental power, rendering them nearly impervious to fatal injuries. Their offensive and mobility capabilities were astonishing, and they could even absorb similar elemental forces to augment their strength and heal wounds. The path ahead is long and arduous. After closing the power tree diagram, Su Hao continued to practice the application of the lightning element. Before he knew it, the clock struck 7 in the evening. The doorbell chimed, and as Su Hao approached the door, he could already guess it was Xiaoyi returning from school. "Xiaoyi, you're back quite early today?" To his surprise, upon opening the door, it was Qiu Miaohan standing outside, holding a large covered plate. She blinked and asked, "What's this? Aren't you going to welcome me?" "Of course, you are most welcome," Su Hao replied, inviting her inside. Curiously, he inquired, "What brings you to my home so suddenly? Is there something you need?" "Thank you for helping me out this morning. I've been learning to make pastries recently and brought over some egg tarts to express my gratitude." Qiu Miaohan replied with a bright smile as she placed the plate on the coffee table and lifted the lid to reveal 10 fragrant little egg tarts. "It was nothing really," Su Hao said, picking up one of the tarts and tasting it. Quite delicious. This is my first visit to your home. Just thought I'd drop by," Qiu Miaohan remarked as she surveyed the living room. "I've heard that bachelor pads are often messy, but yours is surprisingly tidy, cleaner than my own room. In fact," with a sigh, Su Hao explained, "there's no choice. The little girl from the neighbor's house occasionally drops by, so I have to keep my room presentable." Qiu Miaohan's eyes twinkled as she said, "By the way, I heard there's a meteor shower later. Would you like to go watch it together?" "Another meteor shower?" Su Hao was taken aback. "Am I experiencing a stroke of good fortune today, with girls inviting me one after another? Is that not acceptable?" Qiu Miaohan noticed his peculiar expression and her eyes dimmed slightly. "Not at all." Su Hao was about to clarify when a crisp knocking echoed from the entrance once more. And this time, it was indeed Xiaoyi, clad in her school uniform. "What smells so good?" "Su Hao ji, what delicious food have you made?" She peeked inside. Noticing Qiu Miaohan in the living room, her brows knitting together. "Huh, why is she here?" "I baked some egg tarts to share," Qiu Miaohan explained, as she approached with the plate and offered one to Xiaoyi. "Oh," Xiaoyi didn't hold back, devouring it in a few bites. "It's just okay, I guess." After finishing the tart, Xiaoyi tugged at Su Hao's sleeve. "Su Hao ji, let us go to the rooftop. We don't know when the meteor shower will start, so let us head up early and wait." Qiu Miaohan's gaze fell on Su Hao. Since Qiu Miaohan also wants to see the meteor shower, why not take her along to the rooftop? "Huh, she is coming too?" Xiaoyi's expression radiated reluctance as she nodded. "I suppose that is fine." "You're all heading to the rooftop?" Qiu Miaohan asked, puzzled. "Isn't the gate to the rooftop of our community locked?" "Hee hee, I have the key. Xiao Yi proudly pulled a key from her pocket. The three of them first went downstairs to buy snacks and drinks at a convenience store, filling up bags to the brim. They then took the elevator to the 33rd floor, arriving at the locked gate leading to the rooftop. Xiao Yi cheerfully hopped up and unlocked the door. A gentle breeze greeted them on the rooftop, and the remnants of the sunset created a tranquil atmosphere. The view was unexpectedly splendid. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Su Hao gazed into the distance. With his enhanced vision, he could even see the bustling streets outside the community, the waning sunlight casting a soft glow over half the city. After spreading out a prepared tablecloth on the ground, the three of them arranged their snacks and drinks, sitting together in a delightful picnic-like manner. How did things turn out with the martial arts school? Xiao Miaohan inquired curiously, having overheard the conversation between Yang Hanwu and Su Hao that morning while sitting in the back row. Nothing much. I easily drove away all those challengers. Su Hao replied casually, as if recounting an insignificant event. He pulled out a tub of ice cream from the bag and handed it to Xiao Yi. Here, your promised strawberry Haagen-Dazs. Xiao Yi beamed as she accepted the ice cream, gratefully exclaiming, "You're the best, Su Hao Ji." She peeled off the lid and took a large, satisfied spoonful. Ruffling Xiao Yi's hair, Su Hao turned to Qiu Miaohan, saying, "If that manager phone bothers you again, just let me know. I have plenty of ways to keep him in check. Perhaps inviting a dozen burly guys from the martial arts school to discuss philosophy with him?" "Thank you," Qiu Miaohan chuckled softly. Curiously, Xiao Yi asked while eating her ice cream, "What are you two talking about?" Chapter 22. The Meteor Falls. Time passed gradually as they chatted, each moment slipping away. As the sky gradually darkened and the sun completely vanished, a silent arc of light streaked across the horizon. "Look, a shooting star," Xiao Yi exclaimed, pointing towards the north. The three of them gazed up at the night sky, and indeed, they witnessed numerous meteors cascading from the heavens, reminiscent of a celestial artist's brush, briefly enchanting and dreamlike, leaving them momentarily dazed. This was merely an appetizer. The main spectacle was yet to come. Initially, only a handful of meteors traversed the sky, but after a few seconds, it was as if a torrential downpour had commenced, with countless meteors falling simultaneously, resembling a rain of stars that filled the vast canvas of night. Su Hao's eyes widened, his pupils reflecting the endless streaks of light. Yet he was unable to take in the entirety of this magnificent meteor shower. Overwhelmed, he couldn't help but reflect. Was this the meteor shower mentioned in the main quest? Truly, it was an extraordinary sight before the impending upheaval of the world, one that humanity would likely never forget. After this night, the world would soon witness a wave of awakening abilities. After a brief moment of astonishment, the three of them quickly retrieved their phones, eager to document this astronomical marvel that might not reoccur for millennia. The meteor shower's duration was fleeting, lasting only a few seconds. With Su Hao's near-eagle eyesight, he discerned that these meteors did not vanish due to atmospheric friction as experts had claimed. Rather, a significant portion maintained their momentum, posing a real threat of striking the ground. What exactly were these meteors? Why could they trigger a surge of abilities? The possibility of them landing on Earth spurred Su Hao's ambition to collect one of these celestial stones. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. At that moment, he noticed one particular meteor growing increasingly brighter, and his pupils constricted as a sense of foreboding washed over him. "Get down," Su Hao shouted, swiftly pulling Xiao Yi and Qiu Miaohan into his embrace and collapsing onto the ground. Sure enough, the very next second, that meteor hurtled towards them, a searing wave of heat brushing past their heads before crashing approximately 10 meters away. Boom. The entire building trembled violently, the rooftop shattered by the impact, debris scattering dangerously close to the three of them. What just happened? The deafening roar left Xiao Yi and Qiu Miaohan frozen in fear, huddled tightly in Su Hao's arms. "A meteor just flew over our heads. What terrible luck." Su Hao released the two girls, his gaze fixed on the crater created by the meteor's impact. "Stay here for a moment. I'll check the situation." With that, he darted forward like an arrow, leaving the girls too stunned to call after him. The meteorite crater was not large, only about a meter in diameter. Through the swirling clouds of dust, he could see that the meteor had struck the 33rd floor of an unoccupied apartment. Realizing the circumstances, Su Hao wasted no time in jumping into the crater. In the dimness, he discerned a silver-white orb, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, glistening like crystal, embedded in the floor of the pit. It radiated silvery specks of light and appeared to be gradually diminishing. Was this the true nature of the meteor shower? Su Hao momentarily froze. realizing that the orb was visibly fading at an alarming rate. It might vanish within 10 seconds. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward and seized the orb. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a micro-ability origin pearl. This ability origin pearl can provide 10 ability points. Would you like to absorb it? Ability origin pearl? Suhao was both astonished and elated. Could it truly yield 10 ability points? How remarkable! He hastily accepted the offer. The silver orb melted into his skin, beginning absorption of ability origin pearl. Absorbing. Your physical condition is too low for rapid absorption of the pearl's energy. The system will automatically convert to slow absorption. Ding. Absorption will require 1 month to complete, with 1 ability point gained every 3 days. What? A month to finish absorbing it? A series of notifications echoed in his ears, leaving Suhao bewildered. Was his physical condition truly that inadequate? Did he need to possess superhuman strength to absorb it swiftly? He felt a tinge of disappointment, yet overall, it was still a fortunate acquisition of 10 ability points. Suhao, are you down there? Are you hurt? Came the anxious voices of Qiu Miaohan and Xiao Yi from the crater's edge. I'm fine. Suhao leaped up, grasping the edge of the pit and effortlessly climbing back to the rooftop. We need to head downstairs quickly. Someone will likely come to investigate soon. It would be troublesome if the property management discovers we selfishly went up to the roof. They hurriedly gathered their belongings, snacks, and a tablecloth, then took the elevator back to Suhao's apartment on the 5th floor. Once seated on the sofa, the 3 of them exhaled in relief. That was close. I can't believe a meteor actually fell, Qiu Miaohan exclaimed, a hint of humor in her tone as she added. If it weren't for Suhao pulling Xiao Yi and me down, we might have made tomorrow's headlines. Indeed. Thank you. Suhao, Xiao Yi echoed, still shaken. I never imagined I would almost be struck by a meteor. I might not dare to go to the rooftop again. In contrast to the 2 girls' lingering fright, Suhao felt quite pleased. He retrieved 2 cans of cold drinks from the refrigerator and handed them to the girls. Surviving a calamity often brings good fortune. Here, let's have a drink to calm our nerves. After taking a sip, Xiao Yi curiously asked, by the way, Suhao, why did you suddenly jump into the meteor crater? Honestly, I was concerned about whether the meteor had injured anyone below, considering there are residents downstairs. Luckily, that apartment was unoccupied. Suhao fabricated a flawless excuse. After hearing his explanation, the girls accepted it without suspicion and inquired about the appearance of the meteor. Naturally, Suhao could not disclose the existence of the ability origin pearl, so he claimed he hadn't seen it at all, speculating that the meteor might have exploded with the crater or fallen to a lower floor. To divert their attention, Suhao switched on the television to the news channel, which was indeed broadcasting coverage of the meteor shower. A breaking news announcement revealed multiple reports of meteorite falls across various locations. According to experts, the meteorite is highly likely to possess dangerous radioactivity. If a meteorite crater is discovered, it is imperative for everyone to maintain a safe distance and promptly notify the relevant authorities for proper handling. The first person to report will receive a reward of 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan, Xiao Yi exclaimed. Brother Suhao, shall we call the police? It may already be too late, Suhao replied with a shrug and a smile. Look downstairs. He had already heard the distant sound of police sirens growing closer. Xiao Yi leaned towards the window and indeed saw a police car entering the community, feeling a pang of disappointment as the prospect of that 1,000 yuan slipped away. Chapter 23. Finding fault with the meteorite landing on the rooftop, the entire community buzzed with excitement. Many residents, swayed by news reports, believed the meteorite's radioactivity posed a grave danger, prompting them to flee their homes and avoid the building where Suhao and others resided, waiting for police to secure the scene. Although Xiao Yi and her companions initially considered descending, Suhao stopped them, asserting that it was unnecessary. He was acutely aware that the meteorite posed no real threat. After all, it was a precious item that could augment their abilities. Furthermore, even if it were indeed radioactive, he had absorbed all of it, rendering it safe to approach the crater. They remained at Suhao's residence for a while longer, engaging in light conversation before parting ways and returning to their homes. Could these radioactive meteorites be the catalyst for awakening abilities? Considering the available information, Suhao felt this possibility was quite substantial. He had not contemplated venturing out to search for additional meteorites, as the likelihood of 2 meteorites landing in the same city during a meteor shower was exceedingly slim. Additionally, he noted that fallen meteorites naturally dissipated, even without being touched. They would completely dissolve within mere seconds. Even if he were to find another crater, He doubted he would obtain a second ability crystal. Could others have acquired ability crystals as well? The probability was minimal, unless someone like him reached the meteorite's impact site instantaneously at the moment of its descent and seized it before it vanished. They would have no chance of obtaining an ability crystal. One must ask, how many would dare approach a perilous meteorite crater, even if some curious individuals drew near? How many would be bold enough to touch a meteorite potentially laden with radioactivity? Human hesitation would inevitably lead to the complete dissolution of the ability crystal in those fleeting seconds of doubt. The odds of others obtaining a complete ability crystal were almost negligible. In contrast, he considered himself an exceptionally fortunate individual. As electricity crackled between his fingers, Suhao snapped his fingers, producing a series of sharp, vibrant sparks. Even if the entire world began to awaken their abilities, he would never be trampled upon. With the power of lightning at his fingertips and an upgrade system in place, he was destined to stand at the forefront of this era. He turned off the television, washed his face, and prepared for sleep. As night deepened, Suhao was soundly asleep when he was abruptly awakened by a series of loud knocks at the entrance. Who could it be? Frowning, he approached the door. Such a rude knocking could not possibly belong to Qiu Miaohan or Xiao Yi. Peering through the peephole, he spotted an unfamiliar man outside, smoking a cigarette with a brazen demeanor, impatiently pounding on the door. Who is it outside? Suhao inquired. I'm from the Public Security Bureau, the man urged. Open the door for an inspection, or I will report you for noncompliance. The Public Security Bureau? Suhao chuckled, amused. In the dead of night, without even a police uniform on, and you dare impersonate an officer while smoking? You must have just escaped from a mental institution. You're asking for it. How dare you call me insane? The brash man glared, slamming his fist against the door. Laughter erupted from those beside him. Hey Lu, we told you this approach wouldn't work. Shouldn't we just break down the door? Wait, making too much noise will alert the monkey. It's time for him to perform. Cut it out. You should have let me in earlier. Move aside. Hurry up. Be cautious, he might call the cops. What are you afraid of? If he dares to call, we'll just back off and come back later. Amidst the chaotic chatter, it was evident that there were at least 3 or 4 individuals outside. The sound of the door lock being tampered with echoed ominously. Were these ruffians deliberately seeking trouble? Before Suhao could grasp the situation, a system notification resounded in his ears. Beep. Side quest triggered. Midnight assault. Quest requirements. Give Lu the scoundrel and his accomplices a good beating and send them all to the police station. Quest reward. 100 experience points, 20 training points. Ah, so this group of thugs had been sent by Lu the scoundrel to seek revenge against him. How delightful. A task falling into his lap while he was at home. A smile crept upon Suhao's lips. A generous gift of experience points had presented itself. How could he possibly refuse? With a swift motion, he swung open the door, eliciting a cry of pain as one of the would-be intruders collided headfirst with the doorframe, tumbling backward. He opened the door. One of the ruffians shouted, as 7 or 8 of them surged into the room, surrounding Suhao. The brash man brandished a machete, spitting on the ground. Brothers, hold this kid down and give him a thorough beating. Just make sure he doesn't die. Suhao surveyed the motley crew before him. 8 in total. Only the leader wielded a weapon. The rest were either empty-handed or brandishing a few makeshift clubs. Typically, the advantage of numbers would intimidate an unarmed individual into submission. However, Suhao was no easy target. As the gang lunged to restrain him, he acted swiftly, delivering a straightforward punch to the first assailant, sending him crashing to the ground. Unconscious, this kid dares to fight back. Quickly subdue him. The onlookers scrambled forward, eager to join in. You think you can hold me down? What a joke. Suhao scoffed. In this confined space, his reflexes were at their peak. With fists and feet in tandem, he targeted the vulnerable joints of the thugs, swiftly incapacitating several of them. The ones brought down cried out in agony, unable to continue the fight. To be frank, this group of ruffians was woefully weak. Their attacks lacked any finesse or ferocity. While they might bully ordinary individuals in their daily lives, they were no match for someone trained in combat. Seeing his subordinates fall like overripe fruit, the brazen man realized the dire situation and panicked. He brandished a machete, shouting, "Stop! My blade is indiscriminate. Do you believe I won't cleave you in two? Oh, then I am eager to witness your attempt," Suhao replied, having just taken down the last thug attempting to flee, as he stepped closer to the brash man. The man, now frantic, swung his machete at Suhao. But with such a vast disparity in strength, there was no way he could land a hit. Suhao deftly sidestepped, seized the machete from the man's grasp, and held it against his neck. "Do you wish to kill me?" Su Hao narrowed his eyes, the sharpened edge of the blade gliding across the man's throat, drawing a thin line of blood. The man turned pale, fearfully retracting his neck, frozen in place, utterly terrified. Please, stop. Let's talk this over. Put the knife away. He pleaded, deflated. Chapter 24. The power-type superhuman. At the entrance, a young man clad in pajamas held a machete against the neck of a man in a black jacket. Behind him, in a modest living room of less than 20 square meters, several thugs lay sprawled across the floor, some groaning in pain, others unconscious, creating an oddly surreal atmosphere. You are Liu Bapi's cousin? Yes, the man replied, his voice lacking energy. Without hesitation, Su Hao struck him twice across the face, sending him reeling. You. The man began to protest, but swallowed his words as he felt the cold steel at his throat. I concede today. I won't meddle in your affairs with Liu Cheng. Let us leave some room for negotiation. Please, let us go. Do you think my home is a place where you can just come and go as you please? Take your grievances to the police. Su Hao maintained his grip on the machete, pulling out his phone to dial the police station. Don't call the police. The man panicked. If you dare to report me today, my brother will come with dozens of men to kill you tomorrow. Oh, and who might your brother be? Su Hao inquired, intrigued, as he had little knowledge of the local gangs. If he could gather intelligence on this underground faction, it would open new avenues for future tasks. My brother is Long Ge, who oversees this area, the man stated, regaining some confidence. Long Ge has an elder brother, the one from the Baji martial arts school. You know, my superior is the head of that school, known in the underworld as Wu Ge. He has a cadre of martial artists under him. Even though you're skilled, Wu Ge could easily defeat you with one hand. What did you say? Wu Ge? Su Hao was taken aback. Is his name Yang Hongwu? You've heard of Wu Ge? The man boasted. Knowing his reputation, you should hastily put down the knife. Let us go while you still can. Su Hao regarded him with amusement, unable to suppress a laugh. Well then, I shall contact your esteemed Wu Ge. With that, under the man's bewildered gaze, Su Hao casually dialed a number and switched to speaker mode. What's up, Su? Yang Hongwu's voice came through the line. What is the matter at this hour? Su Hao cut straight to the chase. Does your martial arts school oversee any gangs? Well, that should be the case. Yang hesitated. Running a martial arts school is costly, and I've formed connections with various individuals. Do you know Long Ge, who oversees this area? Oh, you mean Xiaolong? He trained at our martial arts school for a few years. The brazen man, clearly recognizing Yang's voice, looked at Su Hao in horror. Unable to fathom that Su Hao knew his superior and that Yang showed him great respect, Su Hao shot a glance at the man, who was almost paralyzed with fear. Someone under him is causing me trouble, and I intend to hand these fellows over to the police. Do you understand? Who dares to cause trouble for you, Su? Yang's tone was incredulous. In his eyes, Su Hao's martial prowess was on par with that of his master. Defeating 10 foes at once was childish play for him. How could someone be so foolish as to provoke such a formidable figure? State your name, Su Hao insisted, presenting the phone to the brazen man, who was so terrified he could barely speak coherently. Yang Hongwu interjected, Su, do as you see fit. I'll inform Xiaolong to ensure his men behave in the future. After hanging up, Su Hao turned back to the man. Do you have anything else to say? Brother, I was wrong. Please call the police. The man lamented, filled with resentment towards his cousin for leading him to provoke such a powerful figure. Offending someone like Wu Ge, who commanded respect, had doomed him. Long Ge would surely not protect him once he emerged from the police station. He vowed to give his unfortunate cousin a severe beating. Notification. Side quest completed. Quest reward. 100 experience points, 20 training points. After this brief interlude, several police cars arrived at the community. 2 officers inquired about the situation from Su Hao, accompanying him upstairs to apprehend the thugs sprawled across the room, loading them into the police vehicles. Man, you're incredible. Did you really take down all these guys by yourself? Downstairs, a young officer marveled. I've only seen such feats in action films. I never thought someone could single-handedly take on so many. Just luck, Su Hao replied casually. How long do you think they'll be sentenced? The other officer shrugged. Probably about 15 days of detention, maybe a fine of 1,000 each. Although they committed residential trespass. You weren't harmed, right? Such cases usually get minimized. As they chatted, a sudden loud crash erupted from behind them as a door was kicked open. What just happened? The young officer exclaimed. Before them, a thug suddenly swelled up like the Hulk, muscles bulging, towering nearly 3 meters tall. He effortlessly knocked aside the officers attempting to restrain him and bolted towards the exit of the community. What kind of monster is that? The police present were utterly stunned, watching as the giant fled the residential area. Its imposing size was so overwhelming that they hesitated to pursue it. In China, law enforcement officers are typically unarmed, equipped only with batons and electric rods for self-defense. A moment's thought made it clear that they stood no chance against such a powerful, rampaging giant. One officer snapped back to reality, urgently grabbing his radio to call for assistance. Headquarters. Requesting backup. There's a monster at Zhuke community. What? I'm not joking. There really is a monster. It just kicked the door off a police car. Hurry, send armed SWAT over. As one officer reported the situation, several others rushed to check on their injured comrades, plunging the scene into chaos. Witnessing this shocking spectacle, Su Hao was equally astounded. Unlike the others, he had some insight into the situation. The wave of extraordinary powers had likely begun. That small-time thug had probably awakened some form of supernatural ability, transforming him into something monstrous. Just imagine the force required to kick a car door off its hinges. This individual's strength had to exceed 20 points, if not 30. Ding. Side quest triggered. The rampaging ability user. Quest requirement. Subdue the rampaging power-type ability user before police reinforcements arrive, rendering him unconscious or incapacitated. Quest reward. 300 experience points, 70 training points. So, he really has awakened a power type, and he seems formidable. Su Hao squinted, pursuing the giant and sprinting toward the community entrance. Hey, what are you doing? A young officer exclaimed in surprise. Don't go that way. It's dangerous. He attempted to grab Su Hao, but only grasped air. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Hao had vanished in a flash, moving with a speed that rivaled that of a cheetah, raising suspicions that he too might be a monster. Chapter 25. The might of lightning elements bursting through the community gates, Su Hao immediately spotted the giant racing northward. However, due to its massive size, each step was heavy, thudding against the ground with a resounding boom. Despite its strength, it could not match the speed of an ordinary jogger. Thankfully, it was late at night, with hardly any pedestrians around. Otherwise, this furious giant would surely incite chaos. Great strength, but slow speed? What a glitch. Su Hao scoffed, feeling a bit more at ease. While this power-type ability user was indeed terrifying, one punch could likely knock him out cold. Having all that brute force was futile if he couldn't land a hit. After all, combat skills were designed for such scenarios. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in on the giant's rear. Up close, the nearly 3-meter-tall giant resembled a towering wall, its shirt torn from the sheer bulk of its muscles, exuding an undeniable air of oppression. Seizing the moment before the giant could react, Su Hao aimed a powerful punch at a vital point on its back. His fist struck the giant's muscular back with a dull thud. How solid! Su Hao was startled. The impact felt less like striking flesh and more like hitting tough leather, sending a tingling sensation through his hand. What hit me? The giant roared in pain, turning to glare at Su Hao, fury igniting in its eyes. I'm going to smash you to bits. Although the thug had become somewhat dim-witted after awakening his powers, he still retained a clear memory of their previous encounter and was determined to retaliate. He charged at Su Hao, fists swinging. Want to beat me? You'll have to catch me first. Su Hao skillfully evaded the punch, retreating with ease before delivering a swift kick to the giant's abdomen. Thud. Another dull sound, akin to kicking a rubber tire, and it barely fazed the creature. The giant's face twisted in rage as it swung wildly, unable to land a single blow on Su Hao. While its punches contained enough force to crush skulls, the sheer bulk of its muscles resulted in sluggishness, making it feel like a moving leather sack to Su Hao. Dancing around the giant's attacks, Su Hao struck repeatedly, producing a rhythmic series of thuds. Officers who had rushed out of the community were taken aback by the scene before them. They witnessed the towering giant rampaging down the street, while a young man darted nimbly through its onslaught, countering strikes and maneuvering with remarkable agility, keeping the giant at bay. One officer gaped in disbelief. I can't believe I'm not dreaming right now. Isn't that the guy who took on 8 opponents by himself? Wow, he can really fight. Another young officer exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. It's incredible how he's managing to handle that monster so effortlessly. Should we go help him? One officer hesitantly asked his colleague, clutching an electric baton. Help? Your little frame wouldn't withstand a single punch from that beast. Be careful not to lose your life, replied an officer with a radio, patting him on the shoulder. I've already requested backup from headquarters. The armed forces should arrive within 10 minutes. Until then, let us see if our superhero can hold his ground. A crowd of officers gathered to watch, with one even pulling out a phone to record the action. Su Hao shook his head in exasperation. These guys are so bold, they won't even help. Can't they see I'm unarmed? A baton or even a regular police stick would do. Yet he had never expected much assistance from them. In just over 10 seconds, he had exchanged blows with the giant at least a dozen times. This power-type ability user was not only immensely strong, but also had remarkably durable muscles. Punches and kicks barely phased him. Even with Su Hao's extraordinary strength, he could only inflict minor discomfort, failing to deliver any substantial damage. The giant's imposing stature rendered many of Su Hao's combat techniques ineffective. In a mere brawl, neither party could gain the upper hand in a short span. Was he left with no choice but to resort to that one move? Su Hao furrowed his brow. His grasp of the lightning element was still too rudimentary, and he was reluctant to unleash it upon a human. Yet, with no other options and time running out, he had to subdue the power-type ability user before the armed police arrived on the scene, or risk mission failure. That infuriating brat, always dodging like an eel. If you're so capable, why not take a punch from me? The giant bellowed in frustration. Once I get my hands on you, I will surely break those damned legs of yours, and see how you run then. Take a punch? Very well, as you wish. Su Hao responded with a bemused smile. This time, he no longer avoided the confrontation. Instead, he stepped forward to meet the giant's incoming fist, just managing to evade the oncoming punch. Su Hao wrapped his arms around the giant's thick limbs, and a flicker of lightning surged through his palms. In an instant, the giant's arm convulsed uncontrollably, rendering it utterly powerless. What have you done? The giant, disoriented and filled with terror, noticed Su Hao placing his hand on his abdomen. In the next moment, a flash of lightning erupted. The giant curled up, clutching his belly, and crashed to the ground, his limbs writhing in agony. Was that all? The lethality of the lightning element against living beings was indeed astonishing. Su Hao himself was taken aback by the outcome. He had only exerted 50% of his strength. Yet the giant could not withstand it. Fortunately, he had not gone all out, or he might have electrocuted the man to death. Channeling the lightning element, he felt as though he were a mobile high-voltage power line, far more effective than the most powerful electric baton. Placing his hand on the giant's nape, who was now foaming at the mouth, he summoned faint arcs of electricity. Almost instantly, the once formidable power-type ability user lost consciousness, shrinking back to the stature of an average person. Ding. Side quest completed. Quest reward: 300 experience points, 70 practice points. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level: 6, awarded for distributable attribute points. 1 ability point. Oh, an upgrade? Su Hao was momentarily stunned. He had not paid much attention to his experience points since reaching level 5, and yet he had unknowingly advanced another level. Moreover, leveling up granted him ability points. Glancing at the system interface, he noted that reaching level 7 required 730 experience points, far less than he had anticipated. With just 2 or 3 more missions to subdue ability users, it appeared that the path to future upgrades would not be particularly arduous. Chapter 26. The chief of police. As the giant reverted to a normal human size, the onlooking police officers cautiously approached, testing the giant with a few pokes, and bravely produced handcuffs to restrain the ruffian. One officer hesitantly inquired, "Is this guy dead?" "No, he merely fainted," Su Hao replied. "You'd best administer a sedative to him and have a tranquilizer gun ready, just in case he wakes up and goes berserk." Right. Several officers nodded in agreement as they dragged the ruffian back to the police vehicle. Witnessing the fierce battle, the police gazed at Su Hao with awe and astonishment. But now was not the time for questions. The commotion caused by the giant had roused numerous residents in the vicinity, and they needed to calm the public. To be candid, Su Hao was also quite troubled. If it weren't for the system task, he would rather not have drawn attention to himself. He anticipated that he would have to endure a thorough interrogation from the police, for reality was not like the movies. And being a superhero was not as simple as it seemed. So many people had witnessed him incapacitating a power-type ability user. This was not something that could merely be brushed off as a display of martial arts. There was a possibility that he might be officially recognized as an ability user, which would eliminate his chance to remain in the shadows and develop discreetly. Aside from the minor inconvenience, he was not overly worried about being subjected to experimentation. If he were the only ability user, he might face the risk of becoming a guinea pig, but the surge of ability users was a global phenomenon. Just in this city, in this neighborhood alone, a power-type ability user had emerged that very night, indicating that such individuals would become increasingly common. "Man, you were incredible just now. We barely saw how you took that guy down." The young officer who had previously engaged Su Hao approached, his face alight with excitement and admiration. Su Hao offered a nonchalant response. "I merely executed a forceful elbow strike to his nape." and that was enough to knock him out. It seemed that the lightning element had remained concealed after all. The arcs he emitted were subtle, and the officers were positioned far enough away that they could not see clearly. Since he had not been discovered, Su Hao decided to play along, preserving the lightning element as a trump card. It was wise to keep some options available in life, especially since it seemed the world would soon descend into chaos. I never imagined there were truly mutated criminals, the young officer exclaimed. You dared to confront such a monster and actually brought it down. You must be one of those legendary hidden martial arts masters. Have you been watching too many movies? I'm just an ordinary person with a bit of fighting skill. Su Hao chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. That mutated giant may have raw strength, but its punch speed is rather slow. It's not as formidable as it appears. Even someone with a modicum of skill could manage to stand their ground. While standing their ground was feasible, achieving victory was nearly impossible. Power-type ability users possessed not only immense strength, but also formidable resilience. Not only could fists not break their skin, but Su Hao even suspected that a moderately sharp knife would struggle to pierce their hide, which felt as tough as cowhide. With time to spare, Su Hao engaged in further conversation with the young officer. During their chat, he learned that this officer was indeed young, 2 years his junior, named Chen Jiahao, and had just graduated from the police academy the previous week. This was his first deployment as an officer. To encounter such a supernatural event on one's inaugural day was a twist of fate that was hard to classify as either fortunate or unfortunate. A convoy of police riot vehicles sped down the street from the opposite end. A squad of armed and equipped special police officers leaped from their vehicles, cautiously surveying their surroundings, only to be bewildered to find that they had arrived too late. The monster had already been dealt with. The special police quickly took command of the situation and sought information from the veteran officer who had initially called for backup. The subsequent events unfolded rather simply. The power-type ability user, in a state of unconsciousness, was escorted by armed police to an anti-riot vehicle, unbeknownst to his destination. Meanwhile, Su Hao was respectfully invited by the civilian police to board a police car, where he was to provide his testimony at the precinct. The initial matter at hand pertained to his unauthorized entry into a private residence. Seizing this splendid opportunity, Su Hao had no intention of letting Liu, the unscrupulous individual, escape unscathed. He asserted that those individuals had been dispatched by Supervisor Liu due to a prior dispute he had with him, thus implicating Liu as a key instigator. The officer responsible for recording Su Hao's statement had witnessed the confrontation between Su Hao and the giant, and thus held him in high regard. Without hesitation, he complied with Su Hao's request to include Liu in the list of offenders, ensuring at least a 15-day detention for him. After completing his testimony, it was customary for Su Hao to be released. However, the officers requested that he wait briefly in the interrogation room, stating that someone from the higher echelons of the police department wished to personally commend his act of bravery. Had his encounter with the power-type ability user indeed attracted the attention of national institutions? Su Hao inwardly mused, wondering what kind of commendation this could possibly be. It was evident that the government had likely dispatched personnel to investigate him. This was not an unreasonable assumption, as in the face of significant events, it is invariably the state institutions that possess the most immediate and reliable intelligence. It was conceivable that the government had long been aware of the existence of the ability wave, albeit without public disclosure. Su Hao felt a tinge of anxiety, uncertain of how governmental bodies perceived ability users. His displayed prowess was not particularly formidable. After all, he had engaged in a prolonged struggle with the power-type user. And to outsiders, he might merely appear slightly superior to the giant. It seemed unlikely that national authorities would regard him with particular significance. In truth, had he not been unarmed, he could have easily subdued the power-type user without relying on his lightning abilities. Of course, Su Hao harbored no desire for undue attention. While being in the limelight might yield considerable fame and fortune, the accompanying price would be stringent surveillance and the loss of personal freedom. He silently contemplated. With the system at his disposal, it was only a matter of time before he grew powerful. Until then, discretion was paramount. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, a middle-aged man clad in high-ranking police uniform entered the room, holding a document in hand. "Are you Mr. Su?" "Indeed," Su Hao replied, scrutinizing the officer. The insignia on his shoulder bore 2 horizontal stripes and 3 four-pointed stars, an indication of a first-class police superintendent, likely serving as the head of a county-level public security bureau. Su Hao was somewhat taken aback that even the district police chief had been alerted. He had anticipated that only a special police officer or perhaps a deputy chief would come to investigate him. Mr. Su, firstly, we are immensely grateful for your courage in assisting law enforcement in apprehending a fugitive. The police chief began with an abundance of formalities, expressing intentions to present him with a banner and a monetary reward of 500 yuan. As Su Hao began to grow impatient with the bureaucratic niceties, the chief's tone shifted abruptly. Let us cut to the chase, Mr. Su. Have you awakened any special abilities? Special abilities? Su Hao's expression subtly shifted to one of wariness. What do you mean by that? For instance, have you suddenly acquired extraordinary capabilities? Or perhaps your physical attributes have significantly surpassed those of the average person? The police chief interlaced his fingers and smiled calmly. Mr. Su, there is no need for concern. While those who awaken special abilities are indeed rare, they are not entirely absent. The state refers to such individuals as ability users. As long as you refrain from misusing this power, the government generally maintains a friendly disposition toward ability users. Given the police chief's words, it was clear that he had already concluded that Su Hao was most likely an ability user. Well, I must admit that my physical condition has indeed improved considerably of late, Su Hao conceded, having no intention of withholding the truth. Upon learning of the government's stance from the chief, he felt inclined to be forthcoming. The chief's demeanor grew more serious. Physical condition? In what specific regard? Strength or speed? Both, I suppose, Su Hao replied vaguely. My strength has increased by nearly 50%, and I run significantly faster than before. My reflexes and stamina have also improved. Although I have not measured them precisely, I believe I could easily outpace elite athletes. An all-around enhancement of physical abilities? The chief pondered, jotting down a few notes on the form. Do you possess any other special abilities? Not that I am aware of, Su Hao yawned. Officer, when might I return home to rest? I just had a rather exhausting encounter with that giant. By the way, was that thug who transformed into a giant also an ability user? Indeed, the chief nodded. In light of Su Hao's status as an ability user, he did not withhold information. Based on the current intelligence, we suspect he is a mutated power-type ability user, capable of significantly enhancing his strength by altering his physique. A mutated power-type ability user? Su Hao furrowed his brow in confusion. Are there various classifications of ability users? Mutated? So, does that imply there are also standard types? There certainly are, the chief explained. Standard power-type ability users enhance their physical attributes directly, while mutated types differ in that they may not possess great strength inherently, but can amplify their physicality through transformation. Generally, their transformed state is significantly more robust than that of standard power-type users. Thus, one could argue that mutated types possess an advantage over standard types? Not necessarily. Each type has its own strengths and weaknesses. After all, the mutation process adds an extra layer of complexity, and having a weaker base form can be a considerable drawback. Su Hao inquired, so, what type of ability user do I qualify as? Based on your description, your body has undergone comprehensive enhancement, which would classify you as an all-around standard ability user, the chief replied, albeit with some uncertainty. We will need to conduct tests to ascertain the precise extent of your physical superiority over the average individual. Su Hao pressed further. What will happen to that mutated power-type ability user? He will be detained, undergo re-education, and ultimately be transformed into a pillar of the nation. The chief replied with an expressionless demeanor. Understood, Su Hao remarked, a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing his comprehension of the government's stance toward ability users. As he had surmised, the state was intent on tightly regulating this unpredictable factor, with the most favorable outcome being integration into the system for their utilization. After further discussion, the chief exhibited an openness to Su Hao's inquiries, revealing much about ability users and subtly indicating that within the government framework, the welfare and treatment of ability users were notably favorable. With the groundwork laid, it was no surprise when the chief extended an olive branch to Su Hao in the end. Government integration, you say? Currently, I find myself without employment as well. What position are you referring to? Su Hao displayed a keen interest. If he could secure a role within the police department, it would afford him the opportunity to engage with a plethora of incidents, thus significantly enhancing his chances of triggering system tasks and expediting his advancement. The specifics of the position have yet to be determined, but it is assuredly at least at the deputy section level, accompanied by additional allowances. After a brief pause, the director remarked, however, that to join the ranks of the superpowered, one would likely need to undergo a period of training and assessment, as not everyone can qualify. Training and assessment? Su Hao furrowed his brow, inquiring further. The director handed over a document he had prepared in advance. The document outlined that superpowered individuals must undergo ability evaluations, participate in specialized training to master their abilities, and complete written assessments on various regulations and protocols. A process that would take no less than 2 to 3 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks? That seems excessively long. I cannot afford such a delay. The world is on the precipice of an extraordinary surge of superpowers. What if I were to be out of touch for that duration? Who knows what the world would look like upon my return? Is it possible to forego the training and directly enlist? Suhao tentatively suggested. After all, my ability enhances my physicality across the board, rendering training unnecessary. As for the regulations, I can diligently memorize them at home. How about we board the ship first and settle the fare later? I am not authorized to make that decision. I must report to my superiors. For now, you should return home and await further communication. Rest assured, someone will contact you by tomorrow at the latest. Please keep your phone accessible. The director, noticing Suhao's lack of immediate agreement, chose to conclude the discussion. He reminded Suhao to refrain from disclosing any information regarding superpowers to the general populace. Summoned an officer to meticulously record Suhao's personal details for the records, and signaled that he could depart. Exiting the precinct, the dawn was just breaking. Suhao gazed upward. Although the director exhibited a willingness to recruit him, it seemed he did not hold my abilities in high regard. Perhaps this indifference could be beneficial, as it implied a less stringent oversight, a favorable circumstance for him. From the director's words, he learned that superpowered individuals are broadly categorized into 4 types: elemental, special, mysterious, and ordinary. Ordinary superpowers are the most simplistic, merely enhancing certain physical attributes. The subcategories include strength, agility, and comprehensive enhancement. The director mistakenly classified Suhao's exhibited prowess as comprehensive enhancement. Ordinary superpowers. The term itself sounds rather mundane, merely a matter of physical augmentation. In an era dominated by advanced weaponry, such a slight increase in strength is hardly noteworthy, which explains the lack of esteem. Suhao clenched his fist. Even without employing lightning elemental skills, the attributes bestowed by leveling up would suffice to rival the majority of ordinary superpowered individuals. That said, should anyone dare to regard him as merely an ordinary superpowered individual, they would undoubtedly come to regret it. Let us not forget, he possesses system specialization, and his combat skills are unparalleled, not to mention his potential for further enhancement. When the disparity in strength is not vast, Suhao can prevail through exquisite techniques, overwhelming his opponents. As for elemental powers, there is not much to elaborate on. The lightning element he currently commands is merely one variant of elemental abilities. The special category encompasses a wide array of powers, akin to the special and passive abilities found within the system's modules. For instance, abilities such as invisibility, duplication, regeneration of severed digits, and absolute balance all fall under this category. Chapter 28. Types of superpowers. As long as he diligently levels up and seeks to acquire more superpower points, there will come a day when he can unlock all the abilities within the superpower module. At that point, he would be nearly comparable to the legendary celestial beings, capable of traversing the heavens and the earth. The pressing question remains, how does one acquire superpower points? Aside from leveling up, he is aware of only one method: superpower crystals. The meteor shower that recently graced the skies was composed entirely of these superpower crystals, and it is highly likely that these very crystals instigated the so-called surge of superpowers. Suhao pondered, was the appearance of these crystals a mere coincidence, or were they intentionally cast upon Earth by someone? Though he harbored these questions, he found the complexity of such matters tedious to contemplate. The primary concern is that the superpower crystals evaporate swiftly. The meteor shower has likely rendered them all but non-existent, and he lacks alternative channels to procure them, thus finding himself at an impasse. Never mind, I shall cross that bridge when I come to it, and seek solutions later. With no leads, Suhao did not dwell on the matter, returning home to have a bite to eat before succumbing to slumber. Just 2 hours prior, he had been roused in the middle of the night by a gang of ruffians, engaged in a scuffle with a strength-type, superpowered individual, and subsequently spent a considerable time at the police station giving his statement. He was now thoroughly exhausted, famished, and sleepy, before unlocking the passive ability of Mana Reservoir. Utilizing lightning elemental skills consumed a considerable amount of stamina, with fatigue and hunger being the most prominent indicators of such depletion. Suhao had previously experimented and found he could unleash his full power approximately 9 times, rendering opponents unconscious with lightning. However, in his recent encounter with the strength-type superpowered individual, he had expended nearly half of his stamina to barely incapacitate him. indicating that confronting physically stronger foes required exponentially more energy. Upon awakening, it was already midday. As Su-hao opened his phone, the first thing he noticed was a transfer of 50,000 yuan from Yang Hongwu, bringing his WeChat wallet total to over 110,000. With such funds, indulging himself felt like a necessity. Consequently, he joyfully ordered a family bucket and a pizza combo through a delivery service. By nature, Su-hao was not one to frivolously spend. Rather than dining at a lavish restaurant, he preferred the comfort of his home, relishing a meal while watching a movie, embracing the sheer pleasure of it all. After reaching level 5, the main quest had yet to refresh, prompting Su-hao to take a more leisurely approach to leveling up. Having completed his hygiene routine, the delivery arrived just in time. He reclined languidly on the sofa, savoring chicken legs and sipping a cold drink, while casually switching the television to the news channel. The report detailed the damages caused by the meteorite falls the previous night. Statistics revealed that at least half of the cities nationwide experienced meteorite impacts, with even Shanghai's television tower being demolished, resulting in losses amounting to tens of billions. In addition to domestic losses, many foreign regions also suffered under the bombardment of the meteor shower. Experts suggest that the frequent meteorite falls could be attributed to the exceptionally hard materials of these meteorites, which exhibit remarkable heat resistance, enabling them to withstand the erosion of the atmosphere and descend to the Earth. This meteor shower has been hailed by news outlets worldwide as an unprecedented global catastrophe occurring once in hundreds of thousands of years. Astonishingly, despite the multitude of meteorite impacts, there have been no reported casualties aside from structural damage. One might ponder, had I not acted swiftly last night, the three of us could have been the sole unfortunate victims of a meteorite strike. What a grim fate that would have been, perhaps even earning us a place in the annals of history. Su-hao chuckled at his own musings, feeling rather fortunate rather than unfortunate. As the saying goes, misfortune can often be a blessing in disguise. If not for the meteorite narrowly missing him, he would not have acquired the extraordinary energy crystal, a remarkable boon of 10 energy points. Although he would need to wait a month to fully absorb it, he was already quite content. After finishing his cold drink, he switched through several news channels, all predominantly reporting on the meteorites. Su-hao was intrigued to note the absence of any news regarding extraordinary abilities on television. It appeared that the government was tightly controlling the flow of information. It seemed unlikely that the wave of extraordinary abilities would provoke any immediate global upheaval. While it is termed a wave of extraordinary abilities, it is likely that only a small fraction of the population would awaken such powers. It is improbable that billions across the globe would possess them. After watching the news for a while, he turned off the television and summoned the system interface. Lost in contemplation, how should he utilize the energy points obtained from leveling up? Ignoring elemental abilities for now, as he had yet to fully grasp the thunder element, it would be prudent to refrain from dabbling in other elements for the time being to avoid a lack of mastery. Su-hao stroked his chin. The remaining upgradable abilities were limited to X-ray vision, invisibility, absolute balance, and near-death resilience. The first two held considerable allure for him. Perhaps he should learn the invisibility ability first? A playful smile graced his lips, for surely many have fantasized about what they would do if they could become invisible. With no one able to see him, he could indulge in activities he would normally shy away from, such as stealthily infiltrating a bank to withdraw a significant sum of cash or secretly observing a women's bathhouse. However, it seemed the system's basic invisibility would not be overwhelmingly powerful. Otherwise, it would not require merely one energy point to upgrade. Su-hao dispelled the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and opened the invisibility ability description. Basic invisibility utilizes light refraction to achieve a visual effect of invisibility. It cannot conceal one's breath, sound, temperature, or other details. Maintaining the invisibility state requires the consumption of 1 point of mana per second. If mana is depleted, it will consume stamina, draining 3 points of stamina per second. Goodness, consuming 3 points of stamina per second seemed excessive. Su-hao widened his eyes, unable to refrain from commenting. With only 17 points of constitution, I can maintain invisibility for a mere 5 seconds? Such a brief duration is hardly sufficient even for a simple task. Ahem, let us steer the conversation back. In any case, 5 seconds of invisibility is woefully inadequate for accomplishing much, whether serious or frivolous. Su-hao sighed. It appears that initially, invisibility can only serve as a trump card for surprise attacks in battle. To maintain the state for an extended period, he would need to learn the mana source ability first. To be honest, 5 seconds of invisibility is not entirely weak. In combat, it could potentially secure a decisive victory. Just imagine, if you were engaged in a fight and suddenly your opponent vanished, you would surely be momentarily bewildered, pondering whether they had fled or concealed themselves somewhere. And just at that moment, a blade strikes silently at a vital point. The assassin's path, one swift kill. Merely contemplating it is exhilarating. Although invisibility consumes a significant amount of energy, it allows for both retreat and ambush, proving useful for both escape and surprise attacks. Should he invest more points in it? Chapter 29. Extraordinary Ability Assessment. After pondering for a while, Suhao ultimately decided against spending his energy points. Nearly all extraordinary abilities necessitated substantial stamina consumption. If he utilized invisibility, he would lack the stamina required to wield the Thunder Element ability. The adage biting off more than one can chew rings true in this case. While it may appear advantageous to acquire an additional ability, the actual enhancement to his combat prowess would be minimal. For the time being, invisibility would not be necessary. It would be wiser to accumulate 3 energy points to unlock the Mana Source ability first, once he reached level 7. Combined with the feedback from the Extraordinary Energy Crystal tomorrow, he would have sufficient points to upgrade the Mana Source ability. Glancing at the 4 assignable attribute points, he contemplated briefly and decided to allocate them all to his constitution, instantly doubling it to an impressive 21 points. His reasoning was straightforward. With greater stamina, he could unleash the Thunder Element ability more frequently, leading to a more significant short-term boost in combat power. As for strength and agility, he had already surpassed the average individual by a considerable margin and deemed it unnecessary to invest further for now. Suddenly, his phone rang. Suhao picked it up to find an unknown number. After answering, a crisp female voice greeted him with an official tone. "Is this Mr. Suhao?" "Yes, it is. Please report to the number 3 training building at the Provincial Sports Stadium for an extraordinary ability assessment within the next 2 hours. Upon arrival, kindly contact the relevant personnel using this number. Matters regarding your classification will be discussed after the assessment." "Assessment? All right, I will head over now." Suhao hung up, reflecting on the government's remarkable efficiency in handling such matters. He had only learned this morning of his extraordinary abilities, and by noon, they had already arranged an assessment for him. Ding. Main quest triggered. Extraordinary Ability Assessment. Quest requirement. Achieve a grade or higher in the Extraordinary Ability Assessment. Quest reward. Additional 4 assignable attribute points. What? The main quest has been updated? Suhao was momentarily taken aback. This new main quest even offered a reward, and it was attribute points. He wondered what level of evaluation was implied by grade. Once he arrived at the assessment location, he would need to gather information to avoid inadvertently failing the quest. The value of those 4 assignable attribute points was not to be underestimated. He dressed quickly and prepared to head to the Provincial Sports Stadium. The community was less than 5 bus stops away from the stadium, and he arrived at the entrance of the number 3 training building in under half an hour, only to find the entire building cordoned off. Sealed off with tape and barricades, a sign read, "Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entry." Taking out his phone, he contacted the woman from before. Shortly after, a young lady in police uniform emerged from the side door of the training building. "Mr. Su, we have been waiting for you for quite some time. Please, come in," she said, surveying Suhao and gesturing for him to follow. As Suhao trailed behind, he noticed the 2 stripes and 2 4-pointed stars on the young officer's shoulder, which struck him with surprise. This woman, only a few years his senior, was a second-level police supervisor, at least holding a deputy section chief rank. Generally, it would take an ordinary officer a decade or more to attain such a rank, unless they had connections, exceptional academic credentials, or possessed special abilities. Suhao recalled the chief's words. Those who joined the ranks of the special abilities were at least deputy section chief level. Could it be that this young officer was also an individual with special powers? Deep in thought, Suhao followed the officer into the training building. This venue was typically used for gymnastics training, spacious enough to encompass thousands of square meters. The training equipment had been moved aside, replaced by various testing machines, speed tracks, punching force testers, high jump bars, and even blood sampling equipment alongside doctors. Such elaborate arrangements, could they really be solely for him? Suhao quietly inquired, "Excuse me, could you reveal the standards for joining the ranks? Is it something like a 9-second 100 meters? There are other individuals with special abilities undergoing evaluation as well." The officer had anticipated his question, pulling out a document from her folder and handing it to him. "As for the standards, you can read for yourself." Taking the folder, Suhao perused the contents. The rating criteria for individuals with special abilities were divided into 7 levels, with the minimum standard for joining the ranks being a level 4 rating. The assessment comprised 3 primary factors: type, characteristics, and strength. For instance, if one possessed elemental powers, they could directly secure a rating of level 5 or higher and would be under strict protection. It was said that elemental abilities were as rare as giant pandas. The uniqueness of the abilities depended on their type. Abilities such as X-ray vision or invisibility naturally fell into the higher categories, whereas those merely exhibiting absolute balance or bordering on life-threatening conditions would likely be rated lower. As for ordinary abilities like Su Hao's, they typically started between level 1 and level 2, contingent upon the strength of one's capabilities. If any physical attribute exceeded 3 times that of an average person, or if 2 attributes exceeded twice the norm, would that suffice for a level 4 rating? Reflecting on the document, Su Hao pondered. If that mutated strength user he had subdued yesterday had a power exceeding 3 times that of an ordinary person, didn't that imply he was at least a level 4? Quite possibly, the officer replied. However, mutated individuals often lose their rationality, so they are not currently considered for recruitment. Looking at Su Hao, the young officer blinked and suddenly smiled, saying, "You needn't worry too much. I watched the video from yesterday's incident. Being able to subdue a mutated individual in such a short time with your skills makes securing a level 4 rating a certainty. And perhaps even a level 5 is within reach." Confused, Su Hao asked, "Video? What video? Did you not know?" The officer pulled out her phone and opened a short video app. "Take a look for yourself." Accepting the phone, Su Hao was stunned to see footage of himself grappling with the giant in the middle of the street. The combat was accompanied by stirring background music, and had the videographer not been positioned so far away, coupled with the dim streetlights, one might have mistaken it for a high-budget movie trailer. From a third-party perspective, he adeptly dodged the giant's attacks, eventually seizing the moment for a decisive blow, toppling the massive creature, while the music reached its crescendo, igniting a fervor within the viewer. "Wow, someone actually uploaded this video online," Su Hao exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the video had garnered over 100,000 shares and more than 1 million likes. Unable to resist, he clicked on the comments section, eager to see people's reactions. "Martial arts expert battles the green giant? What film is this? I want to see it. What film? Can't you see this is filmed on a phone? This is real life. Hey, ISNT, this our community? No wonder it was so loud last night. My goodness, we have a martial arts master living here. The fastest martial arts in the world are unbeatable. So thrilling. I want to be your disciple. Coach, I want to learn martial arts. Coach, go upstairs and stop dreaming." Flipping through the absurd comments, Su Hao felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Unable to contain his thoughts, he questioned, "Isn't it against national regulations to disclose information about individuals with special abilities? Shouldn't the authorities do something about this video? It reveals too much. The matter of information control falls to the higher-ups. What can I do?" The officer shrugged innocently. "Did you not see the view count? Even if they delete it now, it would be too late. It will circulate privately, inadvertently confirming its authenticity." Su Hao lamented, "So they simply disregard it? Actually, it's not a big deal. After all, nothing particularly extraordinary has been revealed. Ordinary people will likely just perceive it as 2 individuals fighting. Besides, your face is quite blurred in the video. No one will recognize you." Indeed, due to the nighttime setting and the distance, the video was not particularly clear. Furthermore, Su Hao's swift movements made it almost impossible to discern his features. However, given his physique and attire, acquaintances could still potentially recognize him. Opening his phone, Su Hao saw a flurry of messages on WeChat. Many familiar faces had shared the video, inquiring if the person in it was indeed him. The greater concern, however, lay elsewhere. Watching the video intently, Su Hao squinted at the moment he struck down the giant. While the average viewer might not discern anything unusual, he could faintly perceive a blue aura flickering between his palm and the giant's abdomen. Trouble. While it may go unnoticed by the average person, if someone with ulterior motives were to observe closely, coupled with the possibility of the strength user recording a statement, such as being incapacitated by electricity, his control over the lightning element could be exposed. Should he continue to conceal this fact, or should he disclose it to obtain a better position and treatment? Su Hao furrowed his brows, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Was it really necessary to be so perplexed? Noticing Su Hao's troubled expression, the policewoman offered some comfort. Fame isn't necessarily a bad thing. Perhaps in the future, the higher-ups will use you as an example to promote individuals like me. There are those who long for recognition and still haven't had the chance. Promotion? What do you mean? Su Hao inquired, puzzled. Will news about abilities and such be made public in the future? Let's not dwell on that. You should proceed with the testing promptly. We can't keep everyone waiting too long. The next tester might arrive at any moment. The policewoman, realizing she had let something slip, displayed a stiff expression and urged Su Hao to begin the evaluation of his abilities. With the policewoman unwilling to elaborate further, Su Hao reluctantly decided to change the subject and stepped into the testing area. The evaluation process was intricate and thorough. It began with explosive tests such as the 100-meter sprint, punching power, grip strength, weightlifting, and jumping, utilizing his expertise in combat for precise control over his physique. Su Hao exhibited extraordinary performance, achieving nearly double the standard despite having only a baseline of 16 points in strength and agility. The subsequent tests focused on endurance, including long-distance running, weight-bearing, and diving. In this segment, Su Hao leveraged his 21-point physique advantage, easily surpassing the double threshold. After completing a blood draw for an activity test, he was indeed assessed as a level ability user, with an added plus sign indicating his true combat capabilities could reach a higher level. Main quest completed. Quest reward. Additional 4 points to allocate to attributes. After finishing the tests, Su Hao returned to the policewoman, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Now we can discuss the issue of my position, correct? I believe training holds little significance for me, as my abilities have already enhanced my reaction speed, making it impossible for me to lose control over my strength. The policewoman nodded. Let's go. I'll introduce you to the team leader. With that, she walked down the corridor of the training building, and Su Hao followed closely behind. They arrived at an office where 3 men and 1 woman were seated. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man adorned with a police insignia featuring an ear of wheat and a flower, signifying the rank of a 3rd-level police inspector, at least a department-level official. This esteemed official was explaining something to the other 3 individuals, mentioning terms such as ability groups, benefits, regulations, social security, and confidentiality of contracts. The policewoman spoke up, Team Leader Xing, this is the individual I mentioned yesterday. She handed over Su Hao's evaluation form. Team Leader Xing glanced at Su Hao, took the evaluation sheet, and examined it briefly. You are Su Hao? Yes, Su Hao replied with a nod. Before he could thoroughly observe the occupants of the office, suddenly, a fist, propelled by remarkable speed, struck towards him from the side. Su Hao slightly turned his body to evade the blow, swiftly clamping the attacker's wrist with one arm while pressing the other hand against the assailant's neck. The entire maneuver transpired in less than half a second. Looking at the youth with a buzz cut, whose throat was firmly grasped, Su Hao frowned. What is your intention? The youth remained silent, struggling fiercely for a moment. Surprisingly strong, he almost managed to break free. Not inclined to let him go, Su Hao twisted the youth's arm behind his back, eliciting a sharp crack from the joint. Ouch, that hurts. Man, ease up. The youth's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily exclaimed, Hold on, I didn't mean to fight you. Team Leader Xing asked me to test you. It's not personal. Releasing the youth's arm, Su Hao turned his gaze toward Team Leader Xing, who wore a smile of approval and applauded. Impressive combat skills, swift and decisive, rivaling even the professionals from Special Forces. Truly commendable for someone who can subdue a mutated power user without injury in mere minutes. Su Hao shrugged. Officer, that little test was rather unfriendly. I've reviewed your file. There are no negative records, and you meet the basic conditions for joining the official organization. Team Leader Xing appeared to have ignored Su Hao's complaint and continued. As for your request, I heard from Director Hu that you wish to bypass training and directly join the ranks. Given your skills, that should not be a problem. Oh, Su Hao's expression shifted slightly. However, what? Training may be waived, but you still need to undergo an assessment. Su Hao inquired, what kind of assessment? Before the assessment, we must first confirm that you genuinely wish to join the national organization. With a change of tone, Team Leader Xing rifled through the documents on his desk and handed a contract to Su Hao. Think carefully. The contents of this contract are classified. Once you read it, you are obliged to join the Ability User Organization. Otherwise, the state reserves the right to detain you until the classified information is declassified. The sudden mention of national secrets felt rather daunting, stirring a hint of anxiety within Su Hao. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Swiftly scanning through the contract's text. Chapter 31. Ability Group. Upon completing the review of the contract, Su Hao discovered that this so-called Ability User Organization was a special independent military entity of the state, formerly known as the Special Operations Group for Ability Users, abbreviated as the Ability Group. The Ability Group was tasked exclusively with addressing supernatural crimes and events occurring globally, dealing with complex and significant cases. During operations, their authority even superseded that of local judicial institutions, solely adhering to the directives of higher-ups within the Ability Group. Initially, the Ability Group had a limited number of personnel, as ability users were quite rare. However, due to the recent awakening of more ability users and the frequency of supernatural phenomena, the upper echelons decided to expand the scale of the Ability Group. While the concept of supernatural crimes was understandable, ability users causing disturbances with their unique powers, the specifics of supernatural events remained unclear. Recalling a peculiar incident from a few days prior when he had taken Xiao Yi to Qingfeng Park, Su Hao remembered the system's warning to leave quickly and avoid probing into any supernatural events before reaching level 5. What exactly lurked within that deep hole in the woods? The unsettling feeling of being watched returned to him, sending chills down his spine, and he was left wondering what had become of that park. Returning to the main topic, aside from a few scattered points, the contract contained little truly valuable information, essentially outlining that upon joining, one must accept state mobilization and comply with superior management, along with some related benefits. Having read it thoroughly, Su Hao promptly signed the contract and returned it, declaring his agreement to join the Special Abilities Group. Captain Xing, what assessments await us? Excellent, straightforward. The only assessment consists of a singular task that you newcomers must collectively undertake. This will also serve as your inaugural mission in the Special Abilities Group, to investigate the supernatural occurrences at Qingfeng Park. Qingfeng Park? A flicker of surprise crossed Su Hao's eyes. It was uncanny, indeed. Just moments ago, he had been pondering the supernatural phenomena he encountered in the park, and now, the first task of joining the Special Abilities Group was to delve into that very matter. Was it mere coincidence or an inevitable twist of fate? Beep. Main quest triggered. The disappearance case of the park. Quest requirements. Thoroughly investigate the supernatural occurrences within Qingfeng Park and personally eradicate the root cause. Quest rewards. 1 point of special ability. Am I to undertake this with them? Su Hao directed his gaze toward the 2 men and 1 woman beside him. The crew-cut young man appeared to be nursing his sore arms, while another man, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and appearing to be in his late 20s, stood beside a woman who seemed to be in her early 30s, possessing an unremarkable appearance. They were likely newcomers as well. What abilities might they possess? To be precise, it pertains to all 5 of you. Captain Xing's gaze shifted to the female officer at the door. Xiaoying, you are responsible for guiding these newcomers and expanding their horizons. The officer, addressed as Xiaoying, paused, hesitatingly inquired, is it appropriate? Allowing untrained newcomers to directly engage with supernatural phenomena seems perilously reckless. Aren't typical assessments usually based on intelligence? According to reports, the supernatural occurrences in that park are merely of level 1. The danger is minimal if it's merely investigative, Captain Xing replied, his tone shifting ominously as he added, however, should you become complacent, peril may still ensue. The expressions of the 3 newcomers shifted noticeably at his words. Could a mere assessment pose a threat to life? It seemed that being part of the Special Abilities Group was no trivial matter. Captain, are we really going to investigate unarmed? The crew-cut youth awkwardly queried. Is there no equipment or the like? Equipment is certainly available, but it will only be provided post-assessment. Until you pass, you are not yet considered official members, Captain Xing stated, lowering his head to continue reviewing documents while gesturing for them to leave. Su Hao and his companions exited the office. What precisely were these supernatural phenomena? The only female among the newcomers glanced at the female officer, her expression tinged with anxiety. Will there truly be a risk to our lives? Potentially, the female officer hesitated. However, Captain Xing merely instructed you to investigate. Observing from a distance should suffice. As long as you do not delve too deeply, you should remain safe. Given that everyone present is not an ordinary individual. The 4 exchanged glances, following the female officer out of the training building and into a police vehicle heading toward Qingfeng Park. Inside the vehicle, Su Hao occupied the front passenger seat. By the way, how should I address you, senior? My name is Miao Yueying, the officer replied while driving. I joined the Special Abilities Group 3 months ago. Not much earlier than you. My ability is of level 1 ordinary type, with an explosive speed approximately 3 times that of a normal person. I am Zhang Qingwei, also possessing a level 1 ordinary type ability, with strength 3 times that of an ordinary individual. The crew cut youth chimed in, turning to Su Hao. Buddy, your ability must be impressive, right? You subdued me in a single encounter during that sneak attack. I barely stood a chance. Just a smattering of combat skills, nothing remarkable. I am Su Hao, rated level 1, with physical attributes, speed and strength, twice that of an ordinary person. Su Hao modestly introduced himself, surveying the others. Are all of you ordinary type abilities? I possess a special type ability, the 30-something woman interjected. My name is Lu Yuan. My ability enhances my senses, hearing, smell, and sight, each exceeding that of an ordinary person by threefold. Though it is a special type, my ability rating is not particularly high, similar to yours at level 1. Abilities related to the senses? Su Hao couldn't help but regard the woman with newfound interest. She was the first auxiliary type ability user he had encountered. The bespectacled man succinctly introduced himself. I am Gao Sibo, rated level 1, with both strength and speed twice that of an ordinary person. Following his introduction, he fell silent, gazing out the window, seemingly lost in thought, belonging to the more reticent type. After the introductions, Su Hao felt somewhat acquainted with the others. However, he was not particularly invested in forging relationships with the other 3 newcomers, as they would soon undergo training post-assessment, and their paths would likely diverge thereafter. He turned to the driver, Miao Yueying, and inquired, what exactly are these supernatural phenomena? How should we conduct our investigation? This is rather complex to explain, Miao Yueying admitted, revealing a troubled expression. Ideally, you should have undergone training before the assessment. I am uncertain what Captain Xing was thinking, allowing you to engage directly with supernatural phenomena. Let me summarize briefly. Supernatural phenomena come in various forms, with the most common being ghostly or demonic entities. The occurrences at Qingfeng Park fall under the latter category, likely involving some malevolent spirit. Chapter 32, Mischievous Spirits? The 3 newcomers in the back seat gasped in astonishment. Demonic entities? Ghosts? Such things truly exist in this world? Though Su Hao had prepared himself mentally, hearing Miao Yueying articulate these notions was still a jarring revelation, as the worldview he had long established was not easily altered. That unsettling gaze he had felt in the pit, was it a manifestation of some unknown spirit watching him? The thought alone was terrifying. A shiver ran down Su Hao's spine as he recalled the weeping boy in the woods, whose father had been dragged into the dark abyss by a spirit. It was highly likely that the father had met a dire fate. Had he not intervened in time, the boy would have faced an equally grim outcome. Supernatural phenomena were undoubtedly beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to contend with. Miao Yueying continued, supernatural phenomena, like ability users, are classified into 7 levels of danger. The lowest tier, which poses no threat, generally requires no action. Our regional special abilities group primarily addresses threats of level 2 and above. Su Hao inquired, how is the level of danger determined? By the potential loss of life. Miao Yueying calmly stated, supernatural phenomena that have never resulted in death belong to a lower classification. However, once a life is lost, they are immediately ranked above that level. The other 3 newcomers, unable to remain composed, began to whisper nervously among themselves. Su Hao, however, was already prepared. How many people have died in Qingfeng Park? As of now, only 1 is known. Miao Yueying continued as she drove the police car into the cordoned-off Qingfeng Park, halting in front of a narrow path by the woods. We have arrived. Let us proceed to the scene. Remember to stay together and refrain from acting independently, no matter what you see. The group disembarked, and several officers patrolling the perimeter approached to inquire about their identities. Miao Yueying retrieved her identification from the pocket of her uniform. The officers glanced at it, saluted, and allowed the 5 to enter the woods. Walking along the sparse forest path, apart from Miao Yueying and Su Hao, the other 3 were tense and on edge, fearing that a monster might suddenly leap out from behind a tree. Su Hao remained composed, even if he were to encounter the so-called demons. His lightning elemental abilities would render him unafraid. After a short distance, they arrived at a dimly lit grove where a deep pit, the size of a human head, was cordoned off by horizontal barriers. A large sign stood nearby, warning against approaching. Pausing before the barriers, Miao Yueying pointed at the pit, saying, 2 days ago, a middle-aged man went missing in this area. The on-duty officers came to search and reported seeing a shadow resembling a monkey darting into this pit. One officer recklessly reached into the pit to grab something, and then his hand was lost. The 4 of them inhaled sharply, their gazes fixated on the pit, filled with a mix of fear, curiosity, and tension. Based on the available intelligence, the organization speculated that the creature hiding in the pit might be some sort of supernatural being. Miao Yueying glanced around the cavernous space, picked up a stone from the ground, and tossed it into the pit. The moment the stone flew into the opening, it was swiftly deflected by some unseen force. The sound echoing against the tree trunk with a dull thud, causing the nearby branches to tremble violently under the sudden impact. The strength and speed of such a small creature were beyond that of ordinary humans, and they were typically cautious. They would not leave their hideouts unless absolutely certain. Close-range firearms would also struggle to hit them. Su Hao inquired, given the danger, why not use explosives to obliterate whatever is in the pit? It's futile. Miao Yueying shook her head. Unless we demolish the entire park, it would be challenging to eliminate the creature buried beneath the soil. They are not foolish. They would have fled long before we could set the explosives. Grenades are ineffective, as demonstrated by the stone we just threw. The buzz-cut young man, Zhang Chenghui, could not help but ask, so how do we investigate? Is there a way to lure it out? I would prefer to know what exactly we are investigating. Gao Sibao adjusted his glasses. As you mentioned, the incident occurred 2 days ago, and it has been deduced that a supernatural being is at play. The pit is in plain sight, so what more do we need to uncover? Indeed, there was little left to investigate, as he noted. Their task was to devise a method to draw out whatever lurked within the pit for a few photographs, thus concluding the assessment. Miao Yueying took her phone from her pocket, aimed it at the four, and activated the camera, stepping aside. You may call upon the park's police for assistance, but do not disclose any information regarding the supernatural phenomena. Your performance will be reported accurately, and the assessment officially begins. The four stood frozen, exchanging glances. Zhang Chenghui leaned closer, suggesting, shall we find a long stick or something? Perhaps we can poke it out? A stick might not suffice. We should at least procure something metal, Su Hao replied, gazing into the pit. The creature within could easily sever a human hand. What good would a mere stick do? I doubt that poking it would entice it out. It's a supernatural being, not a wild animal. Water would be the most practical approach. Gao Sibao proposed. Since we can mobilize the stationed officers, why not get a hose to fill the pit with water? That could force whatever is inside to surface. The moment he spoke, a silence enveloped the group. Following Miao Yueying's words, it was evident that the creature was difficult to hit even at close range. How swift must it be? Coupled with Captain Xing's earlier warning about potential life-threatening danger, it left everyone on edge. It seems there is a noise coming from the pit, Lu Yuan, a middle-aged woman, whispered. The entrance is too dark. While I can't see what's inside, I can hear something digging. Do you think the creature is preparing to escape? No more delays. If the creature emerges, I will handle it, Su Hao declared, eager to cut through the confusion and take charge. Zhang, find some iron rods, and bring back any weapons you can. Gao, go ask the officers for a hose. And you, he pointed to the other newcomer. Keep an eye on the pit for any movements. If you can determine where it leads, that would be ideal. Understood. I'll be back shortly, Zhang Chenghui responded. I'll go borrow a hose, Gao Sibao said. Got it. I'll see what I can do, Lu Yuan replied. The trio, lacking a strong leader, quickly fell in line with Su Hao, who was the most capable among them, and set to their tasks. While the others busied themselves, Su Hao approached Miao Yueying, who was still filming. May I inquire about the strength of these creatures? Besides their speed, what other dangers do they pose? The danger level of the small supernatural beings is roughly comparable to that of trained-level ability users. Their weapons are claws and teeth, and their attack methods resemble those of wild beasts. Numerous forms of small supernatural beings have been discovered, most of which lack special abilities, Miao Yueying replied candidly, adding, however, it is merely a speculation that the pit contains such creatures. It cannot be guaranteed. You should always be prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Understood, Su Hao nodded, glancing at the holster at her waist. Could I borrow your gun for a moment? Miao Yueying regarded him with suspicion. What do you need a gun for? Of course. For self-defense, Su Hao replied confidently. Is it not standard for those in the ability group to be equipped with firearms for such dangerous tasks? According to protocol, lending it is not out of the question. Miao Yueying hesitated briefly. But do you know how to use a gun? You haven't graduated from the police academy. I know a bit, he admitted. Su Hao gazed up at the sky, feeling a twinge of guilt as he recounted his fortunate experience during military training in college, where he had the opportunity to fire live ammunition, albeit only 5 shots. The rifles used in school training were different from handguns. The female officer could not help but scoff, urging him not to dwell on the details. Su Hao shrugged and remarked, a handgun is not particularly challenging. It merely involves 4 steps: loading, disengaging the safety, aiming, and shooting. Having watched countless action films, Who wouldn't he know how to do that? With my reflexes and accuracy, it should pose no issue. Well, you do have a point, Miao Yueying conceded. Her expression one of defeat as she produced a police-issued Type 92 handgun from her waistband and handed it to Su Hao. Creatures can act swiftly, at close quarters. You may not have the chance to aim. Be cautious not to let that thing bite your neck, or it could be fatal. Thank you for the warning. Su Hao accepted the handgun, maintaining a calm demeanor while internally brimming with excitement. This was the first time he had ever held a handgun. What man does not appreciate firearms? The cold metallic texture, the substantial weight, and the formidable lethality stirred a surge of exhilaration within him. Although he had previously fired a few shots with a rifle during military training, those memories were now hazy, overshadowed by the lingering ache in his arms. Once this assessment concluded and he joined the Special Abilities team, he would rightfully acquire a personal sidearm. New specialization, firearms. A notification chimed in his ear, and Su Hao's heart soared as he accessed the system interface to locate the firearms specialization. Would you like to consume 3 training points to upgrade firearm mastery to basic level? Would you like to consume 10 training points to upgrade firearm mastery to intermediate level? Would you like to consume 30 training points to upgrade firearm mastery to elite level? He decisively upgraded his mastery to elite level, as he had accumulated a surplus of training points after completing several tasks. Parting with 30 or 50 points was manageable. To ensure his speed could match that of the creatures, Su Hao allocated the 4 attribute points obtained from a previous main quest entirely to agility. His body felt suddenly lighter, and his agility attribute surpassed 20 points. With 108 training points remaining, Su Hao glanced at the balance and promptly resolved to elevate his combat specialization by another level. Would you like to consume 100 training points to upgrade combat to master level? Wow, it requires so many points to reach master level. Su Hao was taken aback. The cost had more than tripled. Nevertheless, he felt a flicker of anticipation regarding master level combat. Initially, he had intended to save his training points for learning the boxing techniques from the Bajiquan school, but upon reflection, he realized that elevating his combat specialization to master level first could potentially enhance his understanding of other fighting styles. Upgrade. A torrent of knowledge and experience surged into his mind. When Su Hao reopened his eyes, it felt as though an eternity had passed, though in reality, only a few seconds had elapsed. Soon, the novice trio had gathered their equipment, connecting plastic tubing to a nearby faucet to begin flooding the pit. Hey, I managed to acquire some police batons and riot shields from those officers. What do you think? Zhang Chenghui returned, laden with police gear. And upon spotting the handgun in Su Hao's possession, his eyes widened in disbelief. Where did you get that gun? Su Hao pointed to Miao Yueying. I asked her for it. Miss, could you possibly get me one too? Zhang Chenghui discarded the items he was carrying and approached Miao Yueying with a beseeching expression. You came too late, Miao Yueying replied with an outstretched hand. I only have one sidearm. Seriously? Zhang Chenghui exclaimed in despair. Reluctantly picking up the baton and riot shield from the ground, casting envious glances at Su Hao's handgun, regretting not having asked Miao Yueying for a gun sooner. Su Hao ignored him, picking up a riot shield to weigh it in his hands. This was the kind of police riot shield commonly found in police stations or security offices, made of transparent polycarbonate material, lightweight yet robust, with impact resistance comparable to steel. With this shield, his safety was considerably enhanced. He handed the remaining 2 riot shields to the other 2 individuals and advised, Lu Yuan, your ability is not suited for combat. Keep your distance from the pit to avoid becoming a target for any escaping creatures. Lu Yuan nodded and moved a safe distance behind the group. Aside from the sound of water filling the pit, there are also some strange low growls. However, the digging noises have temporarily ceased. Low growls. Are they coming from the creatures? Su Hao instinctively glanced at Miao Yueying, who was now retreating further back, phone in hand, clearly unwilling to intervene. Can you discern where this pit leads by listening to the sound of the water? Su Hao inquired, as he too could hear the water flowing through the cave, even feeling the faint sound of water beneath his feet. We must be cautious of anything that might escape from other areas of the cave. Lu Yuan closed her eyes to concentrate, extending her finger to trace the direction of the water flow. The others understood she was indicating the path of the water's movement, gripping their riot shields tightly as they followed her lead. A muffled thud echoed beneath them, and before Su Hao could react, a creature resembling a hairless monkey emerged from the ground, covered in mud, lunging at him with claws bared. Startled, he instinctively raised the riot shield in front of him. Bang! The creature collided with the shield, emitting a pained shriek as it was thrown back to the ground. Su Hao staggered slightly from the force of the impact, nearly losing his balance. The creature before him stood less than a meter tall, its body grotesquely wrinkled, with tiny eyes resembling green beans, limbs akin to those of a wild beast, and a mouth filled with sharp teeth, stained with ghastly remnants of flesh, creating a truly horrifying sight. Lu Yuan, who had been intently listening to the sound of the water, opened her eyes upon seeing the creature collapse not far from her, letting out a piercing scream. Despite the creature's fearsome appearance, it was evident that her psychological fortitude was lacking. Chapter 34. Capture Lu Yuan's reaction aside. The other two young men were also taken aback by the creature's appearance. Clutching their batons and riot shields, they stood frozen, failing to rush to Su Hao's aid. Su Hao had not anticipated their assistance. Steadying himself, he swiftly aimed the already loaded handgun at the creature before him. Mastery of elite firearms rendered the handgun an extension of his own body, creating an almost visceral connection. Although it cannot be claimed that every shot was guaranteed, within a distance of merely a few meters, hitting the target was undoubtedly assured. In a fleeting moment, Su Hao aimed at the diminutive creature and pulled the trigger. The deafening gunfire echoed through the air. Yet, the creature had already launched itself several meters away, escaping into the depths of the forest. Just a moment before the gun was aimed at it, the bullet embedded itself into the ground, sending a spray of earth into the air. Alas, a miss. Su Hao clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction and fired several more shots at the fleeing creature. But predictably, they yielded no results. What a pity. The distance between the muzzle and the target had been less than 2 meters, a prime opportunity squandered. As Miao Yueying had said, firearms proved ineffective against such creatures. Their speed was simply astonishing, and their small size made it akin to attempting to shoot a fly with a bullet, a most vexing endeavor. It escaped. Does this mean the assessment has concluded? Upon witnessing the creature's escape, the others, aside from Su Hao, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the assessment merely required reconnaissance. Otherwise, it was hard to fathom how they could confront a beast that rendered firearms useless. I can handle it. Just give me a few minutes. Without hesitation, Su Hao discarded his riot shield and plunged into the forest alone. He had not forgotten the main mission, which required him to eradicate the root of the problem personally, rather than merely conducting an investigation. Hey, don't take matters into your own hands. Miao Yueying, responsible for oversight, quickly caught up. Turning to the other three with a warning, you all wait here. The trio of newcomers exchanged glances, feeling rather superfluous. Within the woods, the creature moved with astonishing speed, scuttling between trees like a beast on all fours. Its velocity was at least double that of an average person, perhaps more. Thankfully, Su Hao had allocated his attribute points to agility beforehand. Otherwise, he might have struggled to keep pace. He scanned his surroundings, seeking the optimal route to pursue the creature. What are you doing? The assessment is over. You needn't concern yourselves with the aftermath. Miao Yueying caught up effortlessly, her supernatural speed thrice that of an ordinary human, making it simple for her to keep pace with Su Hao's doubled speed. I'm confident I can deal with it. Su Hao fabricated a rationale. If we eliminate the supernatural phenomenon during the assessment, our evaluation will surely be higher, correct? Is the supernatural group prohibiting us from killing this creature? Miao Yueying pondered for a moment. It is permissible to kill. Then it's settled. Su Hao ventured. Miss Miao, could you assist me? Miao Yueying shot him a look. Didn't you claim to be confident in resolving this? Su Hao chuckled awkwardly. With your assistance, my chances of success increase significantly. Speak your mind, she acquiesced, perhaps due to her faith in Su Hao's abilities, having seen him suppress a mutated supernatural user in a short video. In hushed tones, Su Hao shared his plan with Miao Yueying, who hesitated briefly before accelerating toward the creature. Upon sensing an attempt to obstruct its path, the creature did not hesitate for a moment. It turned and lunged at Miao Yueying with a ferocious display, indicating its ruthless nature. Miao Yueying quickly changed direction and fled. Although she was fast, her strength was no match for the creature. Should it close the distance, her fate would be sealed. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Seizing the opportunity as the creature lunged at Miao Yueying, Su Hao anticipated its movement and shot, hitting one of its front limbs. The creature howled in pain, abandoning Miao Yueying as it continued to flee, but its speed was significantly hampered by the injury, and it did not manage to escape far before Su Hao caught up once more. Su Hao fired again. This time the bullet pierced the creature's chest. Blood flowed, and the diminutive beast collapsed, motionless. Is it over? As Su Hao approached cautiously, he suddenly realized that the system had not indicated the completion of the task. Alarmed, he paused and fired a few more shots, only to find the creature still writhing in agony, letting out a mournful howl. It was feigning death. Had he approached to investigate, he might have fallen victim to its ruse. A shiver of fear coursed through Su Hao. Despite possessing physical prowess comparable to the creature and wielding lightning elemental abilities, life and death struggles often unfolded in an instant. Should the creature suddenly spring to life at close range, a bite to the throat would be decidedly unpleasant. The creature's vitality was astonishing. After sustaining multiple gunshot wounds, it still managed to move. An ordinary person would have perished long ago. He contemplated firing a couple more rounds when he realized his magazine was empty. The Type 92 pistol had a magazine capacity of 15 rounds. This meant that Su Hao, with his elite firearms expertise, had fired a total of 15 rounds before managing to severely injure the creature. You succeeded? Miao Yueying, having caught up, was taken aback by the sight of the fallen creature. She had been part of the supernatural group for 3 months and had participated in similar missions, fully aware of the creature's danger. Typically, capturing one would require at least 3 or more advanced supernatural users to encircle it and preemptively block its escape routes to have any hope of success. Yet, Su Hao had accomplished this alone. Perhaps it was just luck. I got a few lucky shots in, Su Hao remarked, handing the empty pistol back to Miao Yueying. The magazine is empty. Do you have any spare bullets? Miao Yueying accepted the pistol and retrieved a fresh magazine from her belt, skillfully reloading the firearm. It's best to capture the creature alive. Stay here and keep watch while I find some rope to bind it. The organization will reward us for the capture. This creature can still survive? Su Hao glanced at the creature that was still struggling nearby. He had fired several rounds into it. Even if it hadn't perished on the spot, it shouldn't last much longer. Miao Yueying replied, it's only sustained a few wounds. The creature's vitality surpasses that of ordinary beings. As long as its head and heart remain intact, it's difficult to kill. Just make sure it doesn't escape. With that, she dashed off to fetch some rope from outside the woods. Su Hao approached the creature, maintaining a cautious distance of several meters, vigilant in his observation. Upon closer inspection, the peculiar creature's blood was indeed a deep crimson, and the wound inflicted by the gunshot was automatically contracting, causing the blood to cease its flow. Its self-healing abilities were astonishingly beyond comprehension. Chapter 35. Casual conversations within mere minutes. Miao Yueying returned with a rope, tossing it to Su Hao, signaling him to restrain the creature. As Su Hao approached with the rope, the small creature bared its teeth menacingly, attempting to intimidate him. With a swift motion, he seized its claws and bound its limbs together, employing a technique akin to that used for tying crabs, carrying the securely bound creature. Su Hao and Miao Yueying retraced their steps. Good heavens! You actually managed to capture this monster, exclaimed the trio of onlookers, astonished at the sight of Su Hao holding the feeble creature. Despite being new abilities users themselves, they could not comprehend the vast discrepancy in their capabilities. While they stood idly by, Su Hao had independently dealt with the creature in under 5 minutes. Miao Yueying waved her hand, declaring, the assessment is over. You may return and await further instructions. The police will arrive shortly to handle the scene, and Mr. Su and I must report to the Abilities Division. With that, she gestured for Su Hao to follow her as they made their way back to the police car, where Su Hao took his place in the back seat, keeping the creature subdued. Ding. Main quest completed. Quest reward, 1 ability point. Wrapping the bound creature in a cloth bag, he inquired, where are we headed? To the Abilities Division? Indeed, Miao Yueying replied as she drove away from the park. To be honest, I never expected you to truly capture the creature. Originally, Team Leader Xing had planned to send someone to deal with this supernatural phenomenon this afternoon. But now that task has been averted, Su Hao asked curiously, why does the Abilities Division seek to capture it alive? It possesses research value, Miao Yueying explained. These creatures are actually mutated life forms resulting from genetic alterations. They were once ordinary animals, and the government has yet to determine the cause of their mutations. Much like the mystery surrounding the awakening of abilities in certain individuals. So, in simpler terms, these creatures are akin to animals that have awakened powers? Su Hao pondered, realizing that, from a certain perspective, abilities users were also mutated life forms. Casting a glance at the grotesque creature, he remarked disdainfully, what on earth is this creature's true form? It is quite unsightly. Miao Yueying replied in a jesting tone, perhaps it's a stray cat or dog. Animals tend to mutate more dramatically than humans, so it's not unusual for their appearance to change drastically. On our last mission, we encountered a creature resembling a facehugger from the Alien franchise. Suhao chuckled. Is that for real? If such a creature exists, I would be quite intrigued to witness it. You might just have the opportunity, Miao Yueying whispered. I overheard team leader Xing complaining yesterday about the increased workload for the abilities division. To have so many new abilities users appear so suddenly this morning is quite unprecedented. Typically, we might not see any newcomers throughout the entire year. Oh, what happened? Suhao feigned ignorance. I'm not entirely sure. The higher-ups have not disclosed any information. Miao Yueying shook her head. However, I suspect it may be related to yesterday's meteor shower. It truly resembled a large-scale supernatural event, don't you think? Indeed, it does. Suhao nodded. A meteor shower of such magnitude covering the entire nation is certainly peculiar. Not just the nation, Miao Yueying corrected him. This meteor shower actually spanned the entire globe. Is that so? Suhao was taken aback. He had only seen reports on television regarding meteor strikes in various cities across the country, without paying attention to international news. A meteor shower covering the entire world. How bizarre. It was beyond mere astronomical phenomena. One could even believe that extraterrestrial civilizations were behind it. Miao Yueying asked, according to your records, a meteor struck the roof of your building yesterday, correct? Did you go to see the crater? That is indeed the case, Suhao replied, feeling slightly guilty as he glanced out the window. See it? The news said there was radiation. I didn't go. The meteor had not only struck the roof, but had come alarmingly close to landing on his head. As for viewing the crater, the meteor had been completely consumed by his home system, leaving no need for such an excursion. I heard team leader Xing mention that the radiation from the meteorite is actually beneficial for abilities users. According to the higher-ups, it may slightly enhance their powers. Miao Yueying glanced at Suhao through the rearview mirror. It seems that only your neighborhood experienced a meteor fall. After work, I plan to visit the crater in your area. Are you coming to our neighborhood? You are welcome, Suhao responded, already aware that the meteorite was actually an ability crystal. To avoid revealing the truth, he feigned surprise. However, the idea that a meteor crater could enhance abilities seems rather extraordinary, doesn't it? Surely the higher-ups have captured the fallen meteor? I cannot say for certain. But given the government's substantial resources, capturing a meteor should not pose a significant challenge, she replied. As the conversation shifted, the atmosphere in the car grew slightly somber. The bound creature continued to emit distressing cries, prompting Suhao to stuff a portion of the rope into its mouth to silence it. To his dismay, foul, reddish saliva began to ooze from the creature's mouth, filling the air with a repugnant stench. Could we possibly place this creature in the trunk? He suggested. Absolutely not. Miao Yueying glanced at the rearview mirror. What if it breaks free from the ropes? Just bear with it a little longer. We will arrive at the station soon. Reluctantly, Suhao secured a sack over the creature's head and cracked open the windows to allow for some ventilation. Observing the seat stained with the creature's bloody saliva, he couldn't help but recall the lost child he had sent to the police station a few days prior. Had that individual truly been consumed by this creature? Yes. Miao Yueying's expression grew slightly grave. Most small creatures, when hungry, exhibit behavior akin to that of wild carnivorous animals. They are highly aggressive, and in a bustling metropolis, humans are undoubtedly their primary prey. And how do we explain this to the victim's family? Suhao pondered in silence for a moment, recognizing that the father of the missing boy would never return. The aftermath would fall to the local police department, which typically announced individuals as missing or deceased, with the government providing some compensation to the families of victims. As their discussion took a heavy turn, Suhao clapped the sack containing the creature and asked, what kind of reward is there for turning this thing in? 20 points of contribution, and incidentally, a third-class merit. Miao Yueying explained that within the ability group, there exists a points contribution system where points can be utilized for promotions and special exchanges, such as additional paid vacation days. Oh, such a practice exists? 1 point can be exchanged for a day off, Miao Yueying remarked with a smile. How enviable. You've just joined the ability group today and already accrued 20 days of paid leave. Typically, capturing minor creatures requires 3 to 4 people to gather 20 points. Chapter 36. Ji Qingmin. As they chatted, the car arrived at a semi-restricted special police bureau on the outskirts of the city. The two alighted, with Suhao carrying a sack, following Miao Yueying into the hall and down a corridor to a room resembling a confinement cell, separated by a fine iron grill, within a cramped space of less than 10 square meters. At Miao Yueying's gesture, Suhao tossed the minor creature inside and locked the cell. By tomorrow at the latest, the Research Institute will send someone to take this away. Come with me to register your points contribution. After saying this, Miao Yueying led him further into the building. Glancing at his phone, Su Hao noted it was 3 in the afternoon. After a long morning, he hadn't even eaten, sighing at how long the process of joining the ability group would take. A man in a yellow shirt approached from across the corridor, greeting them. "Oh, Xiaoying, you're back. Is this newcomer beside you?" Miao Yueying chuckled. "Yes, this is the martial arts expert that's been trending online today." Faced with her teasing, Su Hao shrugged and introduced himself to the man in yellow. "I'm Su Hao. Just joined the ability group today. I hope to receive guidance from you, senior." The man in yellow, tall and robust, towering over Su Hao, who was already over 6 feet tall, appeared to be in his early 30s. "So you are the renowned figure everyone is talking about online. Impressive." The man responded with a smile, patting Su Hao on the shoulder. "I'm Ji Qingjun. From now on, we'll be colleagues. If you don't mind, just call me Qingmin Go." "All right," Su Hao replied, unconcerned. The man was nearly 10 years his senior, so addressing him as brother felt appropriate. Miao Yueying jested. "Su Hao, this one is quite the veteran in our group. Not only does he possess physical abilities twice that of an average person, but he also has a unique ability that can incapacitate living beings. Although it lasts only a brief 10 seconds, everyone in the group calls him Ji." "Hey, Xiaoying, what are you saying? Don't ruin my imposing image in front of the newcomer." Ji Qingmin hurriedly interrupted, revealing a cordial rapport between them. Curious, Su Hao inquired, "Incapacitation? What does that mean?" "Oh, it's quite literal. As long as I make contact with a living being, I can render them completely powerless." Ji Qingmin indicated the hand resting on Su Hao's shoulder. "I'm not very educated, so explaining the principle can be quite tedious, young brother. Would you mind if I demonstrated?" Are there any side effects?" "Rest assured, absolutely none." "Then go ahead and demonstrate." Su Hao, intrigued by this unique ability, felt it would be harmless to experience it firsthand. As Ji Qingmin exerted slight pressure with his hand on Su Hao's shoulder, a sensation akin to a tingling electric current rapidly spread from his shoulder. In an instant, Su Hao found himself frozen in place, unable even to blink. The sensation was indescribable, a mix of numbness and discomfort, as though his elbow had inadvertently brushed against a nerve, leaving him completely immobilized. Even the flow of blood felt sluggish. Once Ji Qingmin withdrew his hand, it took a few seconds for Su Hao to regain his senses. "How was that? Impressive, right?" Ji Qingmin chuckled. "Indeed, a formidable ability." Su Hao nodded in agreement. "The feeling of complete paralysis was akin to my brain losing control over my body. In close combat, this ability could decisively determine the outcome in an instant." This incapacitation power seemed as formidable as his own lightning element ability. Had he possessed such a unique ability from the outset, he could have subdued a mutated ability user in one blow. "You're quite impressive as well, young brother. An ordinary person would take at least 10 seconds to speak after being touched by my ability, yet you recovered in just 3 or 4 seconds. Surprised by Su Hao's quick recovery, Ji Qingmin turned to Miao Yueying, asking, "Xiaoying, how long did it take you to recover?" "What's the significance of that question?" Miao Yueying rolled her eyes, unfazed by the inquiry. Su Hao, his ability isn't that extraordinary. Not only does it require physical contact, but the stronger the individual, the shorter the incapacitation time. Furthermore, living beings gradually develop resistance to his ability, rendering it ineffective by the third encounter. "Oh, there are so many limitations?" Su Hao was taken aback, realizing Ji Qingmin's unique ability had considerable drawbacks. "Young brother, what is your ability?" Su Hao replied, "My ability is merely ordinary. My physical attributes are twice that of an average person." "You're being too modest," Miao Yueying interjected. "I feel your ability is far more than just ordinary. The records show you haven't undergone any training, yet your skills rival those of rigorously trained special forces. You managed to hit minor creatures with a gun on your first attempt, something other ordinary ability users struggle to achieve." Ji Qingmin was astonished. "You shot and hit minor creatures? What have you all been up to?" "Old Ji, we had no tasks this afternoon," Miao Yueying shrugged. "Team leader Xing instructed me to take this batch of newcomers to investigate Qingfeng Park as a test project. Unexpectedly, this young man single-handedly captured a minor creature." Su Hao remained calm. It was all thanks to Miss Miao's assistance. Ji Qingmin was momentarily speechless, patting Su Hao's shoulder again and offering praise about the young man's promising future. "How many ability users are there in our city?" Su Hao asked. 9, Miao Yueying responded. "Including the new additions, there are 13 now. That is quite few. Do the others work in this building?" Su Hao was slightly surprised. In a large city, Having only 9 ability users was remarkable. It was conceivable that the entire national ability group might not exceed 200 in total. The ability group operates on a flexible work schedule, convening only when tasks arise. Apart from the administrative personnel, only a handful of patrolling ability users are stationed within the building. Miao Yueying remarked, "The population in our city is actually quite substantial. The neighboring city has only 6 individuals. Recently, the ability group has expanded its recruitment, and I've heard that the higher-ups intend to establish a minimum of 100 personnel per city. I truly wonder where they plan to find so many ability users. 100 personnel, an expansion by tenfold?" Su Hao's insight was clear. The wave of abilities has arrived. In the future, ability users will proliferate like bamboo shoots after a rainstorm. Yet, how did the government come by this information? Have they already deduced that the meteor shower is the root of it all? After a brief chat, Miao Yueying took Su Hao to register his points, while Ji Qingmin left due to other commitments. At the computer, he entered the necessary information for his file. Thus, he became a civil servant with formal government classification. Chapter 37. Visiting the meteorite crater within the ability group. Titles are categorized into 9 levels. Currently, Su Hao is the lowest level member, holding a superficial title of second-class police supervisor, which corresponds to a deputy section-level civil servant. Starting a job with an official title is quite commendable. Observing the points displayed on the screen, Su Hao inquired, "How many points are required to ascend to a second-level member?" According to the protocol where each rank advancement corresponds with an elevation in police rank, a second-level member is equivalent to a first-class police supervisor, a formal section-level official. It requires 50 points. A third-level member needs 100 points, while a fourth-level member requires 300 points. Miao Yueying replied with an expression of resignation. "The ability group doesn't have many tasks. I've accumulated only 30 points in 3 months. It might take a year and a half before I can reach third-level membership." "That may not necessarily be the case," Su Hao chuckled. "Didn't they say that supernatural phenomena will become increasingly frequent? Perhaps next month, you could reach third-level status." Miao Yueying laughed softly. "Please spare me. Too many tasks would surely wear one out." Su Hao joined her laughter. The woman named Miao Yueying appeared gentle and refined, yet her personality was quite carefree, which was not a flaw. Rather, it made interactions with her quite pleasant. Having completed the registration, they proceeded to the warehouse to collect their standard equipment: a police-issued Type 92 handgun, a satellite phone, and a National Special Operations identification. Indeed, the treatment within the ability group is commendable. First-level members are permitted to carry firearms, and Su Hao was able to bypass a month-long training requirement, though he still needed to memorize the regulations to avoid penalties for any infractions. Miao Yueying sent him an electronic document containing the rules. As Su Hao perused the extensive list of regulations, he felt overwhelmed. It would be no easy task to memorize all of it. Perhaps he should consider enhancing his mental acuity? He was curious whether that attribute was linked to intelligence. Miao Yueying glanced at her phone and remarked, after passing the assessment, "We were supposed to meet with Team Leader Xing, but it seems he has other matters to attend to. Let us leave for now." Su Hao sighed in relief. They had finally completed their obligations with the ability group. Miao Yueying winked. "Let us head to your neighborhood." "Huh? Oh." Su Hao suddenly remembered Miao Yueying's earlier mention of wanting to see the meteorite crater. "Before heading home, let us grab a meal. It's on me." He hadn't had a chance to eat all day, and his stomach was growling. "Then I want hold back," she laughed. "There's a great rice bowl restaurant nearby. I'll take you there." After their meal at the restaurant, they took a taxi back to Su Hao's residential complex. The gate to the rooftop was open, yet a sign forbidding entry stood at the entrance. Su Hao crossed the barrier and noticed 2 police officers guarding the meteorite crater, where strange noises emanated from below. One officer shouted, "What are you doing? Can't you read the sign outside? Get out of here." Miao Yueying skillfully produced her ability group identification, stating, "We are from the National Special Operations Department, here to inspect the meteorite crater." Upon examining their credentials, the 2 police officers allowed them entry, one of them muttering about which Special Operations Department was sending people daily, noting that this was the 4th group to arrive. It appeared that other members of the ability group had visited prior. "This crater is quite small. If I hadn't known in advance, I would hardly believe it to be a meteorite crater." Miao Yueying stepped closer to the crater, peering inside. "Hey, there are still people down there. Are they residents of this building?" Su Hao replied, "I remember that unit is unoccupied." He leaned over the edge to look inside, spotting several individuals in protective suits digging into the ground. It appeared they intended to excavate the entire meteorite crater. Wow, they're really thorough, leaving no remnants of the ability crystals behind. Miao Yuang recognized the workers' attire and pointed to the Big Dipper emblem on the back of their suits, explaining to Su Hao. That's the insignia of the Northern Science Research Institute. Many supernatural items acquired by our ability group are processed by them, aside from those submitted to the Kyoto Research Institute. For instance, the little creature you captured today will also be sent to the Research Institute's headquarters. Ah, I see. Su Hao jested. Good thing we arrived early. Otherwise, we might have missed seeing the crater altogether. The Research Institute is typically swift in their actions. Miao Yuang chuckled. But then she walked around the crater, her expression gradually turning perplexed. Other members from different cities' ability groups claim to feel warm all over when standing before the meteorite crater, with their abilities slightly enhanced. Yet, I don't sense anything special. Could it be that I arrived too late? Su Hao, do you feel anything? No. Su Hao answered honestly. A sudden thought struck him. Could it be that Miao Yuang was unable to perceive any enhancement because he had taken the residual ability crystals? He felt a twinge of guilt. Having found his answer internally, Su Hao maintained a neutral expression. Since there's no effect, shall we head back? Would you like to come over to my place for a bit? Huh, such enthusiasm. You're not trying to woo me, are you? Miao Yuang looked at Su Hao in surprise, throwing him a flirtatious glance. Little brother, while you seem quite charming, I'm not currently looking to date. I was merely being polite. Su Hao shrugged helplessly. As long as you're happy. Miao Yuang feigned disappointment. Hey, your bluntness is rather hurtful. All right, my fault. After some casual conversation, Miao Yuang eventually visited Su Hao's home, leaving her contact information and advising him to carry a satellite phone with him before taking her leave. Once she departed, Su Hao settled on the couch, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. The Special Abilities Group, he mused, seems quite appealing. Aside from task execution, the rest of the time is free, and one can exchange points for holidays. For someone like me, endowed with a system, this is indeed an ideal job. Su Hao speculated that the attendance tasks of the Special Abilities Group would likely become part of the system's tasks, akin to the main line of today's assessment. The mainline task, generally speaking, serves to guide the core narrative of a game. Yet, in his case, aside from the first mainline task directing him to reach level 5 before the meteor shower, subsequent mainline tasks were initiated solely by him. Now that the mainline task has ceased, this system seems somewhat unreliable. Beep. Mainline task issued. Promotion to the Special Abilities Group. Task requirement. Achieve level 3 membership within 1 month. Task reward. Increase all attributes by 2 points. Chapter 38. When Xinglu visits as if his thoughts had summoned it, Su Hao heard a notification sound. Frowning slightly, he pondered. To be promoted to level 3 within a month means I need to acquire 150 points? This mainline task appears quite challenging. Miao Yuang had been in the Special Abilities Group for 3 months and had yet to ascend to level 2. Although acquiring points had become considerably easier since the onset of the abilities wave, achieving level 3 within a month feels rather rushed. 150 points implies he must capture nearly 8 small creatures alone, not to mention the feasibility of capturing them. Where would he find so many small creatures to catch in just a month? Encountering 1 or 2 would be fortunate, while other attendance tasks rely entirely on luck, rendering any effort directionless. It's troublesome. Su Hao opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. Although the system tasks do not overtly impose a penalty mechanism, ensuring that failure to complete a task does not lead to annihilation, a commendable aspect, this mainline task seems whimsically arbitrary, devoid of any regularity, which is genuinely vexing. Could it be that the system deliberately intends for him to attain a high position within the Special Abilities Group? Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Is that little E back from school? Su Hao approached the entrance, opening the door to unexpectedly find a familiar, yet strange figure standing outside. Wen Xinglu? What brings you to my home? Indeed, the person at the door was the receptionist from his previous company. Are you alright? I heard this morning that there was quite a commotion in your community last night. I intended to call you around noon, but no one answered. So I took the liberty of coming to check on you. Wen Xinglu hung her head shyly, holding a fruit basket in her hands. Of course, I'm fine. I was out handling some matters at noon and had my phone on silent. He had been capturing small creatures in Qingfeng Park, so it was entirely normal not to receive any calls. That's a relief. Wen Xinglu placed her small hand over her chest, exhaling in relief. I saw Supervisor Liu being taken away by the police today and thought something had happened to you. Come in and we'll talk. Su Hao naturally Wu Ti turned her away, inviting her into the living room. They sat on the couch, and Su Hao opened the fridge to hand her a can of drink. Thank you for your reminder on the phone yesterday. It's nothing. Wen Qinglu smiled secretly, then expressed her concern. What exactly happened yesterday? Did those people trouble you? Well, sort of. Su Hao replied calmly. That group came to disturb my sleep in the middle of the night. So I had no choice but to teach them a lesson and called the police to take them away. You fought back against the people Supervisor Lu sent? Wen Qinglu blinked in disbelief. Really? You're incredible. How many were there? 9. Su Hao shrugged. Actually, I've practiced combat techniques before. Dealing with a bunch of petty thugs is like childish play. I'm glad you're all right. Wen Qinglu was somewhat skeptical of Su Hao's words, as she had never heard of him practicing any fighting techniques during her year at the company. To be honest, their interactions had been minimal, limited to casual greetings after work. Su Hao had only learned of Wen Qingliu's feelings for him through a colleague. If it weren't for Supervisor Lu's targeting him a few months prior, he might not have believed it. Is there something else? Wen Qinglu hesitated, taking a sip of her drink as her gaze wandered, seemingly wrestling with something in her mind. Finally, summoning her courage, she raised her delicate hand and said, I have something to tell you. Can you hold my hand first? Holding hands? Why? Su Hao was taken aback. Wait, is she about to confess? I'm not prepared for this. His heartbeat quickened slightly, and before he could speak, Wen Qingliu's delicate hand was already resting on his palm. Warm, soft, cold. Wait, cold? Why is your hand so cold? Su Hao exclaimed, seizing her delicate hand and realizing she felt ice cold, as if she had no body heat. I'm not sure why. A colleague mentioned my hands felt very cold today, and that's when I noticed. Wen Qinglu set down her drink can, looking uneasy. I don't feel anything wrong with my body, but I just seem to lack body heat, and everything I touch feels cold. Do you think I should see a doctor? Su Hao noticed frost forming on the can she had just set down, emanating an even colder white mist than when it was taken from the fridge. An entire body feeling icy, and even making things they touch cold. Could it be that this girl has awakened her special abilities? Wen Qinglu, can you accompany me for a little game? Su Hao's expression turned serious as he held her small hand. Close your eyes and try to concentrate entirely on this hand, channeling your energy into it. Okay. As her hand was grasped by Su Hao, feeling the warmth from his palm, Wen Qingliu's cheeks flushed and she hurriedly closed her eyes. As expected, the temperature of her palm grew increasingly cold, plummeting from a chilly 10 degrees to freezing point, transforming even her originally delicate and warm skin into something solid and smooth like ice. Su Hao felt as though he were clutching a block of ice freshly extracted from a freezer, the chilling sensation penetrating to the very bones of his hand. And the temperature continued to plummet. Indeed, it was a supernatural ability. Was it an ice element? Or perhaps some unique form of extraordinary power? Moments later, even with Su Hao's robust physique, he could no longer withstand the frigid cold and released his grip on Wen Qinglu, flexing his reddened palm. Were it an ordinary person, their hand might have frozen solid. Rest assured, your low body temperature is not due to any illness, Su Hao pondered, uncertain of how to explain the existence of supernatural powers to Wen Qinglu. Do you believe in supernatural phenomena? Why do you ask that? Wen Qinglu was taken aback by Su Hao's abrupt shift in conversation, momentarily at a loss for words. I'm somewhat skeptical. It's hard to say whether I fully believe or not. Her perspective mirrored that of many. For even those who profess disbelief often harbor a flicker of curiosity regarding the inexplicable. If I told you that your current state constitutes a form of supernatural phenomenon, would you believe me? Su Hao chuckled, realizing that since Wen Qinglu was not a staunch materialist, it would be easier to explain. What are you talking about? Wen Qingliu's lips parted slightly, her expression one of confusion as she gazed at Su Hao, struggling to grasp his meaning. See for yourself. Su Hao let a drop of soda fall onto the back of Wen Qingliu's hand. The lingering chill from her skin had not yet dissipated, and under their watchful eyes, the drop of liquid rapidly crystallized into ice. Chapter 39. She awakened her powers? Could it be? It actually froze? How is that possible? Is my hand so cold? Wen Qingliu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the ice bead on her hand, completely oblivious to the fact that her body temperature had plummeted below freezing. I suspect you might have awakened an ice-type ability, though it could also be a special variant, Su Hao stated confidently. He recalled his own awakening, not merely a discovery of a power, but an elevation of his lightning abilities, which had electrified his entire being, scorching his skin in the process. Wen Qingliu's current condition might very well be a manifestation of an elemental awakening. Electric currents coursing through one's body and icy coldness seemed to be two sides of the same coin. Su Hao, You're not just toying with me, are you? Where did you acquire such magical props? Wen Qinglu could hardly accept the notion of supernatural abilities and blinked, suspecting Su Hao was merely performing a trick. When have I ever performed magic? Su Hao chuckled, bemused. He was tempted to showcase his mastery over lightning, but restrained himself, considering the strategic advantage of keeping such powers concealed. If you doubt it, go fetch some water from the kitchen and try the same method I just described. Close your eyes and see if it freezes. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, Wen Qinglu ventured to the kitchen, cupping water in her palms, and closed her eyes, concentrating intently. Moments later, the water began to freeze, transforming into a solid block of ice within seconds. When she opened her eyes, the sight astonished her. It really froze? She stared at the ice in disbelief, her face a canvas of astonishment. Casting the ice back into the sink, she filled her hands with water once more, and unsurprisingly, it soon transformed into another chunk of ice. How about that? Do you still think it's magic? Su Hao laughed. If anyone is performing magic, it's you. But where did I acquire such powers? This is all too sudden. Wen Qinglu stammered, her mind a whirlwind as her long-held beliefs faced a seismic shift. This is a lengthy tale, but let me put it this way. There exists a small fraction of individuals in the world who suddenly awaken extraordinary abilities, such as immense strength or the manipulation of ice, fire, wind, or thunder. Some, like those depicted in films, possess invisibility or X-ray vision. These individuals are referred to as ability users by the state. Su Hao elaborated while Wen Qinglu listened intently, her eyes wide with intrigue. The state? She inquired, puzzled. Yes. There is an organization dedicated to overseeing this aspect. But how do you know all of this? Su Hao smiled faintly. In truth, I am also an ability user. He casually retrieved a pot from the wall, flipped it onto the cutting board, and with a single punch, created a significant dent in the metal, the edges cracking ominously. This is a cast iron pan used for cooking. An ordinary person would need several strikes to achieve such damage, yet I merely used my fist. In comparison, the martial arts of Taekwondo and karate seemed trivial. Wen Qinglu was equally astonished, her gaze flitting between the damaged pot and Su Hao's unscathed fist, her mouth agape. At a loss for words, Su Hao shrugged. Of course, my abilities differ from yours. I have merely enhanced my physical prowess, far inferior to the powers you have just awakened. He would not carelessly reveal his mastery over lightning. However, Wen Qinglu shook her head vigorously. What are you saying? I think you're incredible. You shattered that iron pot with a single punch. Meanwhile, I've merely experienced a drop in temperature, incapable of doing anything. Su Hao chuckled softly. Your powers have only just awakened. It's natural you can't fully grasp their potential. Once you gain mastery over this ability, it will be extraordinarily formidable, far superior to ordinary powers. Is it really that powerful? Wen Qinglu blinked, a flicker of excitement crossing her features. I speculate that you have awakened an ice-type ability, or at the very least, a special power related to temperature. Although you can currently only freeze water into ice. Once you become proficient, imagine lowering the temperature further. Could you not instantly encase someone in ice? Could it truly be that formidable? Wen Qinglu gazed at her hands in awe. Su Hao contemplated for a moment. Now that we know you have awakened your powers, I must ask, have you considered joining the national organization? National organization? Yes. It's called the Ability User Group. Wen Qinglu inquired curiously, are you a member of this organization? Su Hao nodded, not concealing anything from her. Indeed. I only recently joined. How recent, you may ask. In fact, it was merely this morning. Well then, I wish to join as well. Wen Qinglu giggled. Her intentions clear to Su Hao. It was evident that she simply wanted to work alongside him. Strangely, this girl harbored an inexplicable fondness for him. Su Hao mused that he wasn't particularly handsome, perhaps just a smidge charming at best, and he had little prior interaction with Wen Qinglu. Why then? Did she take such a liking to him? He was utterly perplexed. The Special Abilities Group is not as simple as you might think. I suggest you learn more before making a decision. Rest assured, since we know each other, if you choose not to join, I won't disclose anything about your abilities. He conveyed with goodwill, outlining his understanding of the Special Abilities Group. The earlier capture of the little creature alone demonstrated that the group was not a place for just anyone. Although such organizations might offer decent benefits, the dangers they posed were substantial. The threats they faced were all terrifying unknowns, possibly even more perilous than being a soldier in wartime, especially with the recent upheaval of supernatural abilities. Su Hao spoke earnestly. The work in the Special Abilities Group is exceedingly dangerous. You should think it over carefully. Upon hearing his description, When Xingliu's expression reflected a hint of trepidation. After all, she was merely a girl from an ordinary family. How brave could she truly be? The thought of battling monsters naturally made her reconsider. Then why did you choose to join such an organization? Aren't you afraid of the monsters? When Xinglu inquired curiously. Me? Su Hao chuckled helplessly. I've lost my job, and with such a splendid opportunity with the state laid before me, how could I refuse? Besides, my ability enhances my physical prowess across the board. At the very least, I can ensure my own safety. I'm sorry, when Xinglu murmured, her head bowed. She felt guilty, realizing that her circumstances had led to Su Hao losing his job. It's not your fault, Su Hao reassured her. I've long been displeased with Lu Bapi. Before I left, I even gave him a good thrashing, so no regrets there. When Xinglu couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth, her profile appearing rather adorable. Decision made. I want to join that national organization. Even if there are dangers, you're in there too, right? We can support each other, she declared. Su Hao was slightly taken aback. Are you certain? The monsters the Special Abilities Group confronts are not any less terrifying than those in horror films. Are you really not afraid, being a girl all on your own? Of course, I will be scared, when Xinglu replied, brushing a few strands of hair from her forehead with a light smile. But I don't want to remain a mere front desk worker. As you said, with such a remarkable opportunity presented by the state, why not seize it? Her educational background was only from a vocational college, and in this era where Master's degrees were commonplace and bachelor's degrees seemed worthless, the prospects for someone with a low educational attainment were quite limited. Joining a national organization could very well change her life. All right then, Su Hao nodded, refraining from further persuasion. Her awakened ability must be formidable. Even if it was not elemental, it was likely to be a powerful special ability. Once she joined the Special Abilities Group, her initial rating would undoubtedly be high, perhaps even surpassing his own position. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Miao Yueying, have you arrived home yet? On the other end, a sound of running water accompanied a lazy voice. I just got home and am taking a shower. What is up? I have a friend who has awakened their abilities. Does the Special Abilities Group still accept new members? Oh, regarding that, wait. You're saying someone has awakened their abilities? Miao Yueying's voice brimmed with surprise. Su Hao rubbed his ears, exasperated. Why shout so loudly? Well, of course. Awakened individuals aren't common. If another one suddenly appears, I'd be shocked. What kind of ability do they possess? I'm not entirely sure. She feels as cold as if she has no body heat, and can lower the temperature of anything she touches to below zero. I suspect it might be an ice element ability, though there is also a possibility it's a special type, Su Hao explained, glancing at Wen Qinglu and summarizing her symptoms for Miao Yueying. An elemental or special type ability holder. Miao Yueying's voice was tinged with excitement. Hold on. I'll report this to Team Leader Xing right away, and I'll call you back soon. By the way, congratulations. Discovering a new ability holder comes with a substantial points reward, and introducing them to the organization will earn you even more points for that. Su Hao was pleasantly surprised. Shaking his head. Let us not focus on that for now. Is her ability confirmed to be elemental? I'm not sure, Miao Yueying replied. Records of elemental ability holders are scarce, and we lower-tier ability holders don't have access to all the archives. Plus, since awakened abilities are so diverse, it's challenging to pinpoint the specifics without Team Leader Xing's review. Su Hao pondered briefly. Oh, understood. The call ended. Turning to Wen Qinglu, he said, I've informed them. We'll likely be heading to the bureau soon to meet Team Leader Xing and test your ability type. Wen Qinglu expressed her doubts. Do you think they'll really accept me? The Special Abilities Group is currently expanding its ranks, so they will definitely take you in. Su Hao reassured her. Your abilities should be elemental or special type, far superior to my ordinary type. Once you're in the Special Abilities Group, your position might even exceed mine. Curiously, Wen Qinglu asked, are abilities categorized? Indeed, there are 3 main categories of abilities. With nothing else to do, Su Hao proceeded to enlighten Wen Qinglu with the basic information he had learned that day. The naive girl listened with a dazed expression, unsure how much she would remember. After all, Su Hao himself only had a superficial understanding of the information, which was not particularly comprehensive. She merely needed to grasp the general idea. Before long, the phone rang. Hello? Miao Yueying laughed heartily. Team Leader Xing is thrilled to hear the news. He wants you to bring your friend to the bureau. You know the way, right? I just finished showering, so I want to be going with you. You seem to be having all the good fortune today. Remember to treat me to a meal tomorrow. Sure, no problem. I'll treat you to a feast, Su Hao replied with a smile, hanging up the phone. Let us go, we're heading to the special abilities group. He casually tossed the drink can into a nearby trash bin a few meters away, stood up, and led Miao Yueying towards the exit. As they stepped outside, they coincidentally encountered Xiao Yi, who was returning home after attending evening classes. "Oh, Brother Su Hao, are you going out?" Xiao Yi inquired, her curiosity evident as she tilted her head to glance at Miao Yueying behind Su Hao, her brows slightly furrowed. "This is my colleague, Wen Xinglu," Su Hao replied, affectionately ruffling Xiao Yi's hair. "This little girl is the daughter of my neighbor. I usually call her Xiao Yi." "What a delightful little girl," Wen Xinglu remarked, her eyes sparkling as she leaned closer to pinch Xiao Yi's chubby cheeks with a gentle smile. "Little sister, how old are you this year? Come here to your sister." However, Xiao Yi retorted, evading Wen Xingliu's hand. "Don't call me little sister. You're not much older than I am." Feeling snubbed, Wen Xinglu awkwardly withdrew her hand. "Haha," Su Hao chuckled softly. "Don't be fooled by her small stature. She is actually about to graduate from high school. She hates being treated like a child." Xiao Yi pouted playfully. "Brother Su Hao, do you believe I would bite you?" "I was just joking," Su Hao laughed. "This sister and I have some work matters to attend to. You should head home and finish your homework." "But Brother Su Hao, didn't you resign already?" Xiao Yi asked, puzzled, as she had heard whispers about his resignation. "I found a new job, a proper position in the national system." "Isn't that impressive?" Su Hao beamed with pride. "A position in the national system?" Xiao Yi pulled out her pink phone to check the date, exclaiming, "Wait. Today isn't April Fool's Day, is it?" Su Hao's expression darkened. "What do you mean? You don't believe I could land a job in the national system?" Xiao Yi stepped back, giggling. "Of course not. I was just joking. I'm not at all surprised that Brother Su Hao could find such a good job in the national system. Really, not surprised at all. Hey, you little rascal." Su Hao playfully grabbed Xiao Yi and tickled her, eliciting a fit of laughter from her before he released her. Curiously, Xiao Yi asked, "What kind of job is it?" "A civil servant?" "Something like that, and the position is quite decent," Su Hao replied, nodding, though he refrained from divulging too much about the special abilities group. Before parting ways, he hesitated for a moment and said, "If anything unusual happens in the next few days, be sure to let me know right away." "Unusual happenings?" Xiao Yi tilted her head in confusion, not quite understanding, but she promised, "I'll remember," and then unlocked the door to her home. Su Hao's caution regarding Xiao Yi stemmed from his own considerations. Just yesterday, he, Xiao Yi, and Xiao Miaohan had been in close proximity to a meteorite, nearly brushing against it. According to his knowledge, the meteor shower composed of those ability crystals was the source of the surge in powers. Therefore, it stood to reason that both Xiao Yi and Xiao Miaohan, having been near the meteorite, had a significant probability of awakening special abilities, warranting attention. After watching Xiao Yi obediently head home, Su Hao and Wen Xinglu took the elevator down, hailing a taxi outside their residential complex to head towards the suburban location of the special police department where the ability group was stationed. The journey took approximately half an hour. The special police department, where the ability group was located, was a semi-closed area, only accessible to authorized personnel. The taxi dropped them off about a mile away, and they would have to walk the remaining distance. After paying the fare, Su Hao mused, "It seems I need to buy a car soon. Otherwise, the fare for each trip to the bureau will become quite a financial burden. I wonder if the bureau can reimburse travel expenses?" He had obtained his driver's license during university, but had been unable to afford a car until now. With sufficient funds at his disposal, acquiring a necessary mode of transportation was now on his agenda. What kind of car should he buy? A Mercedes? A BMW? Alas, it seemed those were beyond his budget. Currently, he had only the 110,000 yuan transferred from Yanghongwu, which was neither too much nor too little. It would certainly not be enough for a good vehicle, so he would have to think of a quick way to earn more money. As he pondered ways to generate income, he led Wen Xinglu towards the ability group. Trailing behind, Wen Xinglu appeared anxious, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing, which even showed signs of frost at the edges. "Relax, there's nothing to be nervous about." Su Hao noticed her unease and smiled. "It's really nothing special. Just a group of ordinary people with a few unique abilities, not much different from you and me." Wen Xinglu nodded slightly, hastening her pace to walk alongside Su Hao. Curiously, she asked, "Su Hao, how did you join the ability group?" "Well, it all started yesterday," Su Hao replied, touching his nose as he opened a short video on his phone and handed it to her. "Yesterday, I helped the police apprehend a mutated power user, and then the ability group contacted me. You can see for yourself." The video displayed a blurry scene of his confrontation with the mutated power user. Earlier that morning, The video had only garnered about 100,000 shares, but by the end of the day, it had skyrocketed to millions. It was a sensation. The official channels had not intervened, and the comments section was bustling with millions of messages. "This is you?" Wen Qinglu stared at the screen, astonished as she looked up at Su Hao. Quite impressive, isn't it? It's just average." Su Hao chuckled, secretly pleased. After all, who wouldn't he want to bask in the limelight? Were it not for the necessity of caution, he might have even showcased his lightning abilities. Rationality advised him to remain low-key until he fully understood the situation. They walked along the road until reaching the police bureau. Although the ability group was small in number, the precinct itself occupied a considerable area, not inferior in decor to the city's public security bureau, albeit situated in a remote suburb. As dusk fell, the towering iron gates loomed before them, firmly locked. Su Hao glanced around, failing to locate a guardhouse. Upon approaching the gate, he discovered it was a high-tech entrance requiring iris and fingerprint recognition. No wonder Miao Yueying had instructed him to record all biometric data like irises and fingerprints for his file earlier. After scanning his iris and fingerprint, a small door to the left of the iron gate opened with a click. Su Hao guided Wen Qinglu into the bureau. Following the directions recalled from Miao Yueying regarding the floors and rooms, heading towards Office 302. Despite the vast building being brightly lit, it was eerily silent, as if deserted. Save for a couple of duty officers in black uniforms who quietly passed by in the corridor, their glances briefly sweeping over the two. Upon reaching the office door, he knocked. "Come in," came the voice of Team Leader Xing from within. Su Hao pushed the door open, leading Wen Qinglu inside. "Team Leader Xing, I have brought someone to report." Team Leader Xing, engrossed in several files, set them down and looked up with a smile at the newcomers. "Well done, Xiao Su. You've already accomplished 2 significant feats on your very first day in the abilities group." "Oh, it's merely luck," Su Hao chuckled, fully aware of the feats Team Leader Xing referred to. He then introduced, "This is my former colleague, Wen Qinglu. She has just awakened an ability akin to ice elements, allowing her to rapidly lower the temperature of objects. Is she truly an elemental ability user?" Team Leader Xing's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he stood up and approached, scrutinizing Wen Qinglu from head to toe. Uncomfortable under his gaze, she instinctively inched closer to Su Hao. Realizing his rudeness, Team Leader Xing cleared his throat. "Could you demonstrate your ability for me?" Wen Qinglu exchanged a glance with Su Hao, who nodded encouragingly. "Team Leader, may we borrow some water?" "Certainly." Team Leader Xing retrieved an unopened bottle of mineral water from his desk and handed it to Wen Qinglu. She took the bottle, closed her eyes, and gripped it tightly. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her fair hands emanated a visible chill, causing frost to form on the plastic bottle as the water inside began to freeze. Team Leader Xing watched with fervent interest, nodding in approval. A rare ability indeed, even if it is not elemental in nature. It is sufficient to warrant a classification above level. After speaking, he turned back to his desk and pressed a button beneath it. With a click, a small hidden drawer popped out, revealing a transparent diamond-shaped crystal. About the size of a thumb, its surface gleamed like a diamond. Team Leader Xing picked up the crystal. "This elemental crystal can detect elemental abilities. Hold it and activate your ability. If the crystal changes color, it will confirm your elemental classification." "All right." Wen Qinglu carefully accepted the crystal, cradling it in her palm as she activated her ability once more. Her hand grew cold, emanating a chilling aura, yet after several seconds, the diamond crystal showed no signs of change. Team Leader Xing's expression shifted to disappointment. Not elemental, then? He had previously mentioned how powerful elemental abilities were. Noting their rarity and likening them to pandas among ability users, there were scarcely any in the entire country. If they could recruit an elemental user, it would not be long before their group boasted a formidable ace. Though Su Hao felt a twinge of regret upon learning that Wen Qinglu did not possess ice elemental powers, it did not entirely surprise him, as he had anticipated this possibility. I'm sorry," Wen Qinglu said innocently, looking up at them as if it were her fault for not being elemental. Su Hao chuckled softly. "What are you apologizing for? I seem not to possess the ice elemental ability you mentioned," she replied. "Whether or not you do, a formidable special ability is still impressive," Su Hao reassured her, taking the elemental crystal from her palm and preparing to return it to Team Leader Xing. However, unexpectedly, the crystal in his hand suddenly emitted a faint blue electrical current. "What?" Su Hao was momentarily stunned, realizing something was amiss. He fumbled, and the crystal, glowing with a blue sheen, slipped from his grasp, landing on the floor where it quickly reverted to its transparent state, bouncing a few times before resting at Team Leader Xing's feet. Did the elemental crystal just light up? Team Leader Xing stared at Su Hao in astonishment, neglecting to pick up the crystal. It appears to have, Su Hao replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Could the crystal have been mistaken? I'm merely an ordinary ability user. No, Team Leader Xing shook his head. The elemental crystal has never produced erroneous results. Hearing the certainty in Team Leader Xing's voice, Su Hao resigned himself to silence, astonished that the crystal had illuminated simply from contact. He had not even activated his lightning ability. When Xing inquired, is Su Hao an elemental ability user? I am not. But the crystal lit up. Su Hao looked skyward, utterly perplexed. I'm just as bewildered. His mind was a flurry of thoughts. Having concealed his lightning ability for less than a day, it had inexplicably been exposed. What a predicament. For now, he could only feign ignorance and let fate take its course. Try again, Team Leader Xing insisted, picking up the crystal and handing it back to Su Hao. As he grasped it, the crystal emitted a beautiful blue light akin to shimmering sapphire. The elemental crystal is reacting. Team Leader Xing furrowed his brow, stroking his chin thoughtfully. There seems to be an arc-like phenomenon within the crystal. Could it be a lightning-type ability? Such abilities are a rare gem among elemental types. Su Hao replied awkwardly, well, Team Leader, although I'm unsure why the crystal reacted, aside from enhanced physical capabilities, I have not discovered any elemental special abilities. Furthermore, isn't it necessary to activate an ability to verify with the elemental crystal? An elemental crystal can exhibit phenomena simply upon contact with an elemental ability user. Asking her to activate her ability during the assessment is merely to ensure accuracy, Team Leader Xing explained, then scrutinized Su Hao once more, pondering. Are you truly certain you have not awakened an elemental ability? Absolutely not. Su Hao spread his hands. That's strange, Team Leader Xing muttered to himself. Could it be that you have yet to awaken? Is the crystal detecting your potential? Feigning ignorance, Su Hao asked. I already possess an ordinary ability that enhances my physical attributes. Is it still possible for me to awaken an elemental ability? There is a possibility. Team Leader Xing nodded and remarked, it is not uncommon for individuals with extraordinary abilities to possess more than one power. Those rare few who awaken two or more special capabilities are referred to as superpowered individuals. Among these, the combination of ordinary types with the other two categories is the most prevalent. Oh, so, it seems I truly have a chance to awaken elemental powers? Su Hao feigned delight, secretly pondering that there are indeed people in this world who possess multiple abilities. This could serve as a convenient cover when he later upgrades his ability modules. As his ability points accumulate, he would inevitably learn more powers, and if anyone discovers this, he could simply claim to be a superpowered individual who has awakened multiple abilities. There must be a probability for it. Team Leader Xing retrieved the crystal from Su Hao's hands and patted him on the shoulder, saying, if you awaken elemental powers, remember to inform me at the earliest opportunity. At that time, your salary will be elevated by at least 2 tiers, and you may even have the chance to further your studies at headquarters. Keep it up. The leader's demeanor had noticeably become more enthusiastic than before. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Hao inquired, what exactly is my friend's ability? The categories of special abilities are numerous, and there are seldom clear examples, so it is challenging to identify at this moment, Team Leader Xing replied, glancing at Wen Qinglu. However, I suspect her ability may be related to body temperature. For instance, she might be able to lower her body surface temperature to below freezing. This sounded plausible to Su Hao. He considered the likelihood significant. Wen Qinglu consistently maintained a body temperature of around 10 degrees, and when exercising her powers, her body became even colder, causing water to freeze. The identification of special abilities is quite intricate. If her power involves lowering body temperature, it would require an assessment of the lowest temperature she could achieve, the duration, and the area of effect, among other factors. Team Leader Xing then shifted the topic, stating, however, based on the abilities you just displayed, you are guaranteed at least a Class A rating, so the evaluation for joining the abilities group can be waived for now. You will train together with the 3 individuals who joined this morning. Did I pass? Wen Qinglu asked excitedly. What kind of training? Team Leader Xing explained. Training will focus on mastering your own abilities and some tactics for executing missions. Wen Qinglu turned to Su Hao. Are you also going to train? Me? I don't need to, Su Hao shrugged. Wen Qinglu looked puzzled. Didn't you just join the abilities group today? Why don't you need training? My abilities, along with my reaction speed, have enhanced. I don't require training to master them, Su Hao explained, touching his nose. Just give it your all. Training will only last about half a month. Upon hearing this, when Xinglu appeared disappointed, her head drooping. Don't celebrate too early, team leader Xing interjected. Once you awaken elemental powers, you too will need to undergo training. Su Hao was indifferent. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Following this, team leader Xing reiterated the salary and benefits associated with the abilities group to Wen Qinglu and had her sign several paper contracts. Su Hao, glancing with peripheral vision, noted that the salary indeed surpassed the one he had signed by a substantial margin, and she entered as a level 3 member. The disparity in treatment between special and ordinary ability users was evident. He discovered that contributing to the identification of an ability user earned 5 points, and introducing someone to the abilities group granted an additional 5 points. After signing the contracts, team leader Xing glanced at Su Hao and said with a smile, "Well done, Su. With the 20 points earned from capturing that little creature at noon, you are already close to becoming a level 2 member on your very first day. Just luck." Really? Su Hao looked out the window at the sky. "Leader, shall we head back now? We just need to wait for the notification, right?" "Yes." Team leader Xing continued his work without raising his head. "Remember to come for training at 9 tomorrow. As for you, Su, if you have any questions, feel free to consult Xiaomiao." According to the regulations of the abilities group, aside from a few days each month when members must be present at the bureau, the rest of the time is quite flexible. As Miao Yueying put it, aside from the dangers of missions, the abilities group is actually rather leisurely. The two bid farewell to team leader Xing and left the abilities group, taking a taxi back to the main road. Su Hao first dropped Wen Qinglu off at her home, and, after a series of delays, finally returned to his own residence just before 10 at night. Why does it feel increasingly chaotic? Lying on his bed, Su Hao stared at the ceiling, suddenly questioning whether his decision to join the abilities group had indeed been the right one. While there are numerous advantages to being part of an organization, the inevitable surveillance and mobilization by the state could, in a sense, greatly diminish his freedom. Well, it's already set in stone. It's pointless to dwell on it. He opened the system interface to browse for a moment, and as fatigue washed over him, he succumbed to sleep. Chapter 43. What? What is dark energy? In the morning, Su Hao woke up naturally. He hastily prepared breakfast, eating while checking unread messages on WeChat. Short video clips of battle scenes had prompted numerous familiar faces to reach out, including long-lost college classmates and former colleagues, such as Yang Hongwu and Xiu Miaoan. However, aside from Yang Hongwu, most inquiries were laced with teasing. After all, acquaintances would hardly believe Su Hao to be that impressive. They merely noticed someone in the video who resembled him and seized the opportunity for a laugh. Only Yang Hongwu and those from the martial arts school truly understood the extent of Su Hao's combat skills. It's worth noting that during the challenge at the martial arts school, Su Hao had single-handedly turned the tide against 5 opponents. Moreover, these were not ordinary individuals, but seasoned practitioners. As for Xiao Yi and Xiu Miaoan, although they had witnessed Su Hao's match with Yang Hongwu, they were merely outsiders enjoying the spectacle and did not comprehend Su Hao's true prowess. In response to these unread messages, Su Hao replied one by one, either pretending ignorance or making lighthearted jokes. Only with Yang Hongwu did he not hold back, sending a message confirming, "Indeed, it was me." The moment he sent the message, Yang Hongwu almost instantaneously returned a voice call. "Su, you are magnificent. I saw that video yesterday, and my first thought was whether it was you. I knew it. By the way, how did you end up fighting that giant? Is that guy really nearly 3 meters tall?" That fellow was indeed quite imposing, seemingly taller than Yao Ming. Su Hao chuckled. That night, he attempted to escape police custody violently. It happened right at the entrance of our community, so I couldn't just stand by and watch, which is why I ended up in a fight with him. Impressive, Yang Hongwu exclaimed with excitement. In my lifetime, I have never encountered someone of such immense stature. Just observing his punching stance reveals considerable strength. Brother Su, how did you ultimately subdue him with those last few moves? This unexpected inquiry left Su Hao in a state of perplexity. While the final techniques he employed might deceive the untrained eye, someone like Yang Hongwu, a seasoned practitioner from a martial arts school, could not possibly overlook the fact that, although executed skillfully at vulnerable points, it was improbable to easily subdue a mutant with such bulk. There must have been additional external factors at play. Many discerning viewers of the short video also noted this discrepancy, casting doubt on its authenticity. Brother Su, you didn't happen to use the legendary dark energy in those final moves, did you? Just as Su Hao was contemplating how to navigate the conversation, Yang Hongwu on the other end of the line continued eagerly. My father mentioned that when martial arts reach their pinnacle, one can cultivate an invisible force known as dark energy, capable of explosive power that can split gold and shatter stone. I always thought he was exaggerating. Could it be that you subdued that individual using dark energy? What? Dark energy? What is that? Suhao was momentarily taken aback, and almost instinctively followed along. Oh, indeed, I did use a special power to subdue him, which might very well be what you refer to as dark energy. Yang Hongwu was elated. Brother Su, could you possibly teach me how to cultivate dark energy? Suhao stammered. That's not something that can be taught. Apologies, I was too abrupt. Yang Hongwu responded with sincerity. I became overly excited and forgot the rule that martial arts should not be easily divulged. Please disregard my previous remarks. Suhao was speechless. No, I meant it literally. This is truly not something that can be taught. Not something that can be taught. Yang Hongwu pondered. So what you imply is that it can only be comprehended through experience, that there are no shortcuts in martial arts, and that dark energy must be cultivated to a profound level for one to grasp it? Something like that. Suhao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Engaging with someone as fervent as Yang Hongwu was quite exhausting. His ability to conjure imaginative scenarios was simply beyond Suhao's comprehension. Brother Su, will you be able to visit the martial arts school soon? Is there something specific? Did you not express a desire to learn Bejiquan? I spoke to my father yesterday, and he agreed to let me teach you some introductory techniques. Additionally, he asked me to extend his gratitude. If it weren't for your noble intervention in driving away the intruders, the reputation of our school would have suffered greatly. It was merely a small effort on my part. There's no need for thanks. Just a moment, I shall head to the martial arts school right away. Suhao's face brightened. He held high hopes for traditional martial arts. In contrast to specialized combat techniques, the martial arts of China, which have been passed down for millennia, are undeniably more profound. Furthermore, modern combat often consists of mere self-defense skills, while true martial arts are lethal techniques. The two cannot even be compared. The only drawback is that most traditional martial arts require extensive time to master. Modern combat can be rapidly learned in a matter of months, but ancient martial arts may take years to yield results. Some masters of national martial arts may spend decades honing their skills before uncovering the essence of their techniques. Given the fast-paced nature of contemporary society, the decline of ancient martial arts, which necessitate prolonged dedication, is inevitable. However, for Suhao, the drawbacks of ancient martial arts were of little consequence. After all, he possessed a system to aid him, as long as he learned some foundational aspects of martial arts. The system interface would generate corresponding specializations, allowing him to use experience points to upgrade. A 3-year initiation and a 10-year minor achievement in Bejiquan, with ample experience points. He could easily attain mastery in no time. After hanging up the phone, Suhao hummed a cheerful tune as he tidied up his dishes and stepped out to hail a taxi to Bejiquan School. Upon arriving at the school, many apprentices greeted him with smiles. Suhao responded to each warmly, for he had not forgotten that he held the title of a temporary instructor at the school. Since the incident with the intruders a few days prior, he had gained quite a reputation at the school, whether or not they were present at the time. All the students had heard of the valiant deeds of this temporary instructor who single-handedly faced 5 opponents, and they naturally held him in great esteem. In the training area on the 2nd floor, Yang Hongwu was instructing 7 or 8 students in punching techniques. Upon seeing Suhao emerge from the elevator, he hurried over. Brother Su, you finally made it. Could you demonstrate that dark energy for me? I've always been curious about it. Suhao's eyelid twitched, and he resolutely declined. The use of dark energy is not something to be taken lightly. It demands significant physical expenditure. My skills are not yet profound enough to replicate it in just a few days. Such a substantial expenditure? Yang Hongwu appeared quite disappointed, and they continued discussing dark energy, leaving Suhao feeling overwhelmed. He had no real understanding of this so-called dark energy. His knowledge of traditional martial arts was limited to what he had seen in television dramas and novels, making it difficult to engage in meaningful dialogue with Yang Hongwu. As the saying goes, a single line necessitates countless others to maintain. Let us set that aside for now. Suhao redirected the conversation. Weren't you going to teach me the fundamentals of Bejiquan? Let's get started. I can hardly wait. Yang Hongwu sighed. Brother Su, you too are a lover of martial arts. Very well, let us commence. First, we begin with the initial stance. Chapter 44. Bejiquan. Yang Hongwu dismissed the students from the practice area and began one-on-one instruction with Suhao on the foundational techniques of Bejiquan. The essence of Bejiquan lies in its 6 major openings and 8 fundamental strikes, encompassing forms such as the Bejiquan minor frame, Bajiquan connection, 6 elbow techniques, solid Bajiquan. Bajiquan new frame, and Bajiquan dual soft techniques. The principles of power emphasize exploding, shaking, thrusting, striking, pressing, poking, squeezing, leaning, and the techniques of crashing and entangling. The characteristics of Bajiquan include simplicity in movement, a balance of long and short techniques, rapid force generation, prominence of crashing and entangling moves, and a stable lower body. Despite often appearing as a simple punch, there are numerous intricacies involved, whether in the method of exerting force, footwork, stance, or shifting of center of gravity, each containing unique secrets inherent to the art. The Bajiquan practiced at our school primarily consists of top elbow strikes, left and right lifting strikes, terminal blocks, window support, turning palm techniques, major entangling, minor entangling, shoulder drops, kneeling techniques, face palm strikes, and falling strikes. Yang Hongwu articulated as he demonstrated stances and techniques. The footwork primarily emphasizes bow and horse stances, with techniques combining stamping and advancing steps. Key elements include bouncing, twisting, sweeping, hanging, crashing, kicking, biting, fanning, intercepting, and pushing. Su Hao perked up his ears, attentively absorbing every nuance of Yang Hongwu's movements. "Let me first teach you the fundamentals of the 8 extremes fist," Yang Hongwu said. The techniques are categorized into support hammer, descending dragon, crouching tiger, mountain splitting palm, exploring horse palm, tiger embrace, bear squat, and crane step push. As he spoke, he executed a series of grand, sweeping punches, his fists cutting through the air with remarkable force. Even for a novice like Su Hao, it was evident that each move harnessed tremendous power, engaging every muscle in his body. After completing the 8 techniques, Yang Hongwu wiped the sweat from his brow. "Brother Su, did you manage to remember that? Would you like me to demonstrate once more?" "I've retained a bit," Su Hao replied, stroking his chin as he recalled Yang Hongwu's gestures and smoothly executed the first technique, the support hammer. He stepped forward, unleashing a punch that resonated with a powerful whoosh. Aside from a slight misstep in his footing, his technique was impressively precise, an almost miraculous feat for someone who had only observed once. "Well done, Brother Su," Yang Hongwu praised enthusiastically. "I only vaguely remember the subsequent techniques," Su Hao admitted, but he was not surprised, as he possessed a foundational mastery in martial arts. Thus, learning the 8 extremes fist was not an insurmountable challenge. New specialization, 8 extremes fist, the system notification chimed in his ears. Finally, the anticipated moment had arrived. A subtle smile graced his lips as he accessed the system interface and selected the 8 extremes fist specialization to upgrade. "Do you wish to consume 8 training points to upgrade 8 extremes fist to beginner level?" The required training points were indeed substantial. While a basic combat introduction only demanded 3 points, the 8 extremes fist required nearly triple that amount. Glancing at his remaining 8 training points, he confirmed the upgrade without hesitation. In an instant, a wealth of techniques and experiential knowledge flooded his mind. Testing his newfound skills, he stepped forward, his movements flowing like a crescent moon, perfectly embodying the standard starting posture of the 8 extremes fist. "Brother Su, shall I demonstrate once more?" Yang Hongwu began. But before he could finish, Su Hao unleashed a vigorous series of punches, executing the entirety of the 8 extremes fist with remarkable fervor. It was not merely a mimicry of the surface techniques. Yang Hongwu was astounded to find that every punch struck with impeccable form, with neither footwork nor power application exhibiting any flaws. The ferocity of Su Hao's strikes surpassed even those he had just performed. In that moment, Yang Hongwu found himself questioning reality. Who was truly the disciple of the 8 extreme school? As Su Hao concluded the sequence, he gradually reined in his energy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Despite possessing more than twice the physique of an ordinary person, he felt a twinge of fatigue. The power techniques of the 8 extremes fist indeed held their intricacies, each punch engaging his entire musculature to exert nearly full force. "Brother Su, you didn't merely remember all that by watching once, did you?" Yang Hongwu gulped, staring incredulously at Su Hao. "I suppose that's about right," Su Hao replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. "The 8 extremes fist certainly lives up to its reputation. It's quite a workout. Memorizing these intricate movements and points of power is no easy task. Is that even humanly possible?" Yang Hongwu nearly wept. "When I learned the 8 extremes fist, my father drilled me for nearly 2 weeks before I managed to grasp it. How can the disparity between us be so vast? I have some foundational skills. It's only natural that I can remember a few techniques, Su Hao shrugged. By the way, would you be interested in sparring a few rounds? I'd like to test these new techniques. I refuse to fight you, Yang Hongwu retorted decisively. While I enjoy testing my skills, that doesn't mean I wish to endure a beating. Su Hao chuckled. I promise to hold back. Really? Yang Hongwu pondered. He figured that since Su Hao had just learned the 8 Extremes fist, even if he had grasped the power techniques, it would not be easy for him to integrate the movements into actual combat in a short time. Plus, Su Hao had promised to take it easy. Perhaps, a match wouldn't be too brutal? I assure you, I will only use 70% of my strength. Su Hao assumed the stance of the 8 Extremes fist, urging, stop hesitating, let us have a match. All right, Yang Hongwu resolved, adopting his starting position and stepping forward to strike at Su Hao's chin. Su Hao remained unperturbed, executing a crescent step, his body deftly shifting to intercept Yang Hongwu's punch with a mountain-splitting technique, immediately following up with a downward blow to his chest. Yang Hongwu was startled and quickly attempted to counter Su Hao's punch. However, as soon as he moved, Su Hao deftly feigned with his right fist, sealing off Yang Hongwu's defenses and delivering a powerful left punch. Yang Hongwu retreated to gain distance, resetting his stance and continuing his offensive, denying Su Hao any opportunity to exploit weaknesses. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, surrounded by a throng of onlookers from the martial arts school. In terms of technique, Yang Hongwu undoubtedly held the upper hand, yet he could not match Su Hao's speed of response, giving the impression that he was at a disadvantage. In reality, had their physical attributes been equal, Su Hao would have succumbed in mere moments. But Su Hao's extraordinary agility and physique were undeniable. During the 7th exchange, he could have easily taken Yang Hongwu down, yet he chose not to, instead allowing for an opening to continue the bout. The outcome of this match was inconsequential. What mattered was refining his application of the 8 Extremes fist. Chapter 45. A single man holds the fort. I can't go on, Yang Hongwu exclaimed, stumbling backward, panting heavily. This is exhausting. I've never engaged in a prolonged fight using the 8 Extremes fist before. Brother Su, don't you feel tired? Unlike standard fighting, every technique in the 8 Extremes fist draws upon the full force of the body. An ordinary person could barely manage 2 complete sequences of the foundational 8 Extremes fist without collapsing, let alone contend with the need to adapt and modulate power during a real fight. It is a bit tiring, Su Hao admitted, though the perspiration on his forehead was hardly noticeable. He possesses a constitution of 21 points, nearly double that of an ordinary person, so it is hardly easy for him to be fatigued. Just a little? Yang Hongwu regarded him with the eyes of one beholding a monster and sighed heavily. I won't compare myself to you, beast. I thought I had the upper hand with my application of Baji Quan and might manage to win this round, yet unexpectedly, I still lost. Wait, I was just getting into the rhythm. Let us do it again. I truly have no energy left. How about you practice with other students instead? Yang Hongwu hastily fled, grabbing a bottle of energy drink and gulping it down before tossing another to Su Hao. Receiving the beverage, Su Hao took a few sips and agreed with Yang Hongwu's suggestion. This is indeed a splendid idea. I still hold the title of a temporary coach. I might as well take this opportunity to spar with the students at the dojo and offer them some guidance. Huh, are you serious? Yang Hongwu was taken aback. But the disparity in strength among the other students is too great. It won't serve to hone their skills. Furthermore, for the students, being subjected to one-sided beatings won't provide much in terms of instruction, right? Of course, Yang Hongwu refrained from voicing the latter half of his thought, only musing to himself. I never mentioned a one-on-one duel. Su Hao finished the can of energy drink in one go, wiped his mouth, and confidently declared, let them all come at me. All at once. Indeed, as many as can come. Yang Hongwu twitched at the corners of his mouth. Are you serious? This is quite exaggerated. Rest assured, I will hold back as best as I can. To hold back is truly outrageous. Perhaps that is indeed the mark of a true warrior. Yang Hongwu laughed heartily and turned to the onlooking apprentices at the dojo. Did you hear that? Coach Su is inviting us all to join in. With so many brothers here, do we have the confidence to take him down? Of course. The gathered students, numbering over 20, had already been stirred to excitement during the previous fight. Upon hearing Su Hao's bold proclamation to take on the entire dojo alone, their spirits soared. While they acknowledged Su Hao's formidable strength and held deep respect for him, any rational person would not believe that anyone could single-handedly challenge more than 20 burly men in such a confined space. Reality is not a movie. Wait a moment. I never said you all should join in. Su Hao paused, taken aback. Just moments ago, Yang Hongwu had expressed his reluctance to fight. Yet now he was suddenly including himself. What audacity! Haha, how could I miss the chance to defeat Brother Su? Yang Hongwu laughed heartily and stepped forward, launching a punch. Everyone, come at him. Let Coach Su witness our strength. In an instant, the apprentices surged from all directions, encircling Su Hao completely. The spacious training area suddenly became chaotic and crowded, filled with a throng of bodies. Ding! Side quest triggered. One against all. Quest requirements. Go for it. Bring down everyone present and be the last victor. Quest rewards. 400 experience points, 80 training points. What a delightful turn of events. A long-awaited side quest. Su Hao was ecstatic, crushing the empty can in his hand and tossing it into a corner, his eyes ignited with fervor. Assuming the stances of Baji Quan, he adjusted his entire being to its peak state, preparing to face the onslaught. Naturally, at the necessary moment, he would also consider utilizing his master-level combat specialization. Within the next 10 minutes, the entire dojo resonated with the sounds of anguished cries. Passers-by on the street couldn't help but glance over, puzzled as to whether this dojo was covertly engaged in a pig-slaughtering business. Side quest completed. Quest rewards. 400 experience points, 80 training points. Alas, not a single capable fighter among them. Su Hao brushed the dust off his hands, standing amidst the fallen apprentices sprawled across the floor, exhausted and unable to rise. The students silently shed tears. Though unwilling to accept this verdict, they found themselves unable to refute it. Who would have thought this inhuman being could genuinely take them all down single-handedly? Despite appearing relaxed, Su Hao's clothes were already drenched in sweat. Had it not been for his master-level combat specialization allowing him to subdue others with the most efficient techniques, he would have long since been exhausted. Sigh. If only there were an ability granting infinite stamina. Huh. It seems there actually is one in the ability module. However, such a powerful ability would surely require an exorbitant amount of points. Brother Su, you're cheating. Yang Hongwu, clutching his stomach and sprawled on the ground, managed to utter this. You clearly stated we would only use Baji Quan. From the second minute onward, your punches didn't even resemble the Golden 8 forms. Su Hao feigned ignorance. Oh, did I say that? Of course you did. Yang Hongwu exclaimed, distraught and indignant. You mentioned at the outset that you wanted someone to practice Baji Quan with, which is why we agreed to spar with you. Isn't that right, brothers? The fallen apprentices echoed in agreement. Yes, we all heard it. Coach Su is cheating. We agreed to practice only Baji Quan. It's unfair. Let us go again. The uproar grew chaotic as Su Hao surveyed the dojo's students, thinking to himself, perhaps I was too lenient earlier? Very well, my mistake. How about this? Shall we have another round? This time I promise to use only Baji Quan, without any other techniques? Really? Yang Hongwu perked up instantly. He knew that Su Hao had only recently learned Baji Quan and was not as familiar with the Golden 8 forms as he was. It would be impossible for him to rely on this unfamiliar technique to defeat more than 20 of them. Absolutely true. Su Hao nodded with a smile. Let us rest for half an hour, and then we shall continue. All right, it's a promise. Yang Hongwu rallied. Everyone, quickly take a break. After half an hour, we must show Coach Su our might. This is our only chance for victory. If we lose again, I'll lead everyone to run 100 laps around the training ground. Absolutely no problem. Chapter 46, Mastering Baji. Ding. Side quest triggered. The 8 extremes of the 9 provinces. Quest requirements. The second round of battle. With the mastery of the 8 extremes fist, he would lay low everyone present, emerging as the ultimate victor. The task rewards included 400 experience points and 80 training points. Another side quest? Su Hao paused momentarily, feeling that he was gradually uncovering the nuances for triggering these side tasks. It seemed that intentionally challenging difficult events significantly increased the likelihood of activating corresponding missions. Particularly, combat events were the easiest to provoke system tasks. Completing this task would allow him to ascend to level 7. A fervent excitement surged within Su Hao. Reaching level 7 meant he would accumulate 3 ability points, enabling him to illuminate the mana source within the ability module. With the mana source at his disposal, he could wield lightning elemental powers without the burden of fatigue, greatly enhancing his strength. In close combat with minor spirits, he would not fear, unleashing 100,000 volts. One shock for each. His heart brimmed with delight at the prospect of upgrading his abilities, while the apprentices at the martial arts school, rallying around Yang Hongwu, engaged in fervent discussions regarding their ambush strategy. He simply smiled nonchalantly, unconcerned, as he leisurely sipped on an energy drink from his seat. Losing? That was inconceivable. With his character, how could he possibly engage in a battle without confidence? His assurance stemmed from two key factors. Firstly, they had just completed a bout, exhausting their energy. The agreed half-hour break would undoubtedly be insufficient for ordinary individuals to fully recuperate. It was fortunate if the apprentices managed to regain even half their strength. But he was different. His physical constitution of 21 not only indicated enduring stamina, but also meant his recovery speed exceeded that of ordinary people by over twofold. In just half an hour, he could restore himself to near-peak condition. The balance of power had shifted, greatly enhancing his odds of victory. Moreover, who said his 8 extremes fist was necessarily inadequate? A mischievous smile played at the corners of his mouth. Summoning the system interface, he subtly swiped his fingers. Transitioning to the specialization module. Would you like to consume 50 training points to upgrade the 8 extremes fist to the proficient level? 50 training points. Su Hao was taken aback. It had only required 8 points to reach the beginner level. How had the cost escalated to 50 points for the proficient level? It was a 6-fold increase. In the past, such a sum of training points would have sufficed to elevate his combat specialization to the elite level. Indeed, traditional martial arts became increasingly challenging to master, and correspondingly, the training points required for specialization upgrades also surged significantly. Consider yourself formidable, I concede, he thought, hoping fervently that this martial art would prove robust enough. He wondered how many training points would be needed to reach the elite and master levels. The mere thought causing his heart to tremble. With a resolute bite of his lip, Su Hao confirmed the upgrade. As the training points were deducted, a surge of knowledge manifested within the recesses of his mind, revealing various techniques and adaptive skills of boxing. Ah, so this is how to exert force in boxing. Who would have thought there were so many vital points on the human body? Truly, martial arts can be a lethal skill perfected in an instant. Su Hao's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, as if enlightenment had struck him. The deeper he delved, the more he comprehended the disparity between modern combat and ancient martial arts. Lost in the intricate knowledge of martial arts swirling in his mind, he appeared to those around him as merely a figure sitting in contemplation. Could Coach Su be resigning himself to defeat? The apprentices, engrossed in strategizing, noticed Su Hao's apparent distraction. It was understandable. While Coach Su's combat skills were extraordinary, his grasp of the 8 extremes fist was still nascent, having only learned the Diamond 8 forms from Wu Gu earlier that day. No matter how talented, mastering it in such a short time was implausible. Isn't it a bit shameless to have him use an unrefined technique while we attack him with over 20 people? Hey, which side are you on? Do you still wish to exact revenge? Well, revenge is a must, but let us go easy on him later. Yang Hongwu solemnly stated. Enough of that chatter. We're not yet assured of victory. Let us continue discussing our tactics. I'll engage Coach Su, and you all should rush in from different angles to restrain his limbs. Wu Gu, isn't that a bit underhanded? Yang Hongwu's face flushed as he replied solemnly. In warfare, deception is key. How could that be considered underhanded? The group animatedly debated tactics, their voices neither too loud nor too soft, not deliberately avoiding Su Hao, allowing him to overhear snippets. Half an hour passed in a flash. Su Hao stood confidently at the center of the training ground, hands clasped behind his back, facing the 20 or so robust men who were like hungry wolves, eager for combat. Brother Su, I humbly request your guidance. Yang Hongwu bellowed, adopting the stance of the 8 extremes fist, advancing towards Su Hao with determination. The remaining apprentices surged from all directions, their eyes fixated on Su Hao's limbs, evidently seeking opportunities to secure his arms and legs. These fellows were truly shameless in their quest for victory. Since you are unwilling to engage properly, do not blame me for unleashing fierce strikes. Su Hao lowered his stance, swiftly assuming the posture of the 8 extremes fist. At that moment, he was no longer the inexperienced novice. Instead, he exuded a seamless mastery of the art. Every movement was executed with precision and fluidity, embodying the essence of proficiency. One step forward, and a thunderous punch erupted. The strike appeared to feign an attack on Yang Hongwu, but in reality, it delivered a swift kick to the side, targeting an approaching apprentice, striking the pressure point at the back, rendering him instantly incapacitated. Su Hao deftly maneuvered through the core footwork of the 8 extremes fist, darting left and right, skillfully evading entanglement with Yang Hongwu, each move toppling 1 or 2 apprentices attempting to close in. In terms of physical prowess, the apprentices were already at a disadvantage compared to Su Hao, and compounded by their diminished condition, none could effectively counter him. Su Hao glided through the throng, thriving in the chaos, feeling increasingly exhilarated, as if he were a whirlwind of destruction. Meanwhile, Yang Hongwu and the apprentices watched helplessly as their comrades fell one by one, their efforts becoming increasingly futile, their spirits waning. Yet they could not lay a finger on Su Hao. To everyone's astonishment, this group melee concluded more swiftly than anticipated. In less than 5 minutes, not a single apprentice remained standing except for Yang Hongwu. Good heavens! Brother Su, are you even human? This is monstrous. The isolated Yang Hongwu felt tears welling up. Didn't I teach you the Diamond 8 forms less than an hour ago? How come you are even more adept than I am? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have dared to believe that one could triumph over 20 opponents simply by mastering the 8 brocade exercises. Perhaps it is a matter of drawing parallels. Considering I possess a foundation in combat skills. Su Hao shrugged and urged, let us finish this conversation after the match. If you don't make a move, I shall take the initiative. Chapter 47. The Source of Magical Power. I concede. I surrender. Just as Su Hao was prepared to give his all to defeat Yang Hongwu, the latter unexpectedly declared his defeat without hesitation. Side quest completed. Quest reward: 500 experience points, 100 training points. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Your current level is now 7, granting you 4 attribute points to allocate and 1 ability point. As the notification of his upgrade chimed in his ears, Su Hao felt somewhat bewildered. The fervor he had just ignited dissipated into thin air. Come on, you are the senior disciple of this martial arts school. Can't you exhibit a modicum of spirit? At such a critical moment, how can you simply forfeit? Yang Hongwu, feeling guilty, replied, there's a time and place for pride. The disparity in strength is so glaringly evident that only a fool would rush in to be humiliated. If I can't confront you, I can at least evade you. Su Hao was at a loss for words and chose not to debate further. He chuckled and said, suit yourself. But I believe I heard someone mention that the loser must run 100 laps around the playground. At least let us catch our breath. Yang Hongwu said with a bitter smile. The students of the martial arts school, recalling the oath they had just made, wore expressions of dismay, as if they had swallowed their grievances in silence. Disregarding the martial artists around him, Su Hao sat down, sipping an energy drink to recuperate while checking the system interface. At the bottom of the ability tree diagram, 3 ability points were prominently displayed. Finally, he had enough. Let me see what this source of magical power truly is. Sliding the diagram to the area of passive abilities, Su Hao eagerly activated the source of magical power. In the next moment, a searing and scorching stream of energy surged within his abdomen. The excruciating pain felt as though a blade were stirring within him, piercing through to his very marrow. Su Hao froze, instinctively clutching his stomach as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. The agony was so profound it felt as if something was tumultuously churning within his organs. What kind of joke is this? The upgrade of a mere passive ability, is this torturous? The pain was unbearable, even when he had suffered from acute appendicitis in middle school. He had never experienced such torment. With a pale complexion, Su Hao gulped down the remaining energy drink, unsure whether it was merely psychological. But the icy liquid entering his abdomen seemed to alleviate the burning sensation slightly. He could distinctly sense that this energy was coiling and swirling in a certain spot within his abdomen, with each rotation bringing forth searing pain. What else could he do? He could only grit his teeth and endure it. The path he chose must be traversed, even if it meant weeping along the way. He recalled a great personage once stating that pain could extend time infinitely. At this moment, Su Hao could attest to the truth of that statement. Though only a few seconds had passed, it felt as if he had endured several hours of agony, to the point where he was on the verge of shedding tears. Gradually, the burning and twisting pain subsided, replaced by a warm and comforting stream. How to describe that sensation? Everyone has had the experience of an upset stomach, right? When one can no longer hold it in and rushes to the restroom for a release. That is precisely how Su Hao felt at this moment. In an instant, he ascended from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise. Su Hao sighed with relief, as if he had found salvation. The warm stream settled in his lower abdomen, swirling like a vortex and branching out to envelop his entire body. Remarkably, this spreading warmth was swiftly replenishing his vitality. In less than 3 seconds, the fatigue he had felt from the earlier bout dissipated entirely, and he felt invigorated once more. Is this the marvel of the source of all magic? It can even restore energy. It feels akin to the inner strength found in martial arts novels, Su Hao pondered. He closed his eyes, attentively sensing the warm stream in his abdomen. It was about the size of a fist, nestled 3 inches below his navel, precisely where people commonly refer to the dantian. Dantian. Could it be that this is indeed the fabled inner strength? Su Hao's lips quirked in disbelief. Was the intense pain he had just endured a result of awakening his dantian? Putting aside other thoughts for the moment, he was eager to test the power of the lightning element abilities he had gained from the source of magical power. I won't disturb your rest. I'll take my leave now and return to guide you in a couple of days, Su Hao said as he approached the elevator. Waving goodbye to the martial arts disciples sprawled across the floor. Please, carry on with your practice. We can manage on our own. The disciples chorused in unison. How could we impose on you? Su Hao chuckled, scratching his head. After all, I am a temporary instructor at the dojo. How can I simply collect a salary without contributing? Let us schedule for tomorrow. We can engage in a few matches just like today. No, please don't. The disciples were on the verge of tears. Even Yang Hongwu, who typically reveled in martial arts, appeared as disheartened as a frostbitten eggplant. Ignoring their lamentations, Su Hao hummed a tune, his spirits high as he stepped into the elevator, leaving with an air of nonchalance. After having a boxed meal at a fast food restaurant, he took the bus home. He couldn't help but wonder how Wenqing Lu was faring. She must have begun her training with the ability group by now, right? Seated on the sofa, Su Hao casually dialed Wenqing Liu's number. The line was met with a busy signal, indicating that her phone was likely off due to training restrictions. Setting aside thoughts of Wenqing Lu, he decided to test the effects of the source of magical power. Raising his hand, he formed a grasping motion in midair, and crackling currents of electricity danced across his palm. Maintaining a steady flow of electricity, he could distinctly feel that as the electrical energy was released, the stream within his abdomen gradually diminished, reducing by about 10% every 3 seconds. What if I try this? Su Hao narrowed his eyes, walked into the kitchen, and slammed his palm against the back of the cutting board, leaving behind a slightly charred mark. This was enough to render an ordinary person unconscious. Based on his measurements at a physique level of 17, he could emit around 9 bursts. Now with a physique level of 21, the number should rise to approximately 11 or 12 bursts. 10 charred handprints were consecutively stamped on the chopping board, and the energy cyclone in his abdomen had consumed less than half of its capacity. This signified that Su Hao could unleash his lightning elemental abilities at least 20 times without affecting his stamina. This nearly doubled the frequency of his abilities. The enhancement to his raw power was remarkably significant. Truly, it was worthy of being a passive ability valued at 3 power points. Its efficacy was unparalleled. Although the awakening process was somewhat painful, the value of this source of mana was undeniable. As he ceased to exert his lightning elemental powers, the energy cyclone in his abdomen began to rotate naturally, steadily drawing strength from the air. At this rate of recovery, even if he completely depleted his mana source, he could replenish it in approximately 1 to 2 days. Speaking of which, could the final spiritual attribute be linked to this? For instance, the stronger one's mental prowess. The greater the mana source, and the quicker the recovery speed? Chapter 48. The Invisible Thief with 4 attributes. I had significantly enhanced the other 3, leaving my mental capacity still at the level of an ordinary person. Gazing at the system interface before him, Su Hao pondered for a moment. Upon reflection, it seemed that in the game, the mental attribute was commonly associated with the intensity of skills. Perhaps his system shared a similar principle? Could enhancing the mental attribute amplify his abilities? Well, it wouldn't hurt to try. Even if I guessed wrong, there was no loss. For he certainly did not wish to leave himself with any shortcomings. Ultimately, enhancing the mental attribute was inevitable. With a swift motion of his finger, he allocated all 4 points earned from leveling up to his mental attribute. In the next moment, it felt as though his brain had been cleansed with holy water. He became extraordinarily alert and composed. Not only had his mental state reached a new zenith, but even his thought processes had accelerated significantly. Such remarkable effects. Su Hao was astounded, evidently taken aback by the extraordinary impact of enhancing his mental attribute. He could distinctly sense his thoughts blossoming, and forgotten knowledge and memories began to resurface from the depths of his mind, leaving him in an unprecedentedly comfortable state. It felt even more exhilarating than being on a stimulant. He retrieved his phone and opened the abilities manual sent by Miao Yueying. Su Hao's gaze swiftly traversed the text, and a minute later, he closed his eyes, astonished to find that he had indeed memorized an entire page of regulations simply by glancing at it once. This speed, though perhaps not as formidable as the mythical photographic memory, was certainly superior to those so-called memory prodigies touted online. By the way, it's worth mentioning that photographic memory is a real medical phenomenon. Those afflicted possess an extraordinary ability to remember every detail of their personal experiences without the capacity to forget. They can recall events with remarkable precision, down to the minutest detail, a true ability recognized in reality. Suhao had also seen photographic memory listed among the powers in the ability tree. While not particularly impressive, it likely required a considerable number of ability points due to its cerebral nature, similar to the mana source, also demanding 3 points. Oh, enhancing my mental attribute to 15 points has unexpectedly accelerated my cognitive agility. Suhao shook his head, questioning why his thoughts had suddenly drifted to photographic memory. The priority now was to explore the system's abilities. He raised his hand, lightly flicking his fingertip, and a blue arc of electricity sprang forth, dancing like a lively sprite at his fingertip. Previously, Suhao had to exert considerable concentration to unleash lightning elemental energy. Now, however, it had become considerably more effortless, allowing him to confine the arc of electricity to the range of a single finger. His control was refined, and its potency had increased. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. He toyed with the lightning dancing between his fingers, positioning both hands opposite each other, fingers poised like claws. With a sudden surge, a current erupted from his palms, colliding in the center, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds, gradually increasing the output of the current. The arc of electricity between his palms widened from the initial width of chopsticks to nearly that of his thumb, extending his arms. A beautiful yet ferocious arc of electricity stretched between his palms. The flickering electric light illuminated the dim room, capable of piercing even the air. If this current were unleashed upon another, it would surely be lethal. Suhao was taken aback before he could test the arc's might. The mana source in his abdomen was nearly depleted, and the electric arc began to siphon his stamina, a wave of weakness rapidly spreading from his arms throughout his body. Its formidable power came with a staggering cost. Without hesitation, he halted the release, and the current vanished abruptly, as if a power source had been unplugged. As expected, enhancing the mental attribute indeed made his abilities more manageable. Glancing at the system interface, he noted the experience points required to level up to the next stage had surpassed 1,000. He still needed 330 points. Although the required experience was considerable, he no longer felt surprised. After all, the experience gained from side quests was substantial, effectively balancing the two, thus not increasing the difficulty of leveling up significantly. Ding! Side quest released. Capture the ability criminal. A system prompt echoed in his ears. A side quest? Suhao paused, surprised that the system had proactively issued a side quest for the first time. Quest requirements. A criminal utilizing invisibility is currently committing theft on the street outside the community, remaining undetected. Locate and capture him. Quest rewards. 500 experience points, 100 practice points. Invisibility ability? Which rogue would resort to such powers for thievery? Shouldn't T1 first indulge in a day at the women's bathhouse? Suhao couldn't help but chuckle as he stepped outside the community. At the entrance, he stood on the roadside, scanning his surroundings. After a prolonged search, he found no suspicious individuals. Instead, he himself appeared rather dubious, drawing the puzzled gaze of the security guard, who, had he not been familiar, would have likely approached him for questioning. Scratching his head, Suhao decided to sit on a stone bench. This side quest was rather perplexing. Since that fellow could render himself invisible, how was I supposed to find him? I certainly lacked specialized infrared equipment for detecting invisibility. Just as he was at a loss, a gentle breeze swept by, and he felt a slight anomaly in his pocket. Ordinary individuals might not have noticed, but Suhao, with his master-level combat experience and exceptional agility, could not possibly overlook any occurrences affecting him. Something was rummaging through his pocket for his wallet. In pursuit of a needle in a haystack, fortune had seemingly smiled down upon him. Did he just serve himself up on a platter? Suhao's lips subtly curled into a smile as he concentrated intently, discerning the direction from which the tweezers had originated in his pocket. Suddenly, he sprang into action, seizing the transparent arm behind him. The thief, engrossed in his act of theft, was utterly unprepared for the unexpected discovery. Startled, he exclaimed in surprise and hastily attempted to retract his arm to flee, only to find himself caught as if in a vice grip. Listening intently, Suhao wasted no time and delivered a powerful punch directly to the thief's face. The impact resonated, and the concealed thief let out a cry of pain, abruptly breaking his invisible state. What the hell? Why is it you? Upon seeing the thief, who was now clutching his nose in tears, Su Hao was taken aback. This was none other than the yellow-haired scoundrel who had attempted to steal from him on the bus, only to receive a lesson in return. The world is indeed small. It seems that enemies are destined to cross paths. The yellow-haired thief, noticing Su Hao's gaze, managed to force a grin that looked more like a grimace. Brother, if I said I just wanted to greet you, would you believe me? Su Hao was amused by the absurdity of the situation. Do you greet someone by reaching into their wallet? Chapter 49. Escorting the yellow-haired thief. Side quest completed. Quest reward: 500 experience points, 100 practice points. To his surprise, the system identified this yellow-haired miscreant as the superpowered criminal. The coincidence was almost laughable. A pickpocket who had fortuitously acquired the ability of invisibility. What a perfect match. If left unchecked, he could cause significant chaos. It was no wonder the system had issued this side quest, likely to nip the problem in the bud. Have your audacity and skills grown so much that you dare to steal from me? Su Hao observed the yellow-haired thief with a bemused expression, causing the latter to tremble in fear. The thief's legs felt like jelly. Brother, please let me explain. Can you loosen your grip? Su Hao shot him a disapproving glance. Release you? Am I a fool? What if you run away? How could I dare to run? The yellow-haired thief boasted, with your skills. Even if I grew 2 more legs, I couldn't escape, right? He foolishly believed Su Hao was unaware of his ability to turn invisible, thinking his detection was mere coincidence. Akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. If Su Hao loosened his grip, he would vanish in an instant. No matter how skilled Su Hao was, he would be left grasping at shadows. However, before he could revel in his cleverness, Su Hao smacked the back of his head. You really think I don't know you can turn invisible? Su Hao chuckled in exasperation. Behave yourself, or I won't hesitate to knock you out and take you away. What? The yellow-haired thief was bewildered, feigning ignorance. Invisible? What are you talking about? Still playing dumb? Without further ado, Su Hao struck him again on the back of the head, leaving the thief dazed and seeing stars. Realizing he could no longer hide the truth, the thief asked, How did you know I could turn invisible? Isn't it obvious? When my fist was about to hit you, you were completely transparent. How could I not know? Su Hao raised his hand again, prompting the yellow-haired thief to instinctively shield his head. But to his surprise, Su Hao merely retrieved his phone from his pocket and, with a bemused smile, inquired, What led you to the brilliant idea of trying to steal my wallet? This time, the yellow-haired thief dared not lie and confessed. He had been wandering the streets, searching for a suitable target, and when he spotted Su Hao sitting by a flower bed, he had entertained the thought of attacking him. Yet, upon further consideration, he cowardly opted to steal his wallet instead as a means of revenge. Su Hao chuckled. You're fortunate you didn't act on your initial impulse. Otherwise, the situation would have escalated far beyond a single punch. The yellow-haired thief, with a morose expression, nodded in agreement, feeling as though he had swallowed bitter herbs. What had possessed him to provoke such a formidable figure? With his newfound power of invisibility, he could have soared freely. Now, however, he found himself in dire straits. He silently vowed to keep his distance from Su Hao in the future, but alas, his promise was destined to remain unfulfilled. With one hand gripping the yellow-haired thief and the other dialing a number, Su Hao spoke into the phone. Hello? Team Leader Xing? I found another superpowered individual. Yes, I encountered him on the street. He tried to steal my wallet while invisible, and I've apprehended him. All right, I'm on my way to bring him to you. The yellow-haired thief was taken aback, sensing impending doom. Where are you taking me? Don't worry, Su Hao replied with a radiant smile. It's certainly not the police station. Oh, as long as it's not the police station, he instinctively sighed in relief, but then quickly grew wary, eyeing Su Hao. Wait, where exactly are you taking me? Who were you just speaking to? As a modern superpowered individual, most people fantasize about the possibility of being discovered by some organization and being whisked away for experimentation or worse. It was no wonder the yellow-haired thief was on high alert. Anyone faced with the prospect of being taken to an unknown location would be understandably anxious. Enough chatter. Just follow me, Su Hao said dismissively, twisting the thief's arms behind him and securing his grip. The yellow-haired thief grew frantic, struggling against his hold. Let me go, or I'll scream. Su Hao's expression darkened. Scream? You're a grown man. Use appropriate language. Don't ruin the seriousness of the situation. Otherwise, one might mistakenly think I have issues with my orientation. Let me go, or I'll scream. The yellow-haired thief shouted defiantly. In response to his resistance, Su Hao remained unfazed. Let me be clear, I am not afraid of your cries. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, it doesn't concern me. Help! Murder! Kidnapping! The yellow-haired thief shouted without restraint, abandoning all sense of decorum. Passers-by on the street paused to gawk at the commotion, some pulling out their phones to record, while others prepared to call the authorities. Step aside. The police are conducting an investigation. No filming allowed. Otherwise, you'll be arrested for obstructing justice. Su Hao calmly displayed his credentials from the superpowered task force, revealing his official document to the onlookers. Upon catching sight of the black notebook in Su Hao's hand, Huang Mao was taken aback. Having frequented the police station on numerous occasions, he was well acquainted with the authenticity of police credentials and was momentarily at a loss as to whether he should continue resisting. The onlookers, upon realizing that Su Hao was a national operative, hesitated and put down their phones, refraining from calling the police. A few who had tried to surreptitiously film the encounter were compelled by Su Hao to delete the videos. He signaled for a taxi, displayed his credentials to the driver, and ushered Huang Mao into the vehicle, departing the scene. Brother, where exactly are you taking me? Just give me a straight answer. I can't shake this feeling of uncertainty. Huang Mao finally surrendered, his struggle dissipating into resignation. Su Hao shrugged. You'll find out when we arrive. Rest assured, it's a legitimate national institution. Throughout the ride, the taxi driver periodically glanced at the two through the rearview mirror, occasionally posing questions, all of which were met with Su Hao's curt responses of no comment. After a short journey, Su Hao handed the driver 50 yuan and guided Huang Mao along the road towards the Special Abilities Police Bureau. As they approached the desolate outskirts, Huang Mao trembled, forcing a laugh. Brother, you're not planning to silence me permanently here, are you? Your imagination is rather vivid. Su Hao shot him a sidelong glance. What is your name? Huang Mao, he replied. Quite an elegant name. I wouldn't have guessed. Su Hao jested. I'm Su Hao. Let us get acquainted. Brother, you're too kind. Huang Mao chuckled nervously. Su Hao shrugged. No need for such formality. As the saying goes, one does not truly know another until they have clashed. We are both endowed with special abilities. Who knows? We may have the opportunity to collaborate in the future. Chapter 50. Capture the dog? What? Special abilities? Opportunity for collaboration? At Su Hao's words, Huang Mao's mind went blank, overwhelmed by the implications. Since they had time to spare, Su Hao elaborated. Special abilities refer to individuals with extraordinary powers recognized by the state. Your ability to become invisible classifies you as a special type, while I possess enhanced physical attributes. As for the potential collaboration, you'll soon understand. Having said that, Su Hao refrained from further conversation and urged Huang Mao to keep pace. Upon entering the Special Abilities Bureau, Su Hao adeptly led Huang Mao to Team Leader Xing's office and knocked before entering. I've brought the person. Su Hao indicated Huang Mao. This is Shen Xixue. Team Leader Xing, savoring his tea, set down his cup with a smile. Xiao Su, your efficiency is astonishing. Just yesterday, you brought in a special abilities talent, and today you've apprehended another abilities criminal. Truly remarkable. Just luck, Su Hao replied modestly. Luck is part of strength. Team Leader Xing acknowledged, then shifted his gaze to the bound Huang Mao, his expression turning serious. What is your name? I'm Shen Xixue. Huang Mao stammered, feeling dwarfed by Team Leader Xing's authoritative presence, clad in a white uniform that indicated a rank far above the average officer's pale blue attire. Aware of Huang Mao's criminal background as a thief who had utilized his abilities for multiple thefts, Team Leader Xing rigorously interrogated him about the awakening of his powers and their intensity. Su Hao listened intently, learning that Huang Mao had awakened his invisibility ability during the meteor shower just 2 nights prior, capable of maintaining his concealment for up to 6 minutes, a significant duration for a thief. Naturally, infiltrating a women's bathhouse was likely out of the question, given the limited time available. While he could currently only remain invisible for 6 minutes, Su Hao knew that with extensive training, ability users could enhance their powers and extend their invisibility to over an hour. After comprehending Huang Mao's abilities, Team Leader Xing ordered an investigation into his entire record. Quite the extensive criminal history, I see, he remarked, perusing Shen Xixue's file. You were incarcerated for theft in your middle school years and have been detained almost every year since reaching adulthood. It seems you've turned thievery into a craft. Team Leader Xing frowned slightly at the dossier's contents. Generally, individuals with such a notorious record are not easily accepted into our Special Abilities Bureau. Yet your invisibility holds some value to the organization. I'm offering you a chance. Will you accept? Yes, of course. Though Shen Xixue was uncertain of what joining the Special Abilities Bureau entailed, He dared not refuse under the current atmosphere. Very well, you have a task to complete. Team leader Xing nodded slightly, turning his gaze to Su Hao. Xiao Su, you should come over. The task I'm about to assign will likely require you and Xiao Miao to lead him. What task? Su Hao inquired, intrigued. This was to be his first formal assignment since joining the Special Abilities Bureau, following the assessment the previous day. Team leader Xing maintained a serious demeanor as he pronounced 2 words. Capture the dog. Huh, capture a dog? Su Hao, initially tense, nearly stumbled at the absurdity of the command. Even Huang Mao stared in bewilderment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Of course, the target was not an ordinary dog. Team leader Xing continued unperturbed. You are to capture a mutated canine that escaped from the research institute. Although small in size, it possesses extremely dangerous mutated abilities. Most importantly, we are required to capture it alive. What special abilities does it have? Su Hao asked. The research institute referred to the canine's ability as beastly intimidation. Any creature that falls under its gaze will experience severe psychological pressure, inducing involuntary fear and an inability to resist. Ordinary individuals who are observed for more than 3 seconds will enter a state of weakness, while those under its gaze for over 10 seconds may suffer a mental breakdown. Is it only after 10 seconds that it poses a tangible threat? That doesn't sound too perilous, Su Hao mused, reasoning that as long as they could seize the mutated dog within that time frame, there wouldn't be a problem. Beastly intimidation is not as straightforward as you assume. Team leader Xing refuted, shaking his head. Moreover, the physical strength of the mutated canine exceeds that of an average human by over 3 times, particularly in terms of speed. Even Xiao Miao would be unable to catch up, and its small size makes it incredibly difficult to apprehend in the city center. After all, such covert operations must be conducted discreetly, without the ostentatious blockades and military mobilizations. Su Hao's expression changed slightly. I fear that just the 2 of us, Miao Yueying and I, may not suffice. The agility and strength of the little creature were estimated to be below 20 points, with speed possibly approaching 30 points, making it quite a challenge to deal with. Much less a mutated dog with attributes exceeding 30 points. Firearms would likely pose little threat to it. Rest assured, that mutated dog does not exhibit a tendency to attack. As long as we are cautious and avoid its gaze, the danger is minimal. Team leader Xing retrieved a document from his drawer and handed it to Su Hao. Upon glancing at the document, Su Hao noticed a photo of a scruffy little dog, approximately 3 to 4 months old, adorned with a high-tech metallic collar. While it could hardly be described as adorable, it certainly did not evoke any associations with ferocity or danger. Do you see the collar around its neck? Team leader Xing explained. Originally, this collar was equipped with remote-controlled anesthetic capabilities, but for some unknown reason, it has malfunctioned, preventing the successful capture of the mutated dog. Your task is to manually activate the red button on the collar, which will automatically inject a potent anesthetic into its veins, rendering it unconscious. So that is the plan. Su Hao glanced at Huang Mao Shen Xishua, contemplating. We just need to locate the mutated dog and have it sneak up to press the button, correct? That simplifies the mission considerably. About that. Shen Xishua hesitated. Aren't dog noses incredibly sensitive? What if it catches our scent before I can get close? No need to worry, Team leader Xing reassured. The Research Institute has provided us with scent masking powder, as well as equipment for the tracking collar. When Xiao Miao arrives, she will take you to the warehouse to collect them. Team leader, I'm here. Just as mentioned, Miao Yueying's voice resonated from outside the door. Su Hao, you arrived earlier than I did. Did you know about this mission in advance? Miao Yueying was surprised to see Su Hao, her gaze drifting to Huang Mao, who was tied up. Who is this? Why is he bound? Su Hao introduced. This fellow is Shun Xishua, an invisibility ability user, whom I apprehended while he was attempting to steal my wallet on the street. Invisibility ability? Miao Yueying exclaimed in astonishment. I recall you introduced another ability user to the organization just yesterday. Why does it seem like rare ability users are sprouting like cabbages around you? It's merely a coincidence, Su Hao shrugged, gesturing towards Huang Mao. By the way, Team leader Xing mentioned that he would be participating in this mission as well, and his invisibility ability should prove useful for capturing the mutated dog. Is it wise to involve a newcomer in a mission? Miao Yueying raised an eyebrow slightly. Team leader, might that be a bit hasty? I've heard that the mutated dog is several times stronger than the little creature, and this fellow's psychological resilience appears to be that of an ordinary person. Even with invisibility, it remains perilous. It is of no consequence. Team leader Xing waved his hand dismissively. According to the intelligence provided by the Research Institute, the The mutated dog does not exhibit a strong tendency to attack. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent just the two of you. Hurry and prepare. We cannot allow that mutated dog to roam the city center for too long. Ding. Side quest triggered. Capture the dog. Quest requirements. A mutated dog that escaped from the research institute, agile and possessing dangerous special abilities. Your singular objective is to capture it alive. Quest rewards. 800 experience points, 150 training points. As Su Hao, Shin Sixue, and Miao Yueying exited the office, they exchanged glances. Shin Sixue, who had not had a chance to speak earlier, could not contain his curiosity. Bro, what exactly is that mutated dog? Is it really dangerous? Take a look for yourself. Su Hao handed the document regarding the mutated dog to Shin Sixue and turned to Miao Yueying. Miao Jia, why do I get the impression that our ability group is not particularly serious? Are we really the only three handling this sudden mission? The whole process feels rather casual. Well, the ability group does not have many members to begin with. It's unavoidable. It seems that several others have been dispatched elsewhere recently. Miao Yueying replied nonchalantly. As for the casual atmosphere, the community of ability users is inherently small. Team leader Xing interacts with merely a dozen of us daily, and over time, familiarity breeds a lack of formality. That is not the kind of seriousness I was referring to. Su Hao shook his head, feeling a subtle discrepancy between the reality of the ability group and his expectations. Miao Yueying inquired, Su Hao, did you manage to read the rules of the ability group that I sent you earlier? Su Hao was momentarily taken aback, feeling a pang of guilt. I skimmed through some of it, but I haven't finished. Has it not even been a day yet? Miao Yueying remarked. After returning, he had hardly had the chance to review the document, having only glanced at a few lines during the test of his mental attributes. However, with his current memory retention, he should be able to finish it en route. Miao Yueying nodded. As long as you've read it. It saves me from having to explain again what not to do. Now, let us go collect our equipment. With that, Miao Yueying swiftly made her way towards the building's warehouse, and Su Hao beckoned Shin Sixue to follow. The Ability Group's warehouse was divided into 3 levels. The first level contained handguns, walkie-talkies, and other commonly used equipment accessible to ordinary members. In contrast, the second and third levels were restricted, requiring even senior members to submit requests for entry. The tracking collar device resembled a handheld console with a metallic finish, featuring only red and blue buttons, along with a rotating dial. The red button is for tracking direction, while the blue one is presumably for the malfunctioning anesthetic injection. Su Hao mused as he examined the metallic device, observing radar-like patterns on the display screen, with an arrow indicating northeast. Miao Yueying explained. The researchers mentioned that if we are too far away, the tracker will only indicate a general direction. We need the mutated dog to appear within a 10-mile radius for the radar to show its exact location. Additionally, the Research Institute supplied a large bag of scent masking powder, a light-colored powder emitting a faintly pleasant aroma, weighing at least 3 to 4 pounds, ample enough for the 3 to apply thoroughly. After lightly dusting the powder on themselves, preparations were minimal and the trio set off. To avoid attracting attention during this operation, Miao Yueying neither donned her police uniform nor drove a police car. Instead, she selected a regular vehicle from the parking lot and drove them toward the city center, following the direction indicated by the tracker. Bro, what exactly do you all do? What kind of organization is the Ability Group? I've never heard of it before. Huang Mao Shin Sixue cautiously inquired of Su Hao. With nothing else to do, Su Hao took the opportunity to introduce him to the basic information about the Supernatural Ability Group. Shin Sixue listened in astonishment, his eyes wide with excitement, his initial trepidation gradually giving way to exhilaration. Wow, a special agency established by the state for supernatural abilities. That's incredibly impressive, Shin Sixue exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Brother, does this mean that if I join the Supernatural Ability Group, I will become a state employee? I never dreamed I could one day be a public servant. Watch your language, Su Hao remarked with a sidelong glance. Don't get too excited just yet. Your entry into the Supernatural Ability Group is far from certain, and it all depends on your performance. Don't worry, I promise I will perform well. Upon learning of the benefits of joining the Supernatural Ability Group, Shin Sixue was filled with renewed vigor and awkwardly chuckled. Brother, can we loosen the ropes first? Without hesitation, Su Hao untied the ropes, cautioning, don't do anything foolish. Shin Sixue laughed nervously. With such a great opportunity to become a civil servant, how could I possibly run away? No one truly worried about Shin Sixue escaping. Unless he wished to have nowhere to hide in the entire country, One should never underestimate the power of state agencies. If they truly wanted to find someone, it would be exceedingly easy with the right resources. Gazing out the car window, Suhao sighed. Honestly, I never expected my first official task in the supernatural ability group would be something as trivial as catching a dog. The driver, Miao Yueying, replied, "Come on. When I first joined the supernatural ability group, I had nothing to do for nearly half a month. In comparison, you are quite lucky to encounter a substantial task on your very first day. Is this really considered luck?" Suhao chuckled. Although having a task was indeed fortunate for him, wouldn't it be easier for an ordinary person if there were fewer troubles? Of course it is. Each completed task comes with a bonus, and you can earn points as well. Miao Yueying paused, suddenly realizing something. By the way, your points seem to have surpassed mine. Haven't they? 20 points for the little creature, 10 points for recommending a supernatural being last night, and now you've found another one today. That makes 40 points. You're nearly at the second level. As she calculated, her tone shifted from confusion to astonishment. I can't believe it. You've only been officially on the job for a day, and your points are skyrocketing, almost reaching the second level. Chapter 52. Urban Village. Miao Yueying pounded the steering wheel in frustration. The points I earned over 3 months have not even matched what you've accumulated in just a couple of days. It's just luck. Suhao responded with a chuckle. He hadn't anticipated accumulating points so swiftly. If he could earn another 10 points from capturing the mutant dog, he might very well ascend to the second level of the supernatural ability group today. The main task was to reach the third level within a month. Suhao initially thought this would be challenging, but with the current momentum, it seemed unlikely to take a month. Perhaps he would reach the third level in less than a week. Feeling elated, Suhao declared, "Once this task is completed, I'll treat you." Miao Jia, what would you like to eat? Sure, but I won't make it too extravagant. A seafood buffet will suffice, Miao Yueying replied with a grin. I've heard that a new upscale seafood buffet called Heart of the Sea has opened on Donghua Street, and I've been meaning to try it. So, I'll count on you to treat me. Heart of the Sea? I've heard colleagues mention it before. All right, once the task is done, we'll go there. Suhao remembered that the Heart of the Sea was a high-end buffet, costing around 200 to 300 per person, featuring a variety of delicacies like abalone and lobster. Such a price might have seemed extravagant to Suhao in the past, but now it was hardly anything. Just a few hundred yuan, and with the system's assistance, he would soon earn significant wealth. Upon arriving in the city center, they drove around for about 10 minutes until the locator finally indicated a faint signal. Suhao adjusted the display distance and opened the phone map for reference. The target is to the west, approximately 4,000 meters away, likely in the Shiqing Street area. Miao Yueying turned the steering wheel and drove towards Shiqing Street. Although the locator's signal was moving, it was not fast. As they entered Shiqing Street, the distance on the display screen gradually decreased until they arrived at a lively alley. At the entrance hung a sign, Sajin Alley, hidden within the urban village. The vehicle could not proceed further. Miao Yueying frowned at the narrow alley ahead. The already limited road was crowded with street vendors, and the foot traffic was substantial. Even if they could drive in, their speed would likely be slower than walking. Let us go on foot. It's not too far. Holding the locator, Suhao noted that the signal was less than 500 meters away. Wait a moment. Let me check for nearby parking. No need for parking. Miao Yueying was resolute, swiftly turning the steering wheel and parking the car at the side of the alley before shutting off the engine. Suhao hesitated. This place doesn't seem to allow parking, does it? We might get a ticket. Miao Yueying shrugged nonchalantly. Let them ticket us. It's a government vehicle. The fine won't be sent to the supernatural ability group, will it? Suhao was taken aback. All right, I suppose I haven't adjusted my mindset yet. The authority of the supernatural ability group exceeded that of local police, granting them numerous privileges, so parking in a restricted area was hardly a concern. With the locator in hand, the three of them ventured deeper into the urban village. In recent years, most urban villages in the city center had been demolished, leaving only a few locations untouched by real estate developers. Sajin Alley was one of the few remaining urban villages, which would likely be demolished and replaced with high-rise buildings within a few years. Was the mutant dog within this courtyard? Glancing at the locator indicating a distance of less than 20 meters, Suhao looked up at the residence before him. The house was a common 3-story duplex in the urban village, covering several hundred square meters. The black wooden doors were slightly ajar, and an elderly woman sat at the entrance, basking in the sun and snacking on seeds. Shun Sishua murmured. Could it be that the mutated dog has been adopted by this household? Suhao nodded in agreement. The description of the mutated dog in the document bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary young rural dog. with its adorably clumsy gray fur and a lack of aggressive tendencies. It was entirely plausible that an unsuspecting resident of the urban village picked it up and brought it home. Miao Yueying interjected, "I find that unlikely. According to the researchers, that mutated dog is quite timid and wary. Moreover, it escaped during transportation this morning. It's improbable that it would have been taken home by an ordinary person in such a short time." The trio exchanged a few murmurs. In truth, whether the mutated dog had been adopted or was hiding in the courtyard was of little consequence. Su Hao approached an elderly woman sitting outside, munching on sunflower seeds, and inquired, "Excuse me, are you a resident of this area?" The old woman glanced up at Su Hao, her mouth still full of seeds. "I own this courtyard." "What do you need, young man? Are you looking to rent?" "No. I would like to ask if any of the residents here found a small rural dog today." Su Hao revealed the document, showing only the page with the photo of the mutated dog. "My pet ran off in this vicinity this morning. It's the one in the picture." "A small rural dog?" The old woman frowned. "I'm not sure about that, but pets aren't allowed in our courtyard." Su Hao felt a twinge of disappointment. If the mutated dog had indeed been adopted, they would have learned its specific floor and location. The locator could only provide a general area, making it difficult to pinpoint its location within a few meters, and it could not indicate vertical positioning either. Shen Sishua's invisibility could only last for a minute, and searching through 3 floors for the dog would likely not be enough time. Miao Yueying leaned in and asked, "Could we please look around inside? I heard from people nearby that they saw a rural dog enter the courtyard." The old woman scrutinized the 3 of them, her gaze lingering on Shen Sishua's unruly blonde hair. "No, outsiders aren't allowed to enter our courtyard." Su Hao and Miao Yueying followed the old woman's gaze towards Shen Sishua, who appeared utterly bewildered, not understanding why everyone was suddenly looking at him. Shen Sishua, a street punk with his flashy hair, certainly did not give off an impression of a trustworthy individual, which likely explained the old woman's reluctance to allow them entry. Su Hao glared at him. "Once this mission is over, you'd better dye that hair back to a normal color." "All right," Shen Sishua replied innocently, running a hand through his hair. The old woman remained firm about not allowing them inside, leaving Miao Yueying with no choice but to display her police identification to prove they meant no harm. Reluctantly, the old woman accompanied them inside to search for the dog. Initially, Su Hao and Miao Yueying had hoped to keep their identities concealed, as capturing the mutated dog was a covert operation not meant for public knowledge. Chapter 53. The task becomes complex. The trio searched the courtyard thoroughly, from the ground floor to the rooftop, yet unexpectedly found not a single trace of the dog. Strange. The locator indicates this is the right place. Su Hao frowned, staring at the flashing dot on the screen, right in the center of the crosshair. Just as they were at a loss, a girl of about 11 or 12 years old bounced out of a room, holding something in her hand. Su Hao's keen eyes immediately recognized it as the collar of the mutated dog. The metallic collar was torn in half, and the locator device in the lower right corner still flickered in response to the dot on their locator. Alarmed, Su Hao approached quickly. "Little girl, where did you find that?" The girl, seeing a stranger approach, timidly stepped back, clutching the collar. "I found it at the courtyard entrance when I got out of school." "Is it yours, big brother?" "This afternoon." Su Hao furrowed his brow, pulling out his phone to check the time. It was already 4:30 p.m. This meant the mutated dog had escaped at least 4 hours ago, without a target to track. Where could they possibly search for the mutated dog in this chaotic urban village? With a 4-hour gap, it was uncertain whether the mutated dog was even still in the area, offering 20 yuan as a reward. They retrieved the collar from the little girl and left the house in a gloomy mood. What now? The dog even broke its collar. Where else can we look? Walking through the bustling alley, Shen Sishua wore a distressed expression. What if this mission gets called off? Will I still have a chance to join the special abilities team? It took so long to get this opportunity to become a civil servant. Miao Yueying, why not call team leader Xing to report the situation? Su Hao glanced at the broken collar and the locator in his hand, sighing in resignation. Things have become complicated. I didn't expect the first mission to go so awry. I hope the research institute has a backup plan. Miao Yueying nodded, pulling out her phone to report the collar's damage to team leader Xing. A few minutes later, she hung up. Well, it seems we might not get a break today. Miao Yueying rolled her eyes. The mutated dog is crucial to a research project at the institute, and we must capture it before tomorrow. The team leader has asked us to continue searching in the urban village area, and he'll send more personnel from the institute to assist us. Really going to search? Su Hao surveyed the intricate and convoluted paths of the urban village. In a place like this, finding a dog would be no easy feat, let alone a person. Miao Yueying blinked. Since we have no leads, why don't we grab a bite to eat first? I rushed over as soon as I received the call from the team leader, and Haven T had lunch yet. Sounds good. Suhao was feeling a bit hungry as well, glancing toward a nearby rice bowl restaurant. How about we eat there? Are you treating? Suhao chuckled in disbelief. Of course, I'm treating. Then I won hold back. Since Miao Yueying had no objections, they decided on the restaurant. And Shen Sixue had no standing to voice dissent. It was already generous of Suhao to treat him to a meal. They entered the restaurant, each ordering a few rice bowls, and sat at the table, chatting as they waited. Suhao inquired, Miao Jia, what do you think the research institute is studying all day long? I'm not too sure. I don't know many people over there. Miao Yueying contemplated for a moment. However, my old friend Ji mentioned that the research institute seems to be focusing on how to awaken extraordinary abilities in ordinary people, attempting to develop something akin to the super soldier serum from Marvel films. Suhao pondered. Could that mutated dog possibly be an experimental subject? It is highly likely. Miao Yueying nodded in agreement. Based on experience, if that little mutt had undergone natural mutation, it would likely exhibit some aggressive tendencies and its appearance would have undergone alterations. As I mentioned before, most little anomalies are the result of stray cats and dogs mutating. However, the mutated dog in the records showed no outward changes and did not exhibit the savage nature typically triggered by mutation, which starkly contrasts with other naturally mutated animals. Let us hypothesize. If the Research Institute is indeed developing a super soldier serum, there must be at least two prerequisites. Firstly, it must not cause any visible mutations in humans, which would violate ethical standards. Secondly, it must not induce a violent temperament in individuals to facilitate control. A mutated dog that displays no aggressive tendencies and appears normal perfectly aligns with these conditions. Following this reasoning, it seems the mutated dog is indeed a creation of the Research Institute. Suhao stroked his chin. If that is the case, could it be that the Institute is on the verge of completing their product? To endow a mere mutt with physical capabilities 3 times that of an ordinary person, combined with the perilous ability of wild intimidation, is indeed more formidable than the super soldier serum depicted in films. If such a creation were to come to fruition, it would likely herald a monumental transformation for the entire world. However, the tide of extraordinary abilities has already surged forth, rendering this impending transformation merely the embers following a great conflagration. What truly piqued his interest was whether the serum developed by the Institute could enhance his own attributes or grant him new extraordinary abilities. His current mastery of lightning elemental powers was not a result of personal awakening, but rather a gift from the system. Strictly speaking, he was not an extraordinary being and had never awakened his own abilities. Of course, if the system itself constituted his awakened power, that would be a different matter altogether. As for the finished product, I find that rather implausible. That mutated dog may simply be an unexpected byproduct. Miao Yueying rested her chin on her hand, tapping her fingers on the table. Just think about it. If such a powerful serum were indeed developed, why would the state resort to lavishly recruiting us, the civilian extraordinary beings? Wouldn't it be more efficient to inject the serum into rigorously trained special forces for easier management? Moreover, even if the serum could be manufactured, it is unlikely to be produced en masse within a few years due to high production costs and potential failure risks. It seems only the wealthy elite could afford it, which has little bearing on us, the lower strata. Miao Yueying spoke animatedly. In truth, pondering such matters is futile. If the Research Institute genuinely produces something of value, our extraordinary group will undoubtedly receive first-hand information, considering our years of collaboration with them. That is a valid point. Suhao gazed at Miao Yueying, feeling a deeper appreciation for her insights. Setting aside the strength of extraordinary abilities, her analytical prowess was truly commendable. Conversations of the divine, one might say, left the uninitiated. Shen Sixue, feeling somewhat inadequate, he muttered to himself, rummaging through his pockets, only to remember that his phone had long been confiscated, leaving him to gaze helplessly out the window. As he observed, he suddenly froze. Wait, that dog looks somewhat familiar. Chapter 54. A series of twists and turns. Upon hearing Shen Sixue's murmur, both individuals turned their gazes in the direction he was looking. Outside the window, beside a fast food restaurant, a group of middle school children was gathered around a gray little mutt, feeding it ribs. One audacious girl even reached out to pet the dog, but the wary mutt skillfully evaded her advances, seizing a large leftover rib and darting into a narrow alley with astonishing speed. That's it. Quick, chase after it. Suhao slammed his hand on the table, leaping up and racing out of the restaurant. With Shen Sixue, and Miao Yuang close behind. Hey, customers. The dishes are ready. Where are you going? The waitress had just brought out 3 servings of rice bowls when she noticed the 3 of them rushing out, calling after them in haste. There's an urgent matter. No need to look for us. Su Hao replied without turning back, handing over 50 yuan as he dashed out into the alley. The mutated dog was incredibly swift, making it a significant challenge to chase such a nimble and cautious creature through the labyrinthine alleys. Fortunately, as an extraordinary being with agility as her specialty, Miao Yuang managed to keep pace. She swiftly snatched the iron collar from Su Hao's grasp and surged ahead. Su Hao instantly understood her intent. The collar was equipped with a locator. Even if they lost sight of the mutated dog, as long as Miao Yuang did not lose track of it, they could follow its trail. In mere moments, both the mutated dog and Miao Yuang vanished from their sight. Big brother, I'm running out of breath. The disparity in agility among the 3 became increasingly apparent. As Shen Sishua exerted all his strength to keep up, but still lagged significantly behind Su Hao. Exhausted from his sprint, he found himself unable to continue. Su Hao frowned, understanding the physical differences between them and not pushing the matter. You stay put for now. Once we ascertain the whereabouts of the mutated dog, we'll return for you. After saying this, Su Hao continued to pursue the locator's direction without pause. After running through the winding alley for about 10 more seconds, Su Hao finally spotted Miao Yuang crouched at the edge of a wall in a narrow alley. Upon seeing him, she shushed him and pointed inside. Su Hao quietly approached. The gray little mutt was lying in a clearing, gnawing on a rib. Its sharp teeth effortlessly crushed the tough bone, swallowing the meat whole. In just a few bites, it devoured a substantial rib, a feat that would be impossible for other puppy breeds. Once it finished its meal, the gray little mutt seemed satisfied and crawled into an abandoned concrete cylinder to rest. The 2 exchanged glances and stepped back a few paces to converse softly. Su Hao said, "You keep an eye on it here. I'll go fetch Shen Sishua. The collar should still be functional, right?" He cast his gaze upon the glimmering iron collar in Miao Yuang's hand, noting that apart from the broken chain, it bore no other signs of damage. Miao Yuang was momentarily taken aback. "Are you suggesting we put the collar back on it, and then administer a strong anesthetic?" "Precisely," Su Hao nodded. "If we confront it head-on, we certainly won't be able to capture this dog alive. We must rely on the potent anesthetic in the collar. It should still be usable." Miao Yuang expressed her doubts. "But can that creature's invisibility affect physical objects?" Su Hao shot her a glance. "Isn't it obvious? If it couldn't affect objects, it would have to run around naked to be invisible. If its clothes can also become invisible, adding a potent anesthetic shouldn't pose much difficulty." That does make sense." Miao Yuang conceded, rendered speechless. He retraced his steps, returning with Shen Sishua, who had been waiting by the roadside for about a minute or 2. "All right, it's your turn now." Confirming that the mutated dog was still within the concrete cylinder, Su Hao solemnly handed the collar to Shen Sishua, patting his shoulder and entrusting him with the task. Shen Sishua's hands trembled slightly. "Big brother, I'm feeling a bit anxious." Su Hao reassured him, "Don't be nervous. Just think of the good things. If this mission goes smoothly, you could become a civil servant and at least hold a vice section chief position." Miao Yuang interjected, "If you fail, the state will take care of your remains. Who knows, you might even have a place on the martyr's wall of the special abilities team." Shen Sishua's hands trembled even more. Now's not the time to joke with him. Su Hao shot Miao Yuang a glance and continued. "That mutated dog hasn't shown any tendencies for aggression. As long as you don't do anything foolish to provoke it, you won't be in any life-threatening danger. Now, hurry up and get on with it before any unforeseen complications arise." "All right, I'm going." Shen Sishua gritted his teeth, adopting a valiant expression as he gradually became transparent, ultimately vanishing into thin air, leaving only the faint sound of his footsteps fading away. The 2 individuals hiding in the shadows became vigilant, retrieving specialized bags provided by the Research Institute for capturing mutated dogs, ready to spring into action at any moment. Miao Yuang whispered, "Do you think there's a way to avoid the sound of his footsteps? What if the mutated dog hears him?" "Probably not. In theory, invisibility is merely a concealment through optical refraction. It can't completely eliminate all traces of presence. While the power of invisibility may seem formidable, it is fraught with numerous flaws. Not to mention the unavoidable sounds of footsteps, breathing, heartbeats, and scents. There's even the ethereal notion of presence. For instance, even if you cannot see or hear someone behind you, you can still sense their presence, a phenomenon scientifically explained as the influence of a biological magnetic field." Su Hao had only read about this vaguely in books and did not possess extensive knowledge in this area. This ability to become invisible might be effective against ordinary people who rely solely on sight and lack strong intuition. But when it comes to confronting martial arts experts or other creatures, it would likely yield minimal results. Su Hao had initially refrained from hastily activating this ability, choosing instead to first enhance his source of magical energy. As he observed the faint footprints in the dust of the open space, Su Hao discerned that Shen Sishue was now less than 3 meters from the mutated dog. His steps were becoming increasingly cautious and slow. Fortunately, the mutated dog had just finished a rib and was resting with its eyes closed. A gentle breeze was blowing through the air. Otherwise, any noise from breathing or the disturbance of dust on the ground could have easily given away Shen Sishue's presence. Just as he was about to successfully place the collar on the mutated dog, a group of children came running into the open space, laughing and playing. The mutated dog, alerted by the commotion, sprang to its feet, its instincts kicking in. Shen Sishue, who was not far away, froze in place, maintaining his invisible state, hardly daring to breathe. Oh no, what rotten luck! Su Hao rubbed his face in frustration. I should have sealed off this area beforehand. Now, things have become troublesome. What should we do now? Miao Yueying blinked, asking. Originally, she was responsible for leading the two newcomers, but somehow, it had turned into Su Hao taking command, and it felt entirely natural. There's no choice. We must press on. Su Hao, with a serious expression, took a few deep breaths. Since this hard-earned opportunity has been interrupted, we shall create our own. Chapter 55, Successful Capture. You go left, and I'll go right. Try to divert its attention. Su Hao gestured towards the open space and pretended to stroll in that direction. Miao Yueying followed suit, moving in the opposite direction, effectively blocking the exit. The mutated dog, having just found its moment of peace, was now on high alert, baring its teeth at the sudden appearance of humans. However, it noticed that they seemed oblivious to its presence and retreated into the concrete cylinder to hide. As Su Hao approached the sycamore tree beside the open space, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Did Shen Sishue even understand the gestures? Why wasn't he making a move? They were just waiting for him to place the collar. Suddenly, the mutated dog let out a loud bark. Is it done? Su Hao quickly turned to check the situation, only to find Shen Sishue had exited his invisible state, his face filled with terror as he sprinted frantically toward them. The enraged mutated dog also charged out. Its crimson eyes locked onto Shen Sishue. Although it was unexpected that the mutated dog had not been anesthetized immediately, Su Hao felt a slight relief upon seeing the iron collar hanging loosely around its neck. Shen Sishue, in a state of panic, cried out, "Help me, big brother. Save me. Can't you show a bit of courage? Is it really that terrifying?" Su Hao chuckled helplessly as he pulled out a folded specialized capture cloth from his pocket, charging toward the mutated dog. The anesthetic should have already taken effect. The little mutt appeared to be in a weakened state, and Su Hao was confident in handling it under these conditions. However, just as he was within 5 meters of the mutated dog, about to ensnare it in the bag, it suddenly turned its head, its fierce gaze directed at him. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of fear surged from the depths of his being. Panic, helplessness, and dread exploded in his mind. It was as if he had been targeted by a natural enemy, his back prickling, heart racing, and even his movements became stiff and sluggish. How terrifying. No, I can't go any closer. I'll be killed. I must flee. I must distance myself from this dog. The mind was flooded with thoughts of terror and retreat. Although reason dictated that the mutated dog posed little threat now, fear remained an inescapable shadow, incessantly gnawing at his dwindling sanity. Was this the deterrent power of beastly instincts? It was utterly different from what he had anticipated. The mere primal fear had such a profound impact on his actions. It was unimaginable how one would shatter mentally after being scrutinized for a mere 10 seconds. Thankfully, he had fortified his mental attributes in advance. Otherwise, he might have fled like Shinsiju. Su Hao clutched his head, struggling to suppress the fear, and took a bold step forward. Hands outstretched to envelop the cornered mutated dog in a special capture bag, tightening the rope at the opening with force. With the absence of the beastly gaze, the sensation of fear dissipated into nothingness. Side quest completed. Quest reward: 800 experience points, 150 training points. Finally, it was over. Su Hao exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground. Enduring the fear induced by the mutated dog's instincts had significantly drained his mental reserves. In simpler terms, it left him utterly exhausted. Frankly, this unique mental assault was both unavoidable and indefensible, rendering it nearly insurmountable from a certain perspective. He pondered how many individuals possess such abilities. Regardless, he concluded that boosting his mental attributes was imperative, and he should also endeavor to develop a mental-based ability for himself. Have you captured it? Miao Yueying hurried over, her eyes sparkling with delight at the bulging bag, only to notice Su Hao's pallor. Are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit disoriented, Su Hao replied, shaking his head, unable to refrain from critiquing. That dog-esque power is frankly terrifying. What kind of monstrosity has the Research Institute created? Even as a pup, it's already so dangerous. If it escapes back into the wild, it would have no natural enemies. Is it really that dreadful? Miao Yueying, having never experienced the beastly deterrent, was skeptical. I'll inform the team leader that we captured the mutated dog, so he doesn't need to send anyone else. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Su Hao stood up, the mutated dog inside the bag now completely still, the powerful anesthetic having taken effect. This bag was crafted from special materials, alleviating any concerns about ventilation. Even if the mutated dog were to regain consciousness, it would not be able to tear through this sturdy bag anytime soon, ensuring safety. Are you all right? Su Hao directed his gaze at Shinsiju, aware of the discomfort brought on by the beastly instincts. I'm fine. Shinsiju hastily wiped away the snot and tears from his face, his embarrassment evident as he had cried so openly in front of others. With the bag containing the mutated dog in tow, the trio exited the urban village and drove back to the ability group to submit their mission report. After placing the subdued mutated dog into a pre-prepared reinforced cage, a team of specialists dispatched by the Research Institute took custody of it, marking the official conclusion of this task. Due to their exemplary performance and proactive handling of unforeseen events during the mission, though in reality, they had taken a break to eat. Each received a reward of 10 points, along with an immediate bonus of 10,000 yuan. While the monetary bonus could be set aside for the moment, the 10 points, though seemingly insignificant to Su Hao, were in fact quite substantial. Points within the ability group were not easily earned. Typically, capturing small creatures required a team of 4, yielding only 20 points for a successful capture, resulting in a meager 5 points per person. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that he had accumulated 50 points. Congratulations, from today onwards, you are a level 2 member of the ability group. With your authority elevated to a departmental level, group leader Xing jested. Meow, you better work hard. You've been surpassed by someone who just joined 2 days ago. Currently, aside from the trainees, you're the only remaining level 1 member in the entire ability group. Miao Yueying rolled her eyes. If I encountered an ability user every day, I would have reached level 2 long ago. Out of the 50 points he had amassed, 20 were gained through introducing ability users to the organization. Given that ability users were previously rare, even in vast China, there were not many hundreds, which explained the existence of such a reward system within the ability group. In truth, earning points through introductions was often more challenging than completing missions, as ability users were not commonplace. However, Su Hao realized that after the meteor shower, ability users would no longer be scarce. Perhaps he could leverage this to accumulate points? This thought crossed his mind, at least until the rules changed. He could endeavor to recruit newly awakened ability users into the organization. Each user would grant him 10 points. If he could recruit just 10 individuals, he could easily ascend to a level 3 member. Chapter 56. A buffet feast. The only question remained. How could he swiftly locate ability users? Su Hao pondered as he opened the ability module, sifting through the intricate tree diagram in search of a viable option. With diligence, he soon stumbled upon a particularly fitting ability. Scouting. By observing a target for 3 seconds, one can obtain basic attribute information. By touching the target, more detailed information can be acquired. This ability requires 2 ability points to unlock. Undoubtedly, this was a highly practical auxiliary ability. Not only could it assist him in locating ability users to earn points, but it could also provide insights into enemies during combat. In online games, scouting abilities were nearly indispensable, enabling one to ascertain disparities between allies and foes in advance, thereby avoiding unnecessary injuries and exploiting opponents' weaknesses for victory. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy ensures 100 battles without peril. It was decided this would be his next ability. After submitting the task, both Miao Yueying and Su Hao received their bonuses and points, while Shinsiju was joyfully admitted into the ability group. Group leader Xing dispatched someone to drive Shinsiju to the military district designated for training ability users. After bidding farewell to the two, he departed. with the next meeting likely weeks away. Exiting the office, Su Hao inquired of Miao Yueying, "Sister Miao, what benefits does a level 2 member enjoy?" Miao Yueying pondered briefly. The monthly salary increases from 8,000 to 10,000, and the rank elevates to level 1 inspector, which is essentially departmental level. The difference between level 1 and level 2 is minimal. Only those who reach level 3 and above gain greater privileges. Su Hao pondered for a moment after the promotion. "Can I still use my 50 points to exchange for a vacation?" "Of course," Miao Yueying replied. The ability group's promotion system operates on an accumulation basis. The system calculates all the points you've earned since joining, even if you've used some along the way. Everything is documented in your records. "I see. That's quite convenient," Su Hao said as he walked towards the door, smiling. "Since I didn't get to eat the rice bowl earlier, let's honor our previous agreement and head to the Haiji Heart Buffet." Miao Yueying chuckled, "Then I won't hold back." The two of them drove the ability group's vehicle directly to the Haiji Heart restaurant on Donghua Street. This newly opened upscale buffet was elegantly decorated, exuding a sophisticated atmosphere. After Su Hao purchased their tickets at the counter, they secured a table and split up to raid the seafood spread. True to her reputation as a hearty eater, Miao Yueying filled her plate with a generous assortment of lobster and salmon, nearly overflowing it. Her selection exceeded Su Hao's by a significant margin, raising doubts about her ability to finish it all. However, those doubts proved unfounded as Miao Yueying devoured her seafood with astonishing speed, displaying no modesty typically associated with femininity. Her manner of eating resembled that of a ravenous beast. Observing her relish in the meal made Su Hao's own hunger resurface. He sipped on a soda while tackling his plate of barbecued meat. After feeling sufficiently satiated, he wiped his mouth and remarked, "The food here is indeed quite decent, primarily due to the generous portions." Miao Yueying grinned, then dashed back to the buffet to gather more seafood. It was then that Su Hao noticed her plate was entirely cleared. Her speed and appetite rivaled those of the competitive eaters he had seen online. Before long, she returned to their table, triumphantly carrying another heaping plate of barbecued meat. Su Hao exclaimed, "Miao Jia, you have quite the appetite." "It's perfectly normal. Most ability users have larger appetites. In fact, my consumption is on the smaller side within the organization," she replied without a hint of embarrassment, then curiously inquired, "Why have you eaten so little? Aren't you hungry?" "I'm not that hungry," Su Hao admitted sheepishly. Previously, when he lacked a source of magical energy, he indeed needed to consume vast quantities of food to satisfy his hunger after using his abilities. However, that was no longer the case. As long as his physical exertion wasn't excessive, his appetite was comparable to that of an average person. To be honest, Su Hao was still uncertain about the source of the energy from his magical core. It seemed to replenish itself automatically, akin to a video game's automatic mana recovery. He could only speculate that the core drew energy from the surrounding air. After finishing his meal, Su Hao sat beside Miao Yueying, engrossed in his phone while occasionally glancing at her as she continued to eat. Although she might not be conventionally beautiful, perhaps a 6 out of 10, her forthright personality combined with her short, stylish hair lent her an undeniable charm. Having known her for less than 2 days, Su Hao couldn't pinpoint his feelings. Yet, through their brief interactions, he had developed a slight fondness for her. "Why are you staring at me?" "I'm losing my appetite," Miao Yueying teased, noticing his gaze. "Oh, little brother, you don't actually want to court me, do you?" "Well, just for today's meal, I might consider giving you a chance," she said, blowing him a playful kiss. "I was simply surprised to see a girl eat so quickly. I couldn't help but look." Su Hao shrugged, returning to his seafood. "Huh, it's just that you're not well acquainted with such talent," Miao Yueying shot back, then turned her gaze to the left, frowning. "Speaking of which, have you noticed how noisy it is over there?" "Oh." Su Hao followed her gaze, but found it obstructed by a Japanese-style screen. Yet upon closer listening, it was evident that a commotion was brewing behind it, possibly a conflict. From time to time, the sound of something shattering could be heard. "It seems like a fight has broken out. Should we go take a look?" Su Hao suggested. Miao Yueying shook her head. "Let us not get involved in this kind of ruckus. Let's just enjoy our meal." With that, she resumed her battle with the food on her plate. Most people typically shun such disturbances, as watching others in turmoil is rarely prudent, and meddling in others' affairs could lead to unnecessary trouble. However, Su Hao was different. One of his sources of experience points came from intervening in others' affairs. Having just completed a task to capture a rogue dog, he was a mere 30 experience points away from leveling up, and any trivial task would suffice for immediate advancement. Unable to contain his curiosity, he perused the system interface. glancing toward the source of the noise. "I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom." With that, he hurried towards the screen. Upon navigating past the obstruction, he discovered that a couple was in the midst of a heated argument, seemingly over a romantic dispute. The male had overturned a table while the female hurled insults at him, and several waitstaff were attempting to mediate. As expected, there was no response from the system regarding any tasks. It was hardly his place to intervene in the affairs of a young couple, which was unfortunate. Just as Su Hao was about to turn away, he inadvertently noticed that the scattered fragments of tableware on the floor were inexplicably vibrating. "Wait, is there an earthquake?" Su Hao's nerves tightened as he scanned the area. His heightened awareness, a result of his enhancements, allowed him to detect subtle anomalies unnoticed by others. Only the shards near the overturned table quivered. Nothing else in the vicinity exhibited any irregularities. He raised his gaze in shock towards the couple. Noticing the male clenching his fists, struggling to contain his rage, his face contorted in a grotesque expression. In tandem with his body's suppressed tremors, nearby objects began to vibrate. Beep. Side quest triggered. Stop the awakening. Quest requirement. The ability being awakened by this individual poses a high danger level. Prolonged suppression of energy may potentially destroy the current structure. For the safety of the public, please intervene to disrupt the awakening. Quest reward. 8,000 experience points. 150 training points. Another awakening? Moreover, the existence of supernatural abilities proved to be exceedingly perilous. Su Hao's expression turned grave. He set aside his astonishment and concentrated on the surging currents of energy pulsating within his palm. Stealthily, he approached and placed his hand on the nape of the man before him. The woman, who was vehemently berating her boyfriend, paused in confusion. "Who are you? Lu Yueming's friend?" "Oh, something like that," Su Hao responded casually, his focus entirely on the tempestuous energy brewing in his hand, releasing a surge of electricity potent enough to incapacitate an ordinary individual. The man, whose anger was stifled by the jolt of electricity coursing through his neck, began to convulse, emitting incoherent wails of distress. In that instant, the latent power within him erupted violently. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. An invisible shockwave erupted from his being. Light bulbs shattered, and a substantial crack formed in the ceiling adorned with tatami mats. The spectators within a few meters were jolted back by the unseen force. And even distant patrons clutched their ears, casting bewildered glances toward the source of the commotion. What was that noise? It startled me. My ears are nearly deafened. What is going on in this restaurant? Could it have been a gas explosion? Should we call for help? If it truly was a gas explosion, it might ignite a fire. Perhaps we should evacuate? The diners buzzed with concern, and the buffet restaurant descended into chaos, with numerous patrons hastily abandoning their meals. The instigator of this upheaval, having unleashed the shockwave, collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Similarly, Su Hao was not spared, being closest to the source. He bore the brunt of the impact, feeling as though he had been struck by a vehicle. A tumult rose within his stomach, compelling him to expel the seafood he had just consumed. Besides the remnants of his meal, traces of blood stained his lips, indicating possible internal injuries. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he grabbed a cup of juice from a nearby table to rinse his mouth and took several deep breaths to regain his composure. Wait. What? I knocked this guy out, yet I couldn't interrupt his power release. Moreover, the force was excessively devastating. What extraordinary ability has this man awakened? He mused, surveying the chaotic scene around him. His constitution was already more robust than most, yet he had nearly succumbed to the force. If this man had accumulated his power for a longer duration, it was not inconceivable that he could have obliterated the entire restaurant. Whether to deem it fortunate or unfortunate was uncertain. Aside from Su Hao, only 2 waitstaff and the man's girlfriend, who witnessed the release of the shockwave, were rendered unconscious. At such a close distance, only Su Hao's extraordinary physique could withstand it. Are you all right, sir? We sincerely apologize. There seems to have been an accident at the restaurant. We will call for an ambulance immediately. The restaurant manager rushed over upon hearing the explosion. Upon seeing the unconscious individuals on the floor and the bloodied Su Hao, his mind momentarily faltered. The restaurant had only been open for less than half a month, and now it faced such an unfortunate incident, which would undoubtedly have dire repercussions if the issue was not swiftly suppressed and resolved privately. The establishment's future would be in jeopardy. There's no need. Su Hao waved his hand, declining the manager's offer of assistance, and produced his agency credentials. I am here on official business. Please cooperate. The manager was taken aback upon seeing the badge indicating Su Hao's rank as a first-level police officer. What is happening? This incident has involved a member of the police force? This is truly disastrous. There is no way to downplay this situation. This matter is unrelated to your restaurant. As for the precise cause, I am not at liberty to disclose it, Su Hao explained, noting the manager's distressed expression. However, I must ask you to publicly declare it was a gas leak. This is merely a formality. The incident will not be reported in the news, and no one will pursue it further. Additionally, relevant agencies will compensate your restaurant for any losses incurred. The manager nodded, still bewildered. All right, we will fully cooperate. With the manager's affirmation, Su Hao hoisted the unconscious man onto his shoulder and left the manager with a special card from the agency. I will take this individual with me. When the police arrive for an investigation, simply present them with this card. With that, Su Hao carried the man in search of Miao Yueying. What was that noise? Did the gas really explode? Miao Yueying, unperturbed and engrossed in her meal of crayfish, appeared completely unaffected by the earlier disturbance. Upon noticing the person slung over Su Hao's shoulder, her expression turned to one of surprise. What on earth? Where have you been? Did you bring a man back from the restroom? You're not telling me you have a thing for him, are you? Enough with the nonsense. I have something serious to discuss. Su Hao replied, exasperated. This fellow is a supernatural ability user, and the noise just now was the result of his awakening. Another ability user? Miao Yueying's eyes widened, her tone rife with disbelief. How did you manage that? You just grabbed one so effortlessly? Actually, I just want to see what was happening. This guy was one of those arguing, Su Hao admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. I noticed his anger causing the ground beneath him to tremble, and I instinctively felt his power might be dangerous. To prevent any chaos, I incapacitated him. Unfortunately, even in unconsciousness, his repressed power still exploded, knocking several people out. I suppose we will need logistics to clean up the aftermath. I truly have no words. Miao Yueying exclaimed, slapping her forehead. Being with you always leaves me feeling like I'm on the losing end of luck. Haha, Su Hao chuckled awkwardly. It seems I must return to the agency. Why don't you head back first? No way, I'll stick with you. Miao Yueying crossed her arms. You treated me to a meal. It would be disloyal to leave you here alone. By the way, are you alright? You're bleeding from the corner of your mouth. Chapter 58, Level Up to 8. She pointed to the left side of his lips, signaling that he had not completely wiped away the blood. Indeed, he had merely wiped his mouth hastily, and the stains were not so easily removed. Su Hao brushed the blood away with his finger. I'm fine. Just a bit of discomfort from my insides being shaken. Miao Yueying expressed her concern, stating, I have heard that the shockwave from an explosion can cause internal organs to rupture. If left unattended, it could lead to internal bleeding. Should we consider going to the hospital for a checkup? Su Hao pondered for a moment and replied, I personally feel that the injuries are not too severe. Let us first take the individual to the superpower division. We can visit the hospital later. That seems reasonable. Consequently, the two contacted Team Leader Xing and drove back to the superpower division. Side quest completed. Task reward. 800 experience points, 150 training points. Beep. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 3. You have gained 4 attribute points to allocate. You have also received 1 superpower point. In the office, upon hearing Su Hao recount the incident of discovering the superpowered individual and speculating about his abilities, Team Leader Xing cleared his throat twice, glancing at the unconscious man and then back at Su Hao, unsure of what to say. Once or twice could be dismissed as mere luck, but a third instance seemed rather hard to believe. A superpower related to shockwaves? Moreover, the longer the suppression, the greater the force. It truly is a perilous ability, akin to a human-shaped shock bomb that cannot be ignored. After a moment of contemplation, Team Leader Xing remarked, Well done, Su. You have achieved a significant feat once again. If you had not incapacitated him midway, there might have been even greater casualties. In addition to the 10 points for identifying the superpowered individual, you will receive an extra 10 points and a monetary reward of 10,000. Thank you, Team Leader. Su Hao beamed, having accumulated a total of 20 points. What a delight. There's no need for thanks. Team Leader Xing waved his hand. I heard from Miao that you sustained internal injuries from the shockwave. This is no trivial matter. Do not delay. Hurry to the hospital for an examination. Medical expenses will be reimbursed by the department. After bidding farewell to Team Leader Xing, Miao Yueying drove Su Hao to the hospital to register for a checkup. After undergoing a series of comprehensive tests, the diagnosis revealed that while his internal organs had sustained some minor damage, it was not severe enough to require surgery. The primary injury was some bleeding in the stomach. which had already begun to heal on its own. However, the doctor still recommended hospitalization for observation. Naturally, Suhao was reluctant to stay in the hospital. Are you joking? My time is far too precious for that. I could level up again in a few days if I lay in bed. To be honest, the awakening of that individual's superpower was rather formidable, wasn't it? Merely being struck by an incomplete shockwave almost ruptured his internal organs. If he had fully charged it, wouldn't he have turned someone into a fool? Suhao held his stomach, looking quite dejected. This could be considered the most serious injury he had endured since acquiring the system. Did he not understand the seriousness of a ruptured organ? If there were significant internal bleeding, he would have to be rushed into surgery, or his life would be in jeopardy. Had he known that the individual would unleash a shockwave before losing consciousness, he would have kept his distance and thrown a brick at him. Are you really not going to stay for observation? Miao Yueying couldn't help but ask, since it's covered by public medical funds. Why worry about staying in the hospital for a few days? Internal bleeding is no laughing matter. You know my constitution, right? Since the hospital has diagnosed my internal organs as having healed, there's really no serious issue. Suhao responded, shrugging. Besides, I have always despised hospitals since childhood. Unless I have a significant injury requiring stitches or bone set, I typically avoid them, let alone staying overnight. Miao Yueying was puzzled. Why is that? Suhao suddenly turned serious. Would you believe me if I said I could see ghosts when I was a child? I would. Miao Yueying nodded. Huh. Suhao was taken aback, scratching his head. That's not how the script goes. Aren't you supposed to say you don't believe me right now? Miao Yueying rolled her eyes at him. Nonsense. Although I have never seen a ghost, our superpower division specializes in handling supernatural phenomena, including spiritual beings. How could I not believe? Well, I must admit I overlooked that point, Suhao said, exasperated. However, I did indeed see ghosts as a child. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what I experienced, just some childhood nightmares and vague encounters. I have never liked staying in hospitals. What vague encounters? Miao Yueying inquired, intrigued. Perhaps every woman possesses an innate curiosity, even a tough one like her. Suhao glanced at his phone. It's past 9. Time has flown by without us noticing. Shall we head back? We can continue this topic another time. You're leaving me hanging? Miao Yueying replied with dissatisfaction. Fine. I won't hold it against you since you're the patient. Let us get in the car. Make sure to tell me about it next time we have a mission. Absolutely. Suhao laughed. In truth, he merely wished to avoid discussing such matters late at night. Some memories are better left undisturbed, especially those of personal experiences that can lead to overthinking. He hoped for a peaceful night's rest at home. His childhood experiences with supernatural events were not mere fabrications. I believe most people have encountered inexplicable situations in their youth, only to forget them naturally as they grew older. After parting ways with Miao Yueying and returning to his own room, Suhao sighed in relief. After a long day, nothing felt as comfortable as his own bed. He collapsed onto the soft mattress, intending to enjoy a good night's sleep. Unexpectedly, his stomach growled, reminding him that he had expelled all the food he ate earlier. Damn it, after finally enjoying a high-end seafood buffet, I hardly digested it before it was gone. It seems I must rely on takeout for sustenance. With a resigned expression, he opened an app, casually selecting a few light meals from a nearby restaurant. Like a salted fish, he lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling both hungry and awaiting the delivery. Today had indeed been exhausting. First, wandering around the urban village to capture a mutated dog. His spirit was battered by the superpower's impact. Then, after having a buffet, he encountered the awakening of a superpowered individual, further taxing his body and mind. The phrase physically and mentally exhausted seemed utterly fitting. Only through reaping rewards can my wounded spirit find solace. Yet, the thought of leveling up today made all his grievances dissipate. Contentedly, he opened the system interface. His current attribute interface is as follows. Character, Suhao, level 8. Constitution, 21 points. Strength, 16 points. Agility, 20 points. Spirit, 11 points. Distributable attributes, 4 points. Experience points, 530. Experience needed for next level, 2,230 points. Chapter 59. Reconnaissance abilities. Had he truly amassed over 500 experience points? Upon seeing the astonishing figure of experience points, Suhao felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated that the accumulation from various tasks would amount to such a sum. With these experience points, he could even upgrade all his specialization modules once more. The experience required for the next level surging to 3,000 points was within his expectations. It was no surprise that the experience needed for leveling up increased progressively. a universal law of all upgrade systems, though he remained uncertain whether the rate of increase had a fixed multiplier. Opening the specialization module, Su Hao contemplated for a moment and decided to enhance his 8 extremes fist first, as he was curious about the formidable power that could emerge from deepening his practice of ancient martial arts. Would you like to consume 500 experience points to upgrade 8 extremes fist to elite level? What on earth? This is highway robbery. Even though Su Hao had mentally prepared himself, his heart still raced at the sight of such an exorbitant number of experience points. The total experience required to upgrade all his specializations combined likely did not even approach this figure. Even when elevating his martial arts to master level, he had only spent a mere 100 experience points. Yet, for the 8 extremes fist, reaching elite level demanded a staggering 500 experience points. Goodness! To elevate this to master level would require several thousand experience points, and to attain grandmaster level, surely over 10,000. Grasping his forehead, Su Hao engaged in a strenuous internal struggle, ultimately gritting his teeth and pressing the confirm button, expending a significant amount of experience points to elevate the 8 extremes fist to elite level, for no other reason than to witness the extraordinary nature of such an expensive martial art. As his experience points dwindled to a 2-digit figure, a surge of knowledge and experience flooded into the depths of his mind. This transmission of knowledge was rather intricate. Su Hao lay rigidly on his bed, his body involuntarily twitching, acutely aware of subtle alterations in certain joints and muscles, aligning with the power points of the 8 extremes fist. Time passed, and he felt as though he had subconsciously undergone years of martial training, while in reality, only a few breaths had elapsed. Regaining control of his body, Su Hao cautiously rose, executing a few moves, and discovered that each punch seemed instinctively infused with all his strength, his muscles perfectly aligning with the power points of the technique, unleashing an extraordinary force. Is this the essence of elite level 8 extremes fist? The value of ancient martial arts lies not only in the individual moves, but also in the enduring refinement of the body through prolonged training. It is no wonder that such a considerable amount of experience points was required. The 500 experience points were well spent, Su Hao mused. He now held the confidence that even without relying on his physical attributes, he could effortlessly dominate the dozens of practitioners at the martial arts school with the finesse and mastery of his technique. He would emerge unscathed, never receiving even a single blow from his opponents. He might as well enhance his constitution a bit while he was at it, to alleviate any internal injuries, lest his meal be unsatisfactory later. He casually allocated 2 points to his constitution and, after some thought, added another 2 points to his strength. He had not increased his strength attribute in quite some time. It had lingered around 16 points for ages, and even after the boost, it had only reached 18 points. The next upgrade would need to elevate it beyond twice that of an ordinary person to satisfy his perfectionist tendencies. A warm current surged through his body. Under the healing effect of this warmth, all lingering pain vanished without a trace. Truly, system upgrades are a panacea for all ailments. Next time, I'll have to conserve some attribute points to see if this warmth can even revive one on the brink of death, Su Hao murmured. Just as he prepared to close the system interface, another notification chimed. Ding! 1/10 of the ability crystal has been successfully absorbed, earning 1 ability point. Had 3 days truly passed? Su Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had almost forgotten that the system was still in the process of absorbing the ability crystal. Every 3 days within a month, it would grant him an ability point. What does this mean? He had now accumulated 2 ability points. Reconnaissance ability, here I come. Ecstatic. Su Hao wore a mischievous grin as he eagerly opened the ability tree diagram and illuminated the reconnaissance ability without hesitation. A peculiar warmth surged through his eyes, and he noticed a fleeting glimmer of pale golden light flickering within his pupils, radiating from the surface of his gaze before retreating deep into his irises. Only a faint shimmer remaining visible. Rubbing his eyes, Su Hao turned his focus towards the nearest smartphone, silently invoking the reconnaissance ability. Smartphone. Demi brand smartphone. Owner Su Hao. Market value approximately 3,000 RMB. Indeed, the reconnaissance ability could be applied not only to individuals, but also to objects. Merely glancing at the phone yielded this basic information. What would happen if he delved deeper into the reconnaissance? Su Hao picked up the phone and held it before his eyes to activate the ability. Smartphone. Demi brand smartphone. Running memory 8 GB. Storage memory 128 GB. Owner Su Hao. Containing numerous private information such as bank cards, social accounts, photos, documents, etc., Unlock password is market value approximately 3,000 RMB. Not only was the configuration revealed, but even the unlock password could be discerned. No way. Could this be true? Su Hao gaped in disbelief. It seemed that since this was originally his phone, he could uncover the unlock password. Otherwise, such a reconnaissance ability would be immensely overpowered. If it could discern the phone password, could it also uncover bank card passwords? He could simply forego working and resort to hacking for wealth, starting with the Penguin account of Ma Huatan. Tomorrow, he would test it on someone else's phone to find out. The consumption of the reconnaissance ability was not significant after employing it twice. The vitality source's cyclone had only slightly weakened, even less than the energy expended by casually releasing a lightning element, confirming that this ability was both practical and convenient. Su Hao felt reassured, closed the system interface, and drifted into a deep slumber. A night of pleasant dreams ensued. At 8 in the morning, the alarm clock rang. Su Hao, still half asleep, contemplated drifting back into slumber when a sudden knocking at the door jolted him awake. Reluctantly, he rose from his bed to answer it. To his surprise, a young man clad in black awaited him, igniting a spark of wariness within Su Hao as his drowsiness dissipated. Before the stranger could utter a word, Su Hao instinctively activated his newly acquired ability to assess the situation. Zhou Chuliang, an upright primate, approximately 178 centimeters tall, in good health, exhibiting a certain degree of aggressive tendencies, ability unknown. For further information, please make contact with the target's body. Another ability user? How peculiar. Even though the meteor shower had unleashed a wave of powers, it seemed unnecessary for ability users to swarm his doorstep like cabbages. What do you want? Su Hao inquired, raising an eyebrow, perplexed by the intentions of this ability user, especially with the ominous note regarding his aggressive tendencies. Could it be that the visitor harbored ill intent? Chapter 60. The young man in black, are you Su Hao? The young man in black spoke condescendingly, his tone dripping with disdain. Of course, Su Hao retorted coolly. Before inquiring about others' names, perhaps you should reveal your own. The man's brow furrowed as he dismissed any pleasantries and launched a swift punch towards Su Hao's face. The speed and angle of the strike were extraordinary. Su Hao couldn't gauge the force behind it, but he recognized that this black-clad individual was no ordinary fighter. Alert! Side quest initiated. Defeat the man in black. Quest requirements. Since someone has come to your door with hostility, it is only fitting to retaliate. Quest rewards. 800 experience points, 150 training points. The system's notification flashed past his ear. Even without a quest, he would not take this lightly. With a steely expression, Su Hao deftly intercepted the man's punch, seizing his elbow securely, and retaliated with a powerful strike, utilizing the techniques of Bejiquan. Impressive technique. The man thought as he narrowly evaded Su Hao's blow by tilting his head at a precarious angle. In an unexpected turn of events, he swiftly returned his head to a normal position and clamped Su Hao's wrist between his cheek and shoulder. As he feigned an attack, his left fist descended towards Su Hao's flank with tremendous force. Should it connect, it could likely rupture internal organs. Caught in a dilemma, Su Hao faced a critical choice. Should he block with his leg, the feigned attack could quickly become real, potentially taking him down. Even if he released his grip on the opponent's right fist, he would still find himself at a disadvantage. For an ordinary person, this would be a certain death trap. However, a cold smile crept across Su Hao's lips. Did he think this would confound him? What a jest! He was no mere novice. Amidst this life-threatening predicament, Su Hao stomped his foot against the ground, channeling the explosive power of Bejiquan throughout his body. Each muscle contracted simultaneously, unleashing an immense force. With a powerful thrust of his body, he successfully freed his hand from the man's grip. Seizing the opportunity, he closed the distance and hooked his arm around the black-clad man's neck. Once he secured that vital point, subduing the enemy would be effortless. What overwhelming strength! The punch had left the man dazed, and before he could fully process the situation, he was compelled to react to Su Hao's relentless assault. After several exchanges, it became evident that the speed and strength of the man in black were inferior to Su Hao's. At this moment, Su Hao held the upper hand, an unstoppable force. Just as he was about to secure the man's neck, the black-clad individual remained unperturbed. With a decisive stomp, he leaned to the right at an impossible angle, narrowly avoiding Su Hao's arm. How slippery! Su Hao frowned, attempting to land a few more punches, yet each time he neared success, the man evaded him with the slightest of movements. What was going on? Despite his inferior physique and techniques, the man could consistently evade Su Hao's strikes at the last moment. Perplexed, Su Hao deduced that this was likely related to the enemy's ability. If he did not cut off all possible escape routes, capturing this elusive slippery opponent would prove challenging. After exchanging dozens of blows, it became clear that despite Su Hao's dominance in the fight, neither side had landed a hit. You certainly possess some skills. It seems I have underestimated you. I must take this more seriously, the man in black gasped, clearly fatigued yet unwilling to concede. What gives you such confidence? Care to share some of that bravado? Su Hao replied, exasperated. Aside from the initial ambush, the man had been on the defensive throughout the encounter. How could he still harbor such confidence? As if he were a superhero ready to unleash a final attack against a weakened foe. Nevertheless, acknowledging the man's status as an ability user, Su Hao resolved to exercise caution, lest he be caught off guard. Losing to anyone was bearable. Losing to this individual would be particularly humiliating. Prepare yourself. The man in black raised his fists, striking an absurd pose that was both comical and serious, charging at Su Hao with reckless abandon. What is this? A self-destructive attack? Su Hao couldn't help but chuckle, standing firm in a defensive stance, prepared to absorb the incoming blow. The disparity in their abilities was too vast for him to regard this as a genuine contest. Rather, he approached it with a sense of amusement, curious to see what this fool would attempt next. Even if things went awry, his elemental powers would serve as a safety net. Losing was out of the question. In an instant, the man in black closed the distance. It was worth noting his posture, arms raised in front of him, resembling either a zombie's dance or a superhero's flight. In any case, it was undeniably foolish. Even a child would not employ such a ridiculous tactic. His entire being was riddled with vulnerabilities. Su Hao initially considered seizing the man's fists and delivering a swift kick to send him flying. Unexpectedly, as he raised his fist, the opponent's left hand descended, fortuitously obstructing his strike. Su Hao furrowed his brow, compelled to modify his approach at the last moment. Yet, as soon as he adjusted his move, the adversary, seemingly foreseeing his intentions, subtly repositioned his left fist to thwart his attack once again. Feeling constrained on all fronts was exceedingly frustrating. Just as Su Hao contemplated a change in strategy, the man in black seized the opportunity to launch a right hook at his chest from an awkward angle. A discerning eye would also notice that the assailant's left leg was poised to strike at Su Hao's lower regions. If he evaded the punch, he would inevitably succumb to a devastating blow below. Was this man devoid of any sense of decorum, resorting to such underhanded tactics? Su Hao could no longer restrain himself. As the saying goes, one should never strike a face or kick a groin. Since he had disregarded the rules, there was no need for Su Hao to show mercy. Resolutely, he braced himself against the black-clad man's punch, enduring the blow without a flinch. Grasping the back of the man's neck, he unleashed a surge of electricity, rendering the fool unconscious on the spot. Huh, you wish to compete with me? You are still far too inexperienced. With a pat on his chest, Su Hao felt his robust physique, over 20 points of vitality, allowing him to merely feel a slight heaviness in his chest after the blow. Who exactly was this fool? His demeanor suggested a personal vendetta, and not only was he an extraordinary individual, but also a martial artist. Had he offended anyone recently? Glancing at the twitching figure of the man in black on the ground, Su Hao tilted his head, pondering, yet could not recall any recent encounters with martial artists. Never mind, I shall first find a rope to bind this fellow. Once he regains consciousness, I will have ample time for interrogation. Chapter 61. What is your ability? Side quest completed. Quest reward: 800 experience points, 150 training points. Dragging the unconscious man into the living room. Su Hao searched his home for rope, but found none, resorting instead to using his belt to secure the man's hands and feet, leaving him sprawled on the floor. Before he could hand this individual over to the special abilities group, he needed to ascertain his origin, how he knew his address, and why he bore a grudge. Currently, his investigation revealed that the man in black was named Zhou Chuliang, possessed of special abilities, but little else was known. Following their earlier confrontation, Su Hao gained some insight into Zhou's strength. After a moment of contemplation, he utilized his ability to further investigate. Zhou Chuliang, bipedal primate, height 178 centimeters, weight 145 kilograms. Currently unconscious, ability unknown. Target attributes acquired: physique, 13, strength, 14, agility, 16, mentality, 10. This fellow's agility is indeed noteworthy. However, it remains perplexing. Even with my 20 agility, I might not have achieved the evasive maneuvers he displayed earlier. Su Hao scrutinized Zhou Chuliang. Noting that his physical prowess was significantly superior to that of an average person, with agility surpassing that of many martial artists. Had he not encountered Su Hao, a master of martial arts endowed with dual abilities, he might not have suffered such a disgraceful defeat. Moreover, Zhou was not entirely powerless. He managed a feeble strike to Su Hao's chest before losing consciousness, albeit without breaking through his defenses. A light punch to the chest? Su Hao shuddered at the thought. He filled a glass with water from the bathroom and splashed it onto Zhou's face, rousing him from his stupor. Initially dazed, Zhou quickly regained alertness upon seeing Su Hao and struggled to rise, only to discover his hands and feet firmly bound. A belt was not easily broken. Damn it! Release me at once. How foolish you are. Do you not grasp the situation? How dare you issue commands to me? Su Hao cast a sidelong glance at him, dismissing his demands, and leisurely retrieved a cold drink from the refrigerator, settling down on the sofa to observe the writhing figure of Zhou on the floor like a worm. After a few minutes, sensing that Zhou had exhausted himself, he ceased his struggles and lay there glaring at Su Hao like a defeated dog. Are you done squirming? Su Hao finally spoke. Zhou remained silent, glaring intently at Su Hao, though his gaze lacked lethal intent. Confess honestly, who are you? Who sent you? I cannot recall having offended anyone recently. Could it be that scoundrel Lu Bapi? Though I find it hard to believe he could hire someone like you. Zhou snorted disdainfully. You struck my senior brothers, and you still have the audacity to feign ignorance? I came here today to reclaim what you took from us. As he spoke, Zhou fell silent, perhaps feeling that making threats while lying on the ground was rather undignified. You struck your senior brothers? I find that hard to believe. Su Hao raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. My memory is not clear. I've been rather busy lately. Perhaps you could remind me? You've gone too far. Zhou retorted, likely believing Su Hao was pretending not to remember, secretly mocking the incident with his brothers. Su Hao feigned innocence. He genuinely could not recall. His days had been a whirlwind of activity, having accepted numerous system tasks, and he did not even know Zhou Chuliang. The name was unfamiliar to him. Stop pretending. My master brought my senior brothers to your martial arts school for an exchange, yet you, a coach, insisted on interfering and battling with us. Zhou exclaimed indignantly. You have no respect for the rules. Exchanges should be between apprentices. Why did you, as a coach, meddle? You caused my senior brothers distress for several days. You belong to that group practicing Tongbiquan? Su Hao finally recalled that he had indeed chased away a group of challengers a few days prior, and it seemed they had come seeking vengeance. He looked at Zhou. Are you a disciple of Master Lu? Zhou proudly replied, indeed. I am the fourth disciple under Lu's Tongbiquan. His words were delivered with a grandiose air, yet lying on the ground, he resembled a turtle extending its neck. Oh, so you are the fourth disciple. Su Hao nearly succumbed to laughter. I don't believe I acted out of line. It was your master who initially suggested that I spar with your senior brother. I made ample concessions by agreeing to fight 1 against 5. Does that still count as bullying your senior brother? The man in black, Zhou Chuliang, was left speechless. It was indeed the master who proposed the match between Su Hao and the senior brother. Furthermore, considering that Su Hao was fighting 5 opponents, it could hardly be viewed as an unfair advantage from any perspective. In truth, Zhou Chuliang had not intended to reason with Su Hao, so upon deeper scrutiny, he found himself at an impasse. Just days prior, he had awakened his special abilities and realized a significant enhancement in his strength. He had planned to take this opportunity to confront Su Hao and reclaim face for his master and senior brothers. As for reasoning, winning the fight was justification enough to assert their dojo's superiority. However, he did not anticipate that this martial arts coach would surpass the descriptions provided by his master in terms of strength. Unbelievably so. He couldn't even comprehend how he had been knocked unconscious moments ago. He distinctly remembered landing a full-powered punch to Su Hao's chest. Why was it that he was the one who ended up unconscious? Why the silence? Speak. Su Hao chuckled lightly. You come to my doorstep early in the morning looking for trouble. According to the rules, I wouldn't be remiss to give you a sound thrashing. Zhou Chuliang closed his eyes and defiantly replied, Do as you wish. I have no qualms. In a society governed by law, where does such brutality come from? Su Hao shrugged. Beating you wouldn't benefit me, so let's set aside the violence for now. What shall we discuss? Zhou Chuliang, wary, responded. I came here on my own accord. My master and brothers have nothing to do with it. To which Su Hao replied calmly, I have no intention of involving them. Leaning forward, Su Hao fixed his gaze on Zhou Chuliang, devoid of any emotion. What is your special ability? Zhou Chuliang's heart raced in surprise, attempting to feign ignorance. What special ability? You could say it is a unique capability. Su Hao elaborated. You recently awakened your ability, didn't you? Su Hao continued, your pretense is futile. I already know you possess a special ability. I am merely curious about its specifics. Chapter 62. The ability of accelerated thought. Zhou Chuliang fell silent upon Su Hao's revelation of his secret. Who exactly are you? He inquired. To be frank, I too possess a special ability. Su Hao shrugged. You have witnessed my physical prowess. If you hadn't been so slippery each time I struck, relying solely on your limited skills, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Even if 7 or 8 of you came at me, I could easily knock you down. That's just talk. Zhou Chuliang retorted defiantly. Who taxes boasting? He insisted. Enough chatter. Tell me, what is your ability? If you don't, I won't hesitate to make you suffer for it. Su Hao, disinterested in prolonging the banter, glanced around and grabbed a toilet plunger from the restroom, brandishing it toward Zhou Chuliang's face, which startled him greatly, causing him to retract his neck and seal his lips tightly. My ability allows me to temporarily accelerate my thought process. Under the pressure of Su Hao's intimidating display, Zhou Chuliang divulged. I discovered this ability only a couple of days ago while practicing with my senior brother. By concentrating, I can increase my thought speed by about 10-fold, giving me more time to analyze situations and consider evasion or counterattacks during combat. Accelerated thought? Su Hao pondered, momentarily unsure whether to classify this ability as strong or weak. On one hand, it only accelerates thought without any tangible combat effectiveness. In scenarios where evasion is impossible, such as a bullet hurtling toward one's face, no matter how much faster one's thoughts may be, if the body cannot react quickly enough, it is of no use. Conversely, if deemed weak, accelerating one's thoughts could, in some respects, equate to slowing down the world around them. Zhou Chuliang's earlier extreme evasions were likely a result of this ability. Initially, he would have struggled to land even 3 strikes against Su Hao. Yet due to his accelerated thought, he managed to exchange dozens of blows, ultimately forcing Su Hao to withstand a punch to knock him out. Unable to contain his curiosity, Su Hao asked, how long can you maintain this state of accelerated thought? Zhou Chuliang reluctantly replied, typically, it lasts about a second. But if I grit my teeth and push through, I can extend it to around 3 seconds. However, afterward, I experience a few seconds of difficulty concentrating. No wonder. Su Hao thought. The duration was quite limited. It became clear to him that the acceleration could only be sustained for a few seconds at most, and continuous use was challenging, revealing significant constraints. With his ability now exposed, Zhou Chuliang broke the tension. Do you have any food? I used my ability too many times, and I'm starving. Even captives have rights. Could you spare a meal? Su Hao chuckled in disbelief, but complied. Loosening the ropes binding Zhou Chuliang and tossing him a pack of whole grain bread from the refrigerator, he harbored no fears that Zhou Chuliang might retaliate. Confident in his own strength, Zhou Chuliang, surprisingly obedient, nestled in a corner, drinking water and eating bread, occasionally glancing at the entrance and the belt binding his feet, seemingly plotting an escape. Su Hao took out his phone and called Team Leader Xing. Hello. Team Leader, I've encountered another ability user. The voice on the other end was bewildered. Xiao Su, don't joke around so early in the morning. Su Hao replied calmly, due to personal reasons. An ability user sought me out, and I subdued him. He claims his ability is accelerated thought, another special type. After several seconds of silence, Team Leader Xing responded, all right. Bring him to the ability group. He was becoming rather numb to Su Hao's discoveries, but finding ability users was still a positive development, especially as the ability group was expanding and could accommodate as many as were brought in. After ending the call, Su Hao displayed his police credentials before Zhou Chuliang. Come with me. Your ability needs to be registered with the national agency. Huh. Zhou Chuliang was taken aback. Aren't you the coach from the 8 Extremes martial arts school? How did you suddenly become a police officer? Temporary coach, Su Hao corrected. Moreover, I am not a police officer. I am a member of the Special Operations Bureau. Despite presenting his credentials, Zhou Chuliang could not help but inquire incessantly, while Su Hao paid him no mind, urging him to proceed towards the community entrance where a taxi was hailed to take them to the ability group. Zhou Chuliang remarked, aren't you a member of a national agency? Why rely on a taxi for transportation? Just be quiet, Su Hao retorted with irritation, his own frustration simmering as he contemplated expediting his plans to purchase a vehicle. Otherwise, perhaps covertly borrowing a car from the Bureau for secret missions wouldn't be such a bad idea. After all, Miao Yueying had done precisely that. Upon arriving at the ability group, they followed the usual procedure, leading Zhou Chuliang to the office to be introduced to Team Leader Xing. Xing exhibited keen interest in Zhou Chuliang's identity as a martial artist. For an ordinary individual endowed with accelerated cognition abilities, achieving remarkable prowess without training is a daunting task. However, for a practitioner, their command over their body surpasses that of a trained soldier. The enhancement of cognitive speed serves to amplify their capabilities. And with Zhou Chuliang's abilities elevating his physical attributes, his combat potential was formidable. Accelerated cognition is not only effective in combat, but also enhances proficiency with firearms. With minimal practice, one could master skills akin to bullet time in video games, becoming an impeccable marksman. The ability group's allure for ordinary individuals, coupled with Zhou Chuliang's pristine record, led to a swift signing of the contract, akin to Su Hao's, which required no immediate training. The ability group generally refrains from interfering with activities at the martial arts school, provided that missions are fulfilled punctually. I will arrange for someone to take you to the shooting range for firearm practice later. From now on, Xiao Su will serve as your senior. And since you already know each other, feel free to seek his guidance, Team Leader Xing said, organizing documents with a cheerful demeanor as he observed the two. Seek his guidance? Zhou Chuliang grimaced. Could you possibly assign me someone else? Team Leader Xing promptly dismissed the suggestion, insisting, we are all comrades in the same organization. Do not be so exclusionary. Spend some time together, and you will surely get along. Reluctantly, Zhou Chuliang acquiesced. Su Hao, on the other hand, was indifferent, preoccupied with the thought of how much his points had increased. Team Leader, are there any missions available recently? He inquired. Team Leader Xing looked taken aback. None at the moment. Su Hao felt a twinge of disappointment. If there are any missions, please be sure to include me at the earliest opportunity. For others, mission assignments are often burdensome and tiresome, but for him, it was an entirely different matter. He not only required points to advance to a level 3 member, but also needed numerous side missions to gain experience and level up. Xiao Su, your work ethic is commendable. I will consider applying for a bonus for you, Team Leader Xing acknowledged. Recalling how Su Hao had made significant contributions shortly after joining the ability group, which leader would not appreciate such a diligent subordinate? Chapter 63. The bodyguard mission seizing the opportunity, Su Hao inquired. Team Leader, I have taken at least 10 taxis recently for commutes to the ability group. Is there any chance the Bureau could lend me a vehicle for work? Team Leader Xing pondered for a moment. All right. There are a few operational vehicles in the garage that are currently unoccupied. You can borrow one temporarily. Just head to the garage and choose a vehicle from the administrator. As he spoke, Team Leader Xing tore off a note, scribbling an authorization before handing it to Su Hao. Thank you, Team Leader. Su Hao replied cheerfully as he accepted the note. The vehicles in the Bureau's garage were not particularly impressive, being mostly standard civilian models, none exceeding a value of 100,000. Given his current financial situation, acquiring a car was not overly challenging. However, Su Hao aspired to save for a luxury vehicle worth several million, content to make do with a Bureau vehicle in the meantime. Zhou Chuliang was taken away to collect gear and complete his documentation, leaving only Su Hao and Team Leader Xing in the office. Su Hao asked, Team Leader, what became of that ability user from yesterday? He was taken to the military district for isolation. Your suspicions were correct. His ability involved releasing shockwaves through bodily resonance, which can be highly destructive and prone to emotional outbursts, making it difficult to control, Team Leader Xing explained as he sipped his tea. Those whose abilities pose a threat to public safety necessitate isolation until they can proficiently manage their powers. Until then, the ability group will not grant him a position. Emotional outbursts? Su Hao mused. Yesterday afternoon, that man had erupted in shockwaves due to pent-up anger. It appeared this was no mere coincidence. As long as his emotions remained heightened, he would involuntarily accumulate shockwaves. By the way, let us set that aside for now, Team Leader Xing said. Studying Su Hao with curiosity, how on earth did you manage to find so many ability users in such a short time? Could you perhaps share your secret to satisfy my curiosity? I'm not quite sure myself, Su Hao replied with a wry smile. Look, Wen Qinglu was a former colleague who approached me. Shun Sishua tried to pickpocket me on the street and ended up getting caught. The man from yesterday almost blew up a restaurant, and the fellow who just left practically came knocking on my door for a fight. I stumbled upon these ability users entirely by chance. There's no secret to it. Team Leader Xing fell silent, realizing that indeed Su Hao's encounters with these ability users were largely coincidental, with each one seeking him out. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Hao. By the way, Team Leader, do members of the ability group enjoy any preferential treatment when it comes to loans? Team leader Xing looked puzzled. What do you need a loan for? Are you short on cash? It was just a casual question. How much could one borrow? Su Hao mused. If he could secure a loan of several $100,000, he could directly purchase a vehicle. Previously, when he was merely scraping by on a salary, he hadn't considered buying a car, but now, with the system in place, he was bound for success and began to envision acquiring a luxury vehicle. As for housing, that could wait for another time. Life's desires are fundamentally about sustenance, comfort, and enjoyment. Su Hao did not consider himself a saint devoid of wants. With newfound abilities, it was natural for him to aspire to elevate his lifestyle. Team leader Xing contemplated, if you are in urgent need of funds, as a level 2 member, you might be able to secure a loan of around $200,000. An interest-free loan for 1 quarter. I can try to negotiate for a bit more, possibly increase the limit. $200,000 interest-free. Su Hao's spirits lifted immediately. Then please. Team leader, submit the application. Thank you. Though $200,000 was not exorbitant, the key factor was the interest-free aspect for 3 months, an opportunity one should not pass up. What do you need that much money for? Team leader Xing was puzzled. Didn't I just send you a bonus of $20,000 yesterday? Is that not sufficient for your expenses? I plan to buy a car, Su Hao replied candidly, not beating around the bush. Team leader Xing, taken aback, sighed. It seems I am indeed getting old. I find it hard to comprehend the ways of the younger generation. I will report this to the higher-ups. The loan should be approved within 3 days at the latest. Thank you. Team leader, Su Hao said, his spirits lifted. With the $200,000 loan, combined with the $20,000 bonus from yesterday and the $110,000 reward from Yang Hongwu, he would have over $300,000 in total. This was the first time he had held such a significant sum since he started working. In truth, if he truly needed money, he could simply approach Yang Hongwu for a loan. The latter would undoubtedly lend him several $100,000 without hesitation. However, Su Hao was a person of strong pride. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not easily ask others for financial help, especially for something like buying a car. Team leader Xing then said, "Don't be too quick to thank me. There is indeed something I need you to handle." "What is it? A mission?" "Yes, you could consider it a mission, an independent one." Team leader Xing paused and then inquired, "Xiao Su, I just heard Zhou Chuyang mention that you work as a coach at a martial arts school. Do you know martial arts?" Su Hao was taken aback, but nodded. "I have some understanding." "That will suffice." Team leader Xing nodded slightly, pulling several documents from his drawer and handing them over. "This afternoon, there will be a private business ball at the villa area on Yongquan Road. The participants are all prominent figures from the business world. The upper management needs us to protect someone. This task may conclude this afternoon, or it could extend for several days." "A business ball?" Su Hao received the documents with surprise. At first glance, he saw an elegant and beautiful young girl, seemingly not yet 20, dressed in a pale white gown, a slight smile gracing her lips, and a striking purple-red jade pendant adorning her fair neck. Is this the person we need to protect? Indeed. This girl is the granddaughter of the richest man in Shan Province. The upper management has received reliable information that an ability-based criminal gang seems to have set their sights on her. Team leader Xing waved his hand dismissively. "You need not concern yourself with these details. The focus is on ensuring her safety. I initially intended to send Xiao Mingcheng, as his abilities can deflect bullets, but he has encountered some complications with his current assignment and will likely be unavailable for a while." "What? The granddaughter of the richest man in Shan Province? An ability-based criminal gang?" Su Hao was left in utter disbelief. "What do you mean, don't concern yourself?" There are so many details in that statement that one cannot simply overlook. Setting aside the granddaughter of the richest man, I had long anticipated that as a member of the ability group, I would inevitably encounter numerous tasks involving the upper echelons of society, which is quite normal. But can someone explain to me what an ability-based criminal gang is? Is there really a criminal organization composed of numerous ability users apart from the state-controlled ability group? "Oh, I forgot you might not know yet," Team leader Xing realized, explaining. Ability-based criminal gangs are organizations formed illegally by civilian ability users. Their operations are erratic, and they have infiltrated many gray areas. Some larger ability-based criminal gangs have even been around longer than the ability group itself, with records dating back to the late Ming Dynasty. Su Hao was astonished. The late Ming Dynasty? Doesn't that mean they have become hereditary like sects? But do not worry. The group you need to be wary of this time is merely a smaller ability-based criminal gang, at most consisting of 4 or 5 individuals. The ability groups from various provinces have long been keeping an eye on them. Team leader Xing stood up and patted Su Hao on the shoulder. Although these ability-based criminal gangs lack formal training, Their abilities can be unpredictable. You must be mentally prepared for a tough battle. Su Hao asked, puzzled. Am I the only bodyguard? Yes. To avoid alerting the target, the fewer outsiders at the business ball, the better, Team Leader Xing said. Xiao Su, you know martial arts, and your combat skills are among the best in the ability group. I heard from Xiao Miao that your marksmanship is also quite impressive, making you the only suitable candidate for this bodyguard task. Su Hao smiled wryly. Team leader, you think too highly of me. I don't believe I can withstand 3 ability criminals. The task is merely to ensure the safety of the richest man's granddaughter. You are not required to engage in direct combat with the criminals. Team Leader Xing retrieved a concealed button the size of a fingernail from his drawer and handed it to Su Hao. Do not feel too much pressure. As soon as the ability-based criminals appear, press this button, and the members of the ability group stationed nearby will spring into action. Oh, so there are others involved. Su Hao understood, pointing to himself. Am I the vanguard of this mission? You could say that, Team Leader Xing said earnestly. This task presents some challenges, Comrade Xiao Su. If you truly feel unable to handle it, I can assign someone else. However, if you successfully complete this mission, the rewards will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. What rewards? A bonus of 20,040 points. Team Leader Xing smiled. This is just the base reward. If you perform exceptionally during the mission, the bonus will be adjusted upwards. For instance, if you capture an ability criminal early, there will be an additional bonus of 30,000. Wow, what a lucrative task. Su Hao was stunned. The base pay for the mission was already 20,000, and capturing an ability criminal would earn an extra 30,000. His enthusiasm soared instantly. Just yesterday, capturing a mutated dog earned him only 1,000 as a bonus, which, although shared among everyone, still felt rather meager. Moreover, the person he was tasked with protecting was not some brutish thug, but a refined and beautiful young lady, wealth and beauty combined. How could he possibly refuse such an enticing task? Team leader, how could I possibly decline this mission? Is there anything I need to prepare ahead of the ball this afternoon? Su Hao eagerly accepted the task. Onward to profit. Onward to substantial gains. Not to mention that 20,000 bonus was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Furthermore, the potential 30,000 from those ability criminals would not go unchallenged. If they dared to show up, he would not let them escape easily. Even if it meant exposing his lightning element abilities, he would capture them. After all, following the incident with the elemental crystal, Team Leader Xing would know of his lightning element aptitude. At worst, he could just say he awakened it during a confrontation with the ability criminals. His current trump card is far more than this. As time progresses, more will emerge. It's merely an ability related to the lightning element. Let it be exposed, it matters not. Rest assured, everything required for the ball has been prepared for you by the organization. Team Leader Xing chuckled heartily, picked up the phone on his desk, and summoned a staff member, instructing him to escort Su Hao to the preparation room to collect the formal suit and shoes designated for the ball. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, Su Hao donned an expensive suit, stretching his limbs, feeling somewhat out of place. He curiously inquired, Team leader, am I not supposed to be a bodyguard? Why am I in formal attire and leather shoes? Team Leader Xing retorted, when did I ever say your role was that of a bodyguard? You are the general manager of a medium-sized company, and at the ball, your task is to find opportunities to approach the granddaughter of the richest man, ensuring her safety without being too far from her. Moreover, she is unaware of your true identity. Su Hao scoffed. How am I supposed to get close to her if she doesn't know my identity? Do you truly believe I possess such charisma? Team Leader Xing jested, truth be told. One is often judged by their attire. You look rather dashing in that suit, Xiao Su. He continued with a grin, there's no need for excessive worry. It's not so difficult for a gentleman to approach a lady at a ball. No one is asking you to invite her to dance. Just stay close enough to ensure her safety. Fine, Su Hao conceded reluctantly. But what about my weapon? How am I to bring a gun into the ball? Team Leader Xing replied, this matter will be handled by the higher-ups. Just attach your handgun to your waist, and you will have a special mark on your invitation. Security personnel will allow you entry upon seeing it. That seems rather thorough. There was little more to discuss. Team Leader Xing then instructed Su Hao to the equipment room to exchange for a specially designed tranquilizer pistol. Su Hao curiously examined the tranquilizer gun, which resembled a miniature version of the Type 92, roughly in a 1/15 scale. The barrel was slightly smaller, and the magazine had been modified for tranquilizer darts, making it considerably lighter than a standard firearm. It was said that this special pistol was a new model developed by the Research Institute, containing over 10 tranquilizer darts capable of rendering an individual unconscious for an entire day, with effects manifesting within 3 seconds. As he tucked the small pistol into his waist holster, it became imperceptible at first glance. Team leader Xing glanced at his watch, noting, "There are 3 hours until the ball commences. You should take some time to prepare yourself in your room. If you wish to practice with the tranquilizer gun at the shooting range, feel free. There is ample ammunition in the storage room. However, once at the ball, only the 15 rounds in the magazine will be available for use." "All right, I shall go practice," Suhao responded, making his way to the internal shooting range within the building. Inside the range, the deafening sound of gunfire erupted. Suhao was puzzled as to who would be at the range so early. Approaching, he discovered it was Zhou Chuliang, who had registered and come to practice shooting as well. After all, ordinary individuals rarely have the opportunity to handle firearms, and this fellow was excited beyond measure. Glancing at the targets, Suhao noted that Zhou's last 3 shots had all hit the target, with 2 barely scoring on the board, yet 1 had struck the bullseye, likely a result of his prolonged aim using thought acceleration. Chapter 65. Shooting contest. You two have come to practice? Zhou Chuliang had already noticed Suhao and had fired that last shot merely for show, intentionally hitting the bullseye after an exaggerated period of aiming. He provocatively blew the smoke from the barrel. "What? Do you dare to compete with me? 10 shots will determine the victor, based on who has the higher score." Suhao was left speechless. This fellow was acting like a petty child, overly competitive. He felt that agreeing to such a contest would lower his own standards. It was merely a shooting practice. What was the fuss about? Ding. Side quest activated. Shooting range contest. Quest requirement. Hit the bullseye at least 8 times within 10 shots. Quest reward. 500 experience points, 100 training points. Fine. Let us compete. Just as Suhao had been about to refuse, he suddenly changed his tone, twirling the tranquilizer gun in his palm with renewed enthusiasm, leaving Zhou Chuliang momentarily stunned. In the face of the allure of experience and training, what did standards matter? Could one eat them? By the way, any stakes for this contest? It would be best if we both gained something. Suhao coaxed, suggesting the addition of a wager. Zhou Chuliang pondered. How about the loser pays the winner 3,000 yuan? That seems a fair bet, neither too large nor too small. Agreed. It's settled. Although 3,000 yuan was not a significant sum for him, every little bit mattered, and it could cover a few months of rent. Standing at the shooting station, Suhao disengaged the safety on the practice gun, loaded it, and chambered a round, his fingers seemingly careless as they glided before him. Would you like to consume 100 training points to upgrade gun control to master level? Confirm. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full force. Since he had agreed to the contest, he had to ensure he would not lose. After all, upgrading his gun control would happen sooner or later. Once the targets were arranged, both took their positions, and the gunfire echoed throughout the range. With the enhancement of master-level gun control, Suhao's shooting motion flowed like water. 10 bullets erupted in rhythmic succession. Within moments, all his targets fell. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuliang had only just fired 2 shots, and it appeared he had taken an eternity to aim for each one. What was the use of shooting quickly if precision was lacking? Hearing the cessation of gunfire from Suhao's side, Zhou Chuliang scoffed disdainfully, not bothering to look over as he continued shooting. He had heard that Suhao had only joined the ability group less than 3 days ago. Even if he had touched a gun earlier, what did that matter? His ability granted him a considerable advantage in shooting. Coupled with the fact that a practiced individual possessed better control over their body than an ordinary person, there was no reason he should lose. Approximately half a minute later, Zhou Chuliang completed his final shot, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling satisfied with his performance. Out of 10 targets, half had hit the bullseye, while none scored lower than 7, culminating in a total of 89 points. This score, even for seasoned shooters, was commendable. He confidently cast his gaze to the other side, eager to witness the extent of Suhao's shortcomings in marksmanship. After all, that fellow had emptied his clip in mere seconds, leaving him to question whether Suhao had properly aimed. To his astonishment, what he saw was utterly shocking. His eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? How is it possible that every shot is a perfect 10? On Suhao's target range, each target bore an unmistakable dark spot precisely at the center. Unlike merely hitting the target, striking the bullseye with such accuracy was an entirely different matter. Zhou Chuliang could only manage to hit the 10 ring, while Suhao was capable of hitting the bullseye because, for him, the bullseye was solely the 10 ring. Even if the bullseye were halved in size, he could effortlessly hit it. With mastery over firearms, within the effective range of 50 meters of a handgun, he could hit any target with pinpoint precision. Side quest completed. Task reward: 500 experience points, 100 training points. Damn it, I've been duped. How can this guy, who just joined the abilities group a few days ago, possibly have such skill? He must have been a police officer before. Zhou Chuliang thought, frustration etched across his face. What nonsense about being duped. It was he who had suggested a contest of marksmanship. Su Hao shrugged. I've never been a police officer. My shooting relies solely on instinct. After all, everyone knows that some sharpshooters are born with the talent. Zhou Chuliang was left speechless. Indeed, some individuals possess an innate sense of aim that, with minimal training, can rival the skills of others who have practiced for years. Ultimately, Zhou Chuliang had no choice but to accept defeat, transferring 3,000 yuan to Su Hao before leaving the shooting range in a huff. Next time, let us compete in something else. Su Hao beamed as he watched him depart. Upon hearing that remark, Zhou Chuliang nearly tripped on the threshold as he rushed out, likely muttering a string of curses under his breath. After practicing with the tranquilizer gun for a while, Su Hao returned to the preparation room, feeling unenthused. With his mastery of firearms, he handled the small handgun as if it were a toy, requiring no further practice. Sometimes, when upgrading specialized modules, one might lose certain things, like worries. He pulled out his phone, idly playing a game, and 2 hours slipped by swiftly. The abilities group had arranged for someone to drive him in a luxury car to the Villa District for a gala, sitting in the back seat. He scrutinized the car's interior. It appeared to be an Audi model. His knowledge of luxury cars was limited, yet he could deduce that this vehicle was worth at least $1 million. Once this job is done, I should also purchase a luxury car in the million range. That thought struck him as oddly peculiar, resembling a bandit chief preparing to rob a convoy rather than a task at hand. The driver swiftly brought him to the Villa District on Yongquan Road, an area inhabited by the affluent and powerful. Villas here were not sold by square meter, but rather by entire units, each priced in the tens of millions. The commercial gala was hosted in the grand hall at the center of the Villa District. Peering out the car window, he was greeted by a dazzling array of luxury cars parked like cabbages in a market. Stepping out of these vehicles were prominent business figures, though Su Hao recognized none of them. Sir, we have arrived. The car halted before the red carpet, just as Su Hao was about to exit. The driver stepped out first to open the door for him. Cough. The habits of the wealthy are indeed hard to emulate. Dressed in a fitted black tuxedo, Su Hao strode along the carpet towards the grand hall, presenting his invitation to the security guard at the entrance. The guard scrutinized the invitation and then looked at Su Hao, nodding in acknowledgement without checking his belongings, allowing him entry. Upon stepping through the grand hall doors, Su Hao instinctively touched the tranquilizer gun at his waist, feeling a peculiar sense of carrying a mere pocket knife into a perilous abyss. Chapter 66. The gala scene. Upon entering the hall, the scene unfolded as one would witness in a cinematic portrayal of a grand ball, resplendent and opulent. To be frank, as an ordinary individual, attending such an elite gathering for the first time felt surreal. Throughout his life, he had scarcely participated in any banquets, let alone a commercial gala. Moreover, his heavy facade of being a company general manager was just a guise. In this setting, he recognized no one. Observing the clusters of business luminaries engaged in conversation, he felt utterly out of place and momentarily lost. Sir, do you require any assistance? A server approached, noticing Su Hao standing in a daze, balancing a tray of wine glasses, and politely inquired. Cough, just a glass of red wine, please. Su Hao took a glass from the tray, sipping as he ventured deeper into the gala, scanning the surroundings for his target. According to the dossier, the granddaughter of the wealthiest individual in Shan Province, named Mo Lishuan, was celebrating her 18th birthday through this commercial gala. The richest man in Shan Province, Mo Xingmin, had made his fortune in real estate and, a few years prior, pivoted his investments towards biological research, amassing a fortune exceeding 10 billion. His influence in both business and political circles was substantial, drawing numerous high-ranking officials to this grand affair, resulting in a vibrant and bustling celebration. The deeper he delved, the more he sensed the chasm separating the rich from the poor. Many dramas and novels portray high society as easily accessible, with protagonists seamlessly mingling with the wealthy as if it were a game, fooling audiences who have never encountered such circles. In reality, class distinctions are nearly insurmountable. Were it not for Su Hao's affiliation with the Abilities Group, he would never have been able to attend the gala as a guest. There is a saying online that aptly captures the sentiment. The disparity between people can sometimes be greater than that between humans and dogs. Nevertheless, with the system at his side, Su Hao believed that one day he too would stand in such a venue, in his true identity. It was merely a matter of time. As he navigated through the luxurious expanse of the hall, he soon pinpointed his objective. In a side chamber of the gala, surrounded by a throng of young men and women, stood Emo Lichuan, akin to a star amidst her admirers. From a distance, she donned a light purple gown, radiating grace in the center of the crowd, occasionally flashing a smile that, under the lights, rendered her even more enchanting than in photographs. Undoubtedly, in terms of appearance, Emo Lichuan was the most stunning beauty Su Hao had ever witnessed. Ding! Triggering side quest. Undercover bodyguard quest requirements. Ensure the personal safety of Emo Lichuan. Prevent her abduction, avoid serious injury, and protect her necklace from theft. Quest rewards, 2,000 experience points, for 100 practice points. As Su Hao discerned Emo Lichuan's visage, the system prompt resounded, rousing him from his reverie. It seemed the system had finally become active, after such a lengthy wait for a side quest. He was beginning to doubt the feasibility of this bodyguard mission. 2,000 experience points? This figure astonished Su Hao. It was his first time receiving a task yielding over 1,000 experience points, and not just marginally over. This was a significant leap. From the rewards alone, one could surmise that this mission would likely prove more arduous than anticipated. While he understood the necessity of preventing her from sustaining serious injuries and ensuring she wasn't abducted, he pondered why the task also included safeguarding her necklace. Was that piece of jewelry as crucial as her very life? He decided to adhere to the system's stipulations. The pressing concern was how to approach her. Su Hao sighed, holding his wine glass. His skills in flirting were lacking, and he was utterly ignorant of the topics prevalent in high society, making it exceedingly difficult to integrate into the conversations of the affluent youth. A saying goes, with differing worldviews, how can one communicate? Oh. He recalled that the system should have relevant specialties, right? An idea struck him as he accessed the specialty module, and indeed, he discovered the eloquence specialty, of which he had only a rudimentary grasp. Would you like to expend 8 practice points to elevate your eloquence to intermediate level? Would you like to expend 30 practice points to elevate your eloquence to elite level? Would you like to expend 100 practice points to elevate your eloquence to master level? The cost in practice points was negligible. He could easily recover them through a couple of tasks. Thus, Su Hao decisively upgraded his eloquence to master level. Instantly, a plethora of conversational techniques flooded his mind, and a multitude of topics emerged. Armed with these topics, he felt emboldened and approached the group of young men and women. Utilizing the fabricated persona provided by the psychic group, Su Hao casually initiated a conversation, awkwardly integrating himself into their discourse. Initially, it was manageable, but soon the topics among these affluent youths expanded to encompass entertainment, luxury vehicles, and travel, occasionally veering into discussions on the current economic climate. Su Hao felt overwhelmed. He had little knowledge of such diverse subjects. He had never even visited the seaside in his life, no matter how skilled one is in conversation. A lack of knowledge and perspective renders one powerless. Su Hao feigned silence, occasionally contributing a few remarks while silently cursing the leader of the team. That individual had claimed that approaching a lady at a ball posed no difficulty. At present, however, it seemed that even hell itself had become a more plausible challenge. He even began to pray for the arrival of the psychic criminal gang, preferring a confrontation with them over the agony of small talk with these wealthy youths. After a few minutes, fortune smiled upon him. Emo Lichuan seemed to have a matter to attend to and distanced herself from the group of affluent youths, heading toward the other side of the hall. Su Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful not to have to mingle with those rich kids any longer. He placed his now empty wine glass aside and followed Emo Lichuan down the corridor leading to the opposite side of the hall. Who are you? Is there something you need? Emo Lichuan noticed Su Hao trailing her and inquired politely. Feeling slightly embarrassed at being discovered, Su Hao replied, I was just planning to visit the restroom. Oh, my apologies. A faint blush crept onto Emo Lichuan's cheeks as she mistakenly assumed Su Hao was intentionally following her. Perhaps she was overly sensitive? No worries. Su Hao waved dismissively. His reason for claiming he was headed to the restroom was not solely to mask his following her. He had previously acquired the architectural layout of the ballroom from the team leader and had noted her direction of movement, easily deducing her intention to use the facilities. As expected, after their brief exchange, Emo Lichuan continued toward the restroom. Chapter 67. Conflict erupts in the restroom. Miss Emo, your necklace is exquisite. I wonder where you acquired it. With the prior interaction easing the way, Su Hao's approach felt less abrupt, and he genuinely found the crimson-hued jade bead captivating. It was the perfect topic to initiate conversation. Perhaps there's no place to purchase it, Emo Lishuan replied candidly. This jade bead was a coming-of-age gift from my grandfather. He always kept it close to me, saying it was given to our ancestors by a wandering Taoist during the late Qing dynasty, claiming that wearing it would promote health and longevity, warding off evil and calamity. As she spoke, she instinctively lifted her hand to gently touch the jade bead resting against her fair neck. The bead was roughly the size of an eyeball, and within it, one could vaguely perceive a starry pattern resembling bubbles, its translucent radiance reflecting an enchanting crimson hue under the light, more brilliant than gemstones, purer than crystal. Most importantly, the bead possessed an indescribable allure that drew the gaze irresistibly. From the late Qing dynasty? Su Hao mused in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this resplendent jade bead bore centuries of history. It was no wonder the side quest emphasized the importance of safeguarding the necklace. This bead was not only an heirloom, but also priceless. Given its antiquity and quality, it could very well be worth tens of millions, if not more. Your grandfather must hold you in high regard to gift you such a precious jade bead, Su Hao feigned a sigh. It's quite unfortunate that such a beautiful bead cannot be purchased anywhere, even if only a replica. In truth, even if a place existed, he could hardly afford it. Emo Lishuan smiled. I don't believe we've met before. Su Hao, mindful of his fabricated identity, replied, I'm the newly appointed general manager of the company. It's quite normal for you not to recognize me, as I Haven Tea previously operated in this province. They exchanged a few more pleasantries, and their conversation was brief. Parting ways at the restroom entrance. Su Hao lingered at the restroom door, feeling somewhat conflicted. Team leader Xing instructed him to closely follow Emo Lishuan. But surely he couldn't follow her into the ladies' restroom? If he did, instead of protecting her discreetly, he would likely be thrown out of the ball for being a pervert. With no other choice, he entered the men's restroom, straining to listen for any sounds outside, waiting for Emo Lishuan to emerge so he could follow her out. The enhancements to his agility and physique at 8 p.m. sharpened his senses significantly, particularly his hearing and sight. Distinguishing the sound of high heels outside was effortless. While Su Hao remained alert, he overheard someone in a stall making a phone call. Hello, I'm already inside. Are you all set? The caller's voice was slightly hoarse, drowned out by the persistent sounds of running water in the restroom. Had Su Hao not possessed exceptionally keen hearing, he would have been oblivious to the conversation. Upon hearing the content of the call, Su Hao's vigilance intensified. What was happening? Was he coincidentally eavesdropping on a conversation among members of a supernatural crime syndicate? Don't worry, this operation is very discreet. The target has entered the ladies' restroom. You all get ready on your end, and I'll bring her out as soon as possible. With that, the voice from the stall fell silent, and the sound of flushing ceased. Su Hao's expression turned grave as he secretly gathered enough energy to unleash a high-voltage arc capable of rendering a person unconscious. The moment the door of the adjacent stall opened, he intended to charge in and incapacitate the man with his electric powers. However, seconds ticked by with no reaction from the stall. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Panic surged within Su Hao as he kicked open the stall door, only to find it empty. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the ladies' restroom. He was unsure of the enemy's powers, but he was certain that Emo Lishuan was in danger. Inside the ladies' restroom, several women were touching up their makeup. Upon seeing Su Hao burst in, they all wore expressions of shock, but, maintaining their composure, quickly packed their makeup kits and hurriedly left, most likely to alert security. Su Hao had no time to explain anything to them. Without hesitation, he approached and forcefully yanked open the doors of each stall. Sure enough, upon opening the second stall, he found a middle-aged man attempting to suffocate Emo Lishuan with a cloth soaked in ether, her eyes already glazing over. The man's expression shifted to disbelief upon seeing Su Hao burst in. Damn it, you bastard. You made me run to the ladies' restroom. Fury ignited within Su Hao as he unleashed a powerful punch infused with his electrical energy, striking the man squarely in the face. Known for its speed, precision, and ferocity, his punch, fueled by rage, dislocated the man's jaw and sent a surge of electricity coursing through him, rendering him unconscious. How weak, Su Hao muttered, gazing at the unconscious man. How on earth did he move from the men's restroom to the ladies' restroom so quickly? His clothes are drenched. Could it be related to water? Scanning the man with his abilities yielded no further information. He set aside thoughts of the middle-aged man and rushed to support the dazed Emo Lishuan. Miss Emo, are you all right? My head feels so dizzy. What on earth happened? Emo Lishuan clutched her head, regaining her senses, her expression turning panicked. Why was that man in the ladies' restroom? He was here to kidnap you, Suhao replied bluntly. Kidnap? Protect? Who are you people? Mo Lishuan's confusion was palpable. As Suhao contemplated whether to explain further, a sound emerged from the unconscious man's pocket. He fumbled around and discovered it was a walkie-talkie. Old Tang, what is happening over there? Damn it, boss, it seems like something went wrong at Old Tang's end. A muffled voice crackled through the device. Then the signal abruptly cut off. Trouble, they've discovered us. Suhao frowned, pocketing the walkie-talkie. You need to get dressed. Realizing she was still disheveled from her restroom visit, Mo Lishuan blushed and quickly turned to straighten her attire. Suhao retrieved the small button given to him by team leader Xing, hesitating momentarily before pressing it. Having already subdued one supernatural criminal, he knew he could not handle the remaining members of the syndicate alone, whether they intended to continue the kidnapping or retreat. Assistance from the supernatural team was essential. Chapter 68. Chaos within half a minute, instead of reinforcements from the supernatural team. The disturbance from Suhao's entrance into the ladies' restroom attracted several security guards, responding to reports from the women. They rushed in and were taken aback upon seeing Suhao and the disheveled Mo Lishuan in the stall, quickly attempting to apprehend him. If something were to happen to Miss Mo, one could only imagine the wrath of the esteemed Mr. Mo. The guards, responsible for security, knew they could not escape culpability. At the very least, it would be an accusation of negligence. Faced with the approaching guards, Suhao furrowed his brow, remaining rooted in place as he employed a combination of soft and hard techniques from the 8 extremes fist to fend them off. For a time, the guards could not even get close to him. Under normal circumstances, he would not have troubled the guards. He could simply explain himself if captured. However, given the urgency of the situation, he could not afford to be careless. If one of the guards was an enemy, being apprehended could pose a lethal threat, endangering both his life and Mo Lishuan's safety. Better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one escape. Mo Lishuan adjusted her dress and turned around, hastily stopping the security guard. This gentleman is not a bad person. He just saved me. A few security guards exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the situation. How could this man, who had intruded into the women's restroom, now be considered a savior? What had transpired? See for yourselves. Suhao pointed to the unconscious middle-aged man on the floor of the stall, clutching a white cloth tainted with ether. I saw him sneak into the women's restroom with ill intentions, so I pursued him to protect Miss Mo. You can verify this with her. He spun a tale without a hint of hesitation. However, there was a substantial truth within his words. Indeed, as this gentleman said, Mo Lishuan replied, still shaken. Although I did not see how he entered the restroom, he certainly had malicious intentions towards me. If it weren't for this gentleman, I fear the consequences would have been dire. With Miss Mo's affirmation, the security guards had no further objections. They apologized to Suhao, then handcuffed the unconscious man on the floor, preparing to escort him to the security room. Suhao advised, make sure to restrain him tightly and assign several guards to keep him away from any water sources. He is still unclear about how this man managed to move so swiftly, but it is highly likely that his abilities are related to water. Before the guards took the man away, Suhao discreetly retrieved a tranquilizer dart from his pocket and injected it into the man's wrist, ensuring he would remain unconscious for the foreseeable future. Truth be told, if it were not for protecting Mo Lishuan, Suhao would have preferred the guards not to take this man away. After all, he was a living opportunity worth 300,000. What if something went awry and he managed to escape? Noticing that Mo Lishuan still appeared somewhat unsteady, likely due to the lingering effects of the ether, Suhao extended an arm to support her. Let us head to the hall. It's safer where there are more people. Thank you, Mo Lishuan replied. Feeling somewhat weak and not refusing Suhao's assistance, merely expressing her gratitude modestly. Accompanied by a few security guards, the two returned to the grand hall. At that moment, the lights in the entire auditorium suddenly extinguished, plunging the enclosed venue into complete darkness. What was happening? Why had the lights gone out? Was there to be a performance? Could it be a power outage? This grand ball was hosted by Mo's grandfather. How could there be such a blunder with the power supply? Even if an accident occurred, the venue should have emergency power. It couldn't simply be a blackout. Perhaps it was part of a specially prepared entertainment segment? Initially, the crowd in the hall was somewhat chaotic and noisy, but it quickly fell silent as they speculated that this was a deliberate atmosphere created by the organizers. Standing still and waiting in anticipation, with some even engaging in light conversation. In contrast, the staff responsible for the venue's logistics were in disarray, frantically scurrying about like ants in a hot pan. The auditorium manager shouted, "Where's the person in charge of the lighting? What is going on?" Do you not wish to keep your jobs? It's not our fault. It seems to be an electrical issue. There's a blackout. Then switch to the backup power immediately. You bunch of fools. Do I need to teach you how to do that? But the backup power is also down for some reason. The power department says it might be due to aging lines, and it will take over 10 minutes to fix. You useless bunch. What were you doing during yesterday's inspection of the venue? Tell them it must be fixed within 5 minutes. If the organizers hold us accountable, none of you will have jobs here. As the logistics team scrambled to resolve the issue, the auditorium remained engulfed in darkness, unnoticed by anyone. Several unwelcome guests stealthily slipped through the skylight into the venue. Returning to Su Hao's perspective, he was struck by the audacity of these individuals to orchestrate a blackout so brazenly. With a grave expression, he activated his phone's flashlight, clenching it in his mouth while lifting the weakened Mo Lechuan into his arms. What are you doing? Mo Lechuan exclaimed in surprise. Shoo, keep your voice down. There are kidnappers who intend to abduct you amidst the chaos. This blackout was likely orchestrated by them. I'm taking you to a safer place with more people. But right now, you seem more like the kidnapper. Mo Lechuan hesitated but refrained from voicing her thoughts aloud or calling for the guards, allowing Su Hao to carry her towards the center of the auditorium. After all, he had just saved her life. She felt it was only reasonable to extend him some trust. Moreover, if he truly intended to abduct her, he could have easily knocked her out and taken her away already. She wouldn't have had the chance to regain consciousness. Just as they had moved a few steps, suddenly, the ground shook violently. In the already tense and dimly lit environment, an unforeseen incident caused nearly everyone in the hall to scream and surge towards the exit in a panic. The entire auditorium emitted a dangerous creaking sound as it swayed, chandeliers swaying precariously, while the sounds of shattering glass, pushing, shouting, and wailing filled the air. At that moment, the value of life seemed equal, disregarding social class. The ground trembled, and Su Hao struggled to maintain his balance while holding Mo Lechuan, barely managing to steady himself in a stance, lowering his center of gravity to avoid falling. Is this an earthquake? No, that's impossible, Su Hao reasoned. His city was situated in a stable inland region, where earthquakes were exceedingly rare. Moreover, the tremors felt more pronounced than any seismic activity. It felt more like a force originating from above. Considering all factors, this so-called earthquake was likely a method employed by an ability-enhanced criminal group to create chaos. Chapter 69. 1 against 2. Is there truly an ability that can mimic an earthquake? The world is indeed full of wonders. Without time for contemplation, Su Hao scanned the surroundings, choosing not to join the throng rushing towards the auditorium's entrance. Instead, he carried Mo Lechuan back towards the restroom. What are you doing? It's an earthquake, and you're not running for safety? Why are you going back there? Mo Lechuan exclaimed in alarm. She squirmed, attempting to leap from Su Hao's grasp, but his arms held her firmly in place, unable to escape. This is not a real earthquake. It's one of the methods those kidnappers are using to create chaos. Rest assured, the auditorium will not collapse. Compared to the chaotic crowd outside, it is indeed safer to remain in a less populated area. Really? Mo Lechuan expressed skepticism, clearly unconvinced by Su Hao's assurances. Could an earthquake be artificially induced? Su Hao decisively presented his credentials. I am actually sent by higher authorities to protect you. Please trust my judgment for now. Assistance will arrive shortly, and you will be safe then. Mo Lechuan glanced at the credentials. But why hasn't my grandfather mentioned this? It is classified information, Su Hao replied helplessly. Mo Lechuan bit her lip. All right, I will trust you. At this moment, she had no other choice but to believe in Su Hao. Within the venue, both staff and guests were hastily trying to escape. As Su Hao had stated, amidst such turmoil, even if she were kidnapped, no one would be aware. Shielding Mo Lechuan from the crowd, Su Hao's sharp peripheral vision detected a fleeting shadow at the skylight of the auditorium. They have arrived. Turning, he slipped into the restroom, gently placing Mo Lechuan down, and retrieved a small tranquilizer gun from his waist. He instructed her, no matter what you see, do not run. If someone tries to grab you, call for me loudly. Understood? Yes. Mo Lechuan huddled in the corner, nodding obediently. But I still don't know your name? I am Su. Bang. The silenced gunfire erupted, creating 2 indentations in the wall beside him. Su Hao quickly shifted his position, also taking cover in the restroom. Turning off his phone's flashlight, and peering cautiously over the edge of the wall, searching for the gunman's precise location. In the pitch-black auditorium, locating the shooter was no easy feat, and for the assailant, hitting Su Hao would prove equally challenging. As expected, several more shots rang out from across the room. but they abandoned their efforts without a hit. A figure raced down the corridor, moving at a speed difficult to discern with the naked eye. An agile type ability user? Su Hao furrowed his brow, noticing the individual brandishing a dagger-like object, and remained alert. Indeed, the figure dashed to the restroom, spotting Su Hao, and raised the small knife to thrust toward his abdomen. Quick, but you think you can engage me in close quarters? You're still inexperienced. Su Hao narrowed his eyes, adopting a defensive posture reminiscent of Bajiquan, sidestepping to the left and seizing the assailant's wrist, twisting and effortlessly disarming them of the knife. Discarding the weapon, Su Hao aimed his tranquilizer gun at the figure. The assailant seemed to anticipate this, swiftly retreating from the restroom, moving like a gust of wind, offering no chance for Su Hao to fire. TSK, quite the speedy escape. He had not forgotten to utilize his reconnaissance on this figure. Kong Ping, upright primate. Height 157 centimeters, weight 89 kilograms, in good health, explosive agility ability. Agility increases by 1/3 within 3 seconds. Target attribute information acquired. Physique, 11 points. Strength, 13 points. Agility, 28 points. Explosive, 37 points. Spirit, 10 points. Nearly 30 points in agility? Just slightly below Miao Yueying, but with an additional explosive capability. And a commendable strength attribute. Given this ability user's name, she should be female? Having grasped the opponent's fundamental attributes, Su Hao tucked the tranquilizer gun back into his pocket. A firearm would be ineffective against agile ability users. They not only moved swiftly, but also possessed lightning-fast reflexes. Forget about shooting them. By the time you raised your gun, they would have already vanished from sight. Close combat was essential. Su Hao glanced back at the anxious Mo Lichuan, adjusted his mindset, pressed himself against the wall, and summoned crackling arcs of electricity in his palm, awaiting the agile ability user's second attack. Is that you who knocked out Old Tang? A coarse male voice called from outside the restroom. This voice did not belong to the agile ability user. Another enemy had arrived? It's me, what's the issue? Su Hao retorted, irritated. A pervert sneaking into the women's restroom to abduct women deserves nothing less than a knockout. A towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, clad in a black shirt, entered, casting a menacing glare at Su Hao. Behind him stood a short woman in a black jumpsuit, her face obscured, but easily deduced to be the earlier assailant. The burly man snorted coldly. You're quite bold, aren't you? Can't you see your current predicament? Hand over that woman, and I'll spare your life, otherwise. Such pointless chatter. Su Hao dismissed him outright and fired the tranquilizer gun. This hulking figure was unlikely to be an agile ability user, right? At a distance of less than 3 meters, he didn't believe the man could evade, refusing to heed warnings. The tranquilizer struck the burly man's abdomen. Yet he remained unfazed, instead becoming enraged. Kong Ping, I'll handle this brat. You take that woman outside. As he spoke, the burly man's already massive form began to swell. His height increased dramatically, his arms and chest broadened, and astonishingly, his skin hardened into a rocky texture, resembling a mass of stone from afar. Reconnaissance. Shi Qingyang, upright primate, current state mutated. Height, 210 centimeters, weight, 280 kilograms. Variant special ability, petrification, skin turns to stone for a short time, increasing physique and strength attributes by 1/3. Current attribute information acquired. Physique, 32 points. Strength, 28 points. Agility, 9 points. Spirit, 10 points. Petrification ability? Su Hao was astonished. No wonder the tranquilizer had no effect. It likely couldn't penetrate the stone-like exterior. Die! The stone-covered giant roared, swinging a massive rocky fist towards Su Hao. The punch rushed through the air with tremendous force. If it connected, it could crush a skull like a tomato. Faced with such a foe, Su Hao certainly would not confront him head-on. He dodged the punch, grasped the giant's rocky wrist, and unleashed the thunder he had been cultivating from his palm. Crackle! The electric arcs crackled loudly. However, it did not yield the anticipated result. Su Hao's heart sank. This is bad. The electric arcs were completely blocked by the stone. This fellow's ability naturally countered the lightning element. Your attack is useless. Ha! The stone giant laughed heartily as he retracted his right fist, nearly lifting Su Hao, who was gripping his arm, along with it. Without any pause, another heavy punch came crashing down. Su Hao hastily dodged, narrowly avoiding the second blow in the confined space. The giant's fist struck the floor, shattering the tiles into pieces. It was not hard to imagine that if it had hit a person, the outcome would have been equally devastating. This was troublesome. The petrifying ability of this creature was exceedingly difficult to contend with. Not only were bullets ineffective, but even the lightning elemental powers proved futile. Fighting back was virtually impossible. Had he known such a foe awaited him, he would never have brought Mo Lishuan into such a cramped area. While the battle raged, a nimble woman in black attempted to circumvent Su Hao to seize Mo Lishuan. Am I invisible? Su Hao gritted his teeth. Seizing the moment when the stone giant retracted his fist, he raised his gun and fired several shots at the woman. However, she was already prepared. Her speed surged as she evaded the tranquilizer darts and instantly dashed in front of Mo Lishuan. Witnessing this astonishing scene of combat, Mo Lishuan was nearly paralyzed with fear. As the woman lunged towards her, she shut her eyes tightly, clutching the jade pendant necklace at her chest. With swift precision, Su Hao fired several more tranquilizer darts, each shot expertly curtailing the woman's movements, forcing her to abandon her pursuit of Mo Lishuan and retreat, narrowly avoiding being struck. A masterful command of firearms is not to be trifled with. Even if you can evade my bullets, I can still restrict your movements through their trajectory. However, a valiant hero cannot withstand the onslaught of many adversaries. Distracted, Su Hao barely managed to dodge the stone giant's next punch, which grazed his left shoulder, sending a jolt of excruciating pain coursing through him, rendering the limb numb and lifeless. Su Hao gasped, the agony contorting his features. He swore that he had never experienced such torment in his life. The pain was bone-deep, far beyond what mere willpower could endure. How long had it been? Where was the support from the ability group? If this continued, he might truly perish here. No, he must escape this place. The pain heightened his senses, sharpening his focus. He lifted the tranquilizer gun with his right hand, firing several shots at the woman in black, forcing her back. He then rushed forward, scooping up the dazed Mo Lishuan, maneuvering around the sluggish stone giant, and bolting towards the exit of the restroom. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed, and a searing pain erupted from his lower back, blood splattering forth. Without a doubt, the woman in black had shot at him from behind. Fortunately, it struck him at his side. It should not have harmed his spine, or else he would be finished. Are you all right? You've lost so much blood. Mo Lishuan, cradled in his arms, trembled at the sound of gunfire. A glance down revealed the wound at Su Hao's side, bleeding profusely. Of course, who could remain unscathed after being shot? Su Hao replied through gritted teeth. Hold on tight to me. If you fall, no one will save you. Okay. Mo Lishuan hurriedly tightened her grip around him, her slender arms wrapped securely around his back. And though he could faintly feel her warmth and softness, at that moment, Su Hao had no time to indulge in such sensations. Staggering, he gritted his teeth, suppressing the agony radiating throughout his body. In the face of life and death, he summoned every ounce of strength, his feet not only refusing to slow but even quickening as he rushed toward the dim and chaotic hall. Women rely on charm, men rely on resolve. Our beautiful lives are just beginning. We cannot perish in such a desolate place. Charge forth. He roared internally, and oddly enough, he sensed a diminishment of the pain in his back and shoulder. Furthermore, his strides became more vigorous, even surpassing his usual speed. Ding. Conditions met. Triggering hidden passive ability. Desperate Fight. Desperate Fight consumes remaining mana in the Danteon Cyclone and overdraws physical vitality, granting a 30 boost to all attributes for 3 minutes. Pain sensation suppressed. Certain negative states concealed. Hidden passive? Upon hearing the system notification, Su Hao felt a surge of elation. As anticipated, a warm flow surged from the mana source in his abdominal cyclone, coursing through the wounds on his shoulder and side, instantly alleviating the pain, even halting the bleeding from the gunshot wound temporarily. He had long suspected that the mana source ability was not merely a simple energy reserve. Indeed, it held remarkable effects. Under the nurturing influence of the cyclone, Su Hao's severely injured body momentarily returned to normal, and he felt a continuous surge of power within him, as if his stamina were boundless. Yet, he understood that all of this was merely an illusion. The desperate fight state relied on the consumption of mana and physical overexertion, capable of sustaining itself for only 3 minutes. Attributes under desperate fight: Constitution, 31 points, Strength, 24 points, Agility, 27 points, Spirit, 20 points, 3 minutes. Either break through or retaliate. A flicker of bloodthirsty resolve flashed in Su Hao's eyes. This was the first time he had been driven to the brink of despair, a cornered beast fighting for survival. It was a matter of either his life or hers. Leave her. The woman in black pursued him, her agility surpassing his. reaching out to snatch Imo Lishuan from his grasp. Su Hao would not allow her to succeed, though he may not outrun her in close combat. Not even 10 of these black-clad women could pose a threat to him. Moreover, he was currently in the explosive state of desperate fight. His agility was not significantly inferior to hers. With a swift movement, he pivoted and drove his elbow towards the woman's face. The black-clad woman, believing Su Hao to be severely weakened after being shot and with an injured arm, had not anticipated he would possess the strength to retaliate, and even more surprisingly, his movements were faster than before. In the dimness, the collision of their bodies occurred in an instant. The impact of his elbow meeting her face was a resounding thud that echoed painfully. The woman clad in black lost her balance, her petite frame rolling several times on the ground due to inertia. In the process, she knocked over a wooden banquet table, convulsed briefly on the ground, and then fell still. Her neck contorted at an unnatural angle, eyes wide open, breath extinguished, leaving her irrevocably deceased. A simple elbow strike. A decisive blow. Although agile abilities are challenging to contend with, their bodies are surprisingly fragile. A single hit can lead to death. The earlier elbow strike was already powerful, and combined with the woman's own momentum, the collision likely exceeded a force of 50 points. No wonder her neck broke. After confirming with his reconnaissance ability that the woman in black was indeed lifeless, Su Hao felt a slight sense of relief. Although the stone giant was formidable, it was this agile woman who posed the greater threat, for Su Hao's primary mission was to protect Imo Lishuan from abduction. With her presence, he had to remain cautious during combat. With the black-clad woman dead, the remaining stone giant posed little threat to his safety. The situation had shifted abruptly. One must acknowledge that this was entirely reliant on the power of fighting with one's back against the wall. Had his physical condition not been temporarily restored to normal and his attributes not been significantly enhanced, he might not have had the opportunity to land a blow on the woman in black. I wonder if there's a bounty for killing an ability criminal. Su Hao murmured instinctively, taking a deep breath. This was his first experience with taking a life, and it was impossible not to feel some emotional impact. Yet perhaps it was anger, hatred, or simply the suppression of negative emotions from fighting for survival that masked that initial thrill. Surprisingly, he felt no guilt, but rather a lingering thought of the 300,000 bounty. Is she dead? Imo Lishuan, on the other hand, was different. Just an ordinary girl on the brink of adulthood, her voice trembled with terror. Setting aside her family background, she was indeed an average person. Witnessing the assailant being struck and sent flying over 10 meters, utterly motionless, filled her with fear, causing her to cling tightly to Su Hao, too afraid to move. Whether the woman was truly dead was uncertain, but at the very least, she would not rise again to threaten them. Su Hao reassured Imo Lishuan. Let's leave the hall for now. Okay. In the dim light, Imo Lishuan's eyes brimmed with tears, her face a portrait of panic, resembling a helpless fawn. Unexpectedly endearing? Just as they were about to exit, distant shouts echoed from outside the hall. It's too dangerous inside. You can't go in. Everyone, stop them. Yes, there's been an earthquake. What more do you want? Public security? No, even public security isn't allowed in. We're the security here. Even if you're public security, you can't enter without the proper authorization. That's the rule. Do you even know where you are? The chaotic clamor resonated clearly in Su Hao's ears. He sensed something was amiss outside. Who were the security personnel trying to stop? The police? Wait a minute. Could it be that the rescue team for the ability users is being blocked? I thought it strange that no one had arrived after I pressed the button. Perhaps they've all been held back at the door? How unreliable. He held Imo Lishuan tightly, intending to rush outside to assess the situation, but to his astonishment, the main door of the hall creaked ominously as it began to close, seemingly intending to seal them inside. Su Hao felt a surge of frustration. What on earth is happening outside? They're locking the doors. Chapter 71. Serum Kong Ping? What is wrong with you? Damn it. The stone ability user burst out of the restroom, his fury igniting upon seeing the lifeless form of the black-clad woman lying nearby. His anger caused his rocky body to swell with rage. Su Hao had no intention of facing this indestructible foe head-on. Instead, he scooped up Imo Lishuan and dashed toward the hall's skylight. Since the main door was locked, he decided to escape through the skylight. A height of 7 or 8 meters was trivial for him, and he could easily leave the building. As for whether the stone giant would pursue him, he dismissed the thought. He thrived on the advantage of agility over this slow-moving behemoth. Boom. A sound like whistling wind erupted behind him. What was being hurled at him? Turning around, Su Hao discovered that the stone giant was indeed throwing tables and chairs at him. It even dislodged fist-sized rocks from its body, launching them like projectiles. Seriously, it has ranged attacks too? Cradling Mo Lichuan, Su Hao's agility was compromised, but fortunately, his desperate state had enhanced his attributes by a third, granting him 27 points of agility, sufficient to evade most of the projectiles. A few struck his back, causing him to stagger, yet the pain suppression allowed him to endure. Seeing that his efforts against Su Hao were proving ineffective, the stone giant began to throw objects to impede Su Hao's movements while pulling out a walkie-talkie with its rocky fingers. He spoke heavily into it. Boss, Kong Ping is dead. That kid is unexpectedly difficult to deal with. I can't catch him. Shouldn't you come and handle this? What? Dead? How did that happen? The voice on the other end was not surprised, but slightly irritated. Could the other side also be an agile ability user? Or perhaps some kind of restrictive ability? I'm not sure. That kid can discharge electric currents. It seems to be an elemental ability. I don't know how he killed Kong Ping. His speed is nowhere near Kong Ping's, yet he must have been severely injured not long ago, but somehow recovered and countered Kong Ping. The stone giant reported everything, suppressing his anger, indicating a certain respect for this so-called boss. An elemental ability user? Electricity. The voice on the other end exclaimed, it's an elemental type? And the rarest lightning elemental ability user? Why didn't you report this sooner? Hurry. Stop him. Don't let him escape. I'll bring the third one personally to catch that kid. Remember, we need him alive. What? We're not killing that kid? What about Kong Ping's revenge? Forget revenge. The life of that woman is nothing compared to the value of an elemental ability user. The voice on the other end insisted urgently. I know of an international organization that pays handsomely for elemental ability users. Do you have any idea how much they offer? 3 billion. Plus an ability crystal. Not to mention, 3 billion would allow us to live extravagantly for several lifetimes. And that ability crystal is an invaluable treasure, rare in this world. Long-term close-range carrying could even permanently enhance one's abilities significantly. There's no need to capture that girl for the time being. Focus all efforts on blocking that boy's escape. I will bring people over in no more than half a minute. The stone giant replied, Boss, that kid is too fast. I'm afraid I won't be able to stop him. Then inject him with that vial of serum. No matter the cost, prevent him from escaping. Upon finishing his command, he abruptly ended the transmission. The stone giant's expression fluctuated, his gaze dark and fixed on Su Hao, who was already nearing the skylight. For some reason, he had deactivated his petrified state, shrinking from nearly 3 meters tall to around 1.9. Su Hao, puzzled, glanced at the petrified ability user. Could it be that this fellow's ability had reached its limit? He considered whether to take advantage of this moment of desperation and eliminate him first. After all, to him, that was a walking bounty of 300,000. Why not seize the opportunity? He drew out a tranquilizer gun and tentatively fired a few shots in the direction of the muscular man. Unexpectedly, the man did not remain stationary. He swiftly darted behind a marble counter. While the gun could penetrate wooden tables, it could not pierce through marble. This man was indeed at his wit's end. And Su Hao needed to resolve this before he could revert to his stone giant form. More convinced of his assumptions, Su Hao turned to confront the muscular man. Under normal reasoning, anyone would make the same judgment. After all, Su Hao was unaware of the prior conversation and had no inkling that this group of ability users had wickedly shifted their target onto him. Hiding behind the marble counter, the muscular man retrieved a small vial of purplish-red serum from his pocket. A flicker of hesitation crossed his face as he closed his eyes and forcefully injected it into his arm's vein. Within seconds, the serum coursed through his bloodstream. His heart raced as if stimulated by a drug, breathing heavily as his skin flushed crimson and heated, resembling someone boiled in scalding water. As Su Hao rushed to the other side of the marble counter, he was greeted by the sight of the man, now entirely red. Alarmed, he quickly fired several shots. The man let out a primal roar, evading the tranquilizer darts with astonishing speed. He charged towards Su Hao in a bizarre running posture, using both hands and feet, resembling a monster from a horror game. What on earth is happening? Does this guy possess dual abilities? Su Hao was both astonished and frustrated, hastily dodging while using his reconnaissance ability to observe the muscular man again. Shi Qingyang, upright primate, in a state of extraordinary agility, achieved via injection of inferior agility serum. Lasting 10 minutes. Height, 192 centimeters. Current weight, 180 kilograms. Target's current attribute information acquired. Agility burst state. Temporarily gains speed comparable to that of an agility ability user. Physique, 17 points. Strength, 21 points. Agility, 28 points. Mentality, 10 points. Agility serum? Such a thing exists? Su Hao furrowed his brow. Furthermore, the serum's description suggested it was extracted from an agility ability user, most likely. The raw material was taken from that woman in black earlier. This is troublesome, in a desperate situation. His agility is not as high as a true agility ability user's, especially since he must also protect Mo Lishuan. If he hesitates, escaping this building may prove exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, the muscular man, having injected the serum, would struggle to maintain his rationality. Otherwise, if he wielded a gun and faced off against Su Hao, the latter might not survive the encounter. The most pressing issue, however, was that the desperate state only had a little over a minute left. Chapter 72, a mental ability user? The enemy's reinforcements were soon to arrive, while the support from the ability team had yet to materialize. As Su Hao evaded the rampaging muscular man's attacks, every time he attempted to break through the skylight, he was relentlessly intercepted. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Moreover, why did it seem that the equipment provided by the ability team was inferior to that of the criminal organization? What was this agility serum? Has modern science truly developed serums that bestow abilities upon individuals? However, since they did not use the serum from the outset, one could at least deduce that the serum either had severe side effects, was extremely rare and precious, or perhaps both. Though he could endure this extreme escape, the wealthy young lady in his arms was not faring well. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Hao glanced at Mo Lishuan, whose face was ashen. Though she was holding on without crying out, anyone could see she was nearing her limit. Being carried by Su Hao, who moved at 3 times the speed of an ordinary person, while being pursued by a beast-like, frenzied attacker, twisting and turning, left her in a state far more exhilarating than a roller coaster ride. How resilient could a pampered young lady be? She might not even possess the endurance of an average person, and it was remarkable she had made it this far. What if I intercept that guy and let Mo Lishuan escape through the skylight first? As soon as this thought crossed Su Hao's mind, it was quickly dismissed. The criminal organization likely had more than one person left. It would be too dangerous for Mo Lishuan to escape alone. If he exerted all this effort only to have her captured by others, it would be in vain. Just as Su Hao pondered, in a corner of the auditorium, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit appeared, accompanied by several sunglass-clad bodyguards lurking in the shadows. This man did not join the fray. Instead, he hid in a corner, holding a brass pocket watch, subtly swaying it in Su Hao's direction. The watch swung rhythmically like a pendulum, emanating an invisible force that affected Su Hao, who stood dozens of meters away. Dizzy, nauseous, uncomfortable, Su Hao felt as though he were being influenced by an unseen wave, a momentary flash of discomfort crossing his mind, quickly suppressed, aided by both the desperate state, which blocked some negative effects, and his inherently high mental strength. He directed his gaze towards the source of the disturbance, spotting the suited man and his entourage of black-clad bodyguards. Is this fellow also a psychic criminal? Su Hao's thoughts flashed momentarily, and he frowned. Never mind. I shall incapacitate him first. The man in the suit was equally astonished. My psychic interference has no effect? How is that possible? Before he could attempt again, Su Hao seized the opportunity while the formidable, rampaging man was distracted and charged towards him, causing the man's expression to change dramatically. He commanded several black-clad bodyguards beside him to intercept Su Hao. Although puzzled as to why these bodyguards would serve a psychic criminal, Su Hao held nothing back. The physique of the black-clad bodyguards far exceeded that of an ordinary person, yet they were still no match for a psychic, especially against a fortified Su Hao. One punch sent one of them flying without any resistance. Initially, Su Hao thought that after he dispatched the first few bodyguards, the remaining ones would recognize the disparity in power and scatter. To his surprise, rather than fleeing, they charged at him with reckless abandon, attempting to grab his limbs and create obstacles with their bodies. One or two even attempted to bite him. What on earth? Have these people gone mad? Su Hao hastily swung his arms and legs to shake off the bodyguards clinging to him. Uncle Lu, the usually silent Mo Lishuan suddenly recognized one of the bodyguards. Huh? You know this bodyguard who colluded with the kidnappers? Su Hao asked in confusion. Mo Lishuan, in disbelief, replied, Uncle Lu has been our family's bodyguard for over a decade. He practically watched me grow up. He could never collude with kidnappers. Oh. Su Hao furrowed his brow, reaching out to remove the sunglasses from one of the bodyguards. He discovered that the man's eyes were half open, his pupils devoid of life and focus, as if he were caught in a half-dreaming state. These bodyguards were likely not acting of their own volition, but were controlled by the psychic criminal through some means. While Su Hao observed the bodyguards, the man in the suit retreated, shaking a pocket watch in his hand. The frequency of his shaking had changed from before, and he murmured some words that faintly entered Su Hao's mind. "You shall slumber here. You are weary. Sleep now." A sense of dizziness, confusion, and drowsiness washed over him. This bizarre sensation, coupled with the words penetrating his mind, compelled Su Hao to gaze at the pocket watch. His vision followed its sway, and in that instant, the pain from his wounds, the fatigue of his body, and the weariness of his spirit conspired to engulf him, threatening to drag him into a deep slumber. This is hypnosis. Su Hao's heart raced, and he staggered, barely preventing himself from falling. He urgently summoned all his willpower to combat the encroaching drowsiness. Although his mental faculties were superior to those of an average person, they still fell within the realm of normalcy. Faced with a legitimate psychic, he found himself powerless, barely able to resist before succumbing to sleep. What's wrong? Mo Lishuan, having fallen from his embrace, noticed Su Hao's pallor and hurried to support him. "Has your injury worsened? Are you all right?" Su Hao remained silent, discreetly summoning his system's specialization, anxiously searching for a method to break or resist the hypnosis. New specialization acquired. Anti-hypnosis. As expected, upon encountering the method of hypnosis, a new specialization appeared in the system module. "Would you like to spend 10 training points to upgrade anti-hypnosis to beginner level?" 10 training points for just the beginner level? TSK, that's even higher than the 8 Extremes Fist. Fortunately, he still had some training points left, though not many. They were sufficient to elevate anti-hypnosis to an advanced level. "Would you like to spend 40 training points to upgrade anti-hypnosis to advanced level?" Confirm. Instantly, a wealth of information regarding anti-hypnosis flooded into his mind, expanding his knowledge once more. Hypnosis is a form of psychological suggestion that stimulates the visual, auditory, or tactile senses in humans or animals to induce a state of sleep. Typically, the subject must cooperate for the effect to take place, but clearly, a psychic can enforce hypnosis. The man in the suit projected his words directly into Su Hao's mind with his psychic powers, using visual and auditory stimuli merely as support. The true means of hypnosis lay in psychic influence. Such enforced hypnosis is exceedingly difficult to break, only manageable through suppression, and it involves several critical psychological steps. Su Hao swiftly established a psychological defense in his mind according to the steps of anti-hypnosis. After a second, he managed to regain a modicum of mobility. Without making a sound, he discreetly drew out a tranquilizer gun, holding his breath and aiming at the suited man, firing several shots in quick succession. The man in the suit evidently did not anticipate that Su Hao, under the influence of hypnosis, could still draw a gun and shoot. An ordinary person in such a state would struggle to even lift their hand, let alone execute a task requiring intense concentration like shooting. He hastily dodged, but Su Hao's shot sealed off all his escape routes, and the tranquilizer dart inevitably struck his right leg. Chapter 73, Desperate Survival Stone. "Come save me." The man in the suit's face contorted as he felt the sting of the tranquilizer in his leg, urgently calling for the burly man to assist him. He sensed that this bullet was no ordinary one. A potent paralysis sensation was surging through his veins, soon rendering him helpless and unconscious. The earth-shattering power user had been trailing Su Hao closely and lunged at him before the bullet struck, attempting to bear hug him into submission with sheer weight. "Want to engage me in close combat?" Su Hao summoned all his strength, leveraging the momentum to execute a shoulder throw, hurling the burly man away. "Get lost." As he threw the man, he did not forget to take advantage of the opening to fire 2 more shots. Although the burly man was indeed agile, he could not use his strength in midair. Even if he could see the trajectory of the bullets, how could he evade them? Thud! Both tranquilizer darts struck true, embedding themselves in the target's back. The dosage was sufficient to incapacitate even a lion. "It's over." Su Hao sighed with relief, noting that his desperate gamble was nearing its final seconds. Once it concluded, he would inevitably plunge into a state of extreme weakness, a dual depletion of physical vitality and magical reserves, and he might even lose consciousness on the spot. He hoped no new psychic criminals would emerge. Otherwise, he would truly find himself cornered. "Ouch, that hurts." To his astonishment, the burly man struck by the tranquilizer still retained consciousness. He rubbed his back and stood up, glaring menacingly at Su Hao. Upon closer inspection, one could discern several fragments of rock mixed with tranquilizer darts littering the floor behind him, and astonishingly, not a single drop of blood had flowed from his waist. Rock petrification ability? Su Hao was nearly dumbfounded. What kind of joke is this? His extraordinary ability has recovered so swiftly? If this fellow maintains his agility and can still transform into a stone giant, what hope do we have? It would be better to surrender. A titan of immense strength, impervious to blades and bullets, and capable of rapid movement. Just the thought of it is utterly despairing. Despair aside, one must not falter in spirit. With mere seconds left in this desperate struggle, Su Hao forced himself to stand tall, straightening his back, and coldly declared, "If this doesn't resolve your predicament, fine. Let us continue to grind it out. I shall see whether you will slay me first, or if the reinforcements from our ability group shall arrive first." As he spoke, azure light erupted from his palm, crackling with arcs of electricity that enveloped his entire hand. The dancing blue light illuminated his bloodstained, resolute profile, exuding an indescribable aura of impending death. Beside him, Mo Lishuan was entranced, staring blankly at Su Hao's side profile, lost in thought. In truth, Su Hao's heart was racing. Who is not afraid of death? His words were not only a facade to impress the girl before his likely demise, but also a strategy to buy time. While his expression remained impassive, his mind was already cursing the ancestors of Captain Xing. Wasn't it promised that pressing the button would summon help swiftly? It has been nearly 5 or 6 minutes. If they delay any longer, I fear the grass on my grave will be 2 meters high. Retreat. Just as Su Hao's thoughts raced, the man in the suit weakly called out to the brawny man preparing to confront Su Hao. The brawny man, puzzled, replied, "Retreat? Why, boss? My abilities are nearly restored, and with the remaining effects of the serum, it won't take long to subdue this brat." I said retreat. The suited man insisted firmly. "The anesthetics effects are too strong. I can barely hold on. Those outside have already captured the third one. Once I lose consciousness and the hypnosis control is gone, the ability group will burst in within 10 seconds. Can you guarantee you can capture this brat in that time?" 10 seconds. The brawny man hesitated, glancing at the crackling thunder in Su Hao's palm, doubt creeping into his heart. They had fought for so long, and he understood Su Hao's true strength quite well. It was nearly impossible to determine the victor in even several minutes. Moreover, his petrification ability was not fully restored. He could not cover his entire body, and facing this brat's lightning element would undoubtedly be daunting, as he had heard of the destructive power wielded by elemental ability users. However, unbeknownst to him, Su Hao had long since exhausted his capacity to unleash any significant lightning abilities. The arc in his palm was merely a facade. Despite its intimidating appearance, it would likely be less potent than a fly swatter upon contact. The man in the suit felt his eyelids grow heavy. His mental fortitude was strong, and he should not have succumbed easily to sleep. Yet, faced with the physical paralysis induced by the anesthetic, he was helpless, as resistance relied primarily on one's constitution. After a moment's hesitation, the brawny man glared fiercely at Su Hao. "You'll see, kid." With that, he hoisted the nearly unconscious suited man onto his shoulder and bolted at top speed, deliberately evading Su Hao and leaping towards the nearest skylight. Do not let them escape. Seeing that his bluster had indeed intimidated his opponents, Su Hao nearly burst into laughter. However, to maintain his facade, he feigned anger, taking a few steps forward and firing several shots at the brawny man's retreating figure. "Don't pursue," Mo Lishuan urgently interjected. "You're injured like this. If they want to leave, let them go. Preserving your life is more important than anything else." Seeing Su Hao, bloodied and on the verge of pursuing, Mo Lishuan rushed to stop him, wrapping her slender arms around him in a manner that suggested she wouldn't let go unless he agreed. Su Hao frowned. "Let go. I won't." She insisted. "I'm not going." Su Hao sighed. "You're pressing on my wound. It hurts." "Oh, I'm sorry." Mo Lishuan finally realized she had inadvertently touched the gunshot wound on Su Hao's side, which was oozing blood and staining her clothes. Like a startled deer, she released him in a flurry of apologies, her head bowed in embarrassment. "Are you all right? You're bleeding a lot." "Wait, I'll call an ambulance." "You must hold on. It's nothing. I won't die just yet." Su Hao shrugged, attempting to lean against the wall. The desperate struggle has concluded. The overdrawn state of the source of all laws is expected to recover in 3 days. During the recovery period, magical power is halved, and the desperate struggle state cannot be triggered. The system's prompt flashed past, immediately followed by an overwhelming sense of weakness and pain flooding through him. Thud! Su Hao's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, devoid of any numbing sensation. He curled up like a shrimp. Excruciating agony assailing him from every direction. Gunshot wound in his back, fractured left arm, strained muscles, an overtaxed brain, and countless other injuries. In short, There was hardly a part of him that did not ache. The most troubling aspect was that without the suppression of the desperate struggle state, the penetrating wound in his back began to bleed profusely once more, gushing like a fountain, and he could not stop it. The sense of weakness intensified with each passing second. If this continued, he would surely bleed to death. Ordinary individuals suffering such grievous injuries would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. Yet Su Hao, with his robust constitution and mental fortitude, managed to maintain a precarious clarity. The pain tormenting him relentlessly, it would have been preferable to simply lose consciousness. Seeing Su Hao writhing in agony on the ground, his clothes soaked in blood, Mo Lishuan was nearly in tears, rushing to support him. "You must hold on. I'll get you to the hospital. You absolutely won't come to harm. I'll find the world's best doctors to treat you." As she spoke, she strained to lift Su Hao's shoulders, dragging him towards the exit of the hall. At that moment, the previously closed doors of the hall burst open from the outside. Chapter 74. Mission complete. Several armed personnel rushed into the hall, 3 of whom moved with remarkable speed, scanning their surroundings warily. The tremors of the building had long since ceased, though Su Hao had not had the chance to notice amidst the chaos of battle. Su Hao, a graceful silhouette, noticed the blood-soaked Su Hao, supported by Mo Lishuan, and gasped in shock, rushing over like a gust of wind. Upon raising his weary head, Su Hao recognized the newcomer as Miao Yueying. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, "Your timing is impeccable. Had you arrived any later, I would have needed a body collection." Seeing that he still had the energy for jest, Miao Yueying smiled helplessly, understanding that he was at least temporarily out of mortal danger. "I apologize. There has been quite a commotion outside, and our team was entangled, which delayed our entrance." Lacking the strength to inquire further about the unfolding events, Su Hao felt a wave of relief as he saw the ability group taking charge. He closed his eyes, surrendering to unconsciousness. Side quest completed. Quest reward: 500 experience points, 100 training points. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 9 and received 4 attribute points and 1 ability point. The melodious chime of the system notification signified the conclusion of his task. He had done all he could, and what transpired next was no longer his concern. Just before losing consciousness, he seemed to hear Mo Lishuan's urgent voice. "TSK, does this girl really think I am on the brink of death? Is it necessary to call out as if summoning a spirit?" He resigned himself to the thought that this might be the last time he heard her voice. In the foreseeable future, it seemed unlikely that he, an ordinary person, would have any further interaction with this heiress. As darkness enveloped him, he lost all awareness. "Fu Chuan, come quickly to assist." Miao Yueying called out to those behind her. A young man, clad in a white shirt and appearing to be in his mid-20s, hurried over. He did not seem like a doctor. He carried only a basic first aid kit. After briefly assessing Su Hao's injuries, he retrieved bandages and hemostatic powder, working diligently to treat the wounds. This newcomer is severely injured, yet possesses remarkable resilience. A regular person would likely have succumbed by now. Fu Chuan marveled. Extracting a bullet lodged within Su Hao's body with tweezers, cleaning the blood with iodine, and wrapping the gruesomely injured side of his waist with bandages to prevent excessive blood loss before reaching the hospital. Upon completing the bandaging, Fu Chuan's technique resembled that of an amateur. The bandage barely covered the wounds. Next, however, he drew a small knife and sliced open his own wrist. Pressing the oozing blood onto the bandages, an extraordinary event unfolded. The blood did not merely seep through, but astonishingly integrated into the wound. In the blink of an eye, the grievous gunshot wound began to heal at a visible pace, with the once 3 to 4 centimeter gash shrinking to a mere small slit. Mo Lishuan, who stood nearby, was left speechless, while Miao Yueying and the others appeared unfazed. "All done," Fu Chuan stated calmly after a few moments, applying pressure with a hemostatic bandage. "I can only expedite the healing of flesh. I cannot address the fractures or significant blood loss. We must transport him to the hospital immediately." Nodding in agreement, Miao Yueying pressed her finger to the radio communication device at her ear. "Captain, there appear to be no ability criminals on site. They likely fled. Su Hao is gravely injured and in a deep coma from a gunshot wound, with a risk to his life. We should prioritize his transport to the hospital. It is fortunate he is still alive. Arrange for his immediate transfer." Captain Xing, commanding from the battlefield, sighed in relief. "This has truly been a tough ordeal for young Su. We anticipated reaching support within seconds, yet those ability criminals somehow brainwashed a multitude of ordinary people in the venue. And coupled with the individual causing the tremors, They obstructed our team for several minutes. As the conversation progressed, Captain Xing inquired, Miss Mo, are you uninjured? No. Miao Yueying glanced at the anxiously hovering Mo Lishuan. Aside from some bloodstains, she bears no external injuries, though she seems to have suffered quite a scare. As long as she is unharmed, we will not have to report otherwise. Captain Xing exhaled again. All right, clear the scene. If there is an opportunity to pursue the fleeing ability criminals, do so. If not, it is acceptable. We managed to capture one individual, which is not without merit. The singular capture he referenced was the ability criminal responsible for the artificial earthquake at the building's summit, a feat that had cost the ability group considerable effort. Captain, there is more than one, Miao Yueying interjected, her gaze sweeping across the chaotic venue and landing on the lifeless black-clad woman. Based on our search, a fierce battle occurred here, and there lies a deceased woman in black, likely an ability criminal that Su Hao dispatched on the spot. Captain Xing replied, though we were unable to apprehend her alive, it is commendable that Su's primary mission was to protect Miss Mo, and he managed to eliminate an ability criminal under such circumstances. Miao Yueying continued, moreover, there is a comatose man in the security room with drenched clothing. According to the guards, he attempted to assault Miss Mo with ether in the women's restroom and was apprehended by Su Hao. He captured two? Captain Xing expressed astonishment. Though the team he dispatched comprised only 3 members, they had exerted considerable effort to capture one earthquake-manipulating criminal, Su Hao, within the same time frame, had incapacitated and killed 2 ability criminals. This disparity. Another team member responsible for assessing the scene interjected, based on the details and bloodstains. Aside from the initially incapacitated pervert, Su Hao likely battled at least 3 more individuals. However, 2 escaped through the skylight. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Could we request Miss Mo to recount the events? After a thorough inquiry, the ability group gleaned the harrowing details of the past few minutes within the auditorium, and their gazes towards Su Hao brimmed with newfound admiration. Not only did he demonstrate astonishing combat prowess by single-handedly contending with more than 2 ability users, but his refusal to abandon Mo Lishuan in such dire straits also spoke volumes of his noble character, marking him as a trustworthy companion. Shortly thereafter, an ambulance arrived at the scene, lifting Su Hao onto a stretcher and transporting him to the hospital for blood transfusions and urgent care. Mo Lishuan hesitated. May I accompany him? After all, he is my savior. Mo Lishuan's bodyguards were subdued by the man in a suit. Not long ago, they had all been knocked unconscious by Su Hao. Thus, the Mo family had no one to guard her for the time being. Miao Yueying reassured her, you should return to see old Master Mo. He is quite worried about your safety after hearing about the earthquake in the auditorium. As for Su Hao, you need not fret. That fellow is remarkably resilient and is in no danger. She persuaded Mo Lishuan to board the vehicle of the Special Abilities team, escorting her to a safe location. Meanwhile, the remaining personnel continued to secure the scene, while some were stationed outside the auditorium to explain the situation to the prominent figures present. The incident of the Special Abilities criminals' kidnapping concluded, albeit imperfectly. Chapter 75. Over 5 million. In the hospital ward, Su Hao gradually regained consciousness. Did I lose consciousness? Am I in a hospital? Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was lying on a pristine white bed, the room equipped with brand new medical facilities. Presumably a high-grade single-occupancy ward. Just as he attempted to move, he discovered his left arm was entirely encased in plaster, secured to the side of the bed with a splint, while his waist was wrapped in bandages. Any slight movement elicited sharp pain. Frowning, Su Hao noted that while these injuries posed no mortal threat, he would likely be unable to leave the hospital for several weeks. Setting aside the gunshot wound to his side, the fractured arm was a significant concern. The adage of 100 days to heal broken bones was no jest. Even with his superior physical condition, it would take at least a fortnight for recovery. For Su Hao, who was pressed for time, this setback was a considerable loss. Mr. Su, you are awake? A young nurse entered the ward, her voice filled with concern. Would you like something to eat? Do you need a nutritional meal? Yes, please. Su Hao replied, not wishing to be impolite, as he indeed felt a pang of hunger. Before long, the nurse brought a tray containing a hospital nutritional meal, setting up a small table beside the bed, and kindly inquired if he needed assistance with eating. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Hao declined, though his left arm was incapacitated. His right arm still functioned adequately, with only a minor muscle strain, not to the extent that he required someone to feed him. After taking a few bites of the meal, his gaze drifted to the window, noting the dusk settling outside, He furrowed his brow. How long have I been unconscious? The better part of 2 days, the nurse replied. Today is Saturday. Saturday? Suhao was taken aback. He had been unconscious from Thursday night until Saturday evening. A full 2 days wasted. A wave of frustration washed over him. Normally, he could have advanced a level or two in that time. Now, injured, he would be unable to undertake tasks or level up, forced to lie in bed nursing his wounds. Fortunately, he had apprehended several special abilities criminals, earning at least several 100,000 in rewards. Otherwise, he would have truly suffered a significant loss. After finishing his meal, Suhao asked the nurse tidying the tray, "Could you please pass me my phone? I would like to make a call." "Mr. Su, your phone was shattered long ago, and your previous clothing is no longer wearable. Please use my phone to call," she said, producing a pink-cased phone from her pocket and handing it over. "Thank you," Suhao replied, slightly taken aback. The nurse waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks. You are our patient. If you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know." Patient. Suhao glanced around. This ward was not only private, but also had a pleasant and serene atmosphere, complete with dedicated nursing services. It likely cost nearly 1,000 a day. He anticipated the organization would be so generous. He took the phone and dialed Team Leader Xing. "Hello? Team Leader, it's Suhao." "Ah, Xiao Su, you're awake." The voice on the other end carried a hint of surprise. "How is your health? Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Suhao inquired. "Have all the special abilities criminals been apprehended? Is Miss Imo safe?" "Rest assured, Miss Imo is quite safe. As for the criminals, we have captured most. Though 2 remain unaccounted for," Team Leader Xing chuckled. "But let's not dwell on that. Xiao Su, you have made a significant contribution this time. Not only did you protect Miss Imo without harm, but of the 3 special abilities criminals captured by our organization, you personally dealt with 2. The higher-ups have decided to award you a bonus of 600,000. Additionally, a no-interest loan of 200,000 has also been approved. Though I suspect you may not need it at present." "That's wonderful." Suhao beamed, a smile gracing his face. 600,000. His efforts were not in vain. It was a pity he and T managed to capture that burly man and the suited gentleman as well. Otherwise, he could have earned an additional 600,000. Those 2 were likely the ones Team Leader Xing mentioned were still at large. Moreover, Team Leader Xing added mysteriously, "There's a surprise. Can you guess what it is?" "Team Leader, have you taken to teasing me?" "Surely, I won't guess it." Suhao, in high spirits, speculated, "Could it be that I've been promoted to a 3rd-tier member?" "Not yet, but you're close. This mission has garnered you 60 points, leaving you just 10 points shy of promotion," Team Leader Xing stated plainly. "What I wanted to tell you is that old Master Mo is immensely grateful for your efforts in saving his granddaughter. He has decided to donate 100 million to support our special abilities team, and he has also allocated an additional 5 million as a token of gratitude to you." 5 million. Suhao was nearly propelled from his bed in shock. "Goodness, I had initially hoped to earn 100,000 from this mission, but I never expected to net over 5 million. Haha, a mere injury and a few days away from tasks is hardly a loss, not a loss at all." Suhao chuckled, his mind racing with plans for how to spend this windfall. Had he been working at a company, it might have taken him a lifetime to earn such an amount. Yet, he understood well that this 5 million was merely a drop in the bucket. In the future, he would undoubtedly amass even greater wealth. "Xiao Su, focus on your recovery," Team Leader Xing advised. "I'm busy tracking down the remaining 2 special abilities criminals, so I may not visit you, but Miao and the others will come by shortly." "Wait, don't hang up yet." Suddenly recalling something, Suhao said with irritation, "We need to discuss something seriously. You promised that pressing the button would summon support quickly. Why has it been 7 or 8 minutes without anyone showing up? Do you know I nearly lost my life in there?" About that." Team Leader Xing hesitated. There were some unexpected incidents at the scene. For specifics, you should consult Xiao Miao and the others. Initially, this task only garnered 40 points, but the organization decided to grant you an additional 20 points as compensation. Unexpected incidents? Suhao speculated on what had transpired outside, yet he felt compelled to negotiate for his due benefits. "Team Leader, to dismiss me with just 20 points seems rather inadequate. I'm not particularly greedy. Perhaps you could add another 10 points to make it an even sum, allowing me to be promoted to a level 3 member?" Team Leader Xing, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied, "Well, I can submit another request to higher-ups after some time." "All right, I appreciate your help." After hanging up, Suhao returned the phone to the nurse. He contemplated, "May I inquire when I might be discharged?" The nurse replied, "Mr. Su, while your lateral wound has not affected any internal organs, the hospital recommends that you remain under observation for at least half a month. Moreover, Considering the severity of your shoulder fracture, the cast cannot be removed for several months. Chapter 76. The blood of Tithonus. Oh, so the injuries aren't too severe. Su Hao reflected, reassured by his remarkable recovery abilities. As long as the gunshot wound hadn't affected his internal organs, he believed he would be fine. I intend to check out tomorrow. Is that feasible? Tomorrow? Surely you jest. The nurse, eager to dissuade Su Hao from his discharge plans, handed him a medical report. You may not fully grasp the extent of your injuries. The hospital does not recommend your discharge within the next 2 weeks. Upon reviewing the medical report, Su Hao was taken aback by the extensive list: systemic muscle strain, severe shoulder fracture, adrenal insufficiency, excessive blood loss, and rib injuries. A lengthy series of medical terminologies that could overwhelm the average person. To have all these afflictions categorized under one individual, surviving was indeed a miracle bestowed by the heavens. Do I really have such severe injuries? Su Hao scratched his head, suspecting the examination may have been conducted during his weakened state. After the aftermath of his decisive battle, the lingering effects had exacerbated his condition, reducing all attributes by 50%, making his injuries appear more grave than they truly were. In reality, he was not in a life-threatening situation. Very well, I shall remain for a few more days. Looking at the cast and bandages enveloping his body, he recognized that in his current state, undertaking any tasks was out of the question. The nurse summoned the doctor responsible for his injuries, who inquired about his condition and conducted a brief examination. The process of checking the healing progress was concluded swiftly. Back in his hospital room, Su Hao lay alone on the bed, gazing at the ceiling. He accessed the system panel. Oh, I've leveled up to 9. It made sense. The mission to protect Mo Lashuan had bestowed upon him a bountiful 2,000 experience points, making this advancement unsurprising. Let's see how many experience points are required to reach level 10. 6,000? That's quite a leap, as expected. Su Hao pondered. Having unlocked the ability module upon reaching level 5, he wondered what new skills might be revealed at this pivotal level 10. He sensed that the system was more intricate than what he had currently uncovered. Then there was the matter of his 4 attribute points. If he allocated them all to his physical constitution, perhaps he could expedite his recovery. As for justification, was there any need for an explanation when an extraordinary individual could heal swiftly? He had already showcased his lightning abilities, surely. A minor detail like rapid wound healing would not be a concern. However, he found himself leaning toward augmenting his mental attributes. Mental prowess was his sole shortcoming, and the benefits of enhancing this aspect were evident. Not only would it invigorate his thinking, but it would also empower him to manipulate various abilities with greater ease. Without hesitation, he allocated all 4 points to his mental attribute. His mind sharpened, and his mental attribute surged to 19 points. Regarding his recovery, he recognized that relying solely on physical enhancement was not a sustainable solution. He needed to explore corresponding abilities. After all, he couldn't keep using up all his attribute points every time he sustained injuries. Su Hao delved into the powers tree. It displayed an array of abilities. And in the lower right corner, he was surprised to discover that he possessed not just 1, but 2 ability points. I nearly forgot about the ability crystal. That's an extra point accrued every 3 days. With 2 ability points, his options expanded significantly, as only 1 point was needed to activate any ability. He continued to search for abilities that could expedite his healing, and, unsurprisingly, there were several options available, although most were beyond his financial reach. Regeneration of severed limbs. Severed limbs or non-essential body parts will regenerate completely within a day. If powered by a mana source, limbs can be regenerated within a minute at the cost of substantial mana and stamina, 2 ability points. Vital flesh, blood and flesh that regenerate infinitely like cancer cells. As long as the brain and heart remain intact, even the most severe injuries can heal themselves. Though the recovery duration and severity will consume considerable mana and stamina, 5 ability points. Blood of Tithonus, a curse from Zeus. The blood of a mortal beloved by the goddess of dawn. Those who obtain this blood cannot be killed by any harm to their flesh, even if reduced to ashes. They shall be reborn from the dust. 10 ability points. Blood of Tithonus? Is this truly an ability rather than a curse? Su Hao was astonished upon encountering this skill. During his university years, he had studied some of the myths from Olympus. As described, Tithonus was a mortal loved by the goddess of dawn. Yet, it was universally acknowledged that mortals and gods are fundamentally different. Human lifespans are fleeting, mere decades compared to the immortality of the divine. And no matter how profound their love, death would ultimately separate them. Thus, the goddess of dawn implored Zeus to grant Tithonus eternal life. What kind of character was Zeus? Anyone familiar with the myths from Olympus would know that beneath the facade of the king of the gods lay a depraved individual with extreme interests and proclivities. After much pleading from the goddess, Zeus ultimately agreed to fulfill her wish. However, the king of the gods, in a display of malevolence, exploited a loophole in language and cruelly granted Tithonus immortality without eternal youth. The outcome was predictable. Tithonus continued to age relentlessly. Over the millennia, the goddess of dawn could only watch helplessly as her beloved transformed from youth to old age, ultimately becoming so frail that he resembled a mere cricket. Having forgotten even the speech of man, yet still enduring a life of suffering, people often seek immortality, overlooking the fact that eternal life can also be a form of punishment. Nevertheless, I cannot afford such a power for now. It is best to avoid it altogether. Su Hao shrugged, preparing to search for abilities that would accelerate his injury recovery, when he noticed a ripple in the ability tree diagram. Tithonus's blood had unexpectedly branched out. Fragmented Tithonus's blood, derived from Zeus's curse, the incomplete blood of the one loved by the goddess of dawn. Those who acquire this blood will gain a weakened form of bodily regeneration. By channeling mana and physical strength, the recovery process can be accelerated. One ability point required. One ability point? Weakened bodily regeneration? Su Hao felt a surge of excitement. Proper bodily regeneration required 5 ability points, which he could not afford. Yet this fragmented blood only required 1. Although the effect was diminished, its cost-effectiveness was undeniable. It was even cheaper than regenerating a severed finger. Moreover, this branch of fragmented Tithonus's blood included murky and pure variations, ultimately leading to the true Tithonus's blood. Chapter 77. A visit evolution step by step? Transitioning from fragmented to murky would require 2 more points, from murky to pure 3 points, and from pure to complete 4 points, totaling 10 ability points. Su Hao pondered carefully. Installment payments seemed quite appealing. Upon reflection, the curse of immortality in mythology was not so daunting after all. It was merely Tithonus's lack of perpetual youth that led him to his current state. However, Su Hao was different. He possessed a system. In fact, the ability to retain eternal youth was also present in the system. He had seen it long ago, but it required 5 ability points to unlock, and at that time, he had not given it much thought, considering he was still young and not particularly concerned with the vanity of youth. Yet, combining the ability of eternal youth with Tithonus's blood would grant him complete immortality. 15 ability points for an eternal life that countless individuals yearn for. What an astonishing bargain. With determination, he activated the fragmented Tithonus's blood, and a surge of warmth coursed through every vein in his body, escalating from warmth to searing heat, causing Su Hao to wince in pain. Fortunately, this intense sensation was fleeting. Soon after, an itch spread across his body as if countless tiny creatures were gnawing at his muscles, an unbearable tingling sensation, particularly intense at the wounds on his waist and shoulder. He could hardly resist the urge to scratch, cautiously unwrapping the bandage around his waist. He was not surprised to find that the stitched wound was healing at a visibly accelerated rate. The scar, which had previously shown signs of bleeding, soon fully healed, with scabs falling away, while the internal injury continued to mend, albeit at a slower pace. The broken bone in his left arm also sent tingling sensations through the fractured area, but healing such injuries was evidently more challenging. Let me calculate how long it would take for this fragmented Tithonus's blood to completely restore penetrating wounds and severe fractures without the use of mana or physical strength. Su Hao glanced at the clock nearby, confirmed the time, and closed his eyes, waiting for the itch of healing to subside completely. 10 minutes passed. The itching sensation throughout his body had entirely ceased. Could such severe injuries truly heal in just 10 minutes? Su Hao opened his eyes in astonishment. Wounds that would typically require at least half a month to recover were healed in a mere 10 minutes with the aid of fragmented Tithonus's blood. The speed was exponentially faster. While this pace could not compare to the instantaneous healing of critical injuries, it was undeniably a powerhouse ability for post-battle recovery. If he were to channel a considerable amount of mana and physical strength, this ability could prove invaluable during combat. He did not expect it to match the seconds-long healing of critical injuries. But if he could heal most wounds within a span of 10 or 20 seconds, it would suffice. Imagine being locked in a fierce battle, both you and your enemy barely clinging to life, prepared to take each other down, only for you to suddenly find your injuries healing rapidly, restoring you to near-peak condition in mere seconds. How despairing would that be for your foe? Just thinking about it is exhilarating. In future perilous situations, the risk of encountering life-and-death crises would be significantly diminished. The fragmented Tithonus's blood lacked the full potency of the complete version. If the injuries were too severe, he could still perish. Fatal wounds to the head, heart, or excessive blood loss could still lead to death. For an ability unlocked with just one ability point, one could not expect too much, could they? With another ability point at his disposal, Su Hao gazed at the ability tree diagram, contemplating. Originally, he had collected abilities valued at 1 point, totaling 9 options. Excluding the 5 elemental abilities, there remained 4: invisibility, X-ray vision, absolute balance, and near-death lifeline. In terms of synergy with Tithonus's blood, the near-death lifeline appeared to be the best choice. As long as he could hold on to his breath for 3 minutes, he could activate Tithonus's blood to restore the injured area, achieving a form of immortality. However, once Tithonus's blood was fully upgraded, the near-death lifeline would become obsolete. After all, how could one be near death if they could not die at all? Never mind, I shall keep it for now and activate it when needed. For the sake of efficiency, Su Hao decided not to unlock the near-death lifeline immediately, but to take a moment to reflect. After toying with the ability tree diagram for half an hour while lying in bed, he found himself with little to do and decided to peruse most of the abilities. The door to the hospital room creaked open, revealing 2 familiar figures, Miao Yueying and Ji Qingmin, whom he had met once before. Su Hao, how is your recovery coming along? Miao Yueying asked, holding a gift of consolation. Upon seeing Su Hao lying in bed in a daze, she flicked his forehead playfully. You've been unconscious for so long, and now you're just staring into space? The hospital diagnosis made no mention of any injury to your brain nerves, did it? Su Hao was speechless. Is this how you visit the injured? I demand a change of personnel. All right, our esteemed benefactor. It seems I was mistaken, Miao Yueying chuckled, retrieving a can of hot coffee from her pocket and handing it to Su Hao. You've certainly made quite the impression this time. Single-handedly taking down 2 adversaries and scaring off another 2, all while protecting that wealthy young lady from harm, whereas we couldn't even gain entry outside. How can there be such a disparity between people? Su Hao shrugged. People are driven by necessity. Miao Yueying grimaced in disdain. You're so crude. Don't misinterpret my words. I meant no double entendre, Su Hao replied, his expression darkening as he looked at Miao Yueying and Ji Qingmin. Shouldn't you explain why I was battling inside the auditorium for 7 or 8 minutes without any support? It's rather peculiar. We didn't anticipate this situation, Ji Qingmin explained helplessly. Upon receiving your signal, we rushed from our hidden base to the auditorium, only to be caught off guard by the tremors of the building. We assumed it was an earthquake and were blocked by the surging crowd, making it impossible to enter immediately. Oh, that indeed was unavoidable. Originally, Xiao Chun and Xiao Miao intended to enter through the skylight to assist you, but they unexpectedly encountered the ability-wielding criminal responsible for the tremors and prioritized capturing him. Ji Qingmin continued. No wonder the shaking ceased so quickly. Prioritizing the apprehension of that dangerous individual was the right call. Once the tremors stopped and the crowd calmed, the remaining members of our ability group planned to enter the auditorium to aid you, only to find ourselves blocked by a throng of people who refused to let us in, even going so far as to close the main entrance. Those who obstructed us were prominent figures in the business world, and we dared not resort to violence against them. We had to find a way around. But wherever we went, they surrounded us, acting as if they had lost their minds, preventing us from finding an opportunity to rush into the auditorium. It was only later that we discovered that this group had been hypnotized by an ability-wielding criminal. Hypnotized? Su Hao's lips twitched. So it was that suited man's doing. No wonder support arrived promptly after I knocked him out. Was his ability truly that formidable, capable of hypnotizing so many individuals to serve his purposes? I had presumed the black-clad bodyguards in the auditorium represented the limit of his hypnotic reach, but it seems I was mistaken. The suited man you refer to is likely Jiang Mingzhi, the psychic ability user, Ji Qingmin noted. He is indeed very dangerous, able to effortlessly hypnotize those with lower mental strength. 2 years ago, a bounty of nearly 3 million was placed on his capture. Yet he is cunning and has never been seen in public. Yesterday was probably our closest opportunity to apprehend him. A bounty of 3 million? Su Hao's eyes widened. Had he known the suited man was worth such a fortune, he would have fought tooth and nail to delay them for a few more seconds. After all, once the suited man was incapacitated, support would swiftly follow. Regrettably, hindsight is always 20/20. Miao Yueying pulled over a small stool and whispered, Su Hao, is it true that you've awakened the lightning element ability? Su Hao nodded. Yes, while I was battling the petrifying ability user in the auditorium. My lightning element ability awakened unexpectedly. Unfortunately, his petrifying ability counters mine, or else I wouldn't have fared so poorly. The ability group must have learned of his awakening from Mo Lishuan, as arcs of electricity danced in his palm, unmistakably indicating lightning. Miao Yueying's eyes sparkled with interest. Show me. I've never seen an elemental ability user before. Xiao Miao, Ji Qingmin shot her a warning glance. Su Xiao is still an injured party. Miao Yueying shrugged. Then never mind. You can perform once you've healed. But alas, it seems unlikely that will happen within half a month. Not necessarily. Su Hao replied with a playful smile, raising his right hand. Fingers curled as arcs of brilliant azure lightning erupted, crackling like a stun baton, slicing through the air as if dancing like sprites between his fingers. After concentrating his mental strength to 19 points, his control over the ability had grown increasingly adept. That is indeed quite remarkable, Miao Yueying remarked, her eyes wide as she watched the arcs of electricity flicker at his fingertips, instinctively reaching out to touch them, but quickly restraining herself from such a reckless act. Ji Qingmin paused for a moment. Young man, refrain from using your abilities while hospitalized. I've heard elemental abilities can be quite taxing on the body. I'm fine, Su Hao replied nonchalantly, leaping off the bed and casually removing the cast from his left shoulder, stretching. My injuries have healed. Miao Yueying and Ji Qingmin stared at him in disbelief, their mouths agape, unable to articulate their astonishment. After a long silence, Ji Qingmin managed to splutter, but the hospital diagnosed you with severe injuries. How have you recovered so rapidly? Miao Yueying added, puzzled. Just 2 days ago, I saw you nearly crossing to the other side. How could you possibly be healed so soon? No hospital possesses such technology. Did you consume some miraculous elixir? Su Hao, unperturbed, fabricated an explanation. I'm not quite sure what happened, but after awakening, I found my injuries inexplicably healed. Perhaps it's a side effect of the ability? An ability? Miao Yueying pondered, stroking her chin. Could it be that you've awakened yet another unique ability? Ji Qingmin hesitated. That seems implausible. Su Xiao has already awakened the rare, ordinary, and elemental abilities. I've never heard of anyone awakening 3 different types. Has there truly never been a record of a triple awakening? In light of this, Su Hao chose not to reveal his Titanus bloodline. My rapid recovery might be attributed to the additional effects of awakening an elemental ability. Consider this, when abilities are awakened, they often manifest visible phenomena throughout the body. Thus, recovering from injuries is not entirely inconceivable. That makes sense, Miao Yueying agreed. Before I awakened my ability, I had a knee injury from my school days that would ache whenever I ran quickly, but after awakening, that pain vanished entirely. The awakening of abilities could indeed restore injuries. With no better explanation available, Ji Qingmin reluctantly accepted this reasoning. Su Hao placed the removed bandages and cast on the hospital bed. So, can I be discharged now? Given his swift recovery, he knew he couldn't casually inform the hospital and would have to resolve it through the ability group. If you insist, I will call the team leader later to have the hospital arrange your discharge. Ji Qingmin added, however, I personally suggest that you stay in the hospital a little longer to avoid any lingering ailments. Su Hao waved his hand. No need. I feel perfectly fine. Team leader Xing was equally astonished by Su Hao's recovery, much like Miao Yueying, and after much discussion, he finally agreed to let Su Hao leave the hospital. The 3 of them chatted idly in the ward for a while, and once the discharge procedures were completed, Su Hao strode out of the hospital, bidding farewell to Ji Qingmin and Miao Yueying. On the way, he stopped by a store to buy a new phone before taking a taxi home. There is no place as comfortable as one's own home. Even when it comes to recuperation, one must return home to truly heal. Nestled comfortably on the sofa, Su Hao switched on the air conditioning and retrieved a can of cold beverage from the refrigerator, savoring a delightful sip. One word, refreshing. He then took out his phone, gazing at the string of numbers in his banking app, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Over 5 million. How should he spend this money? Tomorrow, he would go to a dealership to buy a car. But what kind of car should he purchase? Su Hao had not yet contemplated this question. Initially, he thought a car worth 200,000 to 300,000 would suffice, but with this unexpected windfall of over 5 million, opting for a car in that price range would seem rather unworthy. For him, the primary value of a car lay in commuting between the ability group and home, making future missions more convenient. Moreover, driving a luxury vehicle would certainly enhance his image. allowing him to show off a bit to his neighbors and parents back in his hometown. If he were to use this car for missions, it would be prudent to consider investing in a bulletproof vehicle. Regular cars are too fragile. In the event of a collision, the repair costs could be substantial. Not to mention the safety concerns for someone like him who often deals with various perilous tasks. As for the specific model, perhaps he should first visit the dealership tomorrow. $5 million would undoubtedly be sufficient for a standard luxury car, but he must weigh whether the funds would cover a bulletproof one. After finishing his drink, Suhao turned off the lights and prepared for bed. Just as he settled into his blankets, the doorbell rang. He was puzzled. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and even his neighbor, Xiao Yi, would likely be asleep. Who could be knocking on his door at this hour? Opening the door, he could hardly believe his eyes at the sight before him. Mo Lishuan. You, what are you doing here? Suhao exclaimed, astonished. He had never imagined that Mo Lishuan would be the one knocking on his door at such an hour. What could this wealthy young lady possibly want? I came to thank you, Mo Lishuan replied, wearing a black shirt and a small felt hat, her presence exuding a dreamy beauty in the dim light. She blinked her large eyes, surveying Suhao. I heard you woke up. I intended to visit you in the hospital, but upon arriving, I learned you had already been discharged. Are you truly all right? I've fully recovered, Suhao replied casually, peeking his head out and glancing around. Where's your bodyguard? Wait, you didn't come here alone, did you? Of course. My parents wouldn't let me go to the hospital to see you, so I sneaked out, Mo Lishuan said nonchalantly, tilting her head toward the room. I went through quite a bit of trouble to find your home. Aren't you going to invite me in? Since she had gone through the trouble of sneaking out, Suhao relented and let her in. He closed the door and pulled out his phone to call team leader Xing. Mo Lishuan quickly lunged for the phone. Hey, who are you calling? I'm calling our team leader to have him send you back, Suhao replied, evading her grasp. Don't you know that 2 kidnappers escaped the other day? They might still be watching you, ready to act at any moment. You dare to sneak out at such a critical time? Mo Lishuan blinked. But I heard that the kidnappers have already fled the city. The police conducted a thorough search and couldn't find any trace of them. They wouldn't dare to come back and kidnap me again, would they? Listening to her was futile. What if they hadn't given up? One should never joke about personal safety. Suhao was unaware that if those 2 escaped-ability criminals were still hiding in the city, it was not Mo Lishuan they were after, but likely him. The value of an elemental ability user far surpassed that of a wealthy young lady. Hey, Mo Lishuan said, sitting on the sofa and tapping her shoes. It's not urgent to send me back right now. Can you give me 10 more minutes? I have some questions to ask you. Suhao paused his phone call. What is it? Speak. He noticed that this wealthy young lady was entirely different from the poised persona he had first encountered. His initial impression was of a beautiful and elegant young lady. Yet now she seemed like a rebellious child, willful, naive, and a bit silly. By the way, are you really better? You were so badly injured just 2 days ago. Mo Lishuan inquired, leaning in to peek at Suhao's side, trying to lift his shirt. My recovery ability is quite strong. Those minor injuries are nothing, Suhao said, evading her hand and pulling aside his shirt to reveal his unblemished lower back. Not even a scar remained. Such was the power of the blood of Titanos. Even in its incomplete form, it possessed unparalleled regenerative capabilities. That's amazing. Mo Lishuan's eyes sparkled, akin to a child discovering something wondrous. How many superpowers do you actually have to recover from such a severe injury so quickly? By the way, can you show me that ability of generating electricity from your palm again? Not a chance, Suhao firmly denied. It was absurd. His electrical elemental ability was not a toy to be displayed at will. Although he occasionally played with it when alone, he certainly wouldn't show it just because she asked. That would be rather undignified. Furthermore, he had no intentions toward Mo Lishuan. Despite her beauty and affluent background, his disinterest stemmed from a sense of pride. Why not? Mo Lishuan questioned, puzzled. Is that electricity ability very taxing? Suhao casually remarked. Yes, it's quite substantial. One would need to consume numerous supplements and rest for many days to recuperate. It cannot be used indiscriminately. Oh, I see, Mo Lishuan probed. What if I offer you 1 million to buy supplements in exchange for a performance? Before Suhao could decline, he caught a certain number in her offer. Wait. What did you say? Could you repeat that? Mo Lishuan responded matter-of-factly. I said I would give you 1 million for supplements. That's all the pocket money I have for these days, and it also serves as a small token of gratitude for saving me the other day. A mere million. He thought, does she truly believe this paltry temptation could sway my previous stance? Suhao scoffed dismissively, yet, with a hint of contradiction, raised his hand, summoning crackling arcs of lightning in his palm. Mo Lichuan gazed in astonishment at the dancing electric arcs, her mouth agape, her fair cheeks illuminated by the lightning's glow, casting a charming azure hue, evoking a sense of endearing innocence. Can you project it like in video games? For instance, a lightning ball or a chain lightning? She inquired. I haven't tried, but perhaps I can, Su Hao mused, uncertain. Previously, he had only attempted to gather the lightning element between his palms, producing a powerful arc. Yet he had never tested its projection. Once detached, the arc would likely dissipate due to the physics at play. With his mental power now at 19, he conceived an idea. Stand back, preferably by the entrance. I will conduct an experiment to avoid any accidental harm to you. He retrieved an iron pot from the kitchen and placed it upon a stool. Stepping back a few paces, he brought his palms together, rubbing them to intensify the crackling sound of the arc. Then, with a stance reminiscent of a martial arts pose, he aimed at the iron pot several meters away, amplifying the thunderous output. With a resounding crack, a bolt of lightning shot forth from his palm, twisting through the air before striking the iron pot with pinpoint accuracy. Instantly, the pot glowed red-hot from the immense energy. Had an ordinary person been hit, they would have faced severe repercussions. Even Su Hao was astonished by the power of the thunder. Within a few meters, the lightning would automatically seek its next conductive target, and humans, indeed, serve as excellent conductors. Should he increase the output, he could possibly hit a target several meters away. However, the fatal flaw remained. He had no control over the lightning's target. It would always prioritize the nearest one, even if it meant striking someone behind him. Fortunately, he had advised Mo Lichuan to keep her distance. Inadvertently harming her, a wealthy heiress, would have led to significant complications. He had inadvertently omitted a segment from Chapter 58, Apologies. Su Hao allocated his level-up points to physique and strength, resulting in his current attributes. Physique, 25, strength, 20, agility, 20, mental power, 19. Chapter 80, Refusal to be a bodyguard impressive. Mo Lichuan exclaimed, witnessing the thunderous display, completely unaware that she had narrowly escaped peril. She clapped her hands excitedly. Can you do it again? Not possible, Su Hao replied, glancing at the scalding pot, concerned it might damage the stool. He hesitated before fetching a basin of water from the bathroom to cool it down. With a hiss, steam billowed as the pot cooled. Yet the room transformed into a sauna, the air conditioner powerless against the rising heat. On a sweltering summer day, who could endure such oppressive humidity? Su Hao hurried to turn on the kitchen's exhaust fan, beckoning Mo Lichuan to the bedroom, closing the door to wait for the steam to dissipate. What a cozy little room you have, Mo Lichuan observed, glancing around. Cozy? Su Hao was at a loss for words. Although his bedroom was under 10 square meters, it hardly seemed cramped. The mindset of a wealthy heiress was beyond his comprehension. I've shown you my abilities. Now it's time for you to leave, right? Not so fast. Mo Lichuan blinked playfully. I still have questions to ask. What else can I do? Su Hao sighed. Go ahead. Would you consider being my personal bodyguard? She cheerfully inquired. You can set your monthly salary. I guarantee an annual income of no less than 10 million. What do you think? 10 million a year. Su Hao swallowed hard. The allure was undeniably great. Did this girl perceive my vulnerabilities, tempting me with the wicked lure of money? Had it not been for his position in the ability group, he might have readily accepted without a second thought. Being a personal bodyguard promised ample remuneration and minimal responsibilities, alongside the opportunity to be surrounded by beauty and potentially mingle with high society. Typically, he would only be occupied during emergencies, far more relaxed and secure than his current role in the ability group. Yet, compared to the benefits of his position within the ability group, the remuneration of being a bodyguard paled significantly. While it might yield short-term wealth, the long-term drawbacks were considerable. Following Mo Lichuan daily would leave him little time for missions and leveling up. In the ability group, each mission provided substantial experience points, allowing for rapid advancement akin to riding a rocket. Furthermore, he could establish connections with the Research Institute, gaining access to precious serums used by petrified ability users, and possibly even the opportunity to encounter ability crystals. It is worth noting that the National Research Institute stands at the forefront of scientific inquiry. Any valuable treasures worthy of research would undoubtedly be dispatched there promptly. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in being a personal bodyguard. After careful consideration, Su Hao resolutely declined. However, should you find yourself in danger again, you can still issue a task through the ability group for me to come protect you for a few days. Mo Lichuan appeared taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a straightforward refusal. She had just witnessed his rapid change of attitude upon hearing the million. Did he not need money? Unbeknownst to her. For Su Hao, any side income was merely a bonus, yet his long-term focus remained on leveling up. Compared to the invincible system, money was inconsequential, merely an external possession. After reassuring himself, he managed to suppress the allure of the 10 million salary. Alas, it is often said that money is a double-edged sword, and yet it possesses an undeniable charm. Is there anything else? Su Hao once again picked up his phone. If there's nothing urgent, I'll have Team Leader Xing take you home. It's rather inappropriate for a young lady like you to be wandering around my house at this late hour. Mo Lishuan, however, appeared unconcerned, plopping herself down on the edge of the bed. What is there to worry about? Are you really going to do anything to me as a law enforcement officer? Right, officer? I'm not a police officer, much less an uncle, Su Hao replied, rubbing his forehead. Do I look that old? I should only be 5 or 6 years your senior. Not at all, just joking, Mo Lishuan chuckled. This time, Su Hao did not hesitate and swiftly dialed Team Leader Xing's number. Xiao Su, what is the matter at this hour? I'm quite busy here. Su Hao replied calmly. I think you should come over to my house. Oh, Miss Mo is in your room. Oh, is that the issue? I understand. What do you mean? Su Hao was taken aback. Do you really think that young lady could just sneak out of her house? That was permitted by old Master Mo. And there have been 2 team members and a bunch of bodyguards discreetly protecting her all along, besides fulfilling her wishes. We were also hoping to lure out the remaining 2 ability criminals. Su Hao was speechless. Upon reflection, it made sense. How could an ordinary girl like Mo Lishuan easily escape from a heavily guarded mansion? Did he really think that bodyguards and security were just for show? However, he was surprised to learn that the ability team was using Mo Lishuan as bait. All right, it's been a while and the ability criminals haven't made a move. Can't you take her back now? Well, Team Leader Xing hesitated. Old Master Mo said she could return whenever she wanted, and we can't intervene. Xiao Su, could you chat with her a bit more? Find a way to get her to leave of her own accord? Old Master Mo was now one of their major investors in the ability division, not just with his hefty donation of 100 million, but also with some shares acquired through higher-ups, thus holding significant influence that couldn't be easily dismissed. Indeed, money could truly grant one the freedom to act at will. Since Team Leader Xing was of no help, Su Hao could only hang up, his gaze filled with helplessness as he looked at Mo Lishuan, who was staring at him from the bed's edge. My lady, what would it take for you to return home? I just recovered from my injuries and need to rest. Otherwise, I might just let you sleep here. Mo Lishuan feigned innocence. Didn't you just call Team Leader Xing? Why haven't they sent someone to pick me up? They said you should go back on your own, believe it or not. Is someone following me since I stepped out? Mo Lishuan seemed to guess correctly, likely having been protected in the shadows before. Yes, Su Hao replied. You can swagger back home now. I won't see you off. Mo Lishuan pretended to be pitiful. Are you really going to let a beautiful girl walk home alone? Aren't you going to escort me? Letting you go? Absolutely not. Su Hao knew she wasn't truly alone. There must be a whole entourage of bodyguards watching over her. Mo Lishuan revealed a clever smile. Then I simply want to leave. Great. This girl likely deduced that the ability team was eager for her to stay longer to lure out the remaining 2 criminals, as long as it wasn't dangerous. Fine. I'll escort you. Su Hao relented, eager to send this high-maintenance lady away as soon as possible. He was puzzled as to why this rich young lady seemed so intrigued by him. Perhaps it was due to his powers or the fact that he saved her. Regardless, Su Hao was disinterested in getting too entangled with her. Their identities were too different. Mo Lishuan shook her phone. Let us add each other on WeChat. Why add WeChat? If you don't add me, how will you transfer money? Most of my pocket money is in WeChat. All right, do as you wish. After adding each other, Mo Lishuan asked for his bank card number, ultimately transferring the money through that, proving that the WeChat transfer was just a pretext. Su Hao was aware that there was a daily limit on WeChat transfers. As he escorted Mo Lishuan to the entrance of her apartment complex, Su Hao scanned the surroundings. And with his keen insight, it was easy to spot that there were indeed several people lurking in the shadows. Seeing Su Hao waiting for a taxi at the curb, Mo Lishuan asked in surprise, Aren't you driving me? I don't have a car, Su Hao shrugged. I was just planning to buy one. Oh, after standing by the roadside for nearly 10 minutes, perhaps due to the late hour, no taxi passed by. What a hassle. Su Hao occasionally glanced at the shadows, wondering why these people couldn't just drive a car over to take this rich young lady home, instead of making him, a recently awakened patient, go through the trouble. Mo Lishuan suggested, why don't we walk a bit further? Your neighborhood is too remote. There are hardly any taxis passing by at night, expressing a hint of disdain. All right, we'll have to do that, he conceded, as waiting indefinitely for a taxi seemed impractical. The streets in the deep of night were exceptionally quiet, with few people wandering about and only an occasional vehicle breaking the silence. Initially, they walked in silence. Suhao simply preferred not to talk, while Mo Lishuan seemed to be searching for a topic. This young girl was filled with curiosity about him and his abilities, and curiosity could often be quite troublesome, especially for someone like Suhao, who held many secrets. His task system was not something to be probed too deeply. Under the dim night sky, Suhao noticed the jade pendant around Mo Lishuan's delicate neck, which occasionally glimmered with a subtle radiance. Its purplish-red hue was captivating. Do you usually wear that pendant? His mind racing, Suhao found himself unusually intrigued. May I take a look? He recalled the protective task during the ceremony, which included safeguarding the pendant from being stolen. Initially, he thought it was simply because the antique was exceedingly valuable, possibly worth millions, and thus warranted such a precaution. However, upon further reflection, what was a mere million to a billionaire? The system's insistence on the pendant not being lost must have had its unique rationale. Given the system's nature, it would not casually add meaningless task requirements. In this moment, the luminous orb emanating a faint glow in the night raises questions about its potential as a valuable supernatural artifact. Without hesitation, Mo Lishuan, having recently been saved by Suhao, trusts him enough to remove the necklace from her neck and hand it to him, cradling the jade bead. The size of an eye, Suhao feels a warmth emanating from it. Whether it is Mo Lishuan's body heat or the jade's intrinsic warmth remains uncertain. In his grasp, the bead's glow intensifies, to the point that even Mo Lishuan notices its radiance. What is this? Mo Lishuan exclaims in astonishment. Since her grandfather gifted her the bead nearly a week ago, she had been unaware of its luminescent properties. Inferior spiritual jade bead, a bead crafted from a fragment of spiritual jade, once imbued with Taoist spells, has lost most of its spiritual energy over time, but retains some essence, capable of protecting the wearer from illness and harm, promoting longevity and health. Beep. Detected residual energy within, convertible to 3 ability points. Would you like to absorb it? Although Suhao anticipated the bead's unique abilities, he did not foresee that its energy could be absorbed by the system. The prospect of acquiring 3 ability points is quite tempting. Casting a glance at Mo Lishuan, Suhao shakes his head, choosing not to absorb the energy for himself, but rather returning the bead to her. A gentleman values wealth appropriately. While he cannot claim to be a paragon of virtue, he adheres to his principles. The energy crystal that fell from the sky is unclaimed property. Whoever finds it owns it. However, this jade bead belongs to someone, and he knows that someone. It would be improper to covertly seize it. Moreover, should the bead lose its luster while in his possession, it would be challenging to conceal the fact that he had absorbed its energy, leading to potential complications. Such a treasure is priceless, far more esteemed by some wealthy individuals than assets worth billions. If the elder Mo were to discover the loss, his goodwill might plummet to negative levels. For 3 ability points, incurring such trouble would not be worth it. For now, it is prudent to refrain from coveting the bead. If an opportunity arises, acquiring it through trade might be a wise option. Suhao advises, this bead is extraordinary. You should keep it close and not misplace it. Mo Lishuan blinks and reattaches the necklace around her neck. Does it truly possess the power for health and longevity, as my grandfather claimed? That seems to be the case. This bead is indeed a spiritual gem, Suhao nods. In the future, refrain from showcasing the necklace. If someone discovers its value, they could resort to unscrupulous means to seize it. I doubt you wish to attract the attention of ability criminals again, do you? Mo Lishuan's complexion pales, evidently recalling unsettling memories. Do not be overly anxious. I merely suggest this. If you remain unobtrusive, the world is not teeming with ability criminals eager to abduct you. I am not afraid of those ability criminals. In a few days, I will have my grandfather summon you to protect me, Mo Lishuan retorts defiantly. Suhao, bemused, responds. Why do you fixate on me? I am not the strongest in the ability group. Would you like me to recommend someone else? How about old G? His abilities can render opponents powerless in an instant. He is quite formidable. Mo Lishuan chuckles. Not a chance. I have my sights set on you. As they stroll along the street, the conversation flows effortlessly since the topic of the jade bead emerged. Mo Lishuan learns much from Suhao regarding abilities and supernatural occurrences, her expressions revealing her astonishment at the prevalence of dangerous supernatural events within their city. From peculiar creatures to the loss of mutated specimens from research facilities. These tasks are common. Suhao, while he has not yet encountered ghostly disturbances, has heard from Miao Yuang that such incidents might occur once or twice a year. Concurrently, Su Hao gathers snippets of information from Mo Lishuan, including details about her grandfather's company investments in a project at the National Research Institute, Genetic Serum. Chapter 82. Little Yi's return. After traversing several streets, they finally encounter a night shift taxi. Su Hao sees Mo Lishuan home and takes another taxi back to his residence. From Mo Lishuan, he learns that her grandfather's company primarily invests in the genetic serum project being developed at the Research Institute. Mo Lishuan is somewhat unfamiliar with the genetic serum. She seldom pays attention to her company's investments. Her awareness of the serum arose only while gathering information regarding Su Hao and the ability group. Much like their previous discussions during the capture of the mutated dog, they speculated that the Research Institute aims to develop a super serum akin to those portrayed in superhero films. The serum project is anticipated to significantly enhance human physical capabilities without side effects, with miraculous effects such as rejuvenation and lifespan extension, and even the potential to awaken latent abilities. Setting aside the enhancement of physical attributes and the awakening of abilities, the mere prospect of longevity is enough to attract countless wealthy individuals. Investment in such matters does not concern me. However, I am intrigued by whether the serum project could augment my own abilities. Sitting on the sofa in his bedroom, Su Hao fiddles with crackling arcs of electricity, contemplating how he might gain access to the Research Institute and foster relationships with its personnel. Relying solely on missions from the ability group is not a sound strategy. After pondering for a while, without clarity, he yawns. Having been distracted by Mo Lishuan for so long, fatigue sets in, and he decides to catch some sleep. As night wanes, the following morning, a rhythmic doorbell and knocking rouse him from slumber. With disheveled hair, he lazily rises to answer the door. It is clear who has arrived. It is the weekend, signaling the weekly visit from Little E. As expected, a petite and adorable girl stood outside the door, clad in a pristine white shirt and sporting a blue and white sun hat. Upon seeing Su Hao open the door, she made a peace gesture, seemingly having dressed up specifically to greet him. Xiaoyi rushed forward to wrap her arms around his neck, exclaiming, "Brother Su Hao, where have you been these past few days? You haven't replied to my WeChat messages. Where have you been playing? Where else could I be? Just working. I had to go on a business trip, and my phone got damaged along the way. I only bought a new one last night," Su Hao replied, shrugging his shoulders as he gently set Xiaoyi down from his neck. He knew that discussing matters related to the Special Abilities Group was not something to be shared with ordinary people, especially with this little girl. Some things were better left unknown for now. Feigning surprise, Xiaoyi asked, "Wait, you were serious about that civil servant job you mentioned?" "Of course. Do you think I was joking?" Su Hao retorted, lightly flicking her forehead. "Brother Su Hao, don't be so serious." Xiaoyi pouted, covering her reddened forehead. "You really hit too hard this time. Aren't you afraid of making me silly?" Apologizing with a chuckle, Su Hao retrieved a can of cold drink from the refrigerator and placed it on her forehead. His strength had increased to twice that of an ordinary person, and although he had tried to hold back, it seemed he had still not fully controlled his strength. This served as a reminder that while his physical abilities had enhanced, he needed to be mindful in everyday life. Settling onto the sofa, Su Hao opened his phone, suggesting, "How about we order takeout today? Would you prefer fried chicken or pizza? Kids make choices. As an adult, I want both." Xiaoyi attempted to maintain a serious expression, but her adorable face only elicited laughter from Su Hao. He couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her chubby cheeks. It must be said, Xiaoyi's cherubic face was delightful to squeeze. It was plump and reminiscent of a child who would never grow up. Her expressions, particularly the ones that hinted at defiance yet were futile, brought him immense joy. It was only when she seemed ready to retaliate that Su Hao decided to withdraw his hands and acquiesce to her wish for both options, leaving her with a look of indignation, unable to seek revenge. 2 meals of takeout were but trifles. He was now a man with a 7-figure bank account. 2 meals? He could easily afford 200. Fast food like pizza or fried chicken was best enjoyed at dedicated restaurants, but both Su Hao and Xiaoyi preferred dining at home, making takeout a regular occurrence. The takeout arrived swiftly, and the two enjoyed their meal while watching television. Although he had fully recovered from his injuries, the Special Abilities Group had generously granted Su Hao an additional week of paid leave, allowing him to relax and indulge without the worry of being summoned for a mission. With a chicken leg in his mouth, Su Hao suddenly remembered something and turned to Xiaoyi, saying, "Later, I'm going to buy a car. Would you like to come with me?" "Buy a car?" Xiaoyi blinked her big eyes, giving him a knowing look. "A second-hand one. Raising an eyebrow, Suhao replied, I'm going to the dealership to buy a new car. Oh, Xiaoyi nodded, understanding. I've heard that the second-hand cars at dealerships are of good quality. Though they're a bit expensive. Let us not talk about second-hand cars. We're still good friends, Suhao said, giving her an exasperated glare. Who said I'm buying a second-hand car? Xiaoyi feigned innocence, chewing on her pizza, mumbling. But, brother Suhao, can you really afford a new car? You wouldn't want a Wuling Hongguang, would you? Honestly, I suspect your savings might not even cover a second-hand car. Since Suhao moved in, he had known Xiaoyi and her family for nearly a year, and she had come to understand him quite well. Since starting work, he had never deprived himself in his personal life. Despite earning just over 4,000, he rented a one-bedroom apartment, bought a gaming console, occasionally splurged on games, and sometimes prepared special meals, leading a rather comfortable life. It might be an exaggeration to call him a Moonlight Clan member, but his savings each month were indeed limited. Roughly estimating, he could save 5,000 or 6,000 at most over the course of a year. Faced with Xiaoyi's remarks, Suhao found himself at a loss for words, responding, Well, would you believe me if I said I'm actually a hidden millionaire? I wouldn't. Xiaoyi shook her head vigorously. That's not fair, Suhao sighed. You've killed the conversation. Xiaoyi blinked innocently. All right then, I believe you. Forget it. I won't argue with a little girl. I'll take you out to broaden your horizons later. With a playful hum, Suhao continued to savor his chicken leg, eagerly anticipating the moment he would purchase a luxury car outright, leaving no room for Xiaoyi's disbelief. Chapter 83. Buying a car after finishing their pizza and fried chicken. Suhao took Xiaoyi directly to the nearest dealership. Upon entering, a female attendant approached them, asking, Sir, what price range are you interested in for a vehicle? Suhao surveyed the exhibits in the showroom, spotting an array of brands, Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen, Audi, and more, most of which were priced above 100,000, leaving him somewhat dazzled. With so many prestigious brands, which one would be the best choice? After a moment's hesitation, Suhao boldly inquired, Do you have bulletproof cars? Bulletproof cars? The attendant paused, taken aback. Are you really looking to buy a bulletproof vehicle? The attendant's gaze reflected a mix of skepticism and curiosity, unsure whether to question Suhao's financial capability or to wonder why he would seek a vehicle that was typically unnecessary for ordinary people. Judging from his attire, he didn't appear to be someone of significant wealth. Bulletproof vehicles were usually the domain of high-ranking officials, wealthy businessmen, military personnel, or secret agents. At first glance, Suhao, dressed in a simple shirt that seemed to cost no more than a few dollars, appeared far removed from such professions. Assuming Suhao was merely asking casually, the attendant, adhering to her professional duty, pulled out a notepad and flipped through a few pages. We have several models of civilian bulletproof vehicles, but their prices generally start at over 4 million, with some models reaching around 10 million. At the end of her explanation, she flipped back to the section on vehicles priced around 100,000, suggesting whether Suhao would like to consider a recommended model. No need. Could you show me the list of bulletproof cars? I'd like to choose one. Suhao resolutely declined. He was determined to purchase a bulletproof vehicle, as future missions would undoubtedly entail peril. The waitress cast a look of astonishment and suspicion at Suhao, but refrained from speaking, instead handing him the sales brochure. If this young man truly intended to buy a bulletproof car, it would be a substantial profit for her. If he didn't, it wouldn't be much of a loss, and the delay would be minimal. Little E, puzzled, asked, Brother Suhao, when did you become so interested in bulletproof cars? The most ordinary ones start at several million, and hardly anyone inquires about them. With a mysterious smile, Suhao replied, I have my own decisions to make. All right, outside. Little E felt it inappropriate to say much more, leaning her head closer to Suhao's side to examine the models in the brochure together. Suhao's gaze swept over several bulletproof models, noting their exorbitant prices. Some even exceeded 10 million. His funds were only sufficient for a down payment. And while a few models were reasonably priced, their aesthetics were quite unappealing, unsuitable for flaunting. Ultimately, weighing both cost and appearance, he selected the BMW 5 bulletproof vehicle. With its pure black exterior, it exuded a sense of stability and grandeur. Priced just under 5 million, the total cost, once all processes were completed, would likely exceed 5 million. With nearly 7 million in hand, he could afford the vehicle and perhaps even secure a parking space nearby. He inquired with the waitress, How much for this vehicle? May I see a sample? The waitress assumed Suhao had made his choice and approached with a smile, only for her expression to falter upon realizing he was still selecting a bulletproof car. Sir, we don't have this model in stock. and the full payment will be at least 5 million. If you are truly interested in a similar model, I recommend you first consider the standard BMW 5. Its appearance is nearly identical and priced around 800,000. Alright, please show me the standard version first. Suhao nodded, feeling that examining the ordinary model was a good start, given their similar designs. The waitress could not help but ask, "Sir, have you truly considered this model priced around 100,000? Not at all." Suhao was aware that his attire did not suggest he could afford luxury vehicles and explained helplessly, "Rest assured, I can afford a bulletproof car." With a bit more communication, the tension eased. Although the waitress remained somewhat skeptical, Suhao's assurance visibly enhanced her enthusiasm as she guided him through the ordinary BMW 5, even allowing him to take it for a test drive, noting that the interior of the bulletproof version would be even more luxurious. Suhao had little knowledge of luxury vehicles and, after a few casual negotiations for discounts, decided to sign the contract for a full purchase. Upon completing the down payment, the waitress's smile seemed almost uncontainable. Selling a luxury car would yield her a significant commission, especially for a full payment. "Mr. Su, rest assured that although we do not have stock in our store and will need to source it from elsewhere, it won't take long. You will be notified to pick up the car within 2 days at the latest." "Yes, as soon as possible." Suhao nodded, stowing the receipt in his pocket as he led the astonished little E out of the dealership. Little E stared at him in disbelief. "Brother Suhao, what do you think? I told you I'm a hidden wealthy person. Now you believe me, right?" Suhao grinned, anticipating little Yi's reaction. However, she hesitated. You didn't go rob someone, did you? I saw on the news a few days ago that our city was offering a hefty reward for someone. Could it be you?" "Nonsense." Suhao's expression darkened. "My money is from legal income, part of which is even a bonus awarded by the government." "Oh." Little E appeared unconvinced. Suhao could not disclose that it was a reward for saving a wealthy young lady, so he simply pinched her cheek playfully, letting the matter drop. He could surmise who the person being sought in the news was. It was likely those 2 extraordinary criminals who had not escaped. The police were determined to capture these 2 elusive individuals, casting a wide net across the city and deploying numerous personnel at airports, subways, and train stations. Frankly, unless those 2 could sprout wings to fly away or burrow like mice to cross the Wei River, escaping the city would be exceedingly difficult. If he encountered those 2 again, he would need to devise a way to suppress their powers. One was psychic, and the other had the ability to petrify, both formidable adversaries. Just thinking about their powers gave Suhao a headache. They were quite troublesome. Exiting the dealership, with a couple of hours still until lunchtime, Suhao decided to take a taxi with little E to Qingfeng Park, as he wanted to see how the small grove within the park was being handled. Walking along the park's path, he observed that a previously lush area of woodland had been entirely cleared, surrounded by construction barriers. Is it closed off? Indeed. There had been a death in that grove, and considering the likely numerous burrows created by the little creatures underground, for whatever reason, the grove was no longer suitable for existence. "Brother Suhao, it seems someone over there is staring at you." Little E tugged at his sleeve, pointing toward the park's fitness area. Suhao glanced over and noticed a young woman curiously observing him, quickly averting her gaze when he made eye contact. Chapter 84. Dongli. Little E inquired, "Do you know her?" "I do not." Suhao shook his head. He had no recollection of the young woman. With his keen memory at 19, he would surely remember if they had met before. "That's odd. She was just staring at you. Perhaps she was captivated by my charm?" Little E scoffed. "Brother Suhao, you have quite the thick skin." Shrugging, Suhao chose not to engage further. He understood that while he might be somewhat good-looking, he was hardly at the level that would cause anyone to turn their heads. Out of caution, he decided to use his investigative abilities on the young woman by the fitness equipment. Dongli, female upright primate, height 162 centimeters, weight 98 kilograms, in good health. Ability unknown. Target attribute information acquired. Physique, 11, strength, 10, agility, 10, spirit, 18. Suhao's expression turned to one of surprise as he muttered, "Another extraordinary individual?" Other attributes were average, but her mental strength was impressive. Could she be another psychic? Hearing Suhao mumble, Little E asked, "Brother Suhao, what are you mumbling about?" "There is nothing much. I have a few words to discuss with the sister over there." "You go to the store and buy 2 ice creams." "Yes, I want chocolate flavor." Sending Little E to the store, Suhao directly approached the young woman. Upon noticing Suhao's approach, the young woman displayed a fleeting expression of inexplicable panic, standing up from the bench and hurriedly preparing to leave. However, Suhao would not allow her to slip away so easily. An ability user was worth 10 points, after all. He stepped forward and firmly grasped the woman's wrist, producing his police identification from his pocket. Police operation, please cooperate. Police? The young woman exclaimed in surprise. Suhao nodded. Most people would instinctively assume he was a police officer upon seeing the identification, and he was too lazy to explain further. After all, the ability group could also be considered a special law enforcement agency, albeit with a more unique nature. Suhao got straight to the point. You seem to be watching us just now? If she were an ordinary person, it would hardly be remarkable. But given that she was an ability user, the situation took on a different nature. This could pertain to her powers. Perhaps her gaze had been an attempt at reconnaissance, mind reading, or mental control. No, I was just admiring the scenery. The young woman averted her eyes. Could you please let go of my hand? I haven't done anything wrong, have I? Her denial was inconsequential to Suhao, who directly asked, what is your ability? Ability? What do you mean? The woman was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of alarm crossing her eyes. I don't understand what you're talking about. In the past, Suhao had used firm methods to compel individuals unwilling to acknowledge their abilities to disclose information, such as with the man in black previously. However, this approach could not be applied to her. She had neither committed a crime nor displayed her powers. He could not resort to force against a stranger based solely on suspicion. Suhao decided to bluff. Stop pretending. I am also an ability user and can see that you possess a special ability. The woman looked at him with suspicion. You can see the aura? Aura? Suhao was puzzled. What is this aura you speak of? Realizing she had let something slip, her expression shifted to one of frustration, ultimately resigning herself to reveal everything. It turned out that this young woman's ability allowed her to perceive a halo around individuals, akin to an aura. She had awakened this ability just yesterday, and the halo she observed appeared to correlate with a person's fortune, life force, mental strength, and overall condition. She could even gauge a person's fortune, strength, and state based on the intensity, brightness, shape, and size of their halo, and could slightly alter it with her hands. So, you were watching me to observe my aura? Suhao's expression grew somewhat peculiar. This so-called aura seemed somewhat mysterious, while discerning a person's strength was one thing. The notion of perceiving their fortune and being able to make slight alterations with her will rendered her ability rather unfathomable. Yes, the woman admitted, somewhat embarrassed. The aura surrounding you is quite astonishing. Not only is its brightness and size several times greater than that of an ordinary person, but the shape of your fortune is also jagged, with many peculiar aspects. I've never seen someone with such a remarkable aura before. So I couldn't help but look a few extra times. Peculiar aspects? What do you mean? Suhao inquired, intrigued. He found it unsurprising that his aura was stronger than that of an ordinary person, given that his foundational attributes were already twice those of a normal individual. The halos of ordinary people are pale white, yet yours contains other elements. According to what I understand, ordinary halos have only a faint glimmer, about the thickness of a few sheets of paper, but your halo is as thick as a table tennis paddle. The peculiarities include faint blue currents and strange red veins intertwined within your halo. Upon hearing the woman's description, Suhao felt a sense of relief. He had not anticipated that she could discern the abilities of others. Aside from lacking detail, her perception was far superior to that of reconnaissance abilities. What is your name? Student? Suhao noted her youth. She appeared to be under 20, likely still a university student. My name is Dongli, she replied softly. Yes, I am from a normal university. Do you have your identification with you? Let me see it. Suhao extended his hand for her ID, quickly memorizing her identification number before dialing Captain Xing to inquire how to handle this newly awakened young woman with special abilities. This student, Dongli, was still in school and, evidently, could not join the agency. The ability group must have corresponding measures for such ability users, including registration and supervision, right? Hello, Captain. It's me. I'm fine, just discovered another ability user. I don't know how I found her, but I happened to encounter her in the park and couldn't bring her along. She's a university student, but I do have her ID number. Would you like to send someone over to handle this? As expected, Captain Xing was taken aback upon learning of yet another ability user. He kept asking if Suhao had some sort of special method. Suhao remained composed. After all, he would continue to seek more ability users through reconnaissance in the coming days. Captain Xing's astonishment was to be expected. Once the phenomenon of ability users became widely known, the opportunity to earn points in this manner would likely vanish. Dongli listened with curiosity and anxiety, and upon seeing Suhao finish his call with Captain Xing, she leaned closer, seemingly wanting to ask something. Suhao preemptively responded, Someone will come to find you shortly. Rest assured, we are a legitimate national agency. And there will be no experiments like dissection, as you might imagine. All right, goodbye. Just then, Little E returned with the ice creams. And Suhao left behind a bewildered Dong Li, hastening towards the little girl. He had finally managed to take a day off and did not wish to squander his time elucidating matters, while explaining once or twice might be tolerable. Doing so repeatedly became rather tiresome. Chapter 85. The haunted house. What were you talking about? Why does she look so strange? Little E handed Suhao one of the ice creams, tilting her head while glancing at Dong Li, who seemed hesitant to speak. Just some work-related matters, Suhao shrugged, waving goodbye to Dong Li as he turned to leave the park with Little E. Though the peculiar ability of the aperture intrigued him somewhat, it did not captivate his interest significantly, especially since the girl was still in university and unlikely to become his colleague in the future. He preferred not to squander time on individuals with whom he was destined to have little interaction. Thus, he led Xiaoyi away from Qingfeng Park. On their journey, Suhao glanced at his bank balance on his phone. Even after deducting the over 5 million he was about to spend on a car, he still had around 1.5 million left. This sum was ample enough to transform his life dramatically. After a moment of contemplation, he transferred 20,000 to his parents' account back home and left a message on WeChat, acknowledging that even after earning a substantial fortune, he ought to show some filial piety to his parents, despite their lack of financial need. Brother Suhao, where shall we go to play? Xiaoyi inquired eagerly, enjoying her ice cream. How about we visit the amusement park? I haven't been since middle school, and I heard a new haunted house just opened nearby. Suhao chuckled softly. I merely came to buy a car, not to take you out for fun. However, the amusement park was not far, and a visit would not consume too much time. Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled with mischief as she proposed. Brother Suhao, why don't we make a bet? Let's wager whether you will be scared by that haunted house. How could a mere haunted house frighten me? The scenes are utterly fabricated, and the ghosts are merely people in costume. It might scare a little girl like you, but I bet I won't be scared at all. Knowing this was Xiaoyi's way of goading him, Suhao smiled but did not call her out. Instead, he agreed to accompany her to the haunted house. After all, with nothing else to do during the holiday and the main quest nearly complete, he felt it would be too solitary to stay at home playing video games. Who could refuse a delightful outing with an adorable little girl? The amusement park was close to Qingfeng Park, nestled in the suburban area, just a couple of stops away. They chose to walk instead of taking a taxi. Upon arriving at the amusement park, although they had planned to visit only the haunted house, Xiaoyi eagerly tugged Suhao toward the roller coaster, pirate ship, and other rides. However, these sensory thrills were far too elementary for Suhao. He felt no sensation at all. His physical and mental capacities were double those of an ordinary person, rendering him impervious to the minor weightlessness and speed of the roller coaster. His heart rate never exceeded 100 beats per minute. After exploring the rides, they finally reached the haunted house at the back of the park. Upon closer inspection, Suhao discovered this haunted house was quite extraordinary. Having taken over an entire row of storefronts in the square, including the second and third floors and the basement, prominently emblazoned with the blood-curdling words, "Terrifying Haunted House." To his astonishment, dozens of people were queuing at the entrance. The place was thriving, with the line extending beyond the ticket booth. Is this haunted house really that popular? Suhao wondered aloud as he surveyed the crowd, perplexed that he did not recall this amusement park having such a notorious attraction. Brother Suhao, you might not know this, but this thrilling haunted house just opened 3 days ago. It gained fame on its first day of operation, and the ghosts inside are said to be incredibly lifelike. The staff playing the ghosts are exceptionally skilled, turning it into a nearly viral hotspot, Xiaoyi explained, beaming as she clutched Suhao's arm. Originally, my classmates wanted to bring me here yesterday, but I preferred to come with you. How thoughtful of me, right? Oh, Suhao replied with a playful smile. I might just join the staff inside to scare you. You dare? Xiaoyi feigned ferocity, baring her teeth in a mock growl. If you scare me, I will bite you. As they stood at the end of the line, watching the long queue ahead, Suhao remarked, there are too many people waiting for this haunted house. At this rate, how long will it take to get in? The haunted house only allowed a limited number of visitors inside at a time to enhance the experience, typically taking nearly 10 minutes to exit. With so many people, it was hard to fathom how many hours they would have to wait. Surely, it would be dark by then. It's okay, it won't take long, Xiaoyi reassured him. This haunted house is particularly terrifying. Many people can't last a minute inside and are scared out before the first round even ends. Generally, each round lasts only 2 to 3 minutes, so we should only wait about half an hour. Is it really that frightening? Suhao questioned. skeptical about how frightening the makeup of the staff could be to scare someone out upon first sight. Just as he pondered this, a commotion occurred ahead. A man rushed out from the old corpse entry, panic evident on his face, closely followed by a girl who screamed as she crawled out behind him, both in tears and trembling. The sight of their disarray sparked astonishment among the crowd, igniting curiosity and eagerness to experience it themselves. Others seemed unfazed, commenting that the couple might break up, as the man had abandoned the girl to escape first. Those two just went in for a minute. They must have been scared silly the moment they encountered the old corpse. Some murmured, whispering about their misfortune. They must have foolishly wandered near the urn. They should know to avoid it to escape the old corpse's pursuit. I survived 10 minutes by doing just that last time. Why avoid the urn? If it were me, I would grab it and throw it. Wow, bold move, my friend. Aren't you afraid the owner will make you pay? Why worry? How much could an urn possibly be worth? If I clear it, there's a $10,000 reward. You all still dream of that $10,000? It's been 3 days, and I haven't heard of anyone clearing it. Those online strategies are useless. I must have spent over 1,000 trying. Listening to the crowd chatter, Suhao's expression grew increasingly intrigued by this haunted house. The visitors unanimously praised its realism, dedication of the actors, and the terrifying atmosphere. If it weren't for the overwhelming number of people, he might have thought they were all part of a promotional scheme. The wait moved swiftly, every few minutes. People dashed out, frightened from their encounters. In less than 20 minutes, it was finally Su Hao and Xiao Yi's turn. They both purchased tickets for the village of Old Corpse. Initially, there were also attractions for Juan and the Ring, but Su Hao felt that the Old Corpse, which haunted his childhood, would be more intriguing and likely to evoke a sensory thrill. Chapter 86. The village of Old Corpse. Scene. The haunted house for the village of Old Corpse was quite expansive. Upon entering, one was greeted by a retro, dilapidated room. According to the ticket's description, it featured scenes from all 3 installments, with the horror escalating from the 3rd to the 1st. The earlier visitors discussing an urn were likely experiencing the 3rd installment. Su Hao had watched all 3 films during his childhood. To be honest, the first film was indeed terrifying. The character Aunt May was a true childhood nightmare. The second film was tolerable, but by the 3rd, it had devolved into a farce, making it hard to fathom what frightful elements could be derived from it. Navigating through a dim corridor, Su Hao pushed open a large door, revealing the haunted house's main scene. A chilling, rundown hall came into view, with several black wooden tables adorned with worn teacups. The walls displayed black and white memorial photographs, and the most conspicuous feature was a round table in the center, upon which sat an urn. It hardly seemed frightening. Little E, initially cowering behind Su Hao and glancing around, soon realized that there were no ghostly apparitions in sight. It resembled an ordinary countryside house. He was curious about how the staff would portray the ghosts, as it seemed that the 3rd installment had not featured any actual supernatural entities. Domestic horror films rarely showcased ghosts directly. Most relied on elusive methods of murder, propelling the narrative through suspicion, despair, and terror, leaning closer to suspense than the supernatural. Su Hao approached the urn and lifted it with ease. It was rather sizable, adorned with a white base and blue trim, and bore floral patterns, reminiscent of trinkets sold at street markets, lacking sincerity. Lifting the lid revealed some grayish-white powder within, the exact nature of which was uncertain, perhaps chalk, dust, or flour. Regardless, it surely could not be genuine ashes. Brother Su Hao, there seems to be something over there. Little E exclaimed, hearing a strange noise from a side room. Instinctively seeking refuge behind him, it appeared that a ghost was about to make an appearance. With a calm smile, Su Hao placed the urn down and walked towards the source of the sound, primarily curious about the role the staff would play. Entering the side room, he found a small bedroom. The decor was not scrutinized, as their attention was immediately drawn to a small boy curled up in the corner of the bed, trembling and emitting soft whimpers, seemingly sobbing. Should we go take a look? Su Hao suggested with a grin. Little E scrunched her nose. I'm not going over there. He must have a terrifying makeup on his face, and when we get close, he'll suddenly look up. That is such an old trick. While they had come to the haunted house for excitement, intentionally triggering a jump scare seemed rather dull. They exchanged playful banter, ignoring the sobbing child in the corner, and prepared to explore further in search of the next scene's exit. They pushed open another door, revealing a bathroom. The walls were smeared with bloody handprints and stains, and in the bathtub lay a bloodied boy, eyes wide open and unblinking, staring blankly at the ceiling. Little E recoiled in shock, but quickly regained her composure. Wait, doesn't this boy look somewhat familiar? She mused. Suhao responded, "This boy is dressed exactly like the one in the previous bedroom. Those cuts on his wrists indicate suicide. Yes, he must be the boy from the third installment." "Oh, I don't know," Little Lee admitted, having not seen the series. Suhao glanced at the boy in the bathtub, convinced he was real and merely 8 or 9 years old. Is this considered child labor by the haunted house owners? Perhaps he is a relative of the owner? Little Lee blinked, cautiously reaching for the bloodied hand of the boy, exclaiming, "His hand is so cold." And he is completely still. Oh my God, could he really be a corpse? Suhao was taken aback. No way, right? Just as he intended to inspect the boy, a sudden loud bang echoed from outside the door, causing both of them to instinctively turn towards the hall. A pale face with wide, white eyes suddenly loomed behind them. Turning around, they were almost nose to nose. "Ah!" Little E screamed, instinctively clutching Suhao's arm and retreating behind him. "Little E?" Suhao was not frightened by the ghostly visage, but was startled by Little Ye's unexpected scream, which was piercingly loud. Recognizing the disheveled, blue-clad ghost, he quickly identified her as Aunt May from the first installment. Though puzzled as to why a ghost from the first film appeared in a scene from the third, Little Ye's terrified scream compelled him to evade the performer for the moment, as he needed to stabilize her emotions. "Cough, excuse me," protectively shielding Little E. Suhao calmly maneuvered past the ghost and closed the bathroom door behind them, inadvertently trapping the performer inside as they continued to seek an exit. Once out of the ghost's sight, Little E finally calmed down, though she clung tightly to the hem of Suhao's shirt. "Was it really that terrifying?" Suhao teased. "Didn't you say you had a strong constitution? You got scared so easily?" Little E huffed. "That figure moved without making a sound and suddenly appeared behind me. Anyone would be frightened. Then why wasn't I scared?" Little E fell silent for a moment before responding. "Usually, I wouldn't react this way. But that ghost felt particularly menacing. The instant I saw her, my heart skipped a beat and my mind went blank. I thought it was nothing. The ghost's makeup didn't seem scary to me. It looked like she applied too much foundation." Suhao shrugged, perhaps due to his spirited disposition at 19. He was not easily frightened and even had the leisure to observe the performer's makeup. The only thing that perplexed him was how the female ghost had approached him so stealthily. With his current physical condition, he should have sensed anyone coming near him immediately. Yet, this ghost seemed to have glided in without a sound. Upon returning to the hall, the two discovered that the urn had shattered, scattering ashes everywhere. The loud noise they had heard earlier in the bathroom must have been the urn breaking. The first thought that crossed Suhao's mind was whether they were liable for the damage. His second thought was that there must be other staff members playing ghosts. Hadn't they been exploring for 3 or 4 minutes? Aside from the encounter with Aunt May, this scene seemed devoid of other frightening elements. How had they managed to scare other visitors away in just a minute or two? Xiao Yi remarked, "I think if it weren't for your calm demeanor, Brother Suhao, that ghost would have scared me away. Was it really that terrifying?" Indeed, in chapter 87, did they really encounter a ghost? Suhao and Xiao Yi searched for an exit in the haunted house. In the monitoring room, a young man sat with his legs crossed, smoking a cigarette while observing the two on the screen. It was peculiar. This man seemed unfazed by Aunt May. He was quite bold, and it appeared he needed to let Aunt May unleash a bit more of her resentment. The young man, seemingly the owner of the haunted house, muttered a few words, and a terrifying figure materialized behind him. The blue-clad woman who had previously frightened Suhao and Xiao Yi. Strangely, wasn't she supposed to be locked in the bathroom? How had she suddenly appeared in the monitoring room? The young man pointed to the woman's forehead and said, "Unlock an additional 10% of her resentment. A total of 30% should be sufficient to scare him away. Go ahead." With a wave of his hand, the blue-clad woman retreated into the shadows and vanished. Had Suhao witnessed this scene, he would have immediately realized it was no mere prank. This was a true ghost. The young owner had seemingly employed some method to control the ghost effortlessly. Returning to the other side, Suhao and Xiao Yi had found the path to the second scene and quickly bypassed that area, heading straight for the dilapidated old house in the first scene to search for an exit. Along the way, Suhao had nearly been startled by some bizarre sights. For instance, there was a blood-dripping ceiling, and when something cold touched his face, he discovered it was sticky blood. Looking up, he was met with the sight of a contorted corpse grinning down at them, which would send shivers down anyone's spine. Although the haunted house was not as terrifying as advertised, the actors were indeed quite professional, and the owner had a vivid imagination, employing a plethora of frightful tactics. After a series of horrifying scenes, Suhao remained relatively unfazed. Ever since acquiring the system, he had developed a remarkably calm demeanor. In contrast, Xiao Yi shrank behind him like a quail, trembling and afraid to look out. "Brother Su Hao, have we found the exit yet?" she asked, burying her head. "Not yet. The owner has hidden the exit quite well. I knew this 10,000 yuan reward wouldn't be easy to claim." The ticket for this haunted house was over 100 yuan, which was considered quite expensive. However, the promotional flyer announced a reward of 10,000 yuan for completing the challenge, making it the first time he had seen a haunted house dare to hold such an event, which had indeed attracted many visitors. Just as Su Hao pushed the door to search for the exit, a sinister figure drifted behind him, raising pale hands toward his neck. Feeling a chill on his neck, Su Hao initially believed Xiao Yi was playing a prank on him. "Xiao Yi, stop fooling around. I'm busy, but I didn't do anything," Xiao Yi replied, puzzled. In the dim light, Su Hao took a closer look and was startled to find a pair of ghostly arms reaching for his neck. He instinctively tensed and almost grabbed the arms to throw the ghost over his shoulder. Thankfully, he restrained himself. Attacking a haunted house staff member would likely cost him a fortune. Turning around, he was indeed confronted by the same disheveled, pale face that had appeared earlier. Her mouth agape and frozen in a terrifying expression, which unexpectedly sent a chill down Su Hao's spine. "She moves without a sound. I was so focused that I didn't even notice her approach." Regaining his composure, Su Hao observed the ghost's appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. "Sister, you're a bit too dedicated, aren't you? With your mouth wide open, aren't you afraid of dislocating your jaw? Next time, don't choke me." I almost instinctively retaliated. The ghost stood before him, her arms still poised at his neck, but without making contact, her palms remaining in place as her pale eyes bore into him. Seeing her unmoving, Su Hao decided to take the initiative and gently pushed her arms aside. Upon touching her, he discovered a peculiar coldness to her skin, reminiscent of when Qingliu's icy temperature, devoid of warmth and slightly damp, almost as if she were a real corpse. In the monitoring room, the young man noticed Su Hao remained unperturbed by Aunt May and frowned. "Forget it. Let's crank her resentment up to 60% and scare him senseless." I refuse to believe there exists someone who truly fears no ghost. Suddenly, Aunt May moved, her arms twisting into an odd position as she lunged towards Su Hao, producing eerie sounds while her mouth widened grotesquely, blood oozing from the corners, intensifying the sinister atmosphere. Su Hao was genuinely taken aback by this sudden turn of events, feeling as though cold water had been poured over his head, sending a shiver throughout his body as an inexplicable fear welled up within him. However, this paralysis of terror did not last long. He quickly regained clarity and, almost instinctively, reached out to grasp the ghost's chin, forcing her mouth shut with a decisive motion. In that moment, Aunt May was stunned. The young man in the monitoring room was equally taken aback. "Goodness, this guy is a real wolf slayer," he exclaimed, slapping his thigh in disbelief. "I underestimated these fearless individuals. There truly exists someone unafraid of ghosts. If this guy were in a horror movie, he would undoubtedly be a master of self-destruction." The increasing resentment he had been accumulating was a manifestation of the ghost's fear-inducing aura and psychological suggestion. He had personally tested it. For an average person, just 20% of that resentment would be enough to scare them senseless. If it were him, fully prepared psychologically, he would barely withstand 30 or 40% before collapsing. The profound sense of dread that emanated from him made him believe that no one in this world could withstand the overwhelming pressure. Elevating Su Hao's intensity to 60% was already a significant consideration, as he regarded it as a rare encounter with someone seemingly devoid of fear. To his astonishment, not only did the other party remain unafraid, but she also reached out and closed Aunt May's jaw. Truth be told, Su Hao himself was unsure how he had unconsciously extended his hand to close her mouth. Perhaps it was out of concern that this staff member was too dedicated and might inadvertently dislocate her jaw. However, that was not the crux of the matter. After wandering through the haunted house for so long, he gradually began to sense a certain dissonance. The commitment displayed by the staff dressed as ghosts was somewhat eerie. From his perspective, he could discern no flaws whatsoever. In fact, upon closer inspection of this female ghost, he noticed not even the slightest rise and fall of her chest while breathing. Could it be that he had encountered a genuine specter? Coupled with the chilling sensation he had felt earlier, Su Hao's expression shifted slightly as he tentatively threw a probe at the female ghost. Aunt May, level of malevolent spirit. Height 168 centimeters, weight 0, special abilities. Instant teleportation, soul intimidation, remote object retrieval. For more information, please engage further with the target. What the heck? Upon seeing the system's prompt box pop up, Su Hao's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively retreated several steps, clutching Xiao Yi. No way. Had he truly stumbled upon a ghost? The system's reconnaissance could not possibly deceive him. It clearly stated malevolent spirit, leaving no room for doubt. Calm down, calm down. First, observe carefully. Su Hao held his breath, scrutinizing the female ghost in the blue attire. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the ghostly figures from films, a pallid face, ghostly white eyes, and her nose remained utterly still, enveloped by a chilling aura. He realized he needed to take it slow. His expression became somewhat rigid as he protected Xiao Yi and took cautious steps backward. Before, he had been oblivious. But now that he realized this entity was indeed a ghost, anyone would be unnerved. It was no longer a question of bravery. Had they inadvertently encountered a ghost? Or were all the staff in this haunted house genuine apparitions? A question flickered through Su Hao's mind. Fortunately, this malevolent spirit had not attacked them earlier, and for some reason, she now seemed limited to mere intimidation without intent to harm. Otherwise, the ghostly claws that had rested on his neck could have easily claimed his life. As Su Hao stepped back, Aunt May glared at him with a vengeful intensity. Inching closer, although her blue robe concealed her feet, it was evident that she was gliding forward in a spectral manner. Xiao Yi remarked that the haunted house offered little amusement, suggesting they find food instead since the exit might not be easily located. Su Hao attempted to avoid looking at the female ghost as he proposed leaving. It was not that he feared her, but rather that he was concerned about Xiao Yi, an ordinary person, being easily harmed should any mishap occur. Hey, were we not exploring well? Why the sudden desire to exit? Although Xiao Yi still dared not lift her head, she protested, "Let us search a bit more. The exit might be nearby. Perhaps we could be the first visitors to successfully navigate this haunted house." Whether they succeeded in their endeavor was irrelevant. The priority was to evade the formidable presence before them. Observing the encroaching female ghost, Su Hao managed a wry smile, perhaps sensing his retreat. The ghost seized the opportunity to display a more terrifying expression, her claws raised, revealing her sharp nails. From a purely visual standpoint, the ghost could not instill fear within him. However, the eerie atmosphere surrounding her released a chilling aura that, upon contact, would evoke an uncontrollable sense of terror. There are myriad expressions of fear in this world. Some weep and scream, others flee in panic, while some freeze in place. Yet, Su Hao clearly did not belong to any of those categories. Stimulated by fear, his first impulse was to strike the ghost. Though he could not explain why, he simply felt an overwhelming urge to do so. Struggling to suppress this primal urge, Su Hao chose to ignore the female ghost, taking Xiao Yi's hand as they continued their search for the exit. He was gambling, betting that aside from intimidation, the ghost would not dare to act. Undoubtedly, he won the gamble. After attempting various forms of intimidation to no avail, the blue-clad ghost seemed to relent, standing still and staring intently at him until Su Hao and Xiao Yi discovered the exit concealed beneath a large water tank, allowing them to escape the haunted house. Outside the haunted house, a crowd of visitors peered curiously. Why are those siblings taking so long inside? It's been nearly 20 minutes. Previously, the longest any visitors had lasted was about 10 minutes, barely reaching the final room before being startled into retreat by the sudden appearance of Aunt May's vengeful spirit. When someone spotted Su Hao and Xiao Yi emerging from the exit, the crowd erupted in excitement. No way. Someone actually cleared it. Is this for real? How did these two manage to evade the elusive Aunt May? I'm more curious about where the exit to the last room is. Last time we barely made it to the final stage and spent ages searching for the exit. The owner must have hidden it too well. Visitors gazed at Su Hao and Xiao Yi in astonishment, discussing fervently, with some even approaching to inquire about their strategy. Although Su Hao maintained an outward composure, internally he felt quite exasperated. What strategy could there possibly be? If it hadn't been for their high attribute values, they likely would have succumbed to the overwhelming fear induced by the ghostly aura. If this crowd knew that Aunt May was, in fact, a genuine spirit, would they still be so eager to venture inside for thrills? Congratulations. You two are the first guests to successfully navigate our haunted house since its opening. The owner, a young man who had been monitoring the surveillance, emerged from a small side room. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, dressed in a shirt emblazoned with the haunted house's theme, not particularly affluent in appearance, leaving one to wonder how he had amassed enough funds to lease such a large property for the haunted house. In his hands, he held a stack of cash, likely the 10,000 yuan reward for their first successful clearance, as indicated on the ticket. Xiao Yi beamed as she accepted the sum, gleefully presenting it to Su Hao. Hee hee, I can't believe we actually cleared it. We just earned ourselves 10,000 yuan. It seems this haunted house is not as formidable as my classmates claimed. If you keep your eyes shut the entire time, naturally it won't be frightening. Su Hao couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Ever since that little girl was startled by Aunt May in the bathroom, she had spent most of her time with her eyes closed, trailing behind him. Occasionally, when the chilling aura would send a shiver down her spine, she would shrink into his embrace. How could she possibly be scared? Xiao Yi, on the other hand, wore an expression of utmost conviction. I am a girl. It's perfectly normal for me to be timid. This only serves to highlight your bravery, Brother Su Hao. Your reasoning is so sound that I find myself at a loss for words. Su Hao shrugged and cast a sidelong glance at the young owner of the establishment, cautiously inquiring, where do you recruit your staff? Surely they must be professional actors? Their performances rival those of Hollywood. If I didn't know this was a haunted house, I would almost believe they were genuine spirits. The young man's expression stiffened, and he let out a dry chuckle. Oh, you flatter us, esteemed guest. Those staff members playing the ghosts are merely relatives of mine who came to help out. It's just that the makeup artist is exceptionally skilled. Oh. Su Hao gave him a meaningful look that made the young owner feel uneasy. Ultimately, he refrained from probing further, merely patting the man on the shoulder before departing the amusement park with a delighted Xiao Yi in tow. As they left, the haunted house owner let out a long sigh, as if relieved of a great burden, and retreated into the adjacent monitoring room. Following this brief interlude, the haunted house resumed its normal operations, and visitor numbers actually surged. Upon exiting the amusement park, with the sun high overhead, Su Hao took Xiao Yi to a restaurant across the street for lunch. At the table, Su Hao contemplated and decided to give 5,000 of the 10,000 he had won to the little girl, admonishing her not to spend it frivolously. This made her exceedingly joyful. Had they not been in a restaurant, she might have leaped to kiss him in gratitude. For him, that small prize was hardly significant. Had it not been for his concern that Xiao Yi might squander too much, he would have gladly given it all to her. Ghosts, perhaps, have their intrigue. Su Hao absent-mindedly picked at his food, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the amusement park. In fact, that glance he had cast at the young owner before leaving had been a subtle probing skill. Fong Xiangyu, male primate, height 175 centimeters, weight 134 kilograms. Abnormal condition, curse of resentment, ability unknown. Target attribute information acquired. Constitution, 11, strength, 10, agility, 11, spirit, 26. With a spiritual point total of 26, nearly 3 times that of an average person, it was conceivable that his abilities were related to the female ghost in the haunted house. Upon learning that the haunted house owner was an ability wielder, Su Hao had no doubt that the ghostly figures within were linked to him. During lunch, he excused himself to the restroom, leaving Xiao Yi to eat alone while he stepped outside to call Team Leader Xing. Hello, Team Leader. What are you busy with over there? The voice on the other end was somewhat chaotic. We've recently received a new batch of civilian ability wielders, conducting tests at the stadium. For some reason, the frequency of ability wielder appearances has increased significantly. Please refrain from calling me too often during your vacation. We're quite occupied here. Oh, I've discovered another ability wielder. What? Team Leader Xing was bewildered. Hadn't they just identified an ability wielder that morning? It had only been a few hours. Is it really that exaggerated? Do you think ability wielders are as common as weeds? Here's the situation. I visited the haunted house at the amusement park, and it turns out the staff inside are actual ghosts, those that don't breathe, emanate a chilling aura, and walk without lifting their feet. Paranormal activity? Team Leader Xing's tone grew serious. Can you confirm this? Among the most perilous tasks handled by the ability group are those involving supernatural phenomena. Such occurrences often lead to bloodshed, and resolving them is exceedingly difficult. It is said that nearly half of the personnel lost over the years succumbed to supernatural incidents. I can confirm that there is at least one ghost within that haunted house. It would be prudent for the higher-ups to send someone to investigate discreetly. Although Su Hao had only identified Aunt May as a ghost, upon reflection, the weeping boy they encountered in the first room was also likely a spirit. If the staff in the scene resembling the old corpse from the mountain village were genuine ghosts, it stood to reason that the actors in the adjacent scenes, Juan and the Ring, were also authentic. Team Leader Xing pondered, what about your earlier claim of discovering an ability wielder? I suspect the owner of that haunted house may be an ability wielder, Su Hao asserted. After leaving the haunted house, I asked him where he found the staff playing the ghosts, and he claimed they were all relatives. This owner, even if not an ability wielder, is certainly no ordinary person. After a moment's contemplation, Team Leader Xing said, I will dispatch a few personnel to investigate that haunted house. Su, are you still nearby? I'm just across the street from the amusement park having lunch. Perfect. While they investigate, you can assist by keeping an eye out. If anything goes awry inside the haunted house, your lightning elemental abilities would be advantageous against spirits. Fine, I'll just be on standby. I won't involve myself in anything else. Staying outside to keep watch was manageable. He could simply let Xiao Yi enjoy the other attractions, reassured by the daylight. Surely, no spirits would dare to emerge from the haunted house under the sun. After hanging up, Su Hao returned to his table to continue his meal. 20 minutes later, he and Xiao Yi returned to the amusement park. Just as he was about to find a ride to settle her down when he received a call from Team Leader Xing, informing him that the investigation team had arrived and requested his assistance. I have a few friends who are also here to have fun. Let us go greet them. Friends? Are they colleagues? Xiao Yi tilted her head, recalling that Su Hao didn't seem to have many acquaintances, quickly deducing that the friends he mentioned were likely co-workers. Kind of. Su Hao replied with an awkward smile, realizing that from a certain perspective, her guess was quite accurate. As they approached the amusement park entrance, he spotted a familiar figure. Old Ji, over here. Su Hao waved at Ji Qingmin, feeling more at ease since he recognized some familiar faces in the investigation team. Brother Su, Ji Qingmin greeted him with a smile. I didn't expect you to be discharged from the hospital yesterday and to run into trouble today. I wonder if this is good luck or bad luck. Su Hao quickly interrupted him. My neighbor's child is still here. Let's refrain from discussing work matters. Xiao Yi, puzzled, asked, what do you mean by being discharged? Were you ill, Su Hao? Oh, I had a severe cold a couple of days ago and spent 2 days in the hospital. Su Hao replied casually, glancing at the two individuals behind Ji Qingmin. Are you just the four of you out for some fun? Besides Ji Qingmin, there were 3 others, 2 men and 1 woman, whom Su Hao recognized as the trio he had undergone assessments with the previous week, although he couldn't quite recall their names. Ji Qingmin nodded. Yes, these 3 are our juniors still in their internship period. I'm responsible for guiding them this time. Implicitly, he indicated that they had not yet completed their training, and this investigation served as a practical exercise. Brother Hao, you're here too, exclaimed a buzz-cut youth as he approached enthusiastically, while the other 2 greeted him as well, clearly remembering Su Hao. It's been a while, Su Hao acknowledged. Then turned to Ji Qingmin. The haunted house is just ahead. I recommend you check out the village corpse scene. Aside from the staff dressed as ghosts, the props of corpses are incredibly lifelike. Do take a closer look. By the way, the exit is beneath the water tank. Got it. I'll remember that. Ji Qingmin nodded, lowering his voice. Is it dangerous inside? We only brought a few stun guns, and their power is limited. I'm not certain about the danger, but so many visitors have entered the haunted house without incident. I suspect the spirits inside might be restrained in some way, preventing them from attacking recklessly. While these spirits were indeed perilous, they lacked any inclination to attack. Su Hao recalled how he had reached out to close Mei Yi's chin without provoking any extreme reaction from the ghost. Nevertheless, danger was still danger. The entity could be elusive, and if it intended harm, its ability to teleport would make it nearly impossible to subdue. Su Hao suddenly remembered, by the way, does your ability work on ghosts? He recalled that Ji Qingmin's power incapacitated individuals through contact, more potent than paralysis, theoretically lasting only 10 seconds. However, if he released and quickly re-established contact, the target could remain incapacitated for a longer duration. I don't know. I've never tried it before. Ji Qingmin replied with a wry smile. Besides, even if it does work, I need to catch them first, and most spirits don't have a physical form. That's true. Su Hao conceded. Chapter 90. Decision to lock down. As the two engaged in their hushed conversation, Xiao Yi curiously inquired, what are you two whispering about? I was just sharing strategies for the haunted house, Su Hao said, ruffling Xiao Yi's hair. You all go ahead to the haunted house. Come on. I'll take you to some other attractions. But why not go to the haunted house? Xiao Yi blinked. Su Hao frowned. Haven't we already been there? Why go again? That haunted house has 3 scenes. We've only experienced the village corpse one. We haven't tried Juan or the ring yet. Xiao Yi insisted earnestly. I haven't seen the village corpse film, but I know enough about the other 2 to guess where the exit is. I've heard that no one has ever completed those 2 scenes. And we might earn an extra 20,000 if we succeed. What do you think? Su Hao was speechless. Are you eyeing that 20,000 for completing the first run? Xiao Yi affirmed. But honestly, that haunted house is really fun. It's much more interesting than the other attractions. Let us not go to the haunted house today. If we want to go, we'll do it tomorrow, Su Hao firmly declined. He didn't want Xiao Yi to get entangled in supernatural occurrences, especially in such an unknown and eerie context. Although nothing dangerous had occurred yet, he was confident in his ability to protect himself. But he couldn't guarantee the same for others. Xiaoyi puffed her cheeks. Why not? Are you scared? Yeah, a little, Su-hao admitted bluntly. It was a perfectly normal emotional response for an ordinary person to feel fear in the face of ghosts. A sentiment echoed even by many supernatural beings who often found themselves powerless against such events. This was his first encounter with such phenomena. How could he not be afraid? With Su-hao being so candid, Xiaoyi had no choice but to sulk off to enjoy other attractions, knowing she would be too frightened to enter the haunted house alone. After sending Xiaoyi away, Su-hao watched Ji Qingmin and his group head toward the haunted house to purchase tickets. His phone rang. It was team leader Xing calling. Hello, Xiaosu. We've done some digging. The owner of that haunted house is Feng Xiangyu. Just a week ago, he was an employee at one of the amusement park's old ghost house facilities. 4 days ago, he somehow acquired a large sum of money and leased the original ghost house area, renovating it into the current haunted house. He didn't recruit any staff to play the ghosts, and all his relatives are in other provinces. Hearing this, Su-hao remarked, as expected, this person has many suspicious points. Team leader Xing replied sternly, be cautious over there. If anything happens, report it to me immediately. If necessary, I will apply to seal off the area. Understood, Su-hao confirmed. After ending the call, he directed his gaze toward the monitoring room of the haunted house. If the owner was indeed the mastermind orchestrating the spirits, capturing him first might be the most prudent course of action. After about 10 minutes, Ji Qingmin and his team finally entered the haunted house, while Su-hao accompanied Xiaoyi to a couple of nearby attractions. Throughout, his attention remained fixed on the haunted house. Should any commotion arise, he would rush in to regain control of the situation. Unbeknownst to him, something transpired inside the haunted house, and within 3 to 4 minutes, Ji Qingmin and his group hurriedly exited through the entrance. For the queue of visitors, it was not unusual for the haunted house to frighten people away. However, Su-hao understood that Ji Qingmin and his companions were not ordinary individuals. Not to mention that those with supernatural abilities generally possess a higher mental fortitude than ordinary individuals. Ji Qingmin, being an experienced member of the abilities team, had encountered numerous supernatural events. Coupled with the training that they likely received from the military district to strengthen their willpower, they were not easily intimidated. Allowing Xiaoyi to venture forth alone, Su-hao met with Ji Qingmin and his group outside a snack shop. He noticed that the expressions on their faces were far from pleasant. Ji Qingmin appeared relatively composed, while the other three were visibly jittery. Particularly the middle-aged woman with sensory abilities, whose complexion was ashen, seemingly having been quite frightened. How do you feel? Su-hao inquired with a smile. I thought you would last until you cleared the level. How is it that you emerged in less than 4 minutes? Have you gathered sufficient evidence? Ji Qingmin, trembling slightly, lit a cigarette. What's inside is too sinister. It's crawling with ghosts. There was a child in the bedroom who had no face, and a female ghost suddenly appeared from behind, startling me. Who could possibly stay there? Indeed, that place is hardly suitable for humans. The young man with a buzz cut trembled. My legs are still weak. I nearly thought I would perish inside. The other two nodded in agreement. Was it truly that terrifying? Su-hao asked, puzzled. Though the ghost was elusive and somewhat frightening, it shouldn't have scared you all this much, right? I cleared it alone with Xiaoyi. You cleared it? The 4 of them looked at Su-hao incredulously. Aren't you afraid of ghosts? Of course, Su-hao shrugged. But once I realized that they wouldn't attack me easily, there was little left to fear. At most, I'd be startled occasionally. It's merely a natural instinctive reaction. Upon reflection, the ghost wasn't particularly horrifying. It was just the suddenness of its appearance that elicited fear. Ji Qingmin calmly analyzed. I suspect it possesses a form of mental coercion. The moment one sees her, an instinctive fear arises, similar to the primal intimidation exhibited by mutated hounds. It's a rather troublesome ability. His conjecture coincided with Su-hao's thoughts. The investigation panel indicated that the ghost indeed possessed a capability called malevolent spirit intimidation, likely the source of involuntary fear, especially effective against ordinary people with weaker mental fortitude. His mental attributes were nearly double that of an ordinary person, not significantly lower than the ghost's, and with his specialization in anti-hypnosis, his feelings of fear were considerably muted. Should we seal off the scene? Su-hao glanced at the crowd lined up outside the haunted house. The visitors across the 3 attractions likely numbered at least 50. This haunted house was arguably the liveliest area in the amusement park. It would be quite challenging to clear the ticket-buying guests if they sealed off the scene now. Sealing off is imperative. I'll call the team leader to coordinate with the local police. Ji Qingmin took a deep breath, discarding his cigarette but on the ground and crushing it underfoot. For the time being, you three should keep an eye on that owner outside the monitoring room. If he dares to flee when we seal off the haunted house, capture him first. Chapter 91. Awareness. The investigation process concluded. Ji Qingmin contacted the local police, while Su Hao and the three interns remained vigilant outside the monitoring room to prevent the young owner from escaping. During this time, he took the opportunity to inquire again about the names of the three individuals. The buzzcut youth was named Zhang Chenghui, the bespectacled man was Gao Sibao, and the woman in her 30s was Lu Yuan. They represented two ordinary types of abilities and one with enhanced senses. This investigation primarily focused on Lu Yuan, who could effortlessly distinguish various characteristics of a person through scent, sight, and sound, making it exceedingly simple to differentiate between the living and the dead. However, due to her heightened sensitivity, Lu Yuan was more frightened than the others and remained on edge, apprehensive that ghostly hands might suddenly emerge from behind her. Where's that little girl, Xiaoyi? Didn't she go to ride the bumper cars? Why is she taking so long? Su Hao frowned, scanning the bumper car area, but failing to spot Xiaoyi. Lu Yuan asked, "Are you looking for the little girl who was following you earlier?" "Yes. Did you see her?" Lu Yuan pointed towards the haunted house. "When we exited, I noticed she was in line with several other girls at the curse scene. They seemed to be her classmates. There weren't many people in line, so she has probably already gone inside." "Really?" Su Hao was taken aback, his expression shifting as he hurried towards the haunted house. This little girl truly was a handful, sneaking off alone to the haunted house. Normally, that wouldn't be a concern, but the entities within this haunted house were all too real. It was better to be overly cautious than to face dire consequences should something go awry. The other three exchanged glances and promptly followed closely behind Su Hao. Upon reaching the curse scene, Su Hao scanned the queue, but Xiaoyi was nowhere to be found. Inquiring with the staff outside the scene revealed that she had just entered less than a minute ago. Su Hao intended to rush into the room to retrieve Xiaoyi, but Zhang Chenghui stopped him, lowering his voice. "Brother Hao, what are you doing? The police will be sealing off the scene in a few minutes. Creating a disturbance beforehand wouldn't be wise. I'm going in to find the little girl who came out with me. I'm worried she might be in danger." Easily evading Zhang Chenghui, Su Hao pressed onward. The staff maintaining order outside attempted to intervene. But how could they possibly stop someone as adept in the 8 extreme steps as Su Hao? "I have urgent business with those inside." With that, he swiftly slipped into the curse scene, leaving the hesitant staff behind. The interior of the room was arranged just like the cursed house from the film. Su Hao had no time to admire the details. He called out Xiaoyi's name as he ascended the stairs, hoping to pull her out of the haunted house. Meow! A black cat leaped from a wardrobe, startling Su Hao to the point where he nearly kicked it. A black cat? Su Hao frowned. He vaguely recalled that the cursed film featured several scenes involving black cats. Typically, anyone who spotted a black cat would soon encounter Kayako or Toshio. The black cat emitted an eerie meow, darting up the stairs with several agile leaps before vanishing from sight. Su Hao looked up to see a small, sinister child peering down at him from a gap in the ceiling's tatami, staring unblinkingly. The Grudge is indeed far more terrifying than the Village of the Damned. Even a single scene could render many weak at the knees. Su Hao merely paused momentarily before continuing his ascent to the rooftop. Suddenly, several shrill screams from girls echoed from above, and unsurprisingly, the familiar voice of Xiaoyi was among them. Su Hao dashed up the stairs, flung open the door, and was immediately met with the sight of the contorted figure of Kayako sprawled on the ground, her bloodied face gradually lifting as she crawled toward the 4 terrified girls huddled together. It was easy for him to spot Xiaoyi among the 4. She was the shortest. Taking a deep breath, Su Hao stepped forward, placing himself between the grotesque Kayako and the frightened girls. As expected, Kayako halted, her icy, vengeful gaze fixed upon him, yet she made no further movements. According to the cinematic narrative, Kayako would have likely unleashed havoc by now, but within the haunted house, she did not. In the monitoring room, the young manager was munching on his lunch while fixated on the screen, relishing the sight of the girls in sheer terror. However, before he could command Kayako to proceed with her next scare, a familiar figure caught his eye. "What the hell? Is that guy back again?" The young manager was taken aback, his immediate thought being that this individual had become addicted to the thrill of earning the initial bonus and was intent on conquering the grudge scenario. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized this person didn't appear to have entered with the 4 girls, and besides, Their haunted house had regulations allowing a maximum of 4 guests per scene. Before the young manager could gather his thoughts, he witnessed Su Hao see Xiao Yi and make a beeline for the exit, a move that piqued his curiosity and vigilance. Had he been discovered? The young manager's expression darkened as he gestured, causing Kayako, who was poised to pursue, to freeze in place, allowing Su Hao and the others to exit unimpeded. Almost all the ghostly figures in the monitors, including Kayako and Juanxiong, melded into the shadows, gradually vanishing from sight. He scrutinized the footage, his brow furrowed. This cannot stand. I must interrogate that young man thoroughly. If he has indeed uncovered the truth of the haunted house, I will have to employ certain methods to ensure his silence. With that, the young manager exited the monitoring room, heading directly towards Su Hao, who had just emerged from the grudge scene with Xiao Yi in tow. Su Hao, why did you come in? Xiao Yi asked, perplexed. Don't pull me out. My classmates and I were just about to see if we could clear the level. Su Hao retorted with irritation. Didn't we agree not to visit the haunted house today? You just ran off without a care. If you keep this up, I want to accompany you next time. Realizing her fault, Xiao Yi fell silent, allowing Su Hao to lead her out of the room. Dear guest, the young manager approached with a professional smile. May I inquire why you chose to enter the scene while other guests were experiencing it? Is there something about our establishment that has displeased you? Su Hao took a cautious step back, shaking his head. No, it's just that I had an urgent matter to attend to with her. I apologize if this caused any disruption to your operations. At that moment, Zhang Chenghui and his companions joined them, casting scrutinizing glances at the young manager. It's all good. No harm done. The young manager glanced at Su Hao and his group. My surname is Fong. May I ask how to address you, my friend? Could we have a word in private? He gestured toward the monitoring room. Chapter 92. A facade of strength. Seeing the young manager's demeanor, Su Hao and his companions surmised that he had likely deduced their discovery of the haunted house's ghostly secrets, though he probably remained unaware of the capabilities of the supernatural group. Otherwise, he would not be so composed in approaching them for a conversation. What do you want? Su Hao feigned ignorance. The young manager maintained a congenial smile. I have a few minor inquiries to discuss with you. Consider it a user survey. We will provide you with some unique souvenirs as a token of appreciation afterward. Oh, a survey? Certainly. To placate the young manager, Su Hao acquiesced, signaling Zhang Chenghui and the others to depart with Xiao Yi. After all, the police would soon cordon off the area, and there was no immediate danger. The young manager had anticipated that persuading Su Hao would take some effort, as user surveys typically didn't necessitate a private conversation. However, he was pleasantly surprised by Su Hao's prompt agreement. They arrived at the monitoring room. Once out of the public eye, the young manager seemed to exhale, visibly relaxing, his previously polished demeanor giving way to a more casual air. Look, buddy, you figured it out, haven't you? Figured out what? Su Hao remained unflappable, continuing to play the fool. Unlike others, he was not particularly afraid of ghosts, disregarding his mental fortitude sufficient to resist spectral intimidation. The records from the supernatural group indicated that his abilities could effectively suppress ethereal entities. In other words, his existing powers were inherently effective against ghosts. Noticing Su Hao's persistent denial, the young manager's lips quirked in frustration. He waved his hand, and from the shadows in the corner emerged a familiar specter, the blood-soaked Kayako. She fixed her vengeful, chilling gaze upon the two, yet remained motionless in the corner. Wait, when did she arrive? Su Hao was taken aback by Kayako's sudden appearance, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes, though he feigned ignorance. He recognized that his acting might not be convincing enough, but he had enough skill in deflecting attention to buy some time. This young manager's abilities were rather peculiar. He could summon ghosts at will. Moreover, he had conjured the renowned vengeful spirit from the films, stirring deep-seated childhood fears merely by her presence. Come on, stop pretending. Let us speak plainly. The young manager appeared unfazed, as if this were not his first encounter of this nature. With ease, he pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Su Hao, who declined. The young manager casually pocketed the cigarette. My name is Fong Xiangyu. And what should I call you? Su Hao. Oh, Su Gu. I suppose we're acquainted now. Fong Xiangyu took a puff of his cigarette, gesturing for Kayako to step back. In an instant, she vanished into the shadows, re-emerging from beneath his feet with a speed that resembled teleportation. As Su Hao observed the scene, a tremor of apprehension surged within him. He quietly contemplated the possibility of confronting a ghostly entity capable of instantaneous teleportation. Aside from employing his lightning elemental abilities, he pondered what other means he might possess to subdue such an adversary. The conclusion was dishearteningly clear. There appeared to be none. Even if he were to utilize his lightning powers, his efforts would likely be confined to defense, as the likelihood of striking the elusive apparition seemed bleak. After all, teleportation was an exceedingly formidable tactic. To be candid, he harbored doubts about the true strength of the ghost under Feng Xiangyu's control. Though some unique abilities in this world could be immensely powerful, the surge of supernatural powers had only recently commenced. It seemed implausible for such an almost invincible capability to emerge so swiftly. If night fell and Feng Xiangyu commanded these ghosts, would he not reign supreme? Would he still require the establishment of a haunted house? Noticing the astonishment etched across Su Hao's face, Feng Xiangyu revealed a smug expression, flicking the ash from his cigarette. To speak frankly, the employees of my haunted house are indeed genuine ghosts. I hope, Brother Su, that you refrain from carelessly divulging this matter. Otherwise, a mere glance summoned Kayako, who instantly teleported to stand inches from Su Hao's face, their eyes locking in a chilling confrontation. An icy malevolence enveloped him. By heavens! Su Hao's heart momentarily halted, nearly compelling him to unleash a lightning-fueled strike. Fortunately, he restrained himself, retreating several steps to distance himself from the ghost. However, his complexion had turned pallid, the very essence of his blood seemingly chilled, a remnant of the shock he had just endured, which would likely take a few moments to dissipate. He considered himself fortunate. Had a more timid individual occupied his position, they might have succumbed to unconsciousness from sheer fright. At last, he had succeeded in startling Feng Xiangyu. Pleased with Su Hao's reaction, Feng Xiangyu beckoned Kayako back and approached, patting Su Hao's shoulder. Buddy, you're not dim-witted. You grasp my meaning, don't you? Feigning a dazed state from fright, Su Hao ignored him entirely and bolted towards the exit of the surveillance room. He maintained a pace within the realm of an ordinary person, and his actions mirrored a typical reaction to fear, posing no risk of arousing Feng Xiangyu's suspicions. The motivation behind his seemingly reckless retreat was a desire to ascertain how this individual, who commanded ghosts, would attempt to thwart his escape. Would he summon the specter to intercept him, or resort to another stratagem? It was prudent to test the waters beforehand. To his astonishment, Feng Xiangyu appeared flustered by Su Hao's dash for the door, failing to command the ghost to seize him or employ any special methods. Instead, he hurriedly pursued in an attempt to grasp Su Hao. Even within the bounds of an ordinary person's speed, Su Hao, proficient in martial arts and bagwazang, could hardly be captured by an unremarkable individual. In a flash, he slipped through the doorway, escaping the surveillance room with unexpected ease. Did he truly neglect to summon the ghost to apprehend me? Did he forget in his panic, or was there yet another reason? Bathing in the brilliance of the midday sun, Su Hao muttered in confusion. A glance around revealed that the visitors surrounding the haunted house had been effectively evacuated by the authorities, indicating that the operation to capture the young proprietor could commence. As he reached for his phone to summon old G and the others to assist in apprehending the young boss, he realized that in the dimly lit confines of the haunted house, the ghosts appeared capable of unrestricted movement. The danger was too great. He did not believe he could subdue this individual alone. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The young boss, Feng Xiangyu, emerged from the surveillance room. Seemingly oblivious and defenseless, Su Hao was taken aback, yet he seized the opportunity, swiftly executing a grappling maneuver to bring Feng Xiangyu to the ground. With a precise strike to the back of his head, he rendered the young man unconscious before he could process the situation. In less than a second, what was once considered a perilous paranormal adversary had been neutralized. Upon pushing open the door to the surveillance room, Su Hao discovered that the previously stationary Kayako had vanished. Turning to behold Feng Xiangyu sprawled on the ground, he found himself at a loss for words to adequately convey his exasperation. How utterly deceptive. Had he known this individual was so feeble, he could have concocted a ruse to lure him out and dispatched him with a mere blow. Witnessing Su Hao's seamless execution of the takedown, Ji Qingmin and the others, who had been poised to rush in from the shadows, were momentarily stunned. Exchanging glances, Ji Qingmin approached first. He is unconscious? It seems so. It doesn't appear to be an act. Su Hao glanced at the surveillance room, noting that not only had Feng Xiangyu collapsed, but Kayako had also vanished, and the screens within the room no longer displayed any spectral figures. This confirmed that Feng Xiangyu was indeed the mastermind controlling the apparitions. Better to proceed with caution, Ji Qingmin declared, producing a syringe filled with a tranquilizer and injecting it into Feng Xiangyu's arm. This tranquilizer was of the same variety as the one Su Hao had previously wielded. devoid of any antidote, and potent enough to induce several days of slumber in an ordinary person. When dealing with an individual possessing supernatural abilities, it was paramount to remain vigilant, regardless of any apparent advantages, a lesson gleaned from years of covert battles between the supernatural task force and rogue abilities. With the tranquilizer administered, they were now assured of success. Summoning the 3 interns to assist in transporting the incapacitated Feng Xiangyu, Ji Qingmin seemed in high spirits. Is that it? Huh. This has truly been the easiest task I've undertaken. Initially, upon hearing of a supernatural mission, he had braced himself for a challenging confrontation. Yet the disparity between expectation and reality had been staggering. It had concluded in a bewilderingly anticlimactic manner. Su Hao shrugged. Old Ji, where do you intend to take him? To the military district? This fellow merely utilized his abilities to run a haunted house for profit. He hasn't committed any crimes nor caused significant disruption. There is no need for military detention. Ji Qingmin gestured subtly. First, we must transport him to the supernatural task force for interrogation. We'll employ a polygraph to ascertain the specifics of his abilities and determine whether he has committed any crimes before deciding whether to monitor, recruit, or detain him. Oh, so there is such a protocol, Su Hao mused thoughtfully. The individuals previously recruited by him for the ability group were mostly those who had recently awakened their powers. Apart from the one with a slight history of petty theft, the rest had unblemished records, rendering extensive investigation unnecessary. However, the owner of the haunted house presented a different case. His powers awakening timeline remained uncertain, and it was unclear what he had done with them during that period. Furthermore, the source of his funding for acquiring the haunted house was suspicious, given the bizarre and perilous nature of his abilities. The ability group had to approach this matter with utmost caution. Are you coming to the interrogation later? Ji Qingmin inquired with a smile. It's a perfect opportunity for you to familiarize yourself with the process and to witness our advanced technological apparatus. Am I allowed to go? Su Hao expressed considerable interest. He was inherently curious about Feng Xiangyu's abilities and equally intrigued by the high-tech equipment mentioned by Ji Qingmin. The resources available to the ability group exceeded what he had previously encountered, though many advanced devices were beyond his current access level. However, Su Hao did not immediately agree. His gaze swept around the vicinity. Where's Xiaoyi? Are you referring to the little girl who was with you earlier? Ji Qingmin pointed towards a pavilion outside the cordon. I purchased 4 ice creams for them and asked her to wait there for you. Su Hao nodded. Thanks, I'll go greet her first. And then we can head back to the ability group together. Meanwhile, at the stone benches of the pavilion, 4 girls sat in a row. One tall girl with a ponytail, while savoring her ice cream, teased, Xiaoyi. The guy who pulled you out of the haunted house earlier is that big brother from your neighbor whom you constantly talk about, right? What's it to you? Xiaoyi replied, her tone assertive but her ears slightly flushed. I've been hearing you talk about him for almost a year, and now you finally see him in person. A short-haired girl twirled her hair with a mischievous grin. Although I didn't get a good look, he seems quite decent looking. With a respectable demeanor, I'd give him a solid 7 or 8 out of 10. Who would have thought he s into lowly girls? Or perhaps he himself is just a victim of that. Stop spouting nonsense. Take this. Xiaoyi, flustered and embarrassed, put her ice cream aside and reached to tickle the short-haired girl, leading to a playful tussle between them. By the way, Xiaoyi, why was your neighbor brother in such a hurry to pull you out earlier? Another girl, wearing glasses, quietly munched on her ice cream, not joining in their playful banter, but casting curious glances towards the cordoned-off area. What exactly happened over there? Why did the police urgently evacuate all the visitors? Doesn't that seem odd to you? The other 3 girls briefly turned their attention towards the restricted zone, but did not dwell on it. Xiaoyi replied, I asked Su Hao's colleague earlier. He mentioned that someone reported a wanted criminal had escaped into the amusement park area, prompting the police to respond and seal off the haunted house region. As an experienced member of the ability group, Ji Qingmin was adept at fabricating credible falsehoods. The girl with glasses remarked, but your Su Hao brother seemed to know there was something wrong with that haunted house beforehand. Isn't that strange? Not really, Xiaoyi blinked. He seems to have recently found a position within the national framework. I haven't asked him in detail, but he might just be an undercover police officer. Before the girls could continue their discussion, footsteps echoed along the path. What are you all chatting about? Can I join? Su Hao had overheard their conversation and approached, playfully ruffling Xiaoyi's hair. You, young lady, why are you so disobedient? I told you not to go near the haunted house today, yet you sneaked over there anyway. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? What if a criminal happened to be hiding inside and took you hostage? Since Ji Qingmin had already created a plausible smokescreen, Xiao Yi and her friends accepted this narrative without question. Su Hao took the opportunity to admonish Xiao Yi, aiming to impart some wisdom. Are you really an undercover police officer? Xiao Yi's eyes widened. Speculating was one thing, but hearing it directly was another. Something like that. Su Hao did not deny it. An undercover police officer? If we consider the ranks, although he has been promoted to a level 3 member, he still holds the title of a level 1 police supervisor. However, his authority surpasses that of a county police chief by half a rank, granting him the power to mobilize local police forces. He glanced at Xiao Yi's 3 high school classmates, aware they were all from the same class. He nodded to them in greeting. You girls go enjoy yourselves elsewhere. I have some matters to attend to and may not return until later. You can handle dinner on your own. The first part was directed at all 4 girls, while the latter was specifically for Xiao Yi. After sharing the prize money from the previous challenge, which was 5,000 yuan, she could easily dine out or order takeout, even treating her classmates to a feast. With her friends around, Xiao Yi's safety was considerably enhanced, allowing Su Hao to head to the ability group with peace of mind. Chapter 94. Interrogation Room. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yi and her friends, Su Hao returned to the haunted house, where Ji Qingmin and the others had already loaded the anesthetized Fang Xiangyu onto a transport vehicle. Zhang Chenghui and the other 2 did not accompany them back to the ability group, as they were still in the internship phase and needed to continue training in the military district after completing this task. The training encompassed a wide range of topics, including various regulations, combat techniques, and procedures for dealing with common supernatural occurrences, knowledge that Su Hao had already reviewed through mobile documents. Upon completion of the training, these ability users would be assigned to different provincial ability groups. Su Hao had heard that those who excelled during military training might emerge as level 2 members or even higher. The military district training served as both a refinement and an opportunity. If he did not possess a task system, he might have been inclined to undergo military training for a while before returning. After parting ways with the 3 interns, Su Hao took a seat in the passenger side of the transport vehicle, chatting with Ji Qingmin as they drove back to the ability group. I heard that the young lady from the Mo family came looking for you last night, Ji Qingmin remarked casually while driving. A classic hero saving the damsel in distress scenario, huh? So, did the girl end up having a crush on you? Haha. She was merely curious about the affairs of the ability group. Su Hao shrugged and gazed out at the scenery beyond the car window. Is it really acceptable to casually divulge information about abilities to those individuals? His implication was clear, extending beyond just Mo Lushuan and the old man Mo. Confidentiality agreements vary in their applicability. Ji Qingmin replied calmly. The upper echelons of society undoubtedly possess more intelligence. The state has no intention of concealing the truth. The suppression of information regarding abilities is merely to prevent public panic. Moreover, I have heard that it may soon be made public. Public? To showcase those with abilities? Su Hao's expression shifted slightly. He had already gleaned some pertinent information from Miao Yuan during his ability assessment the previous week, mentioning that renowned ability users might be presented as examples for promotional purposes. That seems plausible. You are nearing the qualifications of a level 3 member and thus eligible to learn some internal news. Ji Qingmin contemplated for a moment before continuing. It is said that the number of ability users has been steadily increasing in recent years, particularly in the recent period, where many have awakened their powers. Just within the past week, there have been 500 to 600 registered across the nation, and that's merely the tip of the iceberg. Who knows how many more remain undiscovered? 500 to 600. Even if he was aware of the global surge of abilities, Su Hao was still taken aback. After all, this figure only represented those identified by the state. The actual number might not even reach 1/5 of that. However, upon further reflection, with a population of 14 billion, the emergence of thousands of ability users is not surprising. To say it is a rare occurrence would not be an exaggeration. Awakening abilities might occur in 1 out of nearly a million. Yet this number continues to rise, and there may be many more on the verge of awakening among the populace. It was hard to envision what society would look like once ability users were fully integrated into the public consciousness. Imagining the potential explosion of ability users in the future, Su Hao could not help but ponder the transformations that might unfold across the world. Perhaps one day, he would witness ability users showcasing their talents on variety shows, or their abilities could become a benchmark for employment. The world would undoubtedly gain a new facet of diversity, and no one could predict the chemical reactions that would ensue. Both positive and negative consequences were likely, reminiscent of the RoboCop film series. However, it seemed improbable that societal discrimination would manifest. Rather, people might respond with curiosity and admiration towards ability users. Indeed, it is difficult to fathom, Ji Qingmin echoed with a tone of reflection. Compared to Su Hao, who had only recently joined the ability group, Ji Qingmin had been part of the organization for nearly 2 years, engaging in numerous missions, making him more attuned to the phenomenon of ability users being revealed to the public. After a brief drive, they arrived at the bureau. 2 staff members awaited them at the entrance, and as soon as the vehicle halted, they approached with a stretcher to carry the unconscious Fong Xiangyu into the interrogation room of the building. This was Su Hao's first experience in the ability group's interrogation chamber. The room spanned around a dozen square meters, with metallic walls that, upon touch, revealed themselves to be composed of an alloy rather than steel. The metallic chamber exuded a distinctly futuristic ambience. Inside the interrogation room, the furnishings were minimal: a table, several chairs, and a two-way mirror separating the interrogator from the subject. On the subject's side sat a high-tech metallic seat, reminiscent of an electric chair or the confinement chairs often seen in films featuring antagonists. The staff secured Fong Xiangyu in the metallic seat, fastening metal rings around his limbs and neck, and affixing electrodes to his cervical spine. Should he struggle or exhibit any dangerous behavior, the electrodes would deliver a voltage sufficient to induce unconsciousness, an almost impenetrable confinement measure. Gazing at the still unconscious Fong Xiangyu, Su Hao inquired, "When will he wake up?" "Not long now," Ji Qingmin replied. The staff busied themselves setting up the polygraph equipment, placing a monitor on Fong Xiangyu's forehead. Once all instruments were operational, they administered an antidote to neutralize the anesthesia. Within 3 minutes, Fong Xiangyu, restrained in the electric chair, began to awaken groggily. Initially disoriented, he suddenly jolted to full awareness upon realizing his limbs were immobilized. "Where am I? What is happening?" He strained against the restraints, but the metal rings remained steadfast. It was said that this chair was crafted from aerospace-grade alloys, impervious to escape, even for ability users boasting strength attributes exceeding 40 points. Su Hao and Ji Qingmin stood behind the two-way mirror, observing Fong Xiangyu's actions without rushing to engage him. Due to the mirror's properties, Fong Xiangyu was oblivious to the fact that he was being watched. After futile attempts to break free from the restraints, he instinctively sought to employ his abilities. From the shadows of the corner emerged a wraith-like figure, not a specter from a horror house, but rather a dark, amorphous shadow. Fong Xiangyu commanded, "Investigate this place and see if anyone is nearby." The shadow drifted towards the door, slipping through the crack as if it were a mere shadow, moving at incredible speed. And within moments, it discovered Su Hao and Ji Qingmin behind the two-way mirror. "What on earth is that? A ghost?" Ji Qingmin gasped, startled by the sudden emergence of the shadow, seemingly haunted by remnants of fear from horror films. Su Hao picked up a stick from the table and tentatively prodded at the shadow, only for it to pass through as if it were smoke. Without lingering, it swiftly returned to Fong Xiangyu, as if teleporting back to his side. Chapter 95, A Composite Special Ability? Someone is behind the mirror. Fong Xiangyu was astonished. Having gleaned information from the shadow, his expression a mix of shock and fear as he stared at the large mirror. A double-sided mirror? Having worked at an amusement park for several years, he was well acquainted with various peculiar props and quickly deduced the unique nature of his confinement. What filled him with dread was not merely the presence of someone behind the mirror, but the realization that the process of summoning the shadow had likely been witnessed by those observing him. The concealed secrets have been unveiled, and personal freedom is now constrained. Leaving Fong Xiangyu in a state of anxiety and fear, uncertain of who has abducted him. Without hesitation, he dispels the shadow before him. "Who are you? Why have you kidnapped me? Could it be you, Brother Su?" He recalls that before losing consciousness, he was pursuing a tourist who had discovered the secrets of his haunted house. The moment he exited the monitoring room, he was caught off guard and swiftly incapacitated. When he regained awareness, he found himself imprisoned in the secret chamber. The two figures behind the mirror paid no heed to Fong Xiangyu's cries, engaging in a leisurely discussion regarding the earlier shadow. They could communicate with it in ways beyond mere words. Su Hao took out a notepad, diligently recording the peculiarities of this individual's abilities, and whispered to Ji Qingmin, "What are your thoughts?" Ji Qingmin frowned. He hasn't even attempted to command the shadow to break free from its restraints. Perhaps those spirits lack substantial strength or cannot interact with the physical realm. "No," Su Hao replied. "I touched a female ghost while in the haunted house. It possessed physical form, and its skin was as cold as that of a corpse. As for its strength, I cannot say." Su Hao's brow furrowed. "To be frank, I am increasingly perplexed by the nature of this person's abilities. That shadow does not resemble any of the female ghosts in the haunted house, yet its teleportation technique is identical to that of Kayako, whom I observed in the monitoring room. Is that so? I have never heard of a corporeal ghost before, Ji Qingmin remarked with a grin. Since we cannot deduce it, let us cease our speculations and commence the interrogation. Very well, you may begin, Su Hao replied, pushing the microphone towards Ji Qingmin, who was more versed in the interrogation process. However, Ji Qingmin countered, no need, why don't you give it a try? Improvisation is acceptable. The subsequent interrogation is not particularly challenging, especially with a lie detector present. It is difficult for the subject to deceive. All right then, since he had been encouraged, Su Hao took the microphone, gathered his thoughts, and spoke in a deep, serious tone. Confess and receive leniency. Resist and face severity. State your name and place of residence. Not only Feng Xiangyu, but even Ji Qingmin appeared somewhat bewildered. Your interrogation approach seems to blend Eastern and Western styles. The first part is fine, but why does the latter sound like a magistrate's proclamation? Su Hao cast an innocent glance, feeling at a loss, as he had never studied interrogation techniques. On a whim, he had recited lines from a television drama, improvisation being the very thing Ji Qingmin had suggested. Feng Xiangyu, seated on the metallic chair, suddenly recognized Su Hao's voice. Is it really you? We have no grievances. Why have you kidnapped me? We can discuss this calmly. First, answer my question, Su Hao interjected, getting straight to the point. Furthermore, we are not abducting you. This is a matter of official duty. You are in the interrogation room of the National Special Operations Bureau, and every word you utter will be monitored by a lie detector and recorded. The National Special Operations Bureau? Feng Xiangyu was taken aback. His expression fluctuating as uncertainty clouded his mind. Su Hao understood his feelings. Most individuals who awaken their abilities are initially apprehensive, guarding their secrets for fear of discovery by the state, lest they be captured for experimentation. With the authority of the state and the intimidation of the lie detector, it took little effort for the young proprietor of the haunted house to divulge everything. Upon uncovering the nature of his abilities, both Su Hao and Ji Qingmin were left in a state of confusion. No one anticipated that his powers were not related to supernatural phenomena, but rather a form of mental projection. Indeed, the essence of his ability was the previous formless shadow. In simpler terms, he could project his mind into reality, simulating various forms, such as the female ghosts in the haunted house. Currently, he could project up to 3 shadows, each functioning as an independent entity with limited intelligence, capable of following simple commands while possessing unique abilities like mental oppression, teleportation, and telekinesis. These capabilities were all founded on the projection of his mental essence. Mental intimidation could only instill fear in ordinary individuals with lesser mental strength. Teleportation was possible due to the shadow's unique properties, allowing it to move freely within a small area of darkness. Telekinesis, however, required considerable mental energy. Truthfully, the shadow struggled to manipulate even the weight of a few chopsticks. In terms of physical abilities, the shadows posed little threat. If a confrontation were to occur, the combined strength of the 3 shadows would likely fail against an ordinary individual. Even if they could mimic the appearance of female ghosts, they would reveal their true form upon sustaining even minor attacks. While lacking in lethality, this individual's abilities were far from weak. Within the confines of the shadow's powers resided characteristics such as mental assault, transformation, independent division, teleportation, and psychokinesis. Such multifaceted abilities are even rarer than elemental powers. Having once been an employee at the haunted house, Feng Xiangyu's initial thought upon discovering his gift was to establish a unique haunted house for legal profit. With such formidable abilities, you chose to use them to frighten people? Su Hao found it incredulous, staring intently at Feng Xiangyu across the mirror. So, the female ghosts in the 3 scenarios of the haunted house were all manifestations of your shadows? You directed their actions through the surveillance system? Not entirely, Feng Xiangyu replied, despondent. While the shadows may lack intelligence, they can still execute simple scare tactics on their own. My role in the monitoring room was primarily to avert unforeseen incidents, such as when someone deviates from the script. The emphasis in his last statement seemed to carry an unspoken implication. Clearing his throat, Su Hao passed the microphone to Ji Qingmin, having exhausted his inquiries. Taking the microphone, Ji Qingmin directly stated, one final question. How did you finance the acquisition of the haunted house building? Feng Xiangyu hesitated, his gaze shifting evasively, clearly burdened by a guilty secret. Ji Qingmin calmly stated. The flow of funds is not difficult to investigate. If you confess honestly now, you might receive leniency. But if we uncover any criminal behavior on your part, we will proceed according to the law. This approach, a mix of reward and punishment, works wonders during interrogations. Fang Xiangyu glanced helplessly at the lie detector nearby. Fine, I will speak. According to his account, a week ago, he had transformed into a ghost using his shadow ability to intimidate the amusement park owner into temporarily leasing him a building that was about to undergo redevelopment. For a mere few tens of thousands, as a symbolic rental fee. He initially considered using this tactic to scare others for money. But due to his long-standing respect for the law, he ultimately refrained from doing so. Overall, this individual had not committed many illegal acts using his powers, which significantly simplified the interrogation process. Ji Qingmin asked a few more questions to ensure there was no inclination toward violence. Within half an hour, the interrogation concluded, and the staff opened the door, releasing Fang Xiangyu, who had been secured to a metal chair. Since he had no prior criminal record, the subsequent procedures were much simpler. As usual, Su Hao and Ji Qingmin escorted him to Team Leader Xing's office to finalize his contract for joining the Special Abilities Group. This individual's unique powers were highly valuable, and the higher-ups would undoubtedly strive to incorporate him into the organization. Sitting on the sofa in the office, Su Hao had little interest in the conversation between Team Leader Xing and Fang Xiangyu. His gaze drifted across the system interface, puzzled as to why no system tasks had appeared today. Normally, side missions should have triggered during the investigation of the haunted house. Ding. System upgrading. Task module temporarily disabled. Estimated time for upgrade, 48 hours. Time remaining until system upgrade completion, 40 hours. A system upgrade? Su Hao was momentarily taken aback by the two lines of text hovering in the center of the interface. The upgrade had commenced 8 hours prior, coinciding with the time he had just woken up that morning. Since he had not actively accessed the system today, he was unaware of the upgrade. Although he was uncertain about the specifics of the upgrade, he hoped it would lead to positive developments, possibly unlocking new features upon completion. Previously, new modules were activated upon reaching certain milestones, but this time the entire system was halted for an upgrade, suggesting significant changes ahead. Contemplating this, Su Hao closed the system interface. Despite the inability to undertake tasks during the upgrade, it aligned perfectly with his vacation time. After the myriad of events from the previous week, it was indeed time for a well-deserved relaxation. Meanwhile, Team Leader Xing and Fang Xiangyu had completed their contract signing. This young entrepreneur had barely opened the haunted house before it honorably failed, becoming a reserve member of the Special Abilities Group, destined for military training that would likely last at least a week or two. After sending off Fang Xiangyu, Team Leader Xing turned to Su Hao. Xiao Su, I need to discuss something with you. Oh, what is it? Su Hao, initially planning to leave with Ji Qingmin, was halted. Team Leader Xing produced a document and handed it over. The higher-ups have taken a keen interest in you since learning of your elemental abilities. They believe such talent should not go to waste and have decided to offer you an opportunity for training in the military district in the capital. There, you will have access to a higher platform, and you might even attain a respectable military rank. The capital? Su Hao paused, scanning the information in the document. It detailed the training program in the military district and the positions available post-training. Not to mention, the base salary was nearly 5 times what he currently earned, with a long list of enticing benefits. However, Su Hao did not feel particularly tempted. He was content in Chang'an, surrounded by familiar faces, and had no desire to abandon his relationships for the sake of purported opportunities in an unfamiliar city. Truth be told, he had little ambition for status, wealth, or power. Perhaps it was simply a matter of maintaining a grounded perspective. With a few million at his disposal, he felt he could live comfortably for a while. Moreover, with the system at his side, opportunities would not elude him, as long as he completed tasks, elevated his rank, and enhanced his strength. Status and wealth would eventually come to him without the need for arduous pursuits. Setting the document down, Su Hao replied candidly, "Is it possible to decline? I feel quite content here and see no need to pursue training in the capital. Take your time to consider this matter. You can provide me with your answer after your vacation," Team Leader Xing responded, somewhat surprised by Su Hao's decision. He paused before adding, "To be honest, our Special Abilities Group would prefer not to lose a talent like you. However, I must admit that the capital offers superior development opportunities. As the nation's capital, it attracts many high-ranking officials, and even the headquarters of the Special Abilities Group is located there. Compared to the branches, the headquarters offers better salaries and facilities." "All right, I will think it over, Su Hao replied, not entirely dismissing the idea as he returned the document. Team leader Xing organized the papers. By the way, the higher-ups approved an additional reward of 10 points for you yesterday. Congratulations on your promotion to a level 3 member. In fact, even without those 10 points, the score you earned today from discovering those 2 ability users would suffice for your promotion. As he spoke the latter part, Team leader Xing looked at Su Hao with a hint of uncertainty. Xiao Su, would you mind sharing how you discovered those ability users? 1 or 2 might be attributed to luck, but 6 is quite remarkable. Su Hao was prepared for this question. He scratched his head and replied, honestly, I'm not entirely sure. However, whenever I encounter an ability user, I feel a subtle peculiarity about them. It's hard to describe, but they just seem different from ordinary people. A special perception? Team leader Xing nodded, seemingly unfazed by this. I see. If you experience this sensation again, be sure to report it to me immediately. Recently, there has been a surge in awakened ability users among the populace, and if we do not address it, it could lead to serious chaos. Understood. I'll take care of it, Su Hao affirmed. With the incentive of earning points for discovering ability users, he had already planned to utilize his reconnaissance abilities to accumulate points effectively. In the realm of the ability group, the significance of points is considerable. They not only serve as a means to exchange for holidays. During a casual conversation with Ji Qingmin, it was mentioned that members of level 3 and above can redeem points for unique benefits exclusive to the ability group, such as cutting-edge technology from the Research Institute or certain policy advantages. However, the primary function of points lies in the elevation of one's authority. The higher the rank within the ability group, the greater the corresponding salary and position, as exemplified by group leader Xing, who is a level 6 member and serves as the head of a division. Advancement in rank becomes increasingly challenging, while level 3 requires merely 100 points. Level 4 demands 300. Points within the ability group are notoriously difficult to acquire. For an ordinary mission, if one's personal performance is not particularly outstanding, one might earn only 5 or 6 points. More challenging tasks may yield over 10 points, while missions that offer dozens of points often come with life-threatening risks. For instance, during the recent operation to protect Miss Mo, Su Hao faced near-fatal circumstances to earn 70 points, perhaps thanks to the gratitude of old Master Mo. Risking one's life for points is not something everyone can undertake, especially since opportunities are scarce. In contrast, discovering a single ability user can yield 5 or 10 points. An incredibly effortless endeavor. If one could ascend to level 4 in the ability group through this means, it would be nothing short of splendid. However, group leader Xing's subsequent remarks dashed his hopes. Due to the recent surge in the number of awakened ability users, it was decided that the rewards for discovering ability users would transition from points to a monetary system, offering 30,000 yuan for each newly found ability user, with points reserved only for subduing particularly dangerous ones. A policy change? Su Hao frowned. Is the reward really just 30,000 for each discovery? That hardly seems substantial. It was anticipated that this regulation would be revoked, as points serve as a precious testament to one's rank advancement within the ability group. Previously, as ability users were exceedingly rare, such reward measures were instituted, but with the increasing numbers, it was impractical to make points too easily obtainable. Regrettably, he had hoped to accumulate more points, but the policy had shifted more swiftly than expected, leaving no room for exploitation. Suddenly realizing something, Su Hao hastily inquired, by the way, when does the new policy take effect? The individuals I brought today should still count for points, right? This new system was implemented yesterday, replied group leader Xing after a brief pause. However, the 2 individuals you recommended today possess special abilities that hold significant value for the organization. So I will still apply to grant you 20 points as a reward. Significant value? Su Hao was taken aback. While the ability of the individual from the haunted house was indeed formidable, what was so exceptional about the first female university studentess aura ability? Upon reflection, he suddenly comprehended. Although perception-type abilities lack combat prowess, when utilized appropriately, their value can surpass that of combat abilities. Earlier that morning, the female university student detected Su Hao's uniqueness through her ability, suggesting that her perception skill enabled her to discern ability users within a crowd. Moreover, her perception ability was not as cumbersome as Su Hao's reconnaissance. She merely needed to sweep her gaze to effortlessly identify any abnormalities in the auras of those around her. By merely approaching the gathered crowd, her efficiency surpassed Su Hao's by leaps and bounds. With this realization, Su Hao felt considerably relieved. The new policy was not primarily aimed at him. Although perception-type ability users are not numerous in the country, they certainly exist, making the task of locating ability users far easier for them. With the implementation of the new policy, everyone would be unable to earn points. And this thought brought him a sense of balance. Group leader, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave for a meal. After addressing the pertinent matters, Su Hao glanced at the dusk-darkening sky, feeling a hint of hunger. Group leader Xing hesitated before saying, I should remind you that old Master Mo hopes you can serve as a bodyguard for his granddaughter for a while. I declined, citing your injury and leave. But I heard that Miss Mo intends to request a bodyguard assignment from the higher-ups once your leave concludes. Really? Is that even permissible? Su Hao was rendered speechless. He had thought Miss Mo Lacien was merely joking the previous night, but it appeared she was quite serious. The caprices of a wealthy heir truly know no bounds. Isn't this a case of using one's power for personal gain? However, if you truly wish to decline, I can certainly find a way to help you turn it down. Group leader Xing was quite considerate of Su Hao's personal choices. He added with a knowing smile, but I personally believe that, as a young person, engaging more with others is not necessarily a bad thing. Su Hao rubbed his forehead. Let's discuss this again once my leave is over. All right, then you may go, replied Group Leader Xing. After bidding farewell to Group Leader Xing, Su Hao hailed a taxi home, ordering takeout en route. Upon reaching the entrance of his community, he fortuitously encountered Qiu Ruoyan, whom he had not seen in quite some time. She appeared somewhat troubled, her gaze cast downward as if lost in contemplation, oblivious to Su Hao's presence until he approached her to greet her. Ah, Su Hao? Qiu Ruoyan blinked. I haven't seen you in days. Have you been away for leisure? Yes, something like that. Su Hao shrugged, having spent the past few days on a public-funded tour at the hospital. He inquired, have you encountered some troublesome matters? You seem rather preoccupied just now. Not really. Qiu Ruoyan's gaze darted evasively. I was merely contemplating a job change. I might be leaving my previous company soon, but I haven't secured a new position yet. It was all fine before. Why the sudden desire to change jobs? Su Hao questioned, recalling the persistent manager Feng who had previously troubled Qiu Ruoyan. He furrowed his brow. Is that Feng manager pestering you again? Just let me know, and I can assure you he will never dare to bother you again. A flicker of gratitude crossed Qiu Ruoyan's eyes, yet she replied, there's no need to trouble yourself. I've considered it and decided that the secretary position might not be suitable for me. This resignation will also allow me to seek a different job. Are you certain? If Qiu Ruoyan was determined to resign, he felt it was best not to interfere, but he might discreetly teach that manager Feng a lesson to relieve her frustrations. Yes, Autumn Ruo, her brow furrowing with contemplation, seemed on the verge of expressing something to Su Hao, yet hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. At that moment, the elevator reached the 5th floor, signaling that it was time for Su Hao to disembark. With a smile, she remarked, you should head back first. After I resign. Who knows, I might frequently drop by for a meal. You better not decline. She added, if there's anything, do remember to let me know. Upon finishing his farewells, Su Hao exited the elevator. In truth, he and Autumn Ruo had only known each other for about a week, maintaining a relationship akin to mere acquaintances. Unless she explicitly sought assistance, he felt it inappropriate to intrude upon her personal and professional life. Nonetheless, he made a mental note of her words. With the upcoming holiday weekend stretching before him, he found himself with an excess of free time. Idling at home playing video games held little appeal. Perhaps, he mused, visiting the esteemed manager Feng at Autumn Ruo's company tomorrow could be a delightful alternative. Chapter 98. Tidbits from the internet upon returning home. Su Hao first stopped by the neighbor's residence to greet Xiao Yi, spending a brief period playing video games with the young girl before meandering back to enjoy some takeout. Seated at his computer desk, he dined while browsing current events and gossip on various websites. Many lesser-known sites featured sensational headlines, some bordering on the absurd, with articles that seemed almost fictional. For instance, titles like A Gathering of Thousands, What Could It Be? And A Mudslide Captured a Dragon, or A Master of Hong Quan Shatters Rocks with a Single Punch, flooded the screen, leading Su Hao to momentarily question whether he resided in a fantastical realm. Yet, in reality, such news had not crossed his path. Previously, he might have dismissed such reports with a chuckle, yet now he found himself wavering between skepticism and belief. The reason was simple. He had unwittingly become a protagonist in one of those eccentric news stories. Kung Fu Master Battles the Hulk. Live footage. High energy throughout. The video he had previously seen had gone viral. Observing the headline on a trending webpage, Su Hao wore a peculiar expression, hesitating before clicking on the article. The news included clips from the viral video and featured screenshots, even enhancing the resolution in an attempt to unveil the true visage of the Kung Fu master and the Hulk from the indistinct shadows. Fortunately, the video's quality remained sufficiently blurry, and the multitude of individuals analyzing it failed to discern Su Hao's identity. Nevertheless, the comments section was abuzz with users expressing a desire to visit the location depicted in the video, hoping to pay homage to the Kung Fu master and seek him out for mentorship. While most commenters were likely jesting, some appeared genuinely earnest. It was no wonder that Su Hao had noticed an uptick in foot traffic around the neighborhood. The video's popularity had not waned. He found it amusing yet concerning. What if someone truly recognized him? The government had yet to fully disclose the existence of supernatural abilities. Would he really be thrust into the limelight as a Kung Fu master? The authorities regarding supernatural abilities had maintained a deliberate silence on the video, likely viewing it as an opportunity to promote the idea of extraordinary individuals while subtly shaping public perception, thus mitigating any societal upheaval when the truth was eventually revealed. The comments section was filled with humor, with some even comparing him to the Hong Quan master. As he perused the remarks, Su Hao couldn't help but chuckle at the suggestions for a duel between him and the master, debating whose skills were superior. With a long thread of comments lining both news articles, out of curiosity, he clicked on another news piece titled Hong Quan Master Shatters Rock with a single punch. The article commenced with yet another short video. Within a temple, a middle-aged man clad in a traditional suit assumed the stance of Hong Quan, gathering his energy before delivering a swift punch to a rock the size of a basin. With a thunderous crack, the stone shattered into fragments. The video was brief, lasting merely 10 seconds, yet it was remarkably clear, capturing the intricate patterns of the rock's fracture and the trajectory of the flying debris. This straightforward yet impactful video garnered considerable attention online, amassing nearly 100,000 views. Most comments, however, were lighthearted, such as inquiries about the man's attire and playful suggestions that it resembled a promotional clip for a martial arts film. Compared to Su Hao's hazy footage, this clear video was met with more skepticism, as viewers largely dismissed it as a product of special effects. After all, the rock in the video was not only 2 feet wide, but also a foot thick. Even a grown man would struggle to move it, let alone shatter it with a mere punch. Yet, Su Hao found himself questioning this narrative. Upon scrutinizing the segment where the middle-aged man struck the rock, he felt a weight of seriousness. While laymen were entertained, those with expertise recognized the intricacies involved. The man's initial posture revealed him to be a practitioner of significant skill. His punch, seemingly straightforward, concealed a profound and concentrated force, channeling all his strength into that single blow. Though he was uncertain how the rock had fractured from within, he discerned no signs of deception in the remnants. The middle-aged man had indeed shattered that foot-thick rock with a single punch. To be honest, even Su Hao found the feat somewhat astonishing. With his current strength and technique, he might easily break a few tiles. Yet to think of demolishing a rock with his fist was beyond his imagination. Should he attempt it, he would likely be the one left damaged. After careful calculation, Su Hao concluded that to break the rock depicted in the video would require at least 40 points of strength. Moreover, the act of shattering stone involved more than just sheer force. He should not merely have shattered the stone with his fists. This rock evidently fractured from within. Could it be a form of offensive supernatural ability? Or does the concept of hidden energy in ancient martial arts truly exist? Su Hao did not forget that he had previously deceived Yang Hongwu by using lightning elemental attacks as a guise for hidden energy, and Yang Hongwu had believed him without suspicion. This indirectly suggests that there may indeed be practitioners in the martial arts world who have mastered such hidden energy. In terms of power, this phenomenon could rival that of supernatural abilities. He wondered if mastering the 8 Extremes fist at a master level would enable him to cultivate hidden energy. Su Hao instinctively attempted to access the system interface, but only swiped through the air, having forgotten that the system was currently upgrading. Regardless, the experience points required to elevate the 8 Extremes fist were exorbitant. Merely advancing to elite level had already cost him 500 points, and reaching master level would likely require several thousand. For now, he decided not to dwell on it. Furthermore, master level is not the pinnacle. There is still the grandmaster level beyond that, and who knows how many experience points would be needed for that. If given the opportunity, he would indeed like to meet the grandmaster of Hungar featured in the video to inquire about the potency of hidden energy. Although he had acquired knowledge and skills related to the 8 Extremes fist through the system module, he felt he still lacked practical experience. Amidst the seemingly incredulous fake news on the website, two of the stories turned out to be true. What about the other several reports? Su Hao cast a skeptical glance at the other articles discussing the emergence of dragons and figures within thunderclouds. He clicked through and glanced at a few. The images were predominantly blurry, making it difficult to discern their authenticity. The average person would almost instinctively deem them false. However, to Su Hao, nothing in this world seemed particularly strange. Chapter 99. The ability to become invisible. The supernatural phenomena handled by the Supernatural Abilities Group suggest that many ancient mythological tales may have indeed been based on reality. Who knows if dragons, divine beasts, Taoist priests, and witchcraft still exist in the present day? As he scrolled through the trashy news on the small website, Su Hao fell into contemplation. He recalled Mo Leshuan's purple-red jade orb, which contained 3 points of supernatural energy, said to be a spirit jewel gifted to the ancestors of the Mo family by a Taoist priest during the late Qing dynasty. He pondered deeply, realizing that such spirit jewels were indeed real. By extension, it was highly probable that Taoist priests who exorcised evil spirits also truly existed. Suddenly feeling invigorated, a smile crept across Su Hao's lips. He was not particularly driven by a desire for wealth or status. Earning a few million now made him feel quite content with life. Moreover, with his current attributes and several supernatural abilities, he could easily secure a respectable position and salary within the national framework. His life pursuits were largely met. To be honest, if he continued in this manner, he might lose the motivation to undertake tasks for upgrades. After all, the system's missions were not mandatory and carried minimal punitive measures, making it easy to avoid them. Some tasks might be completed incidentally, while others were merely trivial pursuits that served to complicate matters. However, upon realizing that there might exist higher and more mysterious realms in this world, he immediately found himself with a new objective: martial arts grandmasters, Taoist priests, dragons, divine beasts, and perhaps even enigmatic cultivators might be out there. The surge of supernatural abilities could represent a different manifestation of the rise of the mysterious. Rather than engaging in the intrigues and power plays of high society, Su Hao found himself far more intrigued by those transcendent beings existing beyond the mundane world. Once his vacation ended, he considered taking the time to visit the archives to investigate past missions and see what supernatural events had occurred. With his current level 3 membership privileges, he should be able to access a portion of the non-confidential mission records, right? Su Hao mused to himself, absent-mindedly toying with electric arcs, honing his control over lightning elements. It had only been a week since he joined the Supernatural Abilities Group. Yet he had only formally interacted with 2 members, Miao Yueying and Ji Qingmin, and was still unfamiliar with most of the group's facilities. Nonetheless, he had gained access to several areas. For instance, the archives, interrogation rooms, training rooms, and the storeroom cabinet. It was said that the storeroom cabinet contained a batch of high-tech equipment specifically designed to deal with dangerous supernatural phenomena, but it required approval for use. Generally, one could only utilize such equipment in the training room, which Su Hao had yet to experience. Although he had encountered numerous events during this week, the only supernatural task had been the initial capture of a minor spirit. People are inherently curious about novel things, and Su Hao was particularly interested in supernatural phenomena and advanced technology. Ji Qingmin had mentioned that he had previously participated in supernatural missions where the research institute provided them with advanced equipment resembling pulse guns, which utilized electromagnetic interference to inflict significant damage on incorporeal spirits. Perhaps he should visit the research institute sometime? Old Ji seemed to know people there. Maybe he could ask him about it in a few days. Su Hao's thoughts were somewhat scattered, initially feeling a bit aimless during the system upgrade. He soon realized that he had a multitude of pursuits he wished to undertake. Shutting down his computer, he refrained from further wandering thoughts and went to bed. The next morning, Su Hao awoke naturally, glancing at his phone to find it still before 8 o'clock. His year-long work routine had instilled a regular biological clock, and even after a week of leave, he still found himself waking at this hour. At this time, Qiu Ruoyan likely had not yet left for work. Although she had submitted her resignation, she had not yet departed. After washing his face, Su Hao pondered whether he should go to the 18th floor to greet Qiu Ruoyan. Should he offer comfort? Inquire about her well-being? Each option felt somewhat inappropriate. He was more of an action-oriented person and was not accustomed to comforting others through words. Moreover, Qiu Ruoyan had already decided to resign and change jobs, leaving him unsure of how he could assist. Was he supposed to help her find a new, suitable job? While he possessed formidable supernatural abilities, Modern society was heavily reliant on connections and networks, an area in which he still fell short. His connections were currently limited to two avenues: the Supernatural Abilities Group and Yang Hongwoo's 8 Extremes Martial Arts School. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. It seemed far more practical to confront Manager Feng. Suhao scratched his head. After all, it was not as simple as it seemed to engage in a physical altercation, though he could easily teach an ordinary individual a lesson given his current attributes. The prospect of confronting an average person as a member of the Supernatural Abilities Group posed potential complications, particularly if Manager Feng decided to file a police report afterward. Thus, while the act of retribution was necessary, it required discretion. After a moment of contemplation, Suhao resolved to first master his invisibility ability so that he could proceed without any reservations. He accessed the system interface, which indicated that it was still undergoing an upgrade, rendering the specialization module inaccessible. Fortunately, the ability tree appeared to function independently of the system interface and was still usable. Locating the invisibility ability, Suhao utilized his remaining ability point to activate it. His entire form shimmered with bizarre, distorted light, rendering him almost ethereal, akin to a translucent specter from a film. This transformation lasted approximately 5 to 6 seconds before stabilizing. Was it over? Suhao tentatively summoned his magical energy, silently invoking the word invisibility. Instantly, the light surrounding him bent and refracted, causing his figure to flicker and ultimately vanish from sight. Not only his body, but even his clothing became transparent, leaving no trace behind. Remarkably, even Suhao could not perceive his own form. He pinched his invisible arm, though unseen. It was undeniably present. It seemed that the invisibility ability was not merely a poor imitation of a chameleon's skin color change, but rather a wondrous optical refractive power that also concealed the outlines of his attire. Pondering this, he took a few steps forward, attempting to open the door. Initially disoriented by the inability to see his own arm, he quickly acclimated thanks to his refined control over his physical senses honed through martial arts. The invisibility granted by a single ability point was of the lowest tier, merely distorting light to deceive the eye, and it consumed a considerable amount of magical energy, 1 point per second. Suhao had understood the energy consumption of the invisibility ability when he first unlocked the ability tree. Initially, he had refrained from activating this power due to its high cost. However, with an increase in his mental attributes, he now possessed over 100 points of magical energy, sufficient to sustain invisibility for about 2 minutes. As for his stamina, it was another matter altogether. The invisibility ability drained stamina far more severely than others, requiring 3 points of stamina to equate to 1 point of magical energy. With his current 25 points of stamina, he could only maintain invisibility for a mere 6 seconds. Yet, do not underestimate those 2 minutes. There was much that could be accomplished in that time. Ahem, if one's thoughts were to stray into less honorable territories, 2 minutes would certainly not suffice, but for merely delivering a lesson to someone, even a scant few seconds would be ample for Suhao to execute his plans. Chapter 100. Vengefully assaulting Manager Feng after deactivating his invisibility, Suhao exited and hailed a taxi to Autumn Ruin's company. The last time Autumn had been harassed by Manager Feng, Suhao had asked Yang Hongwu to drive her to work, so he remembered the address. It seemed to be a rather ordinary office building, and he surmised it was likely a small-scale enterprise. He found it perplexing that a manager of such a modest company would act so arrogantly, relentlessly pursuing his employee. Was this the kind of person his company failed to reprimand? Most likely, he was no different than Lu Bapi. Thinking of Lu Bapi, Suhao felt a surge of irritation, silently resolving to deliver a few more kicks to Manager Feng when the time came. It was worth noting that Lu Bapi had previously attempted to teach him a lesson, sending a group to break into his home last week. However, after Suhao had turned those individuals over to the police, authorities had subsequently sought Lu Bapi for questioning, and since then, he had remained quiet. Unfortunately, he had only been detained for 3 days before being released, still holding his position as manager. With the invisibility ability at his disposal, perhaps he should take the opportunity to pay Lu Bapi a visit in the coming days. Upon arriving at his destination, Suhao had deliberately donned a wide anti-smog mask, concealing half his face. It would be difficult for Manager Feng to recognize him after just a single encounter. It was still only around 8:30, and most employees were gradually arriving for work. Suhao patiently lingered at the entrance of the office building, engrossed in his phone, awaiting Manager Feng's arrival. After about 10 minutes, he spotted Autumn Ruoyan. Just before she entered, Su Hao activated his invisibility, watching her ascend in the elevator before deactivating it. It was best that she remained unaware of his intentions, as it could lead to unnecessary complications. His motive for confronting Manager Feng was not to enhance Autumn Ruin's favor, but rather to support her as a friend, simply wishing to relieve her frustrations. It mattered not whether she knew it was him. What was important was that Manager Feng faced consequences. Another half-hour passed, nearing 9 o'clock, when a slightly plump figure finally arrived. Briefcase in hand. How leisurely this fellow was. Su Hao observed Manager Feng approach the elevator with an air of nonchalance, a cold smirk crossing his lips as he stealthily followed closely behind. Manager Feng was engrossed in a WeChat conversation on his phone, and with Su Hao's keen eyesight, he effortlessly discerned the exchanges displayed on the screen. Manager Feng, Old Liu, have you approved that little Chio's resignation request? The reply, little Chio? Oh, is she the girl you've been pursuing lately? Her resignation letter just came in yesterday. I haven't had a chance to review it yet. Manager Feng, tell HR not to process her resignation. According to the procedure, we can at least delay it for another month. The reply contained a mischievous smiley. What's the matter? Haven't you won her over yet? Manager Feng, not yet. That little vixen is as stubborn as they come. Last time, she used some guy to bluff me into thinking he was her boyfriend, and now she wants to quit? I've invested so much time into her. I must succeed. The reply asked, didn't I introduce you to a girl from our department last time? Why so soon to give up? Manager Feng responded with a sly grin. Don't even mention it. She was too easygoing. Now I'm looking for someone a bit tighter. The screen's chat log ended there. Su Hao frowned as he glanced back, witnessing Manager Feng's smug expression as he continued to type. Anger surged within him, and he turned towards the nearby empty fire escape, activating his invisibility once more and swiftly returning. Just then, the elevator doors opened. As the clock struck the appointed hour, the first floor of the building was nearly deserted, save for Manager Feng, who alone took the elevator. Fortune favored him, for Su Hao smirked coldly, stepping in to join him. The elevator doors closed slowly. Manager Feng, with a lecherous grin, was engrossed in texting, his mind preoccupied with schemes to ensnare Qiu Ruan. Little did he know, like a mantis stalking its prey, Su Hao stood behind him, contemplating how to turn the tables. The moment the elevator began its ascent, Su Hao wasted no time. He delivered a forceful punch directly to Manager Feng's face, swiftly following with a kick to his side. The blows were expertly calculated to inflict pain without causing lasting injury, a flurry of strikes akin to a tempest. Manager Feng let out a pained howl, momentarily dazed, clutching his head as he sought to identify his assailant, only to discover the elevator was entirely empty. My goodness, is this place haunted? Panic surged through him as he reached for the elevator buttons, but Su Hao was not about to allow that. With a deft grip, he dislocated Feng's shoulder. Mere seconds had passed, yet the remaining time felt interminable. Within the repertoire of combat techniques, there existed numerous strikes that could induce excruciating pain without resulting in permanent harm, augmented by the subtleties of Bajiquan's hidden forces and pressure points. Su Hao had an abundance of methods at his disposal, and he relentlessly beat Manager Feng, who teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, only to be roused once more to endure further punishment. After a full minute of this brutal onslaught, Su Hao finally pressed the button to open the elevator doors, liberating Feng from his torment. Disoriented and bruised, Feng stumbled out as if he had glimpsed the gates of heaven, crying out for help. Ghost, help! A demon is killing me. His battered visage and drooping arms made him resemble a pitiful street beggar, and as he rushed out of the elevator, one shoe abandoned, he departed under the astonished gazes of onlookers, akin to an enraged bird vanishing into the sunset. Su Hao emerged from the elevator calmly, dusting off his hands. With half a minute of invisibility remaining, he made his way toward the stairwell. Once the deed is done, I shall retreat into obscurity, he mused. Do not inquire about my identity. I am but a humble benefactor. The audacity of Feng had irked him. Initially, he had intended to deliver merely a few blows. Yet in a lapse of concentration, he had unleashed a full minute of fury. In the dimly lit stairwell, Su Hao exhaled deeply. His striking speed was anything but ordinary. A minute of punishment equated to an ordinary person's thrashing for half an hour. Nevertheless, if Feng sought medical attention, he would likely emerge with nothing more than superficial injuries. Su Hao's skills were not to be underestimated. Having maintained invisibility for an extended period, Su Hao noted the internal energy within him had diminished to 2/5. He settled quietly in the stairwell, engaging with his phone while he awaited the restoration of his energy. there was still one task left unfinished. With the enhancement of his mental attributes, the time required to replenish his magical energy had significantly decreased from a full day to under 10 hours, roughly recovering 10% per hour. He displayed patience, observing through the window for any sign of Feng making his way to the hospital. After a brief span of around 10 minutes, Su Hao unexpectedly spotted manager Feng in the stairwell, supported by a young employee, limping painfully down the steps, occasionally groaning in agony. It seemed he was too traumatized to take the elevator, opting instead to endure the stairs. A wry smile played on Su Hao's lips at this turn of events. "Take it slow, my back," murmured Feng as he gingerly descended, cradling his injured waist and emitting pained groans. The young employee cautiously assisted him, inquiring, "Manager Feng, who assaulted you? Should we call the police?" Strangely, Feng's injuries appeared so severe that one might assume he was on the brink of permanent disability. "I've told you countless times. The elevator is haunted. What good would the police do? Do you not believe me?" Feng, filled with rage and frustration from his recent beating, unleashed his fury upon the young employee, berating him incessantly. The more he hurt, the angrier he became, and the more he scolded. The young employee, bound by the hierarchical relationship, feigned compliance while internally harboring disdain. "Here I am, taking time to escort you to the hospital, and instead of gratitude, you choose to berate me? You truly deserve this beating. If there were ghosts, why not have them finish the job?" In the midst of this tirade, a sudden gust of wind swept past them. Feng, caught off guard, stumbled as if tripped by an unseen force, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. The young employee, already distracted by the scolding, was slow to react, whether intentional or not. He failed to catch Feng, who tumbled down the stairs in a chaotic roll. The scene unfolded further as Feng, having just reached the stair landing, was propelled forward by an unseen force, continuing his descent in a helpless tumble. The young employee, momentarily stunned, finally shouted for Feng to stop, only to realize he could not outrun Feng's rolling descent. It seemed as if Feng had become addicted to this tumbling, as he would reach each landing only to pivot and roll down to the next, his speed and precision reminiscent of a drifting expert on winding mountain roads. After several layers of this chaotic descent, Feng finally came to a halt at the bottom, sprawled on the floor, battered and bruised, staring wide-eyed at the ceiling. His breath shallow. "There are ghosts. There are ghosts," he muttered, attempting to rise despite his agony, desperate to escape the eerie stairwell. At that moment, a piece of paper drifted down from above, landing squarely on his face. Feng instinctively grabbed the note, his heart racing as he read its blood-red inscription, "Continue your womanizing, and beware of your very life." Terrified, he discarded the paper and hobbled frantically toward the stairwell exit, abandoning any pretense of support. Resembling a frightened animal with its tail tucked between its legs, the discarded note danced in the air, yet it did not descend to the ground. Instead, it inexplicably vanished into thin air. Su Hao, concealed from view, swiftly grasped the note and tucked it, along with a red ink pen, into his pocket. He cast a sidelong glance at the flustered manager Feng, then revealed himself and turned toward the restroom. Once inside an unoccupied stall, he shredded the note and flushed it away, thus concluding the matter. The entire process took less than half a minute. With this action, it seemed that Xiao Ruoyan's resignation would proceed much more smoothly. After accomplishing what he intended, Su Hao felt a surge of relief and hummed a cheerful tune as he exited the company building, planning to find a place to dine. The depletion of his magical energy proved to be more substantial than he had anticipated. The cyclone within his dantian had been completely exhausted, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of emptiness in his lower abdomen. Not merely hunger, but rather a disquieting void. His body instinctively began to draw energy from the air, reconstituting the cyclone. Inevitably, his stomach began to rumble. It appeared that when magical energy was depleted to a certain extent, sensations of hunger and weakness would ensue. He noted that he must be more mindful in the future. Su Hao muttered to himself as he casually sought a nearby eatery and ordered several hearty dishes to satisfy his appetite. The cyclone could absorb energy from the air autonomously, but it could also convert physical strength and food into energy. In order to swiftly alleviate the discomfort of his depleted magical energy, he indulged in his meal, devouring bowl after bowl of rice with an appetite rivaling that of a renowned competitive eater. The empty plates soon cluttered the table, attracting the attention of several diners who paused to observe him, some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Desiring to avoid excessive attention, he moderated his pace and restored his magical energy to around 30% before settling the bill. His meal surprisingly cost over 200. Considering that typical dishes in a regular restaurant were priced around 20, and a full meal platter would rarely exceed 50. Sated and content, he returned home. Just as he was about to indulge in a long-awaited gaming session, his phone rang. "Hello, who is this?" He answered. Guess who I am?" Came a melodious voice belonging to a girl. For an ordinary person, identifying the caller might be challenging, but for Su Hao, with his agility exceeding 20 points, he could discern the unique characteristics of any voice he had heard once before. The voice was youthful, likely belonging to an 18-year-old, with a clear timbre and a playful tone. There was only one girl that fit this description in his acquaintance. "Miss Mo, where did you acquire my phone number?" Su Hao replied lazily, reclining on the sofa and rubbing his temples in exasperation. "Oh, you guessed it. It's quite simple for me to get your number. By the way, why haven't you replied to my WeChat messages? Are you pretending to be offline?" Mo Lishuan asked, her curiosity piqued. "No, I was busy earlier." Su Hao replied, his heart steady and unflustered. Technically, he was not lying. He had indeed been preoccupied, albeit for only a few minutes while dealing with Manager Feng. While resting on the stairwell with his phone, he had noticed the messages from Miss Mo, a friend request accepted during a previous transaction. But upon seeing her lengthy series of inquisitive questions, he had been too lazy to respond and chose to ignore them instead. He reiterated that he was genuinely indifferent to this wealthy heiress. Mo Lishuan, intrigued, inquired, "What were you busy with? Did something supernatural occur? Do you think supernatural events are as common as cabbages?" "Besides, I'm on vacation," Su Hao retorted, bemused that she seemed aware of the existence of supernatural incidents, indicating that she had learned about the work of the Extraordinary Abilities Group through some means. However, although he had not been engaged in any supernatural events, he had personally orchestrated one. "Oh, by the way, would you like to come over to my place?" Mo Lishuan eagerly suggested. "Since the incident a few days ago, I've been unable to attend school and have been stuck at home, growing increasingly bored. Initially, I wanted my grandfather to arrange for you to protect me, but I heard you were on vacation." "Not going," Su Hao firmly declined. "Are you kidding? I'm on vacation. Why would I go to your place to play the role of a free bodyguard? There are no organized missions or system tasks. I would only be wasting my time fending off the remaining 2 supernatural criminals. I have no intention of boosting your favorability." The petrifying ability user posed little threat. The real danger lay with the suited man possessing hypnotic powers. Psychic abilities were inherently enigmatic and perilous, and the man's hypnosis could potentially affect numerous ordinary individuals. Although it was unclear to what extent he could induce hypnosis, it was already sufficiently hazardous. Mo Lishuan, feeling disheartened, pressed, "Why don't you want to? Is there something important you need to attend to?" "Let me think," Su Hao idly remarked, switching on the television and booting up his game console. "I'm currently stuck at the Lady Butterfly boss in Sekiro and plan to finish the game today, so I'm afraid I can't come over." Mo Lishuan appeared bewildered. "Sekiro? Lady Butterfly? What are those?" It seemed this affluent girl had little experience with large-scale single-player games. "You wouldn't understand. It's a game," Su Hao calmly replied, pulling out a controller. "I have to hang up now. Goodbye." "Wait. Hold on. You." Before she could finish, Su Hao swiftly ended the call. "Oh, peace at last." He tossed his phone into the corner of the sofa, exhaling deeply as he activated the air conditioner. Leisurely, he strolled to the fridge for a chilled beverage, reclining comfortably on the sofa with his controller in hand, sipping his drink while enjoying the cool air. It was simply delightful. This is how a vacation should be spent. Only a fool would wander aimlessly outside. His life motto was, "All effort is merely a brick laid for a more comfortable existence." By the way, did the ability tree include powers like telekinesis? In the future, he could simply stretch out his finger from the comfort of his sofa, and the remote control and drinks would come flying to him. What a splendid thought. Su Hao couldn't help but dream of a future filled with ease. Supernatural abilities, crafting a beautiful life. Just as he opened the main page of Sekiro, ready to embark on his punishing adventure, a thunderous explosion erupted at the entrance. The entire room jolted violently, nearly causing Su Hao to spill his drink all over the sofa. The security door had been obliterated by some force. Shards flew in all directions, one piece of metal piercing the television screen directly, rendering the several thousand yuan LCD display completely ruined in an instant. What the hell? Su Hao was momentarily stunned, his anger igniting. What does this mean? Are we not allowed to enjoy a peaceful holiday? Although he was unaware of the circumstances, this marked the 3rd time this month that someone had intruded upon his doorstep. Even a clay Buddha has some anger left, whoever it may be. They shall pay the price. With a swift motion, Suhao sprang from the sofa, retrieving his backup firearm from the coffee table's partition, warily aiming it towards the smoke-filled entrance. The dense smoke did not merely indicate a door blown open. It was thick and suffocating, resembling the aftermath of a smoke bomb. Suddenly, a slender syringe darted through the haze, aimed directly at Suhao's chest. Anticipating the attack, Suhao evaded the needle with an agility that defied the limits of an ordinary person, simultaneously firing several shots back towards the doorway. Using a tranquilizer gun right from the start indicated ill intentions on the part of the intruder, and he saw no reason to hold back. Despite the silencer on his handgun, the gunfire echoed loudly in the corridor. Hearing the bullets strike the wall, Suhao realized he had missed. Either the assailant had prudently concealed themselves behind the doorframe, or they possessed an extraordinary ability to predict the trajectory of the bullets. Whichever it was, it presented a significant challenge. Had it been yesterday, he might have been at a disadvantage, but now, Suhao's form flickered and became elusive, eventually vanishing entirely as he changed direction, rushing towards the entrance. As he burst through the thick smoke, he spotted a short-haired man in casual attire crouched stealthily by the doorframe, extending a modified tranquilizer gun inside, while peering for Suhao's figure. Upon realizing his target had vanished, he froze momentarily. "Who are you looking for?" Suhao's cold voice resonated from behind him. The short-haired man, startled, hastily attempted to point his gun backward. Yet, before he could react, a swift and powerful chop struck the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. Who is this person? Blowing up doors as if they were terrorists? Suhao kicked the unconscious man disdainfully. He had no idea what had blown the door open. Not only was his security door utterly destroyed, but the frame was also damaged, necessitating a repairman's services. The total cost would surely exceed several thousand yuan. Adding to the damage were the shattered television and other furniture in the entrance, resulting in significant losses. The explosion and gunfire had alerted the entire floor's residents. Yet no one foolishly opened their doors to investigate. Most chose to stay indoors and call the police. It was common knowledge that incidents involving firearms were serious matters. Who would want to be caught in the crossfire? With a sympathetic glance at his ruined door, Suhao sighed, dragging the short-haired man into his home to search him. Besides the modified tranquilizer gun, he discovered an array of weapons on the intruder. A large-caliber modified handgun tucked at his waist, two extremely sharp daggers hidden in his leg straps, several oval-shaped objects resembling miniature adhesive explosives, a few smoke bombs, tear gas canisters, and various other miscellaneous items. However, there was nothing to prove the man's identity. No phone, no identification, no keys. Was this a premeditated attack? Who was this individual, and who had sent him? Furrowing his brow, Suhao called Captain Xing. After reporting the incident that had just transpired, Captain Xing took the matter seriously, stating he would dispatch personnel immediately for investigation. About 10 minutes later, the police arrived in response to the report. Perhaps emboldened by the presence of law enforcement, many curious onlookers began to cast inquisitive glances towards Suhao's residence. Fortunately, the police had received notification from the Ability Group, downplaying the incident as that of a mentally unstable individual with flammable and explosive materials, and did not take any statements from Suhao. They swiftly cuffed the unconscious, short-haired man and escorted him to the police car for interrogation. After the commotion, Suhao remained perplexed about why someone would want to attack him. What a stroke of misfortune. He glanced helplessly at the destroyed door. Realizing his holiday would need to be postponed, he first had to find someone to repair it. Chapter 103. Suddenly acquiring a fortune of billions, yet unable to rejoice under normal circumstances. Suhao would have followed the assailant to the Ability Group to immediately grasp the intelligence from the interrogation, as he was the primary party involved in the incident. However, he felt somewhat disinclined to visit the Ability Group. Over the past week, he had probably attended more than 10 times, averaging over twice a day. It was more frequent than returning home. Thus, Suhao informed Captain Xing that he would await contact regarding any information from the interrogation, while he set out to find a worker capable of repairing the security door, hoping to have it fixed before nightfall. It was quite audacious of that man to blow open the door with explosives. Wouldn't the conventional method be to pick the lock stealthily? Suhao was increasingly frustrated, unable to comprehend the nature of the short-haired man. His grand entrance was quite theatrical, yet he turned out to be surprisingly feeble. Easily subdued with a single chop, he did not seem like an ability user at all. He had almost forgotten to employ a reconnaissance ability before they took the man away. Shaking his head to dismiss the chaotic thoughts, Suhao quickly found a worker nearby who could repair the door. then headed to a furniture store to purchase an expensive high-security door, paying a premium to ensure the worker would complete the repairs within a few hours. For him at present, money was not a concern. Even after buying a bulletproof car worth over $5 million, he still had around $100,000 remaining, enough to indulge for quite some time. Just as he finished managing the door repairs, he had not yet had a chance to drink some water when the ability group called. Captain Xing spoke gravely. Xiao Su, there's a rather tricky matter I need to discuss with you. What is it? Su Hao frowned. Captain Xing continued solemnly. The individual you just apprehended, according to the latest intelligence from the interrogation team, is likely to have been hypnotized into attacking you, rather than acting on their own volition. Hypnotized? Reclining on the sofa, Su Hao suddenly straightened up, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. Could it be those two escaped superpowered criminals? It is highly probable. Team leader Xing, uncertain, remarked. Individuals possessing such hypnotic abilities are exceedingly rare across the nation, and the only likely suspect is the superpowered criminal known by the codename Hypnotist. He must be seeking revenge on you, having hypnotized someone to launch an attack against you. The Hypnotist? He must be referring to the man in the suit. As for the classification of superpowered criminals, akin to the grading of abilities, national agencies categorize the danger posed by these criminals into 7 levels. The higher the threat to society, the more elevated the rating. Level 1 typically comprises inconsequential individuals who warrant no concern, while Level 2 is deserving of intervention and regulation by the Superpower Division. Level 3 poses a significant threat to public safety, involving serious criminal activities that necessitate capture and imprisonment, and even permit lethal force if needed. The dark-clad woman and the petrified giant at the banquet that night certainly belong to this category of superpowered criminals. As for Level 4, it signifies a severe threat to social order and public safety. Undoubtedly, a hypnotist capable of influencing others' thoughts through mental prowess could easily find a role as a minor antagonist in a superhero film. However, he had not anticipated that this individual's abilities were even more terrifying than he had imagined. Su Hao inhaled deeply. His powers can hypnotize ordinary people to commit acts of terror? How utterly frightening.